All right, day 2 begins.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
Good afternoon, Seattle, Washington, and welcome to day 2 of the Halo World Championships. Fans are here bright and early to watch their teams at work, and the work has been put in, that is for sure.
Let's go, day 2, baby, day 2, baby.
To watch their favorites go toe-to-toe on that main stage
Let's go.
and hopefully take that trophy by the end of it. Ooh, day 1 was absolutely incredible. And I'm just waiting for day 2 to see what our teams bring to the table, because if I learned one thing from this season, it gets better and better as we go along. To talk about all of the action, I do have 2 wonderful human beings on my desk, Clutch and Tony.
What about me?
Welcome to day 2 in Seattle.
What about me?
Oh my goodness, Wes. What can we expect out of day 2? Because it has been crazy, to say the least. I feel like I say that every single segment, but truly here in Seattle, it's been nuts.
Yeah, what to expect? We sent 4 teams home yesterday out of pools. Now bracket play kicks off. Now the series start to mean something. The weight starts to feel a little bit more for the players. The pressure is on. The money is on the line as well. This winner's bracket is stacked with talent, and I can't wait until we get to Saturday night with those winner semis matches. And I'm praying that all of the favorites kind of make their way to it, because those are going to be some serious matches the way the bracket laid out.
They certainly will be. Tony, we've seen upsets. We're going to get into them a little bit later on, but do you expect more out of today?
I definitely expect to see at least 1 or 2 upsets, but here in the World Championship, here in day 2, this is where the big dogs start to do big dog things. This is where they step it up, and that's what I want to add. I have to pay homage to one of the best, if not the best. You already know.
Oh, look at that. The bromance blooming already. It's very early.
I don't know how to handle this.
Wes, I don't think Wes is prepared mentally to
I don't deal well with
compliments from you,
compliments.
Tony, for sure. But compliments to the chefs of everybody in our pools, looking so good. Let's take a look at all of the scores heading into day 2, because here are your pools. Space Station Gaming, Optic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, and FaZe all head up their pools 3-0 apiece. And like we said, having some upsets happening on day 1 as well. A couple of notable teams that maybe you weren't looking for. ITB and Quadrant proving so many people wrong. I mean, you're just not going into a World Championships thinking ITB and Quadrant are going to have the tournament of their lives, but they've shown up clutch, and that's what matters most.
I mean, that's the thing. So many of these tier 2 teams have so much talent that they stack up against each other so well. They've gotten top 6 before this year, so it's no surprise to see them kind of create those upsets between the 2s and the 3 seeds in these pools. Unfortunately, teams like Pure and Sentinels start in the elimination bracket, so no more room for error.
Pools is done, okay.
And that's kind of a lot of pressure going into a World Championship. You kick your
top
Saturday
4, stay
off
the top 4,
knowing that this could be the last series you play this year at a tournament.
Wow.
Indeed, winners side of things. Here are our quarterfinal set.
Crazy.
You guys.
Cloud9 went crazy too.
Honestly, I'm really excited about these matchups, and I honestly expected some of these names to be in this winner side of things. So far has gone to plan. I think the couple of names that we weren't expecting was Akave Esports here, and Tony, they put on a show for everyone yesterday.
Yeah, I had to give them a shout out earlier in day 1, but I have to give them even more than that. You know, the performance that they put on, beating out Sentinels 3-0 and SLC, taking FaZe to a game 5 right here, and then pulling off that reverse sweep that nobody's going to forget. Akave Esports have earned their right here, and I know Mexico is proud.
They certainly are indeed. And the 2 other names I think a lot of people are looking at right now is Quadrant and ITB. We've got a bit of B-roll here just to look at from what they managed to do yesterday. ITB, they upset Pure in Pool A. Quadrant, they upset Sentinels in Pool B, excuse me. And just honestly, they were on fire. I actually remember walking past backstage, Golden Boy was commentating over ITB, and I heard him echo in the room, are ITB having a tournament right now?
True.
Yes,
they were doing good,
clutch.
bro.
I mean,
they were doing good. I can't believe they beat Pure game 5, bro. That's the one series I wish I watched, but it wasn't. Yeah, this series, bro.
Oh
my gosh,
I think you're looking at 2 players specifically that have grown throughout this
They were
season.
up 2, and then Pure get to 2, and it goes to game 5,
He has high
bro.
highs and low lows, but he's starting to figure it out and be able to land on his feet earlier in tournaments.
Maybe I'll watch it after day 2
It's a great sign
here.
for ITB, but the player to watch for that squad has got to be Wutum. Best mouse and keyboard player we have on the circuit right now, and he is a superstar on that team. He is a problem to deal with. You got to be careful when he finds himself some power weapons, because he changes the outcome of games with them.
Wutum really was the player to watch specifically within that series. I mean, 120 kills, but nobody else had 100 kills and a 1.29 KD. Even though they got outslayed by Pure,
Excuse me.
he certainly was indeed. Quadrant, Sentinels, here is the recap. Quadrant 3-0 Sentinels. You know, I was expecting a series. I think Quadrant always comes into this as somebody that you cannot take your foot off the gas with and have to respect, but 3-0. Quadrant, they come down to playing Snipe Drone. He's looking great.
I mean, this is the story of Sentinels' season right now. They compete so closely with all of these teams, but they can't win a series to save their lives. Quadrant figure out a way, even with 3 players going negative, to win 3-0 fashion. That tells you the efficiency is there for Quadrant. The pace that they play at throws a lot of teams off. That's why I'm looking at their SSG series to be a potential landmine for SSG if SSG did not wake up on the right side of the bed and comes in warmed up.
And one thing that stat doesn't show is also the objective work that Snipe Drone was putting on in that series specifically. In the capture the flag, he literally had the most pulls. He also had the most defensive returns, actually the only defensive returns on his team. And when it came to the flag standoffs, he was also the one holding the flag. So not only leading in the KD, but leading in that objective as well.
Now, the elimination bracket side of things, where we have our safety net here at Worlds. Dark Inside, Pure, Sentinels, and Complexity. And definitely some surprises here, I think, in the elimination bracket. Sentinels, they just didn't have the day one that you wanted. Honestly, they haven't had the season that they've wanted so far. Can they bounce back, though, Clutch?
I'm done with Sentinels. I've tried projecting them into the top 4, into my wild card spot. I'm done with this team. This team cannot create the upset. They can get to a game 5 with anybody in the league. They can't win a game 5 to save their lives.
Damn.
I don't have faith that Sentinels are going to make a change and figure it out all of a sudden here on Saturday at a World Championship. The team I'm looking at is Pure. If you're one of these teams in the winner's bracket right now and you fall to the elimination bracket, you want to stay as far away from them as possible.
True,
right?
true.
We do
Yeah,
have
Clutch
our surprise
knows,
team,
bro.
Dark Inside, in the elimination bracket as well. And I just want to note, yes, they might be in that safety net situation where it's go hard or go home.
We gotta watch
but to
this
get there
one
in the first
too,
place is
bro.
quite the accomplishment. Tony, looking back at what they managed to do yesterday against Native Gaming, taking them game 5 and the series, who played up? Who stepped up to that plate?
Well, the one thing I really like about Dark Inside is that was a very balanced attack when it came with them versus Shopify Rebellion and even Native Gaming. For me, the player that really stood out to me, though, I want to say is Ezzo, because I feel like we know we're going to get out of Piggy. We know we're going to get out of Envoy and the artist formerly known as Carbea Descendant. We've seen those names. Ezzo is the new gun, is the young gun, is the new kid on the block, and I think he played well, also having the most kills in both of these matchups.
Indeed, I've got to say I'm really surprised with Dark Inside, and honestly, pleasantly so. I think they have been great. It's just what else can they do? What can they kind of pull off here? I think as you get into things, it's going to become harder and harder. Can they elevate their gameplay, do you think, Clutch?
I think top 12 is where they'll finish right now. With the teams that are stacked in that winner's bracket, one of them dropping down into this series, it's going to be really difficult for me to believe that Dark Inside is going to be able to compete with them. The way that they got here is beating Native Gaming, and Native Gaming have showed you throughout this entire season, even throughout all of Infinite, that they can compete with a lot of teams and they can lose to just about anybody as well. So it's no surprise to see Native already out. And good for Dark Inside to get their top placing of the year at a World Championship, but I think this is where the road ends.
All right, well, the road ends in full play, that's for sure.
Oh, it's
Heading
gonna be
into the
so fun to
championship bracket.
watch.
Day 2, I want to know what you're feeling for day 2. How are things going to play out in your mind based on what you've seen so far?
I think that winner's bracket round 1 will tell us a lot. FaZe and Cloud9 is going to be a stacked series. That's a landmine for FaZe. They have proven that they recklessly go the distance in series, but if you're going to go far into a series against anybody, Cloud9's probably the team you want to, because they can't win a game 5 to save their lives either. So if FaZe find themselves in game 5, you know that those guys pretty much clutch up every game 5, it feels like. So that's probably right where you want to be. SSG and Quadrant should be a good series. You got Legend versus Old Team at a World Championship. Wouldn't that be a fun upset for Quadrant to get the last laugh in that moment? But obviously SSG looking like the strongest team at this tournament. That's going to be a very tall task.
Well, looking strong is important, but also looking pretty fly is important for you guys.
The
in
last
too,
laugh,
so make sure
bro.
you're picking up the merch that is on offer. It is glorious. I've seen a couple people walking around with it. It looks so good. Make sure you're picking up all of that World's merch, because
that's
it
actually pretty
looks
fire.
sick. You two haven't even got any yet.
Well, you know, I'm a flat bill
that
guy.
sweater? Look at that sweater, bro.
I'm going to even go get mine right now. I want that t-shirt on the right, too. That thing's sick as well.
You'll leave
Mind if I
it
join you? I'm gonna head over there too, bro.
Come on, Tony. I'm just giving
All
you
right.
mine, though.
It's okay, I got this on my own. Guys, if you are wondering where to watch all weekend long, we got you covered with all of your favorite teams. We have 4 different places to watch all of the gameplay. 2 are casted, 2 won't be. But if you're wondering where your favorite teams are going to be all weekend long, they'll be on one of these 4 incredible stations. What do you get for joining us? Well, you get Twitch drops. I know why you're here, folks. Open. Make sure you're picking up all of these. And if I have any advice for you, it is watch all weekend long. You don't want to watch for 4 hours just to get one thing. Get it all. Why not? Check out our co-streamers. Make sure you're giving them some love because they're joining us as well here at the Halo World Championships. What is coming your way today, you might be wondering? Well, we also have you covered for that as well. Starting things off, we have our 1v1 showdown feat, Lucid and Bound. Then after that, we start into our champ bracket. FaZe versus Cloud9.
Bound versus Lucid?
I will keep you guys entertained
Oh, they're going to be sweating, bro. Are you serious?
And I'm very glad that I'm joined by friends now because I need to breathe for a second, but I am joined by Lucid and Bound and Bravo.
Hello.
Hello, folks. Welcome to my desk.
No
How are you feeling today?
Feeling good.
Good.
Got a good night's rest.
I have heard you're going to have your casting debut.
Yeah, here I am.
Are you ready?
I'm very much ready, yeah.
Are you more nervous to cast than you are to play?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Oh, okay. The ice is everywhere, Lucid. Okay, that's fine. Bound, what about you? Are you ready to show everyone what pipes you've got?
Yeah, I'm actually pissing my pants. I'm not gonna lie.
Good.
I'm terrified for my career.
Okay, no, that's
These
great.
guys know a lot more than I do
Fantastic.
about this game, so I'm screwed.
Fantastic. Obviously, day 2, and I love that you're up here. You're feeling so confident about the gameplay that you're happy to just, take a little break for a second off the sticks and come up and join us. But 1v1, you two actually 1v1 the last time around. I believe Bound took that one, but it was awfully close. And then I also heard you rock, paper, scissored for first and second, and you came second again.
Just the way it
What's
works.
happening?
Sometimes it just happens that way.
He's got his
A
heels
little bit
getting
of luck. That's all it
second.
comes down to.
I don't know about that.
There was some tactics going on with rock, paper, scissors. Would you say, Bound?
Always. It's all mental. It's all mental.
It's all mental stuff. Okay. Well, we do also have a lot of fans who have been competing for this chance and opportunity to get on this main stage. Bravo, do you know how this thing works?
I think I do.
Okay.
I believe I do. I have to play a little bit myself in stream as well in 1v1 showdown. Essentially, the way that
Your
everything
chat's
is
too
going to go
funny,
down here, of
bro.
course, is overall, it's going to be, of course, of the whole weekend. Everyone walked up and played, as you said, Lottie. It's going to be a kill race leaderboard that brought us to our top 8. Now, of course, we have 2 players left that we will see on the stage shortly. But essentially, within the rounds, you've got a whole bunch of things that I think will be easy for everyone to pick up right away when they see the gameplay. But you've got a 1v1 match that's round-based. Essentially, you're able to jump into the hill to occupy it, and that's going to be a very slowly ticking hill. It really is going to come down to the 1v1 actual gun engagements. But within those rounds, you've got a lot of things like multipliers in terms of damage, speed boosts, low
This is
grab,
gonna be
random weapons
so
within the rounds. A lot
sweaty,
to look at.
bro.
I think the gameplay will be self-explanatory when we're into it, but yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
All right, a very mixy 1v1 then. I'm excited to see what our participants have got, and I believe Blaze is ready to show you who will be competing for this chance. Guy, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And yes, I'm ready to get this 1v1 showdown started in Seattle. So without further ado, let's bring our players to the stage. Make some noise for Furiously and Prophecy.
Damn, sweaty.
All right, yo, we got our competitors here. It's time to get the 1v1 showdown open finals started. Make some noise for it one more time, Seattle. And boys, go take your stations. Let's get this one going, Lottie.
Thank you so much, Blaze. There we go. Here are your 2 contestants facing off literally opposite each other on the stage. They are ready to go. I have heard that they have been playing all day yesterday to get to this point. They have had some reps in this for sure. But I want to know about this game mode a little bit more. If you are just tuning in with this 1v1, it is a little bit different. But the objective is to make sure that you get the most kills, but there is also an objective within the 1v1 too. So it gets a little bit mixy. And then we also have weapon resets per round and per mode, right? Is that correct?
That's right. Each round has random weapons generated that will be played within that set of rounds, which I know is confusing. If this is only explained to you verbally, it can become a little bit of a headache. But don't worry, as you see on your screen here, you get 5 kills or you capture the zone to win the round. So essentially, each time you want to make sure you're eliminating your opponent. I would say 99 times out of 100, that's how the round is actually going to end. Right. If someone manages to fall off the map, of course, that would also count as a kill. So very rarely would you see anyone actually capture the zone. It would have to be a very extraordinary set of circumstances for that to happen.
It certainly would be. Now, Lucid, I've got to ask you about strategy here because, yes, it is not your normal 1v1 situation.
Right.
What would you be thinking going into this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1v1. You got to play cringe. You're going to play your corners, going to play your jiggle peaks. Depending on the loadout, I mean, you just got to play for the kills. I think you know, you can apply some pressure playing the hill, but it's mostly probably to come down to kills.
Okay, I love that. And Bam, would you play that the same way, or are you just getting into the action?
I remember last time I played versus Legend, and I kind of was spawning with weapons I didn't even know in the game. So I was kind of like, all right, this is weird. I think I lost, so I don't know. I got no words of advice. Good luck.
No words of advice, just good luck. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit different, guys, for sure. But I have heard that we've got somebody who is well versed in it. Fluriously, I believe, has been putting some time into this. So I'm excited to see kind of how he handles the opening strat. But yeah, I don't know. I think it really does depend heavily on what weapon. I think yesterday when I was watching some of the gameplay, I saw some very interesting weapons of choice that probably wouldn't be what I'd be picking up to try and 1v1 somebody. So I don't know, how tactically would you go with this, Brav? You know, if you are picking up a weapon that you're not comfortable with or isn't super suitable for a 1v1 situation, are you trying to get the objective?
No, you just fly right at
just
them.
flying.
Yeah, you're just going.
We're starting.
I mean, everyone's going to, of course, recognize these different corners of the map that you have pre-selected here for these rounds as well. They're very familiar kind of terrain in terms of the actual areas that you're going to be duking it out on. I think you just fly at one another. I got to play against Uni yesterday, and I learned real quick that you just soar and you just get the kill. And sometimes you go off the map because you have not actually played on this version of the map yet. Sometimes that happen, but yeah, I'm excited to see it too. I feel like if you have a weapon you're
I've played
confident
these
in,
maps,
you're
bro.
gonna exactly like
my quick play
Lizard
knowledge
said,
would come so in handy for this.
Standard play. Instead, if you get like a plasma pistol Ravager, it's just going to kind of be absurd carnage. Yeah.
The Ravager is like, I don't know how you're supposed to do that. But we are getting into game, I believe. So we're going to do a little bit of a quadcast here, fellas. So we're going to jump on in and see what both of these two have got.
Commando Quantum Start. An actual sort of typical setup, I'd say, in terms of weapons people are used to. What map is this? I think this is Fortress. I think this is Fortress, is what I heard about one of the maps introduced to this one.
Why is this black screen?
And what do you know? They're playing their corners.
I was going to say, at this level, it just...
Oh, wow.
You gotta reset that. Ooh, you can't just hold down there.
Prophecy takes the first one. I feel like, yeah, at this level, it's just
this is
really
cool.
going to be...
So you either get the hill or get the hit, or get the kill.
Kind of fly at each other.
Get the hill or get the kill.
It's going to be a lot more just like slow playing this and trying to get any kind of advantage you can get damage-wise and then try to convert.
Right. Good Quantum. Staying alive. Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of time played out. Or some of those trades, you get the shot up, just go for that melee.
Kill is literally being ignored too, which is kind of predicted here as well.
It is very exposed, especially on this one, so I understand that. That's why it's definitely...
Wow, this guy's
Quantum on land does not save you like that.
Enemy halfway to victory.
I was going to say about the first round before that, definitely playing the Quantum a bit further back, that way you can actually get out. You don't want to play the Quantum too far up, because he just sees that too easily, you're just done for it.
If he picks up the grapple, I'm just sick of the hell.
I'm actually very surprised to see that. Got a Gravity Hammer Swan in there. Oh, he could Quantum right now, shoot him in the back, but he's playing for hill time. Hill that he's not even going to be able to cap.
Prophecy already 3 ahead right now. The 300 points, folks, means 3 kills ahead. Just
and
to
then
let you know,
like you have to. That's crazy, bro. And then you get 1 point if you get to 5.
Right now. He's going to be able
I
to
think that's how it'll work, and it's first to 3 points.
Look at this. Yeah, this.
Oh!
Prophecy off to a strong start here, man.
Yo. That's crazy.
You actually know who's PO? I mean, yeah, it is Prophecy who is the blue.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. Okay, not over yet.
So the Commando can really offer some really mixy fights. Even for a standard 1v1, I feel like this is.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Quantum Stick comes out.
Did he just Quantum through?
I'm raging inside.
Damn.
Okay. Stays with you.
This guy put 400 to 0.
42.
Say it doesn't take much. Just one sticky like that, Quantum out, and that's
Don't
it.
kill me, bro. Oh.
There you go. Quantum usage.
This is actually
what a
sick.
round, by the way. To have Quantum in the first round, like it's like we didn't even get into that when we were describing the mode. Like to have round 1 being a Quantum. Let's see what the loadout is here.
Stalker and drop ball with a spike.
Bizarre?
Wow, bizarre.
Man.
This is
Back to
cool.
year 1.
I was going to say on Bizarre as well. Just in case. Ooh, crispy shot. Coming in from Prophecy.
Yep.
Just in case it wasn't wild enough to have a Stalker drop wall, add in a spike and add in Bizarre. It really is like year 1.
Yeah, they also have decreased gravity, I see at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So they got a
little floaty.
They got their H3 boots on. Oh, the Jiggle Peak, cross map, drop wall. You got the full ensemble of tools right there.
Nade's coming in. I was gonna say this is a.
It's like a smaller
Not gonna hit by
version of
many
the
an
map, or
on
it's
the
just
actual
community
Bizarre in
made.
this
That's
exact
kind of
corner.
cool, bro.
Used to be a lot stronger before. Not so useful now.
Clean here.
Prophecy, I feel like he just has like the sort of knowledge gap in terms of how he wants to use the equipment.
Yep.
Over Flourishly so far. Some great shots. Just going straight to hill now. Yeah, this is one hill where you can play pretty safe compared to that first map, it seems like.
I was going to say, yeah, it feels like as soon you actually want to be here and you actually want to anchor from here, whereas in the other map you were kind of just sitting. God, the shots are good.
He's got him on lock. He's playing confident. That's good. That's how you win these. He's got the lead. He's not backing down.
I agree, though. It's kind of like the traditional. I mean, it's like the bout. I can't finish a sentence before I'm like, I can't tell what's happening.
Blasting through.
That's unfortunate. You just have like a corner there, and that he gets rid of that one square, is gone.
Yeah.
That's just the head right there.
It is kind of playing like the traditional balcony opening, though. Like you said, you want to, once you win that, you can kind of hold downhill. Oh, sword!
Wait.
Oh, my.
Like Fleury's playing a little tilted right now. The way he's challenging out, he's not taking his time. He had the first couple rounds, died a little too easily, and then he just wants to get into it.
How's a pistol? Oh, gosh.
Better see some spam here.
We've got an update from production. The POVs are actually swapped on the labels. Furiously has been winning everything.
Wow. Okay. Wait.
That makes it a little bit
makes a lot more sense.
Honestly.
I think everyone's like, okay, this makes a lot more sense.
That was the plot twist we all needed right there. Yeah.
I was literally actually wondering that too. I was like, why is Furiously getting like smoked by this guy? This Prophecy guy, like I'm not saying that, but like most people know Furiously.
This infinite version.
Damn, the caster bias though. What up, Sigasid?
He's been a competitive player for a very long time. Prophecy, no knock on him, but I have known the name and have seen Furiously around for quite a while.
For quite a while.
That makes a lot more sense.
I was say I was bigging him up before we got in, and I was like, he is getting turned on right now.
Not an easy battle. Not where you want to be in grass.
Absolutely not. Got to play that high ground. But this is it's a 2-2 right now, so it is a little bit more back and forth. I feel like that's just due to the nature of the plasma pistol combo.
Yeah.
Got to get closer. Got to play your corners. Can't stay too far back.
Let's go, Sigasid.
Just a noob combo simulator here.
Did it hurt, bro? Get that tattoo?
Goes to Furiously.
Say, is
you
that
want to see APG on the caster comms?
77.
Never know what he's up to, bro. If he wants to continue competing, or maybe he's does a caster route here. You know, you never know.
Not playing for the hill.
Trying to sniff him out.
Now the sword is up. Yeah, just easy sword grab. Stuck in the cuts there. Oh, but they do have Quantum.
It was hell. Damn.
ODST. Not Quantum back. He's waiting for it.
Tattoo on the back, bro.
Wants to bait that. It's got him on the run.
Not gonna lie, this makes me want to play some Kali.
Same.
Right? I'm like, I could play a quick Kali CTF if anyone's got time after this.
Yeah.
I'm game for Kali whenever. I'm game for it whenever.
So it has been a while. Would be nice to.
Kali's actually sick.
Get into the game with that one.
Oh!
3-3. Didn't even have to rely on the sword there.
You're gonna try to forge stuff, Sigasin? Okay.
Furiously, of course, 1 round away from closing this thing out. Everything to play for. Tied 3-3.
Okay, Jwelski, that's good to know. Yeah, like usually when people compete, they can like speak their mind and how they're thinking.
Their side of the map, essentially.
It's like they'll be good casters.
Playing the corners, playing hill though.
Nice.
Looks like I think that is Prophecy, right?
Feels like with this hill, I guess you can kind of play it. I guess it's not as advantageous as the last one we talked about.
I do think the combo in this setup right here is actually pretty good. So it looks like he's about to win this.
Yeah, for real.
That was a very good play.
Prophecy about to come back.
Prophecy just scored, right?
Yep.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's up 4-3. Obviously needs this round to stay alive. Or at least the entirety of the rounds. It's like Russian nesting dolls of rounds, you know, in this game type. There's several layers. You really can't use the term round.
Yeah.
This round, and then you win the set.
Now playing the hill once again. Like I said, it does slow down pretty much right away. And then
Oh no.
Oh, can you imagine it?
A trade.
Trade.
Whoa.
Wow.
A trade with a sword? Huh?
Yeah, but I think he still won the round, it looks
Yeah,
like.
he did, yeah. It's kind of a choke. It's kind of a choke, I'm not going to lie.
He did win the round.
Prophecy won the round.
Very interesting.
Okay.
There we go.
The entirety of the rounds. Okay, so now we have 2-1, just to get everyone, make sure everyone's on the same page. This is also for my own mentals.
Yes.
Furiously leading 2 rounds to 1 here, of course. Prophecy needing all of these rounds, the best of these ones, to stay alive.
The reverse sweep is potentially on, though. It is.
I mean, an Argo, larger map, just sidekick only. I can definitely see it. It's a very mixy setup here.
Ooh.
Good shots.
Nice.
And good shots from Prophecy there. He is HCS 76.
1-0.
He likes a sidekick, I think.
Yeah.
I'd say drop ball is going to be interesting here. This is going to be pretty scrappy in terms of as far as a 1v1 goes.
Drop ball definitely lasts the sidekick shots. This is the prime time right here.
Tied 1-1.
Clutches up. I don't really like him throwing the sticky too early there. I feel like he.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah. Gotta keep your utility a little bit longer. You don't want to just instantly use it.
I agree. I think the chance of that thing hitting is statistically so low.
Oh, it's just easier to say set.
Yeah. See right here, grenade. They can just go for the trade.
Wow.
Trade. Okay.
So I guess they both get +1 essentially when they trade.
Definitely looking for that word
Just to
set.
probably keep the game mode moving. Yeah,
Oh,
good shot.
no.
Seriously, 1 kill away.
Match point.
And the pre-nade.
There you go. Good drop wall. Nade actually did do something this time, to be fair. Gotta give him a little bit of credit.
Ooh. I was gonna say, I think I saw him on commando.
Out of tiptoe. Pressure is on. This is definitely a hill that I don't think is going to be played. They're just going to play for the kills. The hill is in a very bad spot.
Yeah, really bad. Agree. I played it yesterday, and there's like no point in being there at all.
It does look like there was a spawn, like a power-up spawn down there, so I'm not sure what he had. Maybe a camo? No, it was a hammer.
Hammer. Oh, GG.
Hammer doesn't help you from down there, though.
It does
So
not.
congrats to Furiously.
Furiously takes it.
There you go. A little bit of a smile there on the main stage. He knows that he pretty much had that in his pocket. It got a little bit mixy in one of the games. I'm seeing this like it once again. He's like, yeah, we're not doing that again. I will take this round with the
Like, yo, check him SSD,
but
bro.
Congratulations to Furiously. I don't think any of us are really surprised there. Like you said, he's been around for a long time. He's a name I think we all recognize.
Yeah.
I think, especially yesterday, watching some of the 1v1s happen. I think a lot of people are like, damn, okay, he's in it. Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's perfect. But there we go, he does it. Fantastic stuff. And I've got to say, a little bit of a color caster coming out. You, Lucid? You were fantastic. Bound.
Terrified.
I liked what you added to it. You added some key moments for us. It was amazing. But we do need to talk to our winner on that main stage, and Blaze has a winner's speaking.
Was Bound talking
All right,
at all?
ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
He added some color, like they said.
He wins the 1v1 Open Showdown. What a matchup. How did you feel being able to win that series right there? How did you feel?
It felt pretty good. You know, I like this playlist. It's brand new, pretty innovative. And my opponent, Prophecy, he's been a
New
boy of
playlist.
mine, so much love in the game, and outside the game is just all business. So.
All business indeed, okay? Now, I got another matter of business for you because this is the finals, all right? And this is Worlds, and so we want to do something special. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to up your money on this prize pool, all right? Now, what do I want to do? You know what? We got some pros in the building, and I'm going to give you an extra $1,000. An extra $1,000 if you win a game against these pros. Would you like to take me up on those odds?
Of course, give me any chow.
All right, he said give him any chow. Now, we randomized who you're gonna play in the back a little bit, but you gotta pick a number between 1 or 2, and I'm gonna let you know who you're gonna play. What is it gonna be, 1 or 2?
Let's do number 1.
He said let's do number 1. Now, who's gonna be number 1? Is gonna be Bound. Where's Bound at in the building? Let's see if you can win a game against the 1v1 master himself. We're gonna bring Bound to the stage now. Have you played Bound before in a 1v1?
I have.
Oh, you have? Now, what was the last results of that matchup?
I mean, back in Halo 5, I was probably, what, 0-15?
Ooh, 0-15, man. So Bound hit you like that, huh?
It's all good in games, but it comes down to how you play today.
It's all
Oh,
good
I
and
like
fun,
that.
but it
Like that
comes down to
mentality.
how you play
Like that
today.
mentality.
Let's get this one started, everybody. Make some more noise for Furiously. Go take your station on set, Rob. Let's get it going.
We got you, buddy. Don't worry about it. And yes, we are going to continue
Wow.
this. And I love the challenge being accepted, Andy. It's the wonderful thing we want to hear, right? We don't want anyone just shirking away from the opportunity to earn a little bit more money. And I will say, I think Bound is probably better on the sticks than he was on desk. I'm going to say it. I thought Lucy was great. I thought Bound was just waiting for the minute when something bad didn't happen.
I think Bound was.
Then he would step in and highlight that moment.
I think Bound, yeah, he approached the commentary the same way he approached the game. He waits for the perfect moment to just kind of like pop in for just a moment. That's it. And then he's out. But it was great to have both Lucid and Bound on the desk, of course. And now even more excited to see Furiously take on Bound for a pretty heavily boosted prize pool, I'm not going to lie. And not only is it a boosted prize pool for Furiously, I believe Bound also potentially taking home some cash as well. So make no mistake, this will not be a match that Bound throws gently for Furiously. They're both going to be trying hard.
It's going to be an interesting match as well, right? Because Furiously obviously played a lot of this game mode over the last day or so, and certainly proved that he's got a little bit of knowledge.
He said H5 was a long time ago. I'm ready.
Essentially. And maybe got a little bit of info from watching those games, which is very important to make this the game it wants to be. But I think Furiously, when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to little things like where the opponents spawn in, what weapons are going to be useful, what angles are going to be great, whether silly things like where the hill is, whether areas to play on this hill, it's got that locked down. So where's your money? That's the real question here.
I gotta say Furiously.
Okay.
You see Bound is actually approaching the stage here. Furiously's already locked in. He's already got the inner earbuds ready to go. Astro's over the top. Bound now taken to the stage.
Let's try not like, we want a little bit of money.
Yeah, up here. It was a bit like a wrestling walk.
It was, wasn't it?
It kind of was. That was kind of cool. See what Bound can do here. He's going to lock in. But let's keep in mind also, Bound only played this, as you said, one time in SLC against Legend. Legend took that one. But Bound, of course, does not want to lose on the main stage, on the main broadcast, at the World Championships. You know what I'm saying? There's still something to be said here, even though this is a friendly 1v1, actually for quite a bit of money, but still a friendly 1v1. Bound's not going to want to go down easy.
You don't want to start losing on the main stage.
No, exactly.
Exactly. You want to win on the main stage if you're going to be playing on there today, which certainly Bound is, alongside his teammates in Space Station. How do you feel about the game mode? I thought it was a bunch of fun to watch. And one of the things I love about it is as soon as a round finishes, you're straight into the next one.
Yeah.
So if you want to jump on, play some 1v1, or even warm up to go into ranked, one of those playlists that I think is a really good opportunity to showcase your skills on a few different, get you comfortable with a few different guns, a few different angles, a few different weapons. I think it really does offer a lot. I'm really impressed with what I've seen.
Yeah, it's really cool. Also, I love the idea of familiar kind of battlegrounds. To be honest, I have dreamed of something
Anna with the prime sub for
scenario
the
gameplay, if you will.
16th month.
Back
Much
I
appreciated.
always used to think it'd be so cool if you could simulate something like 2v2 snipe hold breaks.
Much appreciated. Much
Do
appreciated.
the same thing over and over and over again. Repeat
Lurk,
the same battle.
I got you.
Before
Thank
tools
you
like
so
Forge,
much
you really
for
couldn't do
the
something like
prime
that. But I've
sub.
dreamed of the idea that you could just, even in a lockout 1v1, a Guardian 1v1, imagine if you could just repeat a sniper push, a blue push, a gold push over and over and over again just to simulate it. You can get a bit of that in this game mode.
Yeah, you get some iconic battles, right? I mean, you were talking about the Halo 2 ones. You think you play a lockout, right? One of you spawns Sniper, one of you spawns B3. It's like, you're going to take that fight more often than not when you're playing lockout. So if you can get some reps on that, just find out how to, quick zoom in, go in and out of scope and make sure you lock back onto your opponents. We're seeing a little bit of Collie as well, which is obviously very exciting for everybody.
Near and dear to our hearts.
Exactly. So some of those famous battles, recreate some of those famous moments, of course, from the Halo Championship Series back on Halo 5 as well, with some of those battles that you do see going down. If we were to 1v1, what map would you choose?
Oh wait, any Halo? Or
I think just any Halo. Like, what would you want?
I always want my 1v1s to happen on lockout.
Lockout?
Always.
What fight in particular? If you could pick one.
Oh.
Let me go get some
why not?
cashews.
It's B3 or B2 versus S2, S3. Yeah. Right, it's just, give me that battle every day.
H5.
Yeah, that's, I will never tire of it. In the words of Max Hoberman, when I see lockout, I can always get on the sticks and play.
I think I'd go Pit. Green to green.
Pit's good.
Green to green is like such a pivotal battle so many times.
How much Pit Flag 1v1 have you played?
Not enough.
Have we talked about Pit Flag?
No, not enough.
Go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from the last game as well. Just in case you're just joining us, welcome to the Halo World Championship. You're checking out the show match here before we kick things off in the 4v4 arena. This is a 1v1 showdown show match from the Combat Workshop. Nice little QT that's coming in there from Furiously. Also fantastic, bizarre balk work from him.
This isn't it, eh? Okay, I was going to say, bro, I stand up for 2 seconds and they start.
Off with the sword as well.
I was going to
a bit of subtle body disrespect.
It's subtle. Like you say, just a little kind of feathering, loving touch.
Just the look. Peaks as well.
And there's so many of these battles, like you see, they're so iconic. Like, how many times have we seen Frosty at the top of Coliseum here on the sniper side trying to defend someone coming up through the cuts? Like, all of these fights are fights that you will be recreating in-game in the 4v4 scenario. And that's my favorite thing that I've seen about it. I mean, like you said, it's familiar battlegrounds, but it's also the familiar angles and familiar distance on a lot of these fights that are the pivotal ones that you will take more than once when you're playing these maps in 4v4. So I think it's a really good kind of, like I say,
Someone
not just
said
a
Bound's
warm-up,
gonna
but into
teabag
what to
this
expect
guy.
when you get into those moments. And also I think everybody all of a sudden when I jump back into the ranked playlist now is going to be really good at certain fights, and I'm going to find that out very quickly unless I jump into some 1v1 beforehand.
It's true, actually, yeah. I agree. And also cool, like we said, just to be able to simulate, whether you're warming up, whether you're just simulating kind of important battles, even like we're talking about top mid, as you saw in Argyle, that's just a battle. Obviously, the starting weapon that you get is going to change that up a bit, or as, in the words of Lucid, make things a bit mixy. But still a lot of fun to watch. And also just the fact that you don't know what you're going to get utility-wise, the fact that you don't know which nade you'll get. We saw some interesting ones, of course, that Bazaar with a Stalker, as well as a drop shield, as well as the spike. It was kind of a year one nightmare fuel coming in.
Somewhere in the 1v1, Ryan is still there with a shotgun.
He is, yeah, without a doubt.
They should have built like forged him into the map.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, excited to see exactly what these players are going to get, because keep in mind, even if you, whatever happens in, say, if we saw a Commando QT round, which is a pretty competitive round, you never know if you're going to get just a plasma pistol, as we said on the desk, a plasma pistol Ravager round in the second one. So we'll have to see exactly what this one holds, but it certainly is pretty exciting to have this much cash on the line between these two players.
Yeah, it just seriouses it up a little bit more, doesn't it? Furiously. I'm going to struggle. I'm sorry, furiously.
The L's hard.
The accent is really struggling to get around that one.
Oh, it really is a tough one with the accent.
Tough one, yeah, for me.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's slower every time.
Easier.
Not every time. I'm not going to get progressively slower, but furiously.
It is tough.
Nailed it.
With an English accent.
It really is.
That was good.
Want to try it in an English accent?
No, because that would mess up both, which is not good for anyone.
You could offend not just one person, but an entire nation.
Which I've done quite a bit.
Which you've been doing recently, quite well in recent times, actually.
Thank you. Too many nations are on that list. As you saw, each time we play, if you do capture the hill, you will actually end the entire round. So we saw those mini rounds within each round, if you will. As we said, Russian nesting dolls of rounds here.
I like that from you, by the way.
Did you like that?
Very specific.
Bro,
That's
sets.
kind of what it feels like, doesn't it? It feels
Bro,
like
rounds and
you're
sets.
Like, what round are we in? You're like, I got the first kill. It's like, okay, the first kill in which round?
Pop the thing off.
Pop. Yeah,
round 6.
Yeah, each time I need you to do that. So I got the first kill in the first round, but I have to get 5 kills in this round before I can win the entirety of the round. Give me one.
Hold up. I got dry lips now.
And then I've got to win 2 out of 3 of those.
I'm struggling. Can't do 2. Hold on, let's try this one. There we go.
But don't worry. Don't you get
sound
caught
effects
up.
will be in-game.
Don't you get caught up on that. We will walk you through it as we walk through this entire 1v1 showdown. 1 kill at a time, 1 hill at a time, and of course 1 set of rounds at a time as we get into this. Also want to welcome you along, whether you're in the arena here in Seattle, Washington, getting ready for day number 2, or maybe joining from home. Maybe you got some tabs open, you're getting ready for the Halo World Championship.
Big day
4v4 to kick off today. We thank you for tuning in early for the 1v1 showdown. Just a little bit of a fun warm-up before we get into the seriousness of the day.
Yeah, the table setter, I think is the best way to put it.
A moose boosh.
You're on fire today.
Excuse you?
I don't know what that means.
Just a bit of a taster from the chefs in the back here at the Halo World Championship.
An amusing bush.
Very amusing bush. Speaking of bush, this man's wearing his bush gear, his finest SSG gear from the bush. By the way, how about SSG's jerseys here, huh?
Yeah, they're really, really good.
Fall collection.
They're really, really sick. Golden Boy wanted to grab one yesterday.
He stole one, I think.
Haven't seen him since.
Hard to spot, but I'm not surprised Golden Boy stole one. Everyone else is kind of going by the SSG booths, supporting the org, and Golden Boy's just stealing jerseys. That's kind of what we've grown accustomed to. But we gotta say, big shout out to the fall collection here for Space Station. Be wearing it all weekend long.
It will be. Fresh shirts every day there, I will say. I don't have confirmation on that, but I'm presuming. Bound's a clean guy.
Oh, they got
great hygiene.
They got fresh shirts with that.
I mean, look at him. Hydrated already.
He's ready to go.
By the way, I need to talk about Furiously's chain. Because that thing is shining.
Shining
Shining
bright. I'm saying, are we sure we need to give this guy an extra $1,000? He's clearly got
right for himself.
He's got this covered, clearly. Man, it's iced out.
If Bound wins this, he'll just throw the chain down and be like, again. We'll play for the chain.
Also want to shout out to everyone. We've got a bunch.
He's like, bro, do we need to give this guy $1,000?
Going on. The free-for-all I know is heating up. We had a bunch of people asking us where the free-for-all is happening. It is, of course, over in the open tournament area. That is going to be spicy.
Wait, no, you just, he loses, he throws it down there, run it back.
This weekend, they've got the classic Halo 2 and Halo 1 set up there. Not just that, but They've just got an amazing 1990s and early 2000s living room.
They said, yo, do we need to pay this guy
Well, we're going to see a little bit
$1,000?
later today as well when we get to get our 1v1 show match, because this is the main event, so to speak, of today, and this is a big day of action. You look at that winners bracket that's coming up. I mean, pick your poison when it comes to these matches, because we can talk through them for a few moments while these players get settled on stage and ready to go. Space Station versus Quadrant, and it's an that's got a story in itself, right? Because Quadrant, I would say, a little bit undercooked coming into this event. They didn't really have much of an opportunity to play, but yesterday they looked really, really good. They obviously lost to Optic Gaming, but some really close games in there. They won the other two and just looked like they were playing with some good momentum. Now, the one team they've always struggled historically with is Space Station. Well, we always say the Halo World Championships throws up some surprises, so that could be a very, very interesting one. And then you're looking at FaZe Cloud9, by the way. FaZe Cloud9, that looks like a tough one on both sides as we take a look at some of the awesome booths, awesome merch that is going down.
Shout out to
the
SSG homies.
crew.
SSG homies always hold it down in the booth. If you're somehow in the arena and you haven't been over to the SSG booth yet, get over there.
You've actually worked that booth for about 10 minutes once.
Actually, I did.
Just filled in.
I've held it down when I need to at the SSG booth. Let's take a look here at the KED leaderboard for the first time on day number 2. Everything so far. Legend at the top right now on SSG with a 1.49 overall. Wild.
Incredible. Amazing stats. And let's talk about the performance we saw from yesterday in that oddball, right? There was a moment where I think he was 17-1.
Yes, there literally was.
It's 17-1. He started the game with a killing frenzy.
Yeah, recharge oddball. I remember that.
Slowest, most patient, brutal killing frenzy you could imagine as well. Just cannot wait to see what he and the rest of the team do. You also saw 2 players from FaZe, 2 players from Optic on that KD leaderboard, so a lot of Halo yet to come. Of course, also got to give a huge shout out to everyone from across the Halo community here at the World Championships. Of course, an unbelievable cosplay presence here at the World Championships. There always is, whether it's 405th members or otherwise. Just unbelievable suits of armor, as well as weapons here on display.
Well, as we prepare to write a little bit more history today at the Halo World Championships, let's take a look back on the last 10 years of the Halo Championship Series and remind ourselves of some of the big moments that have got us to this moment.
Flank. Did he read it right? He did. Has to clutch up alone. He's not taking much damage here, but there's 3 players closing it. 4. Cloud9 is here, and they're showing up in a big way. Your scoreboard, 84-90. Cloud9 could steal it and close this one out right here.
And Trippy's going for a long flank, but he doesn't know which side it's going to be. Trippy has now been sniffed out, knows that he's over towards Garage side, so Renegade's going to run this over towards Tower, going to run over into Trippy, who met him up towards top center. This game is neck and neck, Puckett.
91-99. You cannot drop the ball.
Are Optic going to get these 2 seconds? 1 second. That's going to be Optic bringing this to a game 5. Only 1 point away as Cloud9 were panicking, trying to finish off that last point, and we see the crowd on there.
SSG are going to be forced to push the envelope. They're going to have to be the ones to make the play. Bound just wants to find the face, and he does.
And now SSG know. They know where the rest of Optic Gaming are, and look at this, they're beginning to close the gap. Bound can be on one side, the rest of the teammates on the other. 40 seconds, and they're beginning to push into pipes. Big kill from Trippy though, but it's 49-49.
A 1-kill game. Legend could be the difference maker.
I'm not too sure, Joel.
It's a tie. 50-50, unprecedented.
It's that close, you can't even split them in a Slayer, as it means we reset the whole damn thing.
New Neons of the pit are ready to go, and everybody.
What kind of teams am I looking at right now?
Good news for you, it's capture the flag as well.
I cannot wait, and we are underway onto the pit. It's like taking me back to 2010 Orlando, and already nades being thrown across the map, and that overshield being contested.
This is one of those new areas we were talking about, right? Snipedown's got the sniper rifle. Neighbor's also got it on the other side, so maybe we're going to see our first sniper battle of the day. Neighbor just peeking around S2 at the moment, snipe down on the training, and Dan, I'm going to beat you to it. We had a little bet on this. I'm going to say it. You might think about jumping up top banana. I got it in first. There we go.
Doesn't count as a banana anymore.
It's banana, man.
It needs to change, as there we go. Already the sniper making a big difference, and Snipedown just checking to see no one's going to be contesting it from S2.
Look at that, Hysteria with a repulsor jump up, but Snipedown just looks at home. Not just at this event, we talked about his performance on E United, but on this map, the man knows every single angle.
So Optic tied up 1-1. Rebellion, they tried as they might to stop Optic in Tram, but they just couldn't do the job, and now Formal has the Bulldog, gets the double kill, and they are pushing aggressively as it's a triple now for Formal. He wants more! Give it to him!
Oh! Formal hits the kill-tacular. The man's on an absolute tear.
That's one way to stop any sort of confidence coming out of Rebellion. They would have seen it in the kill feed, and they will hear the crowd getting loud as Optic want to finish this in 3 and start to think about Saturday.
As the action starts to pick up between the two squads.
Look at this, lots of guns firing, no kills on the board just yet though. Overshield grab for FaZe.
And they wrap for the Rockets as well. This is brilliant from FaZe. They get all the power you could ask for. And now SSG in trouble. Renegade flies forward. The trade comes in though.
Should not have traded. Bound goes down 47-47 here.
Oh, they're opposed to the grenade from Snakebite.
What a hero play. 2 dead. 1 player still on green.
Eco goes down.
Yo, thanks for the ball, Nighty Night.
From the ashes here, just need 1 kill.
Penguin's in trouble. He's in the needle pit. Somehow stays alive. Takes him down. Snakebite is the man to do the job.
They will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against. And Chick maybe starting to heat up.
Oh! Jack! Wobbling them wings into the overkill.
That's the Chick that we've seen throughout the European Super. That's why he's taken the plaudits of this Quadrant roster. It was all SLG back in the day, but Chick has got better and better and is one of the best players in Europe right now. And that's exactly what Quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side for SLG.
Oh, another overkill!
Happening!
When you need to turn up big, SLG.
Might be ended here by Formal with the rocket launcher.
Yo, show when Optic celebrates early, bro.
Oh man, I got chills watching that. It's so crazy to think about some of the amazing and magical moments we've had in the Halo Championship Series in Halo Infinite. I gotta ask you, dude, what's your favorite one? What's the one that jumps into your mind first?
In Halo Infinite?
Yeah.
Gotta be, I would say, man, probably Optic's World Championship is one that really rings out with what they were able to do. Of course, you kind of stack up the World Championships. Phases, of course, last year, the defending. Yeah, for me, it's the World Championship moments because of what leads to
when
them,
they
right?
replayed the game-winning sound, it was like, and it's like, no, we're still in the game.
There's so much more than a game Sled and Slayer when you get to those. What about you?
That shit was so funny.
I gotta say, man, I've been so proud of the European rise. It's for my whole career, Europe has always been a footnote, right? And now it is a team, not just a team, but a continent which is respected by the best teams in the world. You have a player who has ascended, and I think the legend story in general is just, it's mind-blowing. You saw how much it meant to him yesterday, but that's how much it means to every single European player, and I think every single international player that watches him perform and achieve all these amazing things. It's Europe has stepped up. We are now, event winners, which is crazy to say. Quadrant's run where they were breaking records. I completely forgot, by the way, at the end of that Chick overkill, there was SLG follows it up with the immediate overkill. And so it's like all these moments just you forget about, and it's wonderful to just look back on some of the years that we've had at Halo, some of those moments, and plenty more to come. We're in Saturday, the Halo World Champs.
Say there's so much more, not just in terms of all of Halo Infinite with yesterday's announcements, of course, but just so much more simply here this weekend, right? Today on day number 2 as well.
Yeah, we'll take a look around the venue as well. You can see some of the free play stations. You can see a lot of players having a lot of fun on Halo Infinite, playing a few games, probably testing out the 1v1 mode as well that they're going to have access to.
Yo, Dwells, you take care, homie. It was nice talking to you, bro.
By the way, and so much of it is like Halo WC specific, exclusive. So if you have the opportunity to walk around some of these booths, support some of the orgs that you've been watching, support their teams all year long, please go and have a look at some of the awesome stuff that you can pick up. As also take a little look at the warm-up area. You can see all the players and teams, very cozy to get the backstage. You saw Form 1 Optic Gaming and Quadrant just behind them as well. So we look at our 1v1 leaderboard. Cool Boy Johnny and Grizzly the Smith, shout out to you and your fantastic gamer tags.
Yeah, fantastic gamer tags. We'll see what as you can see, a fresh leaderboard has been kicked off in the 1v1 showdown section because yesterday's matches are completed. Keep an eye on that booth, of course, but as we said earlier, not only do you have the featured station over in the open tournament area, you've got the free-for-all going on today. I know there's a lot of hype around that. It goes without saying, it's always been the case since the days of Halo 1, but if you want to make a name for yourself in this scene, you can do it in the 1v1 booth. Players like Furiously, and if you go way wider as well, right? Players like Pistola, players like Strongside. The way that they burst onto the scene.
Bro, did we see Fluriously and Bound?
The area today is absolutely packed. It is mobbed. And cannot wait to see which players emerge victorious from the free-for-all booth, as well as all of our side tournaments here. Halo 3, Halo 2, Halo 1, everything going down.
Yeah, it's certainly, you're not going to find stuff.
Wow, they distracted me so hard.
Before the Halo even kicks off, we kind
That's
of
really good.
We were talking about things before this tournament. It's like, by the way, there's some Halo going on as well. Yeah, it's a World Championship that's going on as well. And these are some of the teams backstage warming up. And let me tell you, I think the first player I saw in the venue this morning was Frosty. He was there warming up, getting ready on the FaZe side. Everybody, of course, now is in the building warming up. A few scrims going down. You can imagine a few 2v2s going down. Shopify Rebellion looking to go one further than they have so far this year and get to that Sunday and really make a run. And they've got an opportunity in this upper bracket today. We'll be watching them and seeing what they're doing.
By the way, they cannot, as we take a look at the Halo Collector booth as well. Shout out to all of our community presence here. The Halo Collector crew. Great to have them here at the Halo World Championship as well. But also got to say, Shopify Rebellion, they're getting ready for Akabe Esports. And I was talking to Bound and Lucid, and no one can take them lightly. I think the way that Bound and Lucid said it was like, those guys want it so bad. Yeah. You can see it in their games. Don't forget, they almost went 3-0 in their pool.
But the crazy thing is, we talked about, and you quite brilliantly mentioned yesterday, I think in the first game we casted, as we kicked off the Halo World Championship, this is the first time when we felt like every team has a story behind them. Every player has a story behind them. And this is a team, players from South America who have come together, who have always been in the shadow of tapping buttons. Now they've had a chance with tapping moving away to kind of spread their wings and make a name for themselves, right? And that's exactly what they are doing. Not only did they qualify for the Halo World Championships back in SLC, but now they find themselves being taken very, very seriously by some of the big teams. Like you mentioned, they almost went 3-0, almost won their pool, which would have been absolutely incredible, not just for them, not just for the tournament, but for the region as a whole to show that they can perform at that level.
You might even say they should have won their pool, right? Let's not forget, they were leading FaZe at the midpoint in game number 5. Wild scenes. Keep a very close eye on them, of course. Also, big shout out everything you're seeing here. You've got the Gamers Outreach booth, SSG booth right in front of you, front and center. Of course, flanked by Oats Overnight is in the building. Also, at the Halo Gear and Xbox Gear booth, you've got some amazing exclusives. Halo 2 Classic hoodies, Halo 2 cover art tees. Also, big shout out to Hook, Snipe Down, and Miquin joining us here in the Native Gaming booth. Fantastic to have them on the scene. Legends of the game, it goes without saying. Also, let's not forget, teammates as well.
Yeah, certainly were. Certainly had some success together as well back in 2016, I want to say now, which is correct in my estimation. So, a fantastic group of people. Go and say hello to them. Make sure you get some stuff signed by those 3 legends of the scene. As we see a couple of photos being taken. Family photos.
Some photo ops.
Photos. What you love to see.
Photo ops at the Armory. What more do you need at the Halo World Championship, huh? Day number 2. Grab some rifles, grab some shotguns with the family. Get some photos taken. Props, of course, make no mistake. Also, as I mentioned, the Halo 2 gear at the Xbox and Halo Gear booth. This is beautiful stuff. I mean, just so well thoughtfully designed. You've got the H2 Classic logo hoodie from the steel case. You've got the cover art as well as the gold hat. You've got the kind of drop, E3 kind of drop art as well. Also, the Shopify Rebellion booth, this is the one we were talking about.
Yeah, this is the one where...
This is the living room setup.
As you can see here, this is exactly where Shurzy cheated and screen watched against me for a good 30 minutes.
You can just imagine looking at this setup that Shurzy would be screen watching.
I had to almost get the cardboard out.
And he would be cheating.
Yeah.
And he would be cheating. I'm not surprised. I got to say, shout out to anyone who's ever... I love that play from you. Who's ever blocked a horizontal, because you would never do it with vertical, you never play vertical. Who's ever blocked a horizontal split by using either sheets or cardboard, and someone watches over the top, and someone watches...
As it's draped upon their head.
Yeah. And someone watches underneath the bottom. That is, if you've done that, that is vintage, big respect to blocking the screen watching on the OG setup. Shout out to Shopify, though. We love the booth. We love the presence here. It's been great to have him here.
I'm going to get him back on that booth a little bit later, and I'm bringing.
I would love to run some more games.
I'm going to bring the duvet from the hotel. That's what I'm doing.
Just kind of cozy up. By the way, that couch, we talked about it. Also, shout out to our friends at LVT are in the building. Fantastic to have them here. Elad the Ninja, Louis VT, Tools, as well as Active here. Great to have it. Also, I think we got
Alex over there.
Aliak, we got 99. We got the entire LVT crew here. It's great to have them here with us, providing essential coverage at the Halo World Championship. And this time,
Mikowski.
It's of course Old Man Mikowski here. It's by the way, fantastic to have him so close by,
and that's
especially because normally they're on the other side of the venue, but this time we got our LVT for homies
and everything. It's great.
Right near us. We can actually wave to them right now. I think they're actually making fun of us, if I'm not mistaken. Active is laughing pretty heavy at me, which I'm not actually too comfortable with. Also the Warthog.
That's what you actually drove across.
Yeah, that's how I got here.
The sea.
That's how I got here.
It's amphibious.
It's amphibious. I was going to use the same exact word, and I'm so glad you did. Don't forget, also swing over by the photo booth area. Grab some photos and some of your favorite Halo settings. And you can hold the Nerf Halo rifle, too.
Well,
Is that the entire venue? No, the community stage.
I haven't even mentioned the community stage.
The community
All the cool
stage.
stuff going on over there, Andy.
Okay, there's a lot of cool stuff going on.
Sketch is holding it down.
He is. I've been catching up with Sketch and Uni, as well as Alex, as well as Grim, as well as Ron. A lot going on at the community stage. Unsurprisingly, that's been packed all weekend as well. A lot of really cool stuff. By the way, you can play. You're going to be able to see a bunch of demos. The Halo 2 demo they're going to be showing off.
That's great.
Playable.
By the way,
Crazy.
The Halo 2 demo is
so cool. You got some nerdy stuff here in the building. And if you are a fan of any piece of this franchise, which we know many of you are fans broadly of so many pieces of this franchise, but you will find not just something to do in this room, but many things to do. An entire weekend of stuff to do here at the Halo World Championship.
I want to kind of talk about some of that video that we saw, the 10 years of the HCS. Like, I just want to quickly go back to that because there's a few things that I forgot about. As we are moments away, I'm here, by the way, from seeing.
I just got to see this guy, bro.
Oh,
there we go.
I forgot about completely. Do you remember Formal? Who was on Space Station? And the whole thing that happened with World War II, and then Formal steps in, leaves Space Station the last second, joins what was then Sentinels?
Wild scenes.
The last second? I love that kind of stuff.
Wild.
The drama.
I was going to say, this.
Formal reintroduces himself.
With over 2 decades now in competitive Halo, we've had no shortage of drama. And speaking of drama, we've got a 1v1 that we got to get back into here. The 1v1 showdown is about to get underway here. As we said, Furiously was the 1v1 champion from the amateur bracket yesterday. He's now facing off against Bound. We're always going to be watching Furiously's POV here, just for reference. We'll see what he could do, and he does get the first kill.
That's the first kill. We're going to be playing. Just trying to work out a little bit bizarre to start off.
Also, we've got to talk about the loadout here. Oh,
wow. Okay. I don't know how Bound did that.
Off the map.
How do you even go off the map?
Negative 100 start.
Oh.
Wait a minute. This don't look good.
Psychological warfare from
This
Bound.
don't look good. Wait, he's
presenting the back for the back smack.
We're hearing the Bound's having a resolution issue, which you could interpret as a monitor resolution issue, or you could just interpret it in a lot of ways.
Maybe
he just needs a resolution.
Maybe he just remembered his New Year's resolution.
He needs some type of resolution, and we're hoping that we find that resolution, whether it be monitor-based, maybe pixel-based, or just some type of resolution to his problem.
Yeah.
I agree.
We got you, Bound. If you need to talk, we're here.
Whatever it might be. By the way, great-looking Halo World Championship stage here. Right now, decked, of course, out in the 1v1 showdown look, but we, of course, will get back to your 4v4 programming later on today. Just in case you're just joining us, lots of Halo to come today.
Okay, let's go back to talk about some of those moments, right? Because now you've had a few seconds to get the pops whirring in the brain. I know it takes you a few minutes to get them going these days.
A lot of time.
More and more caffeine. But what's another moment that jumps out to you?
In all of HCS or Infinite specific?
Infinite specifically.
Infinite specific. Let's see. A lot of things. How about also, let's not forget, I mean, Native Gaming with an unfortunate early exit here at the Halo World Championship. But how about the Native Red run?
Oh, wow, yeah.
Talk about the loot to get top 3.
Yeah. Crazy,
at the World Championship. I mean, unbelievable the way that they tore apart that bracket just through the elimination side. Absolutely dunking.
Another crazy thing that just jumped into my mind. Start of Infinite, we didn't know what this guy looked like.
That is crazy to think about.
Think about that, right? Talk about the rise of Legend. Let's talk about the rise of Bound.
How about the fact that both of them are on the same team, right?
Yeah.
Look at the maturity of this scene, right? We talked about APG in his 18th season here. We talk about players like Ryan Noob. You talk about Lunchbox still on the stage. Then you look at SSG, and it's giving me chills just thinking about it. How about Bound and Legend? If we were to graph out their trajectories relative to the rest of the scene, right? These are hockey stick curves, what these guys have been able to do in such a short time in Halo Infinite. That's unbelievable.
FaZe, of course, winning the World Championship. Another ring to be added to the collection for some of those players. And they're going to look, well, they're going to be desperate. I mean, this season for FaZe has been such a strange one.
For a lot of times.
Such a strange one. I mean, they win in London. We're like, wow, this looks like an unbeatable team. This looks like the greatest team that we've seen. 2 most disappointing results, I think, certainly with Snakelight and Royal 2's career in some time. Yeah. Back to back. But then they come to the Halo World Champs, and we know that they come different to the Halo World Championship. So we'll have to see what FaZe has in store. And of course, if they win this event, it'll be a pretty good year.
It is wild to think about just how much rides on this event. Now, I think it's expected at the Halo World Championship, but it is wild to think about, even though SSG has their 3 wins, even though FaZe has had a rocky season comparatively, even though Optic has only placed 2nd, it is no exaggeration to say that whatever happens here will absolutely wipe that slate clean. And we will not remember SSG's 3 trophies prior to this. We will not remember the year that Optic got 2nd every event. And we will not remember FaZe's rocky road. We will only remember who took this trophy, even when we start next year, right? It's only going to be about who is the defending champ. And that's a lot of pressure on these teams because they've fought so hard.
True.
The highs and lows for so many of them. But it
Yo,
only comes
Engine
down
with
to
the follow. Thank you,
this
homie.
weekend.
Appreciate it.
Optic story is fascinating, isn't it? Have you ever had a result that hinges a season one way or the other more than Optic here at the Halo World Championships? If Optic win the Halo World Championships, you look back on this season, oh my God, what a season.
And it always,
what an incredible season.
Exactly.
Every single grand final and the Halo World Championship.
Yeah, for real.
They come 2nd or less.
Or even lower, exactly. It is wild to think about how you will look back and how the history of this year will be rewritten, right? It will be retroactively rewritten based on Worlds. It's just like you said, if they win, it's like, my God, think about the road they took to get here and how hard they worked. If they place, say, in the top 3 only, instead it's like, not the same Optic. And that almost feels unfair, but that's the stakes here at the Halo World Championship.
And we're back into it. We're here. 1v1 showdown will continue. Furiously versus Bound. And good news, everybody. Bound, the boy's moving. He's sliding, and he's re-engaging. We're on the pit. There's another... Every single battle in these 1v1s, by the way, you've just been there yourself. If you played these maps, you've been there. Furiously going to get the first kill.
Gets the first kill, is up 1-0. So just to remind everyone, they're going to play for the first kill, essentially. Yes, you can jump in the zone and try to capture it, but you can just tell by the pace of the game that it's going to be really unlikely. Look how slow that capture is at the top of the screen. The 1v1 showdown. Furiously picks up the second one. Now he's up 2-0. And just to remind everyone, within these rounds, it's first to 5 kills or the first to capture the hill. That will earn you a tick on the bottom circles on the bottom of your screen. It's going to be the first to 3 wins.
Also, whoever wins this, it's $1,000 in the back pocket. So add that on as well. Bound gets off the mark, so he's going to have his first round on the board. Decided, by the way, it's rounds and sets. How do you feel about that?
Rounds and sets?
Yeah.
I'll let you.
You want to stick with Russian
I'll let you use the terms, but I'm with it.
Okay. We're back on the bridge. Gives me early Halo 3 King of the Hill vibes.
Yep. Does.
No way they're doing rounds and sets. They're so smart, bro. There's ZTR. Thanks for the follow,
goes
bro.
for the trade, doesn't get it.
Yeah, 3 sets.
It's the headshot.
5 rounds,
Be careful
bro.
with your trades too, as well. Keep in mind, Lucid called it. You don't want to be trading just because it's going to be +1 for both sides, of course. So really can't afford to be trading at this mark. It's 3-1.
Oh, the QT!
Oh, should have won it, but does not. Bound the reversals.
Yeah.
In the end, he takes him down. That brings the game to 3-2.
It's called Banana for reasons, because it's a little bit slippy up there.
Yeah, a little slippery.
Back to Sword then, for the next battle. First beat down.
Oh,
we've got a sniper rifle.
snipe.
He got absolutely brained.
Brains him. On our screen, it looked like a melee, but you could just tell by the kill feed that was not what happened. We should also mention, of course, you do have weapons that do spawn throughout these rounds as well. We'll keep a close eye on that.
3-3. Bound got there quick. You see that? Bound was in Sword. Now he's this one.
I'll tell you what, the QT just changes the way that this 1v1 showdown is played. Seriously trying to get an angle. Bound just playing the courtyard, also playing the QT.
Well, he's going to play a little bit of time here. This is smart. Remember, there is the QT here, but he has some access. He's just expired on the side of Bound, so Bound's going to have to take...
Oh, wow. Look at the L2.
The question is, can he get there in time? We'll be able to contest this.
Wow, what has happened there? Oh, wow. 4-4.
Next kill will win this set.
Classic
oh my gosh.
To the window. The QT goes down, but was the QT
oh!
Bound wins it. Bound wins it in the end. Bound wins it.
Huge
QT.
The QT beatdown, bro.
No reaction from him.
Lock in. Next round. Next set. I don't know what to call it. Next player of the Russian dolls.
The round was won. And now we'll get ready to get into our next round here. And we're going to have, of course, a brand new loadout, a brand new map, and a brand new exchange. Furiously takes the first one here. He's up. But as you see on the scoreboard, Bound has now taken that first round, so he's earned that first tick of the circles. We're back to the bizarre loadout. And it's also a bizarre loadout.
Wow.
2-0 is some experience on the side here of Furiously when it comes to popular weapon by the looks of things.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Absolutely two taps. Bound did mention that whenever he played this game against Legend, he got a lot of weapons he was not familiar using just because they're not in the competitive 4v4 set. Good damage.
I mean, this could be over pretty quickly.
Yo, some guy in the crowd.
Single shot weapons, I think.
Yeah. Should mention as well, you got kind of different. See the sensor active indicator. Should be an easy one. Yes, indeed. It's a killing spree in the round. And just like that, Fleury takes it and he ties this up in 2
Yo,
rounds.
this is too funny, bro.
So now 1 round apiece for them. We'll see what round number 3 holds.
Round 3.
We could just call the battle. Think about it. Oh, we got a shock rifle. Okay.
Bring new terms into this.
Flourishy hits the body. Oh, it's a purely electrified round. By the looks
I love
of things.
this.
Shock rifle and we got shock nades.
Yeah, I like this. Repulse as well. So this one's going to be interesting.
Who's
And
gonna hit
pretty
that?
scrappy. Oh! Bound. Nasty kill coming in there for him. He'll take the first kill and the first set of our 3rd round. I'm getting better at this. I'm getting better.
Oh my god. The trampoline-based round. Highly sprung. There's another repulse. This is the most fun round we've seen so far.
This is the best round.
The repulse shock.
Not just in this set. This is the best round I've seen of this game type. This is a fun one.
I think it's getting a little bit more trepidatious.
Yeah,
People
little
tiptoe around. Bound has stepped his toes into the hill. There's Bound.
Oh my gosh.
And he's off.
Okay, I always thought that round might be ending a little bit better. That was a little bit anticlimactic with the repulse off. I want to see some headshots. You know me, thirsty for headshots. 3 repulses either side to work with here. Furiously thinking about stepping in that hill. Have a quarter of it done. Steps out. There's the shot grenade. Furiously lines it up. Doesn't connect, but Bound does this time around. And Bound, with a more familiar weapon in his hand, is looking a lot more comfortable here.
3-0 here. Bound answering back in a strong way. Oh! I was just about to say I'm really enjoying the high-gen hallway 1v1. That's fun to watch. Bound trying to get a little bit.
Oh! Oh, if that nade killed him, though, that would have been so sweaty.
But in the end, he gets repulsed off, so it's 4-1 in favor of Bound. Only 1 more kill to go.
On the go.
Oh, a lot of
gonna get
ticks.
the info. Is that going to be enough to make this just 1 body shot for Furiously? No, got the shields back just in time. It's chipped away. We know that. The thing about the shock is you're so worried about just getting 1 tapped yourself. Repulse comes in, beatdown comes in. Furiously keeps it going.
Gave him a jolt. Furiously stays alive in this one, 4-2. Got a lot more work to do, and only 1:15 left.
Oh!
My God, the reversal comes in. He makes it 4-3. Now only 1 kill away.
Furiously has recognized that if he just doesn't get repulsed off the map, he's got an opportunity here to tie this one up. Body shot, no headshot yet. Both players with their shields broken, but look at the progress on this hill. Bound's going to have to challenge.
No, you should have stayed in the hill.
There he is. There's the beatdown.
Wow! You should have just stayed in the hill, bro.
Bound takes it. And
okay.
Got to mention, Furiously stepped out for just a second, so Bound actually got the hill reset during all of that as well.
Oh my
Bound will
gosh,
take
he should have
our
just stayed in the
second round, now he leads 2-1.
hill, bro.
Smell that $1,000 Bound.
I can smell it too. I thought I smelled something.
I don't know what it smells like. The opportunity. I can tell you what a pocket full of change smells.
Actually,
I mean, it's a 1v1. It's all equal. It's like
used. Secondhand.
they get the same weapons. So although they're weird weapons, you get the same one. Like, you know, it's equal.
Let's see what can happen here.
Pulse rifle sidekick action.
Oh my gosh, if he gets out. Oh,
Okay,
so
no trade. Bound wins that one.
close.
First kill goes to
A
Bound.
bonk on the head.
That was so close for the hill.
Pulse carbine, threat sensor, spike, and sidekick in play here. A whole lot of tools.
Oh.
But still fairly straightforward.
Bound did his best whack-a-mole impression. Just directly down.
You should throw the threat sensor, bro.
Oh, slipping, we're sliding, we're trading.
He could have probably got more extra
Trade
shots.
there in the end, but still, that will still make sure that Bound
He'd
has
use that threat
just
sensor,
the
yeah,
1
see?
lead.
There you
Sensor
go.
goes down. That's going to give some extra info
There
as well
you
for
go.
both
See,
players.
and it helped
Done
him.
by Fleury.
And it helped him, bro,
Shot.
because he knew exactly where he was.
Battles a piece.
Very nicely done.
There you go.
Been a little slower here. I like that. A little more jiggle peeking. Just wants to make sure he gets the opening damage and doesn't give away anything. Keep in mind, Bound is up 2 rounds to 1. If Bound takes this round, he will win the entirety of the game. Very happy with my terms I've used there.
Well done.
Thank you.
We're starting to define our vocabulary, which is quite something for us. Shields not quite broken. I would say they're about equal health in this 1v1 right now.
This is sick, bro. This is such a sick playlist, bro. Oh my gosh, I want to play this so bad.
The low hill is very difficult to play around. Knowing that your opponent can just get that high ground on you.
Bro. There's a sniper.
Oh, there's a sniper play, by the way. A snipe has been picked up.
He's got that snipe.
Probably after like 30 seconds of weapon spawns, you know? That's definitely what it is.
Somehow
3 battles apiece have been won.
Throw the thing, throw the threat sensor!
But I don't think they traded him.
You idiot, throw the threat sensor! Oh my gosh, too late. Now you don't know where he is.
Registers early before the trade might
Holy, you could probably get this hill though. No, maybe not now, because you don't know where he is.
Oh, the hill progress here. Bounce gonna have to
oh, shit on. 4-4. 4-4. What happens if it's 5-5 is what I want to know.
We are done.
Oh, but they probably each get a set and Bound might win.
Spikes go in.
Now we need to know what happens if it's tied set, tied games, and they do that.
Pass with the jiggle peek Bound, but good shot.
Should have it, should have it.
Opportunity gets it. This is going here furiously.
Look at that exhale.
And then the cash again.
See that exhale from Furiously. He knew that he absolutely could not afford to let that one go into a trade, which means the next round will win. As you see, 2-2 on the board. This is perfect. And now we are here on the Argyle setup in the 1v1. They are tied 2 rounds apiece. The winner of these entire rounds, Furiously, gets the first kill as well.
Oh my gosh, yo, Fleur.
Will win not just the match, not just the pride, but also, of course, the cash prize.
Oh my
So
gosh.
it's going to be a heat wave.
There you go.
Along with a
Good
spike
shit.
and a threat sensor.
There you go, bro. There you go. I would not sit in that hill, I don't think,
They're
bro.
actually playing the hill here.
Maybe,
This is an
actually.
interesting
Maybe,
one, right?
because
You've got that
you have a
can
heat
wait
wave,
for the
yeah.
drop. You can play
Facts,
close quarter range. A little bit more, but
Oh
doesn't
my
quite
gosh.
connect.
Oh,
Bound will win it.
By the way, how about it?
Crazy
He thought these were
close here,
GA,
bro.
They're only going to play with heat wave. He just turned things off, so a little bit less heat wave.
Oh,
See
nice,
your GA.
nice.
Yeah, I see your GA. You're only going to play with these.
I see your GA.
Just kidding. Might be though. Furiously trying to connect. Bound is making a slippery pickle.
Oh wow, that was a good
slippery.
wait. Oh wow.
Ooh, you barely saw Bound there.
Oh my
That's how
gosh.
the jiggle peek was.
Oh my gosh. Oh! Ah, he was there. He was there.
Bound.
He was there. He challenged,
Let's see if
bro.
anyone's pre-spiking. We saw a lot of pre-nades.
Oh my goodness.
Instead, it's just going to be.
You got another one, dude. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. You got another one. You got another one.
Sensor will whiz by.
Free spiking.
You got
sounds
another
like
one.
a
Actually, doesn't
fencing
matter.
term.
Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Popped. He's out.
Bound running away.
Oh, no.
Furiously trying to
Look at a bounce shot.
Let's see. He's going to try to predict this route. This is getting dicey. Keep in
Press
mind, this
it
hill,
goes
as we
down.
talked about with Lucid, this hill is really open, so you're not going to see a lot of
Sword.
hill play.
Sword. Get that sword.
Damage
Yep.
sword.
Oh.
This is risky.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh. This is so.
Do it?
He's gonna do it. Gonna go.
Oh, 2-2. Yo, this sword is so fast, bro.
A bull true-ish, but still a trade. Can't say bull true.
Wow, I can't believe he traded
Good
that. Oh,
connection.
use the cross. Use the cross. Yeah, use the
horizontal.
cross.
Yep,
Use the,
changing
yep.
the dynamic.
No, use the cross still. Use the cross. Oh!
Somehow gets a
Oh,
cremation.
that was nervy.
complete.
I was nervous for that one.
I didn't know cremation
Oh
complete
my
was a voice
gosh,
acting.
bro.
Particularly brutal.
It's graphic.
No wonder they GA'd this thing. 3-3 here. 59 seconds left on the clock. Everything to play for still between these two. $1,000 on the line.
Oh, good angle here from Furiously. Bound is, again, just so elusive. Trying to use those audio cues.
Oh, get him! Oh, one more, bro. One more, bro. No
One away from the
fucking
comeback.
way.
If he gets this
There's
one.
a little smile on his face.
Oh, yep.
He's trying to keep it cool.
If he gets this one, that'll be it. Bound needs to get the kill to send us to a 5th round here.
The jiggliest of peaks.
Pre-spike. Does not connect.
20 seconds left in this round.
One more sensor usage. Does he get info? Yes, he gets it.
A little bit of info there.
It's big.
Bound's gonna peek.
Goes for the
We
bank
can
shots.
bounce this in here.
Keep on. 10 seconds. 10
I like
seconds
the
left.
idea. Bound gets it. Bound.
8 seconds left. We don't know what happens when the time ticks down to 0.
Oh, the
We're about to find
time.
out.
He could have just
What's
lived.
inside of the final
Time.
Russian dough? We do not know. 1 second to go.
Next kill wins. 3-minute overtime. How fitting. We get a 3-minute
Yes, hide
overtime.
a guy,
Next
you
kill is
can't-
4-4 in the final round. Next kill wins.
Threat sensor goes down.
Deep in overtime.
Threat sensor goes down on the other
Oh,
side.
no, he has the sword.
Furiously gets some good jump damage. Drops down to the hill. He's going to try and
Uh-oh.
force that.
Oh, wow.
And the man only wins on that main stage. Furiously took the challenge.
Wow.
Accepted it, and Bound will come out on top, but that was fun.
Wow, what
These
the
matches are fun.
fuck, bro? It came down to that, bro.
Amazing.
Yo, are you serious, bro? GG, man.
Love to see it.
Yeah, what up, Sexy Nation? What's good,
The
bro?
prize money he earned yesterday from the 1v1 showdown open bracket, but instead Bound says no, denies it,
That
and
was
takes the $1,000 for himself. Still, though, as you said, we got to give a huge credit to Furiously, not just for what he did in the 1v1 showdown, but of course has made quite a name for himself in the competitive scene as well. It's great
Bound's
to have
out of there.
both him and
Peace.
Bound on the main stage.
That's
A
a
fun
sick-
little way to
that's a
kick off
sick,
day 2 here
jacket.
at the World Championship.
And Bound can take that winning spirit back to his team now. Space Station as we get ready for some more serious business. A lot of action
Holy
to come.
chat.
To get into that action, how do you feel about that? Yeah. Let's go back to Lottie on the desk right now because we've got some big games coming your way today.
Thank you, fellas, and very well done, because that is, of course, a new mode. Congratulations to Bound on the main stage. Nice little chunk of change earned this morning for him. He was like, yeah, I'll get up early, warm up on the sticks a little bit and something fun and take 1K home with me. I mean, not a bad morning's work from him, so congratulations, Bound and Flurry. I got to say, you kept it very, very interesting, and I'm sure Bound on the edge of a seat at times as well, so GG's to you as well. Commiserations, but you will take home a bit of money as well. So amazing stuff. That was really fun. Love to see a new mode in action with some of our pro players and some also extremely talented individuals as well. But we need to get back to the action because there's a lot of stuff happening. I'm hearing cheers over on our side stations because
Somebody
we have
celebrate.
a bunch of action. Optic actually just took game 1
That
right
makes
there.
a lot more sense
Yes,
when you
yes,
hear the
it does.
crowd from over
True,
there.
true.
Aqua CTF, I believe it was, but it was starting to get a little bit dicey at times. We do, of course, have a schedule for you guys to know exactly what's coming your way today.
Damn it, bro, I
We
keep
have
getting
our
kicked off
1v1
the desk.
showdown, and Bound will take that one by the end of it. And then coming up next on the main stage, Faith versus Cloud9 in our winners quarterfinals, the first round of our championship bracket. And then we're going to fill in the blanks for you guys. So as we go along and figure out who's falling where, who's going forward, we'll make sure we let you know exactly what matchups are coming your way for the rest of the day and into the evening. And then we have our bracket. So this is where all of our teams have ended up heading out of pool play into this bracket. And I gotta say, I'm really, not super surprised with some of the teams that we're seeing in here, but there are a couple who've squeaked their way in. Akave Esports, ITB, who are right now going up against Optic Gaming, and they're also pushing them to the limit for sure. And then Quadrant finding themselves against Space Station. Some really, exciting surprises there. I think Quadrant, this is going to be a really tall order, for them with SSG. This is a really difficult match to find themselves in their first game of winners quarterfinals. That's a really tough one.
Yeah, super tough. I mean, SSG having won the last 2 events, that's probably the one team you didn't want to play, but if you're Quadrant, at least you get to play with kind of house money here in the winners bracket. You beat Sentinels and earned a spot to lose twice before you're eliminated for the tournament. Now the bracket play has started, so give them your best shot. And if you play like you did yesterday, you might have a chance if SSG come out a little cold, which they have done before. It wouldn't surprise me if that series is a little bit closer than we would expect.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think there is something to be said early on in the day, being able to kind of catch your opponent off guard and not having warmed up. We kind of saw that yesterday where we had FaZe going up against Akave Esports, and that's no disrespect to Akave, but, they were definitely a team coming into that 4th seed in their pool. You're expecting a little bit more out of FaZe. They're sleepy. Their alarm clocks clearly hadn't gone off in time. So Akave Esports capitalized on that, but they're also doing pretty well. I think they've carried that momentum. They've carried that belief and confidence with what they, gained from going up against FaZe, pushing them to the limit, getting up on them and having them on the back
I can't
foot.
take myself
You
serious.
learn an awful lot about your teammates and your confidence level and what you can do with that. When you do push some of these Titans to the limit. Tony, how impressed are you with some of our wild cards, our dark horses of the competition?
I mean, I've been really impressed. Like I said, we gave a shout out to Akave Esports earlier, but there's been plenty of other teams like the Darkened Sides beating out a Native Gaming and doing their thing to make it into bracket play. Like when I looked at that bracket over to the winner side, it's definitely set up for the big 4 to make it through to the semis.
Are we playing right now? Here we go.
We're going to red zone for a little bit while we get that main stage ready to go for our first round of the winners bracket. Optic Gaming, ITB, they're up 1 in the series right now, are the green wall. But we're
hearing
into
some Optic
recharge
chants.
play, and we'll see what ITB can do.
Jimbo able to grab a hold of that camouflage. Just going to be huge as he tries to get behind Lucid. Big melee out of him, even helping his teammate get rid of dead zone, but so quick to attack the tower side. 6-3 lead for Into the Breach.
The End of the Breach didn't expect 3 members of Optic to be over there, and because of it, you don't get the power curve that you really want with that camouflage right now, and As this game 2 goes underway, being down 1-0 against Optic Gaming, if Into the Breach want to create an upset of this magnitude, this Slayer is pivotal. You have to win the Slayers if you're the underdog in this series. Off to a good start, 8-3.
4-0 right now is Mighty. Still an assist with it. A good start out of him. And still has a couple shots in this shot. He's going to navigate towards that tower side, tripping from across the map, just barely getting over to the glass side. It's ITB now really starting to take some space.
I love this rotation by Mighty. He's going to relocate after he gives his location
They're going
up.
crazy in the Slayer.
Perfect shot on the dead zone. Not expecting him to be all the way towards Turbine right there. A beautiful pivot straight into pipes. Mighty's starting to pick up back-to-back-to-back kills. He started this game off 6-1-0.
Man might be 90 pounds soaking wet, but let me tell you one thing, he is mighty strong. 6-0, trying to work his way onto a frenzy as Lucid. He's on the glass side.
No, that's
He's slowed it down completely.
I love you for that.
I got you. I got you to break.
Yo, Tony's a savage, bro.
Here. Mighty's now slowing it down, and I like this by ITB. You have map
So
control. You have
wet,
the favorable
it's crazy.
side. No camo coming up for a little bit now. Can you hold this pipe door by yourself? Are they watching each other's crosses perfectly? Because here comes Optic. You see this chip damage is what they're going to try to capitalize on. Lucid hits the door, and Mighty's takes him down. 7-1-0. Mighty's continuing this streak. It is going to be a 2-2 split, but you'll take that if you're into the breach.
At one point, you doubled the scoreline of the opposition, although Optic has put their 8th kill on the board. ITB are doing absolutely phenomenal. It's on the backs of this man, Mighty, still working on that killing frenzy as we notice Chick manning the long haul side. Look at the influence that ITB have on the map. It is locked down.
And look at the strategy. A beautiful job by Mighty's to run out of that first shock rifle ammo and to pivot all the way into pipes, hold that down until the next shock rifle is up. Now Mighty's in a perfect position to potentially continue the spree he is on with a shock rifle in hand.
Still waiting for the cross. He's going to switch places over towards Jimbo. Jimbo had a lot of responsibility over toward that A side. Give it to the hot man. Give it to Mighty's to be able to watch this perimeter with the shock and try to catch it off angle. Try to catch Optic off guard. This is a full tower side defense now, and he's looking to infiltrate and catches Trippy, but Trippy gets out with his life. Notices a bit more than he can choose here, so he's going to back out, play his life. I'm loving the way Mighty's playing, but he just got caught.
A risky play for Mighty's does not pay off. He can't hit that first pick on a Trippy, and that was everything for Optic to be able to get enough damage to create some space here. They've been able to trade a couple of kills out, but more importantly, they are out of the back of blue. They were stuck in a terrible position. Camo will be coming up in 16 seconds, and now Optic have a much better chance to compete for it.
18-12 lead still in favor of ITB right now, and notice how they're willing to slow the game down. They're willing to do what Optic do to so many. When you have that lead,
that 1v1 was so fun to watch.
To make a play, dare them to make a mistake, and they are ready to pounce. But off screen, it was Lucid that takes down Wootum. Dead zone going right after Mighty's himself, and that's going to stop or they slow down the defense for ITB. Here comes Chick.
Yeah, here comes Chick. Can he trade these kills out? This is a big kill on blue plat. He's able to trade it out, and into the breach will win that scenario. They will go
this is
up
a close
7.
series
Once
here.
again, a beautiful job by them. Camo, I believe, is burned, but that is a win if you're into the breach and you have the lead.
We're going to switch gears over towards Optic to find out what they're going to do to break through the defenses of ITB. The gold side was manned, but they take down one, and now Wootum spawns over toward the back glass side, so reinforcement's going to continue to come here for ITB, but can Optic continue to knock them down like dominoes? A flank from Trippy, now a 2-pronged attack. Optic Gaming starting to move into their offense, only down by 2.
Into the breach were stuck top red there, and they could not deal with Optic bait and switching perfectly. Optic have not dropped a kill. All of a sudden, what was once a 7-kill lead at 22-15 is now 23-23, and Dead Zone has the shock rifle. Into the breach, now for the first time, are on their back feet.
We saw what Mighty's and ITB can do with that shock. Right now, it looks like Lucid is going to get his turn with it. Plenty of ammo to work with. So the same way we saw ITB slow the game down is the same way that Optic are going to do to them. Off screen though, Former with the stick onto Mighty's. The angle from Lucid just barely missing out on that headshot. He's still going to get aggressive. ITB might be retreating here.
I like this by Lucid. He's going to try to relocate into blue where his teammates are starting to push into white. But here comes into the breach, bottom mid. Lucid spots both. The shock rifle chain damage does so much to help him in that situation. He ego chows for the kill killing spree now. Lucid starting to heat up. He was 1-3 to kick this game off. He is now 7-3-4.
27-24 lead. Optic have control, and now we get to see what ITB looked like on their back foot. Jimbo just barely able to stay alive. It looks like ITB won a 3-man push out of the A side. They're trying to break out of their spawn, and back-to-back kills. Although Lucid was able to get the camouflage, can ITB hunt him down? He's on the low ground.
They need to pounce on him faster than they were able to, and right now Lucid is going to be able to make a play here. Does mistake a frag for a plasma there. You could tell the way he bounced it. He thought that that was going to be a frag grenade, but doesn't get that kill. He's going to slow it down and wait for reinforcements. Trippy finds the opening pick, and here comes Optic Gaming. We've seen this before, now up 5, and starting to continue the snowball of the control that this camo is bringing them.
Luckily, that camouflage does end up running out. Long-range shot's going to connect. Mighty's on the cross toward the long haul side. Trippy chasing down both players. That's a double out of Trippy over toward that gold side, and you see Lucid sees that as an opportunity to make sure that ITB do not spawn on the A side of the map. They want to trap them.
Yeah, Into the Breach is trapped all in pipes, as you can see from the observer mode, and this is Optic slowing it down, playing Optic style Halo. You're up 7. They have the side of the map that can compete for camo stronger than the pipe side right now. Optic have no reason to push until they find enough damage or a pick. You will not see Optic move off of this position.
One thing I've noticed on the other side of here for ITB is for the first time so far, we're seeing Bootsum not have the best of games statistically. That aggressive play style, normally amazing for ITB. That damage that they played through, 5-13, not exactly where they want him to be, especially with how early this game is. He has to slow down those deaths.
And sometimes it happens like that on Recharge Slayer. We've seen even the best players fall short, and statistically on Recharge Slayer, it's just not your game. You're not able to pick off a lot of these kills. A lot of this mode comes down to watching each other's crosses, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Wutum's being able to have the success we saw him have yesterday in ITB's run.
On the opposite side of things, Lucid only dying 4 times. You said it yesterday. You wanted to see Lucid playing at his best, because when he and Formal are providing that firepower, they are dangerous. They're deadly to deal with. A huge stick now out of Lucid. He's covering everybody's back. He's making sure he's involved in every single gunfight. ITB now down by quite a bit. They had so much control. Maybe Jimbo can change things around.
That stick was massive. It gave them man advantage to be able to compete for that camo. And even though that camo gets burned, Formal does so much damage with it and extends this lead back to 7 as they approach the 40 kill mark.
ITB widening their influence once again. They're not just happy with the A side. They're trying to force Optic back toward that gold side. We saw Optic trap them earlier in the gold side of the map. Maybe ITB can do the same to Optic Gaming.
You're going to need Mighties to make mighty plays here. Shock rifle in hand, but this pipe door push is going to hit him by surprise if he's not careful. He does throw a nade, takes a tick of damage, but Optic tend not to push that. They don't even want to give Mighties the opportunity to get a few kills to make this a swingable game for Into the Breach right now. And I love how Optic are playing this. They are so comfortable in these situations, finding kills across the map, not giving Mighties anything. And the best chance you have with the shock rifle is hitting Formal as he's grappling across bottom middle. Good luck hitting that one. It's a 3-man push into the breach, into pipes. They are able to take down Lucid. They are able to take down Trippy, but one is traded back. And these trades are so important, Tony, because now when you're past the 40 kill mark, every single kill that Optic get is a win condition in their favor.
ITB able to successfully breach into the gold side of the map, and now Optic forced over to spawn over toward that C side. Is this where ITB want them? Gold side of the map controlled here from Mighties, and now Lucid right back at that perimeter. We saw him do that earlier in the game. Will it work out here for OG? Lucid takes down Mighties.
You got to hit the shot if you want to make the comeback. Mighties can't hit it. Lucid makes him pay for it, extends the lead to 8. Now 8 kills is all Optic Gaming need.
At one point, we were talking about Mighties dropping a frenzy. Now 10-11, they've really shut him down. Have Optic Gaming prioritizing getting him off of the map onto their pushes here, but Wutum runs into the back smack of Formal. Formal has that camouflage. ITB, you are in trouble.
Yeah, every single camo feels like it's gone into Optic's hands, and ever since they've started getting these camos, the control of the map, even just the camo player being alive on the map somewhere, is creating Into the Breach, is forcing Into the Breach to huddle into these tight corridors, and that's where Optic shine bright They continue to trade these kills, make it trippy, finding another one, pushing this 46-38.
Big kills out of Optic Gaming. One squad wipe away from taking down ITB. Dead Zone goes right after Jimbo and Trippy from across the map, raining down shots, forcing Mighties away from that angle. These shots are really tough for ITB to deal with. Jimbo thinks there's an opportunity to get aggressive. He ends up getting taken down. Now it's Optic Gaming that only need 2 kills. Chick after Trippy. Lucid somehow stays alive.
Yeah, does he actually know Lucid's below these stairs? Lucid just trying to listen for anything, catch someone off guard, and they don't even check in. They're not able to spot him, and because of it, Lucid's able to do a ton of damage to these players. These players might not die at first, but the Optic Gaming reinforcements show up. They get that 50th kill, and because of it, Optic are able to take up a series lead 2-0.
Good job, lads. Good to hear you on the mics, Castin. We love to hear it. I've got to say, exciting stuff, though, from both sides, but I think Optic Gaming, they just know exactly what they intend to do and where they intend to do it, and I think, honestly, that's a big difference maker. You know, you look at Slayers often as a chance for the team who maybe are really trying to push a different level of team to the next, you know, kind of push and momentum and try and switch this series around. And in terms of the Slayers, if you are facing a team like Optic, I think that they just don't let you in on those chances, especially, you know, with their teamwork and a Slayer. If you know exactly how you want to manipulate that other team and the spawns and the rotations around power weapons, and when you have a power weapon guarding each other, Optic do it so perfectly, almost picture perfect. So it's hard to get back into things. And I think that's where you often don't see some of these teams get back in against Optic Gaming. And I think for ITV, they were definitely challenged there.
Yeah, I think Recharge Slayer in and of itself is one that you see tend to slow down a ton. You're responsible for watching a lot of crosses and not really your own lane, as opposed to something like a live fire or an Aqua Slayer. And I think that that plays right into Optic's favor, because they know so much. They're so comfortable playing with each other that they, without communication, know to pick up these crosses, know their responsibilities in these situations. And when you play a team that doesn't have their P's and Q's nearly as tight, it's very clear in these moments where there's constructive pushes, Optic Gaming are going to have the upper hand. And it felt like just about every single time when the game slowed down, Optic started to come back and then all of a sudden started to grow their lead. And for ITB, you needed to try and create some chaos there. Unfortunately, it's just very difficult on Recharge because of how the map is laid out.
And that really is what surprised me, because when ITB did have that lead, it did have control, it looked like they were trying to slow it down. They were trying to do what Optic Gaming do to so many other teams. They had the right game plan, but the execution is tough. I mean, Optic is one of the best at slowing down that game, and maybe they knew exactly how to break the defense.
Well, I'll tell you what, we didn't get to talk about them, FaZe versus Cloud9, but we're going to let the gameplay do the talking, because they are far loud enough on that main stage. Day 2, FaZe versus Cloud9 starts right now.
It is winners quarterfinals time. FaZe Clan up against Cloud9. It's time to get back to business. And for these two teams, we really are into the thick of it, Dan.
We really are. It's the reigning, defending world champions to try and keep their territory hot here in Seattle. But they have had a few rocky moments so far this tournament, particularly against Akabe Esports, a 3-2 in pool play, but they were able to get over the finish line in championship form. But on the other side, for Cloud9, again, it's been so close, yet so far from taking down some of these big teams, but they do find themselves in the winner's bracket. I think they'll be delighted with that.
That's important to note. There's been some warning signs, like you say, that Game 5 against Akave Esports. Cloud9, more than capable of taking you to that Game 5. The issue that we do have, Dan, is Slayers have been a concern for Cloud9, and for FaZe, they have definitely not been.
FaZe are, without a doubt, the best Slayer team that we have in the league at the moment. It was the difference, actually, between the two teams last time they played against each other in both London and previously in the most recent. It has always been that Game 5. It's been a 3-2 in both scenarios. FaZe have been able to clutch up, and I think that maybe is going to be the worry for C9. But that has been the C9 story for the last few events, is we get to a Game 5 and then we lose it. If they see themselves on Slayer Solitude, you really have to be worrying for them, because FaZe have been so icy when it comes to those Game 5s.
And as you can see from the series layout, we go to Aquarius. Capture the Flag is going to be our game number 1. Dan, you've always got the stats. I know you've got something for me.
It's a relatively good chance for Cloud9, because we have seen FaZe start a little bit slow in this tournament so far, so I think there is always that worry that that could happen on the main stage. And despite it used to being one of FaZe's best game types, this season they're actually struggled a little bit here and there when it comes to Aquarius CTF. So we'll have to see whether Cloud9 can use that as an advantage for them. But this is how things have played out so far in the Halo World Championship 2024. FaZe have yet to drop a series, although they have dropped a couple of maps.
Those couple of maps going to Akave Esports. So they have been taken to a Game 5 already, like we mentioned. And these two teams will be hoping to ride the road on the winner's side all the way to the grand finals. And none more so than FaZe Clan, who are on the hunt for their 4th World Championship rings. Renegade looking for his 3rd, but those other 3 on the main stage, they are no stranger to a championship Sunday here in Seattle.
And I will be very excited when Recharge Slayer comes around, because FaZe are still unbeaten on it throughout the entire season. They are 7-0, so that is going to be a tough task for Cloud9. But of course, that is going to be Game 2. Game 1 is still going to be Aquarius Capture the Flag. I always love starting on Aquarius. I think it sets the pace of a series very well. Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be frantic? Is it going to be scrappy? Or is it going to be a little bit more slow and methodical? There is only one way to find out. It's the Halo World Championship. It is Saturday, and it is the winners' quarterfinals.
The table is set for these two teams. Very different ambitions. For Cloud9, it's bettering what they've done before, beating that top 12 placement, pushing themselves even further forward, being a thorn in the side of these top teams. For FaZe Clan, it's about carrying on the momentum, continuing that good form, beating teams like Cloud9, and showing a real statement of intent. Shields up, weapons hot, we're on board with Royal 2.
You really want to see FaZe playing at their very best in this series. If they are going to retain the Halo World Championship, they have to be breezing past teams like Cloud9, and they have started hot here. 3 are going to be down on the side of C9, and now FaZe can already start to apply some pressure here on Aquarius.
Royal 2's already made his way to car 2. Shots go down, already laying siege to the Cloud9 base. Kills coming through. Snakebite will get another. 2 dead now. Manny and Suspector have to watch Sab and Septify try and stop this push. Unfortunately for FaZe Clan, 2 members of theirs go down as well. Snakebite putting down some long shots. Royal 2 will fall. So the spawns are up. This flag might have to be dropped for just a moment so they can do more damage.
It's a really terrifying angle that Snakebite's taken, though. He's got the backstab potential, but they have been able to creep past and stop that flag for now. Cloud9, though, may just get pinched here, as again, Snakebite still with an angle to do damage, but this flag should be returned.
Snakebite gets a killing spree. The flag does get returned. And all of a sudden, Cloud9 are pushing one forward. Frosty's there in the front base. No shields to play with, but he doesn't care. Straight to the front base, gets himself the return as well. This one started off hot. FaZe with the early pressure. Cloud9 weathering the storm. Score remains 0-0.
One of those that if Snakebite is able to get that much damage and the rest of the team can clean up, it could have been such an easy cap as well. Just sadly, the C9 members were able to be sneaky enough to avoid his sightlines. It was a good early attempt from FaZe. It's going to be a shame they don't get that first flag on the board. C9, I think they'll be delighted they were able to weather that storm, because it was a lot of early pressure.
The seas aren't going to get much easier. This will remain choppy for Cloud9, particularly if FaZe Clan keep continuing to play the way they are here. Snakebite gets a pick. Manny falls. Overshield for Renegade, and now they can start to piece together a push.
I was wondering if it was going to be fast, if it was going to be frantic. And the game will slow down a little bit as Cloud9 try and worm their way back into this one. Although Manny gets a big kill, and actually now they can see a flag potentially pulled on both sides here. Again, it's Snakebite that's going to be behind enemy lines.
The Snake is a Slytherin right now. Suspector receives a little bit of damage from range. He thought about going for that flag, but he was backed up ultimately. Shield's getting tanked away now. But he continues to play behind Cloud9 here. Continues to be an issue and a concern for them. They can't get comfortable. And as these two teams continue to jostle for position and figure each other out, they've got to keep tabs on Snakebite.
Yeah, he's really annoying what he's doing at the moment because they want to take him out of their engine, they want to find him in their flag, but as soon as they turn their attention, they give up a lot of map presence and they give the possibility of FaZe just taking angles on them. So he is being a massive thorn in the side right now, and they are pretty much just ignoring him. They said actually it's not worth trying to go back, but now they have to focus because he's moving that flag.
Already made it to the halfway point as well. He stops and he waits for help, and it comes. Royal 2 gets one. Royal 2, always ever present when it comes to damage. Snakebite really is one of the best players in the league when it comes to flag running. The speed in which he's able to go out. Renegade gets a double kill, and FaZe Clan will take the lead.
Watch it back the last couple of minutes, analyze it, dissect it, because Snakebite has put on a masterclass of being able to control an enemy's base and then move a flag accordingly. He's such a threat that they actually decided to ignore him and allow him the freedom to roam. Finally, he'll go down. The FaZe do have that lead, and there's going to be another flag move, and you can see Frosty is very quick with it over on the car side.
Ignore Snakebite at your own peril. Frosty's pushing this one in. No damage being done to him. 2-0 as quick as you like.
And I love the structure I'm seeing from FaZe. This is very methodical. They are thinking about every flag run. It is not just being pulled willy-nilly. They're not just trying to force it across the map. Instead, they are gaining control. They are putting players in particular positions so this flag can move. And now Snakebite's going to continue it with the overshield. This is going to be 3 back-to-back flags from FaZe. This is incredible.
Putting on a capture the flag clinic here on Aquarius. Snakebite continues his reign of terror. Faced with 2 members of Cloud9, he's put down. Renegade will fall as well. So now an opportunity for Cloud9 to push forward. All 4 dead for FaZe Clan.
It's a lot to do. 7 minutes to try and get back into this game for Cloud9. And even though they were able to get 4 dead, they don't have the map presence. They don't have someone in a position like Snakebite was to be in that base and to get that flag pulled. So they have to work hard yet again to take a team fight here.
Game 1 so far has been a real statement of intent. Putting other teams on notice, FaZe Clan appear to be doing right now. There's always criticisms of them starting slow. Not looking to do that here. 4 dead though for a moment, so Septify has the opportunity to push the flag forward. He's made it pretty far as well. An opportunity to throw it up to his teammate if he needs to. Suspector's going to catch it. Is he? No, he's not. A little fumble. A little bit of moment of panic as well. Not going to cost them too much. They do register 1 on the board. Now the score, 3-1, Cloud9 finally on the board.
Not going to cost them there, but a warning sign. You cannot afford to make those kind of mistakes against teams like FaZe. Had they been in a position to shut you down, that could have been so detrimental, and they can't afford to do that as the tournament goes on here at the Halo World Championship. Septify does get stuck, and now FaZe will regain a little bit of map control, but you can see Renegade just waiting, hoping he can pounce, and Suspector's going to be the first one to walk into his trap.
The trap was sprung, the cheese was there. Now he can push forward. Sometimes playing a little bit ratty and pay dividends. Now he gains a lot of control for his team, pushes forward and takes control of the opponent's engine. Gonna toss this flag out. Snakebite's got a double kill as well. Renegade's prioritizing staying alive. Perhaps backstabbing this player on the flag as well. Manny's in trouble. Royal 2 doing a lot of damage. As he backs away to the shroom stairs, Septify is behind Royal 2 here. The overshield doing quite a lot to keep him alive here, keep him nice and healthy for this next fight. Septify continues to make it a difficult task, as Royal 2 will finally jostle with Septify and take him down. It's going to be a trade.
I mean, Septify did really well there against an overshield as well. Did a lot of damage and was able to give him the ring around the rosies, but Renegade gets another kill. He's going to be another player who is going to now look to disrupt the base of Cloud9, but they will sniff him out. 18 kills at the moment for Renegade. Maybe he's going to be in championship form. It's hard to say. It's been such a strange year for FaZe, hasn't it? Because they, of course, had that win in London, and we were like, all right, yeah, no, FaZe, they're going to be the team. They're going to dominate. It's Bandit starts. This is perfect for this squad. And then a few rocky performances in recent tournaments means that there was a lot of questions asked about
would they be able to perform at the Halo World Championship? But then the most recent online tournament, they go on to win it, and they look like they are in the perfect form coming into this tournament.
When the pieces line up for FaZe Clan, they truly are a terrifying outfit. The only issue and concern, like you say, rightfully, they've been a little bit inconsistent this season. That London Major, you've seen the best of what they can do. You see the good, the bad, and the ugly with FaZe Clan, and you might even see it all in the same day sometimes. But right now, Frosty 18, 7, and 13. Renegade hitting 20 kills. If they're going to win championships, those two superstars
it should be
need
the
to
top
find
four
the
in the semifinals, bro.
This should be the fourth flag, and it's going to be the perfect toss. It is going to be 4-1 with 4 minutes left. Things just gone from bad to worse for Cloud9. It's very unlikely they're going to have the minerals to get back into this game, and then it gets even worse when you look at that map 2 in this series layout as well. I think FaZe coming into this, they want to make a statement. They want to say to the likes of SSG, to the likes of Optic Gaming, Shopify, that we are here to play. There is not going to be any bum results this time. We'll see you in a winner's semi. We'll see you in the winner's final. We'll see you in the grand final. And FaZe want to defend that title.
Title defense is well and truly on. Already here, winners quarterfinals. Time flies when you're having fun. We are always doing that at the Halo World Championships. Septify back down into Blue Engine. Renegade keeping tabs on him, passing that information over to his team. He's being cleared here though. It's good work from Cloud9 as they can continue to push forward. Time's going to start to play a factor here. That plasma grenade's not going to hit Royal 2. The second
that one
will,
is. Yeah, for real.
Running out of time. We have seen miracles in the past on Aquarius. Can Cloud9 do it? Can they do the unthinkable here? One flag capture away from defeat. They need 3 without reply just to tie this one up.
And Sab has been a key focus for me in this series. He's 13 and 16 at the moment, making it 14 kills on the board. Throughout the season, going up against FaZe, he is averaging 0.5 KD. He has really struggled against this roster. To see him a bit more comfortable in this first game means I think he's learned a lot about how to play against FaZe Clan, because I think as you practice, as you learn, you really need to be looking at the players you're going up against and the play style, and how does that affect you as an individual? Are you doing enough? Are you getting caught out too often? And as I say that, Sab is going to be the last remaining player, and this flag's going to be moving again for FaZe.
Manny top P drops down front base. Avoids the gun of Royal 2 for a moment, but not long enough, as Manny will eventually fall, but Suspectors managed to even the odds just a touch. Snake bites behind enemy lines once more. Really has been a serious issue and concern for Cloud9. The flag's been tossed out. 1v1 with Manny and Renegade. Manny comes out on top this time. They need to keep winning 1v1s just for the confidence that maybe game 2 story can shift a little bit, because they truly are running out of time here.
I would dare say it's near impossible to get 3 flags back in 1 minute.
I mean, I've seen them get pretty close. I've seen teams get pretty close in this scenario.
We've seen 3 were scored though in very quick fashion when FaZe did it themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Sadly, it doesn't look like they're going to be making those kind of mistakes.
No.
Spectre's going to try his hardest though to put that first on the board, to give them at least an opportunity, a chance to get those 3 back-to-backs, but you can see where Royal 2 and Renegade are currently positioned.
Yeah,
they're going to make it almost impossible.
You can see Spectre was caught between 2 mines, caught between 2 members of FaZe. Royal 2 sitting in his base and Snakebite behind him doing damage. Double kill for the General. Starting to roll forward now. Gets that flag return just to dash the hopes and dreams of Cloud9 of having some sort of miracle comeback. He's been in this base so much that he's almost a landlord, charging Cloud9 rent just to come back to their own base, and he continues to bully.
3 dev Cloud9, chance to move the flag and maybe get this 5th and final one in. That would be just FaZe Clan defined right here, wouldn't it? They like to just make sure they dominate in as much of a fashion as possible, and sometimes that is by getting as many flag caps on the board.
Renegade doubled all the way back. Wasn't rewarded with the kill. 3 go down for FaZe then. I think they start to feel like this one's already done. Even if this flag gets pulled, so little time remaining now. This is just a consolation prize for Cloud9.
Yep, this game's over. There is not time for Cloud9 to do all of it. It has been a brilliant Aquarius CTF from FaZe, especially those 3 back-to-backs. I definitely want to go back and analyze and see just how they did it, but a lot of it was down to Snakebite. It's Renegade who will take the plaudits as he gets his 30th kill on the board, and FaZe Clan will take game 1 here in the winners quarterfinals.
Absolutely clinical here. on Saturday. FaZe Clan showing their form, showing their class. And for Cloud9, their woes continue now as we head into a Slayer against the best Slayer team in the league, Dan.
A team that has not lost this particular Slayer as well, all season long. So it does go from bad to worse for Cloud9. And there was moments where Cloud9, they showed some promise and they were competing with FaZe Clan, going toe-to-toe in terms of slays. But
and they haven't lost. So
from
shit
FaZe
just got
during that
worse.
one short period where
No,
they
it's
were able
kinda
to
fucked up to
get
say,
genuinely
bro.
3 back-to-back flags to take the lead. And from that point, Cloud9 were never really going to get back into it. And it was all about positioning. They kind of spread themselves out over the map. Snakebite would be in the base, Renegade would be hunting down the prey, and then you would see Royal 2 and Frosty working in tandem just to try and put as much damage down as possible, listening to the call-outs of their teammates. And then the flag runs, almost flawless. They hardly lost a player as they were moving them forward, and sadly for Cloud9, they could just never get back into the game.
And you almost felt like when they had those 4 flag captures on the board that they were starting to play with their food a little bit. Like they could have ended the game whenever they really wanted to. They had pulled the flag out front base a couple of times and opted to double back and slay instead. And you think if they really wanted to, if they had needed that flag capture, they could have gotten it.
Yeah, it's one of those where when you are that far ahead, you don't need to push for it. You're always at a risk. If you do overextend, you try and get that flag, you give a counter cap, and then you lose map control, and then it can snowball out of control. Think of it like any sports game. When you have a lead, you can defend a lead. Sure, FaZe could have gone for it, but why would they when they already had won the game if they just played it a little bit more cautiously? But this is the series layout again. Slayer Recharge is where we are heading. FaZe are 7-0 throughout this season. It is going to be a tough task for Cloud9 to try and take them down here because FaZe are the best slaying team in the league, and I would be surprised if they drop the ball here in the quarterfinals.
It is a real David versus Goliath in the Slayers. Looking at the head-to-head then, Sabinator and Snakebite, a 1.62 versus a 1.42. So they do have Slayers there ready and available, but they just can't put it together. They can't piece those results out. Looking at the deaths per minute as well, 1.29 versus 0.92. Snakebite dying a little bit less, but having a little fewer kills than Sab. But Sab's going to be massive if they're going to win this Slayer.
Yeah, you saw it from Snakebite in that game. He just wanted to stay alive as much as possible. As soon as he's down in a fight, he doesn't over-challenge if he doesn't have the support. So that's why that statistic looks so good. And surviving in Halo Infinite is so important. How many times do you see easy deaths given away, especially in a Slayer? We were joking about it yesterday. When it gets to like 40 kills, everyone says, all right, no more deaths. Just no more deaths from the start. Do it from the very beginning. Play your life a little bit better. Don't be overzealous with your pushes. Don't give up those easy kills. Otherwise, a team like FaZe is going to punish you. For Cloud9 here, if they want to be able to win this entire series, they have to win this game. If they go 2-0 down, I'm starting to worry about their chances at all.
And we talk about Snakebite and being alive so much, prioritizing living. And the reason for that, Dan, is obviously when you die, you're out of the fight for 7, 8, 9 seconds. But if you can live, you can keep your gun firing, you can keep doing damage, and you can keep influencing the game. That's what Cloud9 are going to need to do. Play their lives smartly, get their kills, hunt in packs. It's going to have to be a real smash and grab against the best Slayer team in the league.
Cloud9 haven't been able to get the first camouflage, but it might just be ripped away from them straight away. Manny's just about going to be able to survive here, but they are on the hunt, our FaZe Clan. They are getting their noses to the ground here and looking for the camo. They do find him, but at least Manny gets the trade, being a little bit of a sneaky beaver.
Royal 2 is going to spawn up. It's 4v4 on the map now, once again. 2-kill game. It's a Spectre and Manny over towards Glass.
Hey, it looks like they're playing their life here. They've already said it.
This is
they
good.
said no more deaths right at the start of the game. 5 was enough. No more.
No more mistakes, no more deaths. Happy to sit and wait, lay some traps, lay a foundation to build upon it. Frosty, a little bit weak for the fight. Septify tries to capitalize the damage that was already done. Sab's going to slide in and apply the finishing touches. As I say that, though, elsewhere, Snakebite's picked up a double kill.
Nice shots.
He continues to do damage. He slides across bottom middle, makes it all the way into Whirlpool. Gets a trade against Sab as well. That's 3 kills for Snakebite, 4, 1, and 2. The perfect opening for him, and now a 2-kill game. FaZe in the lead.
Notice how FaZe were hunting in packs there as well. As soon as they recognized that one of the C9 members was on their own, they made sure they pushed him together. It was just a trade, thankfully for Cloud9, but you can see the intent from FaZe is to shut down any individual that might just be on their own.
Renegade, purpose in his eyes, shock rifle in his hands. He's getting information. You can see the screen peeking over towards his teammates.
Wow.
Fortunately for him, a beautifully placed sticky grenade from Manny will eliminate him from the equation. The shock rifle will go down. Was there any ammunition left to play with in it though? Frosty got charged
just beat
forward and get a
down.
kill as well. Looked as though the plasma pistol was going to be to his demise, but ultimately Frosty gets the job done. So a three kill game now. FaZe continue to put Slays down on the board. Suspector currently struggling, which is not what you expect to see from him. Typically he's the one who leads the charge when it comes to Slays. Currently sitting at 0-1 and 4.
FaZe have not lost a Slayer to Cloud9 all season long, and I think that's always going to be a concern in the back of Cloud9's mind of how do we break this curse against the team that seems unbreakable, especially on a map that they haven't lost all year as well. And you have to try and think outside the box, but to do so, you then maybe expose yourself, you maybe take a few more risks, and FaZe will look to take advantage of that as well.
The trigger discipline from Snakebite, you can hear players sliding all around them. He went in the tower, seen 2 players in front of him, thought that's not the opportunity to shoot. That's not the opportunity to give away where I am.
Remember the days when camouflage was actually camouflage?
Yeah.
And you actually couldn't see someone, or it felt like that. But nowadays, you just get seen so easily. That little shimmer, and your pants are pulled down very quickly.
We need a GA resolution. That's what we need to do. Let's go 30 frames per second.
GA 60 frame. Yeah,
he has gotten himself a kill. He's on the board now. That'll do his confidence the world of good. There's always that little panic you have in yourself when you're playing a Slayer and you're on 0 kills that I really don't want to be the guy, the goose, at the Halo World Championships.
16-14, the game very much tight and slow at the moment. And it reminds me of a good old lockout match back in the day. You just wait for that moment to push through. We see Renegade trying to take an angle here, and there should be an easy lineup, but that is a missed opportunity for an easy kill there, and Renegade will know it, but Snakebite is able to at least clean up some damage elsewhere, and Renegade makes up for it.
He lined that one up perfectly. Took a little off the top and the sides. That's a fresh fade. Back to Whirlpool he goes. Septify almost stepped out a little bit too far. Would have paid for it too. Camouflage now scooped up. This is a terrifying combination in the hands of most players. More so when it's Renegade. Septify gets shocked to the core. He continues rolling, double kill for Renegade. The world's his oyster right now as he soars forward towards Sab. He's positioned top elevator, he drops down. He's not long for the world either. And a headshot for good measure when it didn't even need to be.
Yep. It's looking...
Renegade is locked in at the moment. He hasn't actually said a word, so I'm convinced that the rest of the team must be coming for him. Let's find out. Let's go to a listening with FaZe Clan and see how they're feeling about this 7-kill lead.
Okay, that's a good way to transition into it.
BJ, I'm gonna leave you. I can watch it. They should be a lot bigger. Yeah, they're all trapped. They're all trapped. Yeah, C-pod on you. One. Nice. In turbine weak. Bottom A. I'm gonna hit this. Can we fight this? Back A. No. We leave here. We leave. Good call. In red. I'm with John. Two bottom A. We should hit it. A lot of nades top tower. Top A. Okay. That's fine. Yo, pipe there. They're wrapping red. I'm gonna leave John and go bottom A. You can watch my AK. Weak bottom A, Step. Step's one at bottom A. Top A cat, guys. Top A cat can kill me. He's really weak on that. Nice. Good trade. Yo, one shot. Red guard, bottom mid. Nice. Yo, grapple's up now. Two. Grapple weak. He's weak batteries. Might have it. I think he has grapple, bro. Yo, try to get to go BR. Oh, we got camo on 20, guys. Camo on 20. Shot it. No. Top A weak. Yeah, I'm holding glass. Camo 15. They're probably just going to wait for camo with grapple. They might have shot. Few resips, you didn't. Okay, hear that. I got you. I got you push him. To the right. You still to the right. Camo 5. Yeah, you can see the corner, Brad. I have ego in this game. I am ego in the fucking. John's challenge. Top red. One hit. Neither weak. Two turbine. John got it. Nice, John. Nice. I'm living for you guys. I'm going to live. Yo, one red. One top red. We should kill this guy. I don't think shocks for a bit. Yo, going to be bat ledge. Nice. John has camo shock. Terminal behind me. Okay, we're going. Brad might die here. Brad, on me, John. Trade it. Top A. I'm hitting bottom A. I'll come when you go. Neither one shot. Go on. Keep playing yourself. Bottom A, Matt. Mangler door. That's my village. Yo, Manny's unknown. We lost Manny. Okay. Septifies BR. Actually, a great listening and a great insight from FaZe Clan, and they do seem very locked. The communication is on point.
Very upbeat as well, very confident. I think that's what you want to hear as a FaZe Clan fan. It has you thinking good things maybe around the corner here in the Halo World Championship. Oh my God!
Good things happening right now.
Oh,
Never
come on.
mind around the corner.
Nice,
As Renegade
over.
locks in a
It's
triple
up top,
kill,
right?
killing
Oh, there you
spree, and he continues to roll.
Oh.
Only the triple though. You can see he was desperate to search for more. An 11 kill lead now for FaZe as they look to try and make it 8-0 throughout this season on Recharge Slayer. And Cloud9 just doesn't look like they've been able to find that recipe to try and break down this.
There's a lot to digest during that incident as well. Some of the good things I was listening to, it wasn't, listen, we always expect one shot here, blah, 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 but we're starting to hear things like, I'm watching your glass, can you watch me, can you keep me alive here? That's the perfect communication that you expect to hear from these teams. FaZe Clan start to play like that, they're a terrifying outfit. Renegades in pipes, getting another kill. 13, 5, and 4. He has only died 4 times in the Slayer so far.
Heard a few times as well, each player kind of hyping each other up, just saying like, nice job when they get a kill. I think that's very important when it comes to chemistry. Maybe goes underappreciated on a team.
Maleted.
Boosting your squad mates' morale.
Jesus, bro.
You can see Renegade just now is so confident in terms of every fight he pushes, and maybe that's off the back of the confidence from his team in himself. It's another kill. It's another easy fight for him, and now FaZe are only 6 kills away from securing this victory.
Cloud9, their Slayer woes, again, they continue. It's difficult, and it's tough to keep harping on about it, but when it's a glaring issue that you have, and there's 2 Slayers in every series, something's got to give, improvements have to be made, and FaZe Clan, we're not interested in giving you any opportunity. They doubled their series advantage.
Something that FaZe Clan fans, also known as the FaZe Clans, to scream and shout about. They have to try and match the voice of the Optic Green Wall this weekend. The SSG Ultras that will be in the crowd as well. The fan bases certainly will go toe-to-toe just as the players will throughout the weekend here in Seattle. And I'm expecting this venue to be popping as the tournament goes on, especially as the rest of the open tournaments and the side stations begin to close as well. Sunday is going to be incredible. 2-0 for FaZe Clan, and it is looking like a very smooth ride right now.
Looking back at the highlights.
That's hype, bro. Hyping up their team, bro.
Showing exactly what
hyping up their team,
to begin with.
Bro.
Why was he the hot prospect a year ago? Why they made that change? Moments like this in big series. Beautiful shots, that shot
looks
rifle.
at the bodies.
Terrifying. Cloud9, every single step they made, he was there. For Cloud9, they find themselves down by 2, having to perform a miracle of a reverse sweep against the current world champions. Game 3 will be live fire strongholds. And we know FaZe Clan are very good at that game type as well.
Yes, they are. It just seems to be a series layout that is a pretty strong one for them. And I mean, it's hard to find a series layout that isn't strong for FaZe. When they have had weak game types in the past and they have cropped up in a couple of series, they go and work on them the next. The Strongholds live fire, I think that Cloud9, they can certainly take something from it. We have seen a lot of success from Cloud9 when it comes to live fire as well. They do move around the map very successfully together. But I'm just concerned with how structured FaZe have been here. This could be a very one-sided Strongholds if Cloud9 do not come quickly out of the blocks.
I think it's important to note as well, Cloud9, for FaZe, this was a potential banana skin, Dan. They've already been taken to a Game 5 previously from this team. So to be 2-0 to the good, playing so well, those first couple of games, Cloud9 didn't really have a sniff at winning the game. This is a real statement from them.
I will say, I'll play devil's advocate, and we did see yesterday in pool play FaZe go 2-up against Akabe, and then it was 2-2, right? So there is still that worry about them not getting it done in 3. Here is an update of the bracket and how it looks, though, here in the Halo World Championship. Space Station and Quadrant is currently 1-1. Shopify will beat Akabe 3-0, Optic beat ITB 3-0, but I wonder, can Quadrant do one over the old boy legend, their old teammate, the MVP of this season, or will Space Station be able to come out on top on that one?
And those two teams, of course, going to a Game 5 in London. The crowd probably hasn't been as loud for Quadrant ever before. So they know what it takes to get to the dance. Unfortunately, though, they don't really pack too many good dance moves when it gets to the game 5. So, what can Quadrant do in that one? Space Station, they're in a series to behold. And Cloud9 then, they're back analyzing their gameplay, talking about the mistakes that were made, the corrections that they can make. And there were a handful.
Guy hits the vape rate on the stream, bro, and they're like, ah, let's go out.
They play SSG, if SSG won. We've already seen the higher seeds win in Shopify Rebellion and Optic. Could this be the first time since London that we see all of our top 4 seeds make it into the semi-finals? Because of course, you look at the last couple of events, we've seen someone, you know, drop out, whether it be a poor play performance or losing in quarterfinals, and it's just got to be one of those, I think, where at the World Championships, everyone knows what's on the line, and it seems like our big teams arrive with their very best.
And that was a slight criticism of Rebellion, right? That when they've placed top 3, yeah, they've beaten the teams to get there, but they've never faced any of the big 3 to make it into that championship Sunday. And this could be the time where they'll find their toughest test to make it to that winners or indeed that elimination finals. But Cloud9, they take to the stage once more, and they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Their backs are very firmly against the wall here. They do have the elimination bracket to fall on if they go down here. And you look at Cloud9, you look at this roster, this team, and their journey throughout the HCS this season. FaZe maybe aren't really their targets, right? They want to be breaking into the top 6. I mean, after last event, they want to break into the top 8 if they're not facing SSG at top 12. Whereas FaZe are looking to get a World Championship. Now everyone is going to be saying, sure, every team wants to win the World Championship, but I do think you have to have an element of realism when you are approaching these tournaments and knowing who you can beat and maybe who is just one step too far.
At the moment, FaZe Clan proving to be just that for Cloud9. Just a step above. Still time to change it though. With Stronghold's live fire on the horizon, Dan, there's always players that we look at. We think they're going to be the difference for their team. Who is it going to be for Cloud9?
I think it has to be Snakebite with how he's been playing, especially in the
Cloud9.
first. Oh, Cloud9.
Cloud9.
I was already locked in.
You were already
is they going to be? I didn't even listen to you. On the side of Cloud9, I mean, Manny's the new kid, right? He's the one who's still got a point to prove since being added to this roster, so I always think there is going to be eyes on him. But at the same time, I'll go back to Sab. In terms of Slayers, he was the one who was really struggling against FaZe, but he seems to have been picking things up in this series. He's having a lot of a better time in terms of finding individual kills, but now needs to put them into fruition where
dude, FaZe are locked. I can kind of feel it. Holy shit.
For this C9 roster.
They're fucking locked.
FaZe Clan have been a roster for a very long time. Their playbook is thick and it is heavy. For Cloud9, they have not been together that long at all. Their playbook is more like a play pamphlet. But maybe that one play that they do have can turn this game around, this series around. But it has got to start now, or they are heading to the elimination bracket.
It is certainly not over for Cloud9, and that's very important, whilst it may seem that way with how FaZe have been playing so far. All Cloud9 need is that little bit of hope. We've seen it in previous series, is that when they struggle, they really do get down on themselves, but as soon as they have that little bit of momentum, they are one of those squads that seem to find that extra little bit of life.
Boyle 2 at Snipe. Uses the Quantum to go back green. Clean up Sab. Expertly done from him. Can use it again to get back to the safety of Tower as well, if he requires it. He receives damage he doesn't like, away he goes. You're chasing shadows.
Is there damage you do like?
Oh, that was such a sweeping headshot potential.
Okay, yeah.
I thought that was like right there,
well.
bro.
FaZe's blue team, Cloud9's
Reverse
red team, just to try and confuse me a little bit more.
This guy said I will bet my first. That's crazy.
Right. Yeah, it looks off. We're getting frazzled.
That's an insane bet.
One man not frazzled. That man position top tower. He's getting pressure to touch. Pops the shields to Spectre. He's got 2 players to his right though.
Oh my.
Gets a trade somehow, some way. Sab has to settle, and both players might be happy. One shuts down a sniper rifle, the other one thinks, well, the odds were stacked against me in that fight. Now the sniper rifle transitions over towards Manny, but Royal 2 had already used up so much of the ammunition, so it's not going to be a huge win condition for Cloud9 here. The triple cap still locked in for FaZe, although there's been a lot of progress made on A and C. No resets yet. Frosty will contemplate dropping down. Triple cap is now locked in firmly, and Cloud9, they're in trouble.
Cloud9 are very much in trouble. This is looking like FaZe want to prove a point here. trip cap locked in yet again. All 4 dead on the side of Cloud9. Cloud9 sent so much to try and take down that sniper of Royal 2. They sent an entire firing squad. He was still able to get a trade. And then all the meanwhile FaZe were like, okay, well, we'll just capture B and keep working on the objective. And now they're 114 points up here. This was my concern when I looked at this map in mode, especially with how this series has been going. FaZe are in full flow. Their confidence is shining here.
None shining brighter right now than Snakebites. 5-2-2, commando in hand. Quantum translocator as well. He's got some goodies to play with. Looking to backstab again. He's been doing that all series long. Cleaning up the pieces, picking them up. Food and drink for the general as he continues to march. Triple kill for Snakebite.
Triple kill with a pistol is always something you want to see, especially if you're a Halo 5 kid, may I add. A, B, and C locked in yet again. A is going to be the spawn for Cloud9, and they are just desperate to try and escape their spawn. They're desperate to try and put a point on the board at this point. And I wonder, when you get to this scenario, in the back of your heads, you're just thinking, all right, can we just get this over with? Let's start thinking about the elimination bracket.
3 members of Cloud9 like rats scurrying down bottom middle. As the Exterminator closed in, Snakebite still has that pistol, but Septify finally shuts him down. They're still losing so many points, hemorrhaging points right now. They have got to get in these hills.
But it's called the Rat Tunnel for a reason. Cloud9 were able to use it to escape and maybe get their first points on the board here, which they will. So FaZe, for all their control, they have a 174-point lead. But on Strongholds, as we know, comebacks are possible. And Cloud9 need to hold on to that little glimmer of hope that maybe they can come back here against FaZe. It could all start with this sniper rifle. A few body shots, 3 bullets in the chamber. Well, 1 bullet in the chamber, 2 in the rest of the stock. If Sab can hit some big shots, it might just allow them to gain a lot of map control here and put some points on the board.
The comeback is possible. Just how probable is it, though? Septify will get a kill on the Royal 2. That'll help the cause. No end. 3 dead for FaZe. Now Cloud9 can get a real foothold in this game. Something to build upon here. But they've got to keep applying the pressure. They gave up so many points. 1 or 2 more mistakes in this series is done and dusted.
Septify taking an angle on bridge. His job at the moment is just protect C with his life. There's a lot of angles to check when you are trying to protect C as well. You're very vulnerable from all these different positions. I hate holding C, I will say. But Septify has done a good job. And Cloud9 will temporarily have a trip cap. The battle is going to be over towards A though, so Septify is going to have a quiet time temporarily.
Alternatively, B is quite peaceful sometimes. You're just sitting there watching sandbags, like you can almost play some music. Do 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 do.
Your teammates are in
the guy in tower's at war, and I'm just sitting in green. Oh, green's good, boys. I've got.
Yeah, what up, EVA unit? I'm just chilling, watching some day 2 of the Halo World Championship. It's been really good games, to be honest. So far, what are you up to?
I imagine that's how some FaZe Clan players feel when the rest of their team is popping off. You can't just sit there whilst Renegade is just destroying the world.
EVA unit quadruple.
Must be so enjoyable to play alongside some of the greatest to ever do it. Renegade can't quite lock that kill in.
FaZe Clan close to passing that 200-point threshold then. You just see the light in this series starting to go out for Cloud9. Manny's in trouble again.
Okay.
Took 6 shots.
Good luck with that EVA unit.
Frosty almost hit him with 5.
Enjoy some Halo on the side while you work.
He's back green as well. It's getting a little bit desperate now, a little bit scattergun approach. They really don't have an answer to the aggression and the pressure being applied by FaZe.
Such good angles they're being taken from these FaZe Clan members as well. Frosty reads the game so successfully. Cloud9 do respond well off spawn though, just to make sure that they will continue to score and continue to stay in this game and this series. But it's how FaZe just listen to the rest of the team. They hear where the damage is being done and they don't just kind of throw themselves in the players. Instead they think, well, where would I go if I was getting shot? Oh, I might go over towards bridge just to try and avoid the damage that's arriving from C, for example, and then you get an easy cleanup. Brilliant minds that we're witnessing on the main stage at the moment, and to be playing like this, I think on a Saturday, does bode well for FaZe's chances as we move forward in this tournament, because they need to be at their very best. You've got to think back to the last couple of tournaments. They have very much struggled. They have not been able to replicate that success of London. If they want to go toe-to-toe with SSG, or Quadrant, in the semi-finals, they need to be playing tip-top.
They really have limped through the upper side and the elimination bracket at times. They are striding forward here. Cloud9, though, they have control of the strongholds for now, A and B. They did have C for a moment, so a momentary trip cap. And they just now starting to piece something together here, starting to eat away at that lead, starting to be more of an issue, more of a concern for FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe did take a step back. I think FaZe was starting to try and match Cloud9's pace, and they were like, actually, we're giving up a lot of time. Let's just be a little bit more patient. Let's sit back. Let's wait until we are all up, and then we can actually make a plan of action of how we want to break this setup. And now it's successful. They are going to be able to gain a little bit more control. Renegade will be able to hold C. They do break A. They don't break A. I lied.
A remains unbroken. And as a result of that, Renegade's going to venture in towards B. You realize he should have been somewhere to help his team, but the call must have been hold C. We'll get the job done over towards A. Cloud9 holds strong, though. They hold the lines. Manny's in trouble to be a victim of the sniper rifle of Renegade. He has turned back and collapsed. Cloud9 back inside B now, so they're starting to rotate very well, our Cloud9, despite the fact that they went 3 dead. They are still contesting B here. Renegade's got a backstab on the Sab, though, on big window. He's not going to have the timing, but he is going to be able to capture A relatively uncontested. They'll get A, they'll control B, they'll lose C. FaZe Clan scoring once more.
It's been a good comeback from Cloud9. I do think FaZe have given up a little bit of extra time, just again, by being patient. Knowing that they have that wiggle room. Again, it's just about recognizing the game that's in front of you and how much time you actually have to play with. They just played the long game and they've been successful because of it, and now they have been scoring. It was all a battle to try and force Cloud9 off of some of their more advantageous spots, take them and take the fight to them on some of these strongholds, and now they're closing in on a series win.
Cloud9 have got to take risks. No more errors can be made. Suspector's no shield, he can't move, he's pinned back. And as a result, FaZe Clan clean sweep Cloud9, and they march forward.
Well, the first potential banana skin on FaZe Clan's journey towards retaining the Halo World Championship is comfortably avoided. They'll head into the winner's semi-finals. SSG or Quadrant awaits. Are FaZe Clan looking like they are in championship form here in Seattle? Certainly, they did not show many weaknesses against Cloud9.
There is something about being at the World Championships with FaZe Clan. They have this aura. They always show up for the big one. And are we seeing that now? Are they finding their form at the perfect moment?
I think that's what you've got to do when you look at this year. You look at the year that FaZe has had, and we know what type of squad FaZe are as well. We know what the individuals are like. They bloody hate losing. Let's be completely honest, and they will go back. They will analyze, they will VOD, review, and they will make sure they are bigger and better at every single event. But the rest of the competition has been doing that as well, and I think FaZe maybe aren't used to all these other teams doing exactly what they do. They have pushed SSG to work harder. They have pushed Optic Gaming to work harder.
Well, I probably would have lost some points because I would have been on the underdog.
And we have such a competitive top 4. And FaZe Clan are going to have to be at their very best if they want to win another World Championship.
I remember speaking to some of the FaZe boys at previous World Championships, and they actually said, I hate losing more than I like winning. Wow, that's really the sort of headspace they are in. They would rather not lose than actually chase the win. But what I do know is Blaze on the main stage with Renegade. He's got an interview. Take it away, fella.
It's not that they'd rather not lose, it's just like they hate losing more. They'd rather win for sure.
World champions kicking off the champ bracket with a hot 3-0. I got Renegade with me on the main stage, and Renegade, this Cloud9 squad, you know, dark horse in this tournament. Last time they played y'all, it was a 3-2 victory for you. Close series, but what was the game plan going in here for you guys to get a clean 3-0 the way that you did?
Well, I know going into it, we knew the game types, and we knew we were pretty confident in those game types. I think this team is still a really good team, and still could be a lot of teams in the lower bracket, but I think we're coming to final form.
I think you guys definitely are coming to final form here on the main stage. Sometimes you guys can, overslay too much and let little things slip by you, but I didn't see anything that in this series. Okay, you guys controlled the pace very, very well. Is that something that you've been working on?
Yeah, that's definitely what we've been working on. We've been working on making sure, everyone's comfortable, and as long as everyone's comfortable, we can all be really efficient when it comes to the OBJ, and if we're efficient when it comes to the OBJ and we get the kills, we should get the job done.
Definitely will, okay? Because, like, that Slayer, you guys were from the jump playing it like it was a 45-45 from the first few kills, just keeping that slow and methodical and picking up those kills. You had even a fantastic game on that second map right there, snapping, okay? All right, now, lastly, what do you want to say to these FaZe fans in the crowd that's been cheering you on? They've been loud over there the whole time.
Hey, shout out to the FaZe fans. We hear you guys.
He's looking right at him. He's looking right at him.
Passion just makes me like, makes you ready, you know, ready to go for the rest of the tournament.
It's Worlds, baby. FaZe Clan ready to go for it all yet again. That's going to do it for us on the desk. Lot, take us away.
Yes.
Thank you so
Back
much,
on the
players.
desk,
Well,
guys.
Renegade's very happy with that. And why wouldn't you be at this moment in time? You know, Cloud9, they're not an easy team. They're a team that have definitely showed growth. They've showed contention coming into this season and the World Championships. FaZe went on that stage and showed exactly what they need to do, and that is dominate. They need to show a really convincing performance. I think not just for us, not just for the fans, but for themselves. They're a team that really thrive off momentum.
I was on
mentality.
main
If
stage,
they're going
bro.
into a situation where they know that they can win, and they do just that, if not exceed their expectations, that bodes really well for them. What did you think of this series, Clutch?
Yeah, I think it started with game 1 and Renegade having the game he had. 30 kills to his name in this game, and Renegade maybe had a quiet Friday at Worlds, and you wondered, is Renegade going to be able to catch fire here, and how scary this FaZe roster is when Renegade's playing like the best player in the world. There's a reason he's one of the 3 banners hanging up over the side of this venue right now, and Renegade looked every bit of ready for a championship run here this entire series. This is what you love to see. This is what you know Renegade to be. And when he's playing like that and he gets fired up, he's a very emotional player, like you said. They play off momentum. When Renegade is feeling himself, he is by far one of the most dangerous players in the world.
And when he's playing like that, he's probably one of my favorite players to watch. You can tell by the way that reticle placement is, that way it moves, that he's feeling himself. That practice is now turned to muscle memory. You know, some call it flow state. I think what Goku calls it ultra instinct. Like, it's just when that practice comes in and it turns into muscle memory, dude, it's just the game slows down for him. It looks almost easy at times.
I think one of the big differences we're seeing right now with this roster is, yes, we've seen them outslay opponents and actually lose a map, quite significantly outslaying them. The efficiency is really at a forefront right now. They know that's exactly what they needed to work on coming into this Worlds, and they've done just exactly that. I think you're looking across the board now at the stats, and for me, it screams teamwork. You're looking across all of these. Yes, individually, Renegade was looking fired. That's what you want. You want your individual Slayer to look incredible, but the teamwork had to be there. It was so imperative that we saw them work together, and Clutch, they did just that. You know, Cloud9 required some teamwork.
When you look at these numbers, Frosty's numbers are what sticks out to me. Maybe not on his screen a ton that series because Renegade was the one with the power weapons, making plays, making flashy kills. But Frosty leads the team in damage, and we know what a superstar Frosty can be as well. For him to lead this team in damage says everything about how he's playing as an individual, and that is a scary duo to get hot.
I think just to know as well, Septify and Cloud9 also leading the charge for his team. I did note him yesterday. He's also excelling on his own front as well. I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the brackets. But on the winner side of things, as you can see, FaZe, they are ready to go in their semi-finals. They'll find out who will be joining them. We do have a winners quarterfinals happening right now. Space Station versus Quadrant. As you can see, Quadrant, they managed to get that first game as well. But this was game 3. It was 1-1. They managed to get the Slayer, and this was getting awfully close. Tony, look at these. This is unbelievable stuff. Tiny margins, really squeaking things out here. And Space Station Gaming, they stand strong. They managed to get it done, and obviously the ice is coming forward. There's something that Quadrant, you know, has to learn and get experience on. But this was getting a bit tight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Quadrant at control. They had a nice little double cap, then Bound drops a multi-kill and just flips around, almost a trip cap for a bit, and then right back into that Charlie and Bravo control. And looks like SSG gonna take the lead here. That's quite the movement out of Bound and quite the plays at SSG.
Yeah, I think something that, you know, we were discussing watching this off screen, I had it up on the desk as well, is Clutch mentioned that, you know, it's never really over until it's over. You're looking at the scoreline here, and yes, it's awfully tight, and things keep turning into the favor of which other team, etc., whatever moment. The decisions that come forward from these teams in order which way to rotate, where do they want to go, which cap are they going to go for, you know, these are really big decisions. In these moments, you're favoring Space Station Gaming. How did you feel about Quadrant and their kind of decision decisions being made towards the end of this one.
I mean, Space Station's forcing the hand of Quadrant when they have that control. They can kind of sit back. Quadrant had to make the move, and unfortunately, they were getting way too much damage received before they were really able to locate any of the SSG members there towards the end, so they come out short. The big thing for me is, I mean, Strongholds has been a staple for a team like Quadrant to try and create upsets of that magnitude against SSG. So losing that mode hurts a lot, because if they can't get it done in the Strongholds, I don't like their chances in a lot of other of the objective modes outside Slayers.
Yeah, I gotta say that was probably a big turning point for them in that series. I'm interested to see how that bodes for them for the rest of it. Can they keep up? Can they make this happen? Can they go the distance to that Game 5? I mean, they squeaked out the Slayer there as well, so maybe they do have a chance in that Game 5 situation, but they need to get there first. Looking at the elimination bracket, as you can see, Cloud9 Pure is set for our round 1 because Cloud9 will fall down, and that's an awfully difficult team to be meeting. When your back's against the wall, you're a little bit, I probably would say, I don't know, a bit bothered by how that went down in FaZe. You're probably hoping that was a little bit closer and that you could maybe take them in that series, at least push them to another map, but they weren't in for it. They weren't ready. Can they be ready for Pure? That is the question, because it is coming on our screens next on the main stage, and I'm excited to see Pure because they've had a really rough tournament, Tony, so far. It hasn't gone to plan for them, so the bounce back is on. Do you believe they can do it day 2?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know that Cloud9 are a very good team, but so are Pure. And it wasn't too long ago where Pure got a top 4 finish. So, Pure, if you really are a contender as opposed to a pretender, like you said yesterday, you're going to have to come out hot. You're going to have to beat a very hungry Cloud9 roster.
All right, well, it's going to be our first elimination match coming your way on the main stage.
Damn!
Pure, backs against the wall.
Yo, this actually be sweaty. This actually be sweaty.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me.
Oh, they're setting up quick. Hope you guys are enjoying day 2 of the Halo World Championships. If you guys have a YouTube account and want to help support me, just sub over on YouTube.
He's going to get control of camo. He's going to do a nice job at staying
I'm also
alive.
live streaming over there. Look at some Halo 5.
Can he get it though?
Look at
No,
the thrust.
he's not
Everyone
gonna
had
be able
thrust,
to.
bro.
3 players from
Jesus.
CLG are going to
Denial.
capture the yard. Yard? Sorry, not the yard. The
Oh my
nest.
gosh.
All good, my
Oh
friend.
my
CLG
gosh.
gonna get the nest, but Contra
Oh my
gonna get the
gosh.
reversal. Now he's going to be clambering, and here's a rec pack for you all to celebrate that one. What a play. Bottom center going to be contested. It's CLG with early stronghold control.
Wow.
Different game of Warlord from what we saw last series. Denial have not been able to get inside of the Evil Geniuses base. This is the most progress I've seen them make. This could be the final cap. Evil Geniuses is right there. Roy's gonna get it. Can he get it? Yes, he does! Evil Geniuses will take the championship 5-1 after a grueling grand finals. Yeah, Denial forcing EG to another best of 5. Potentially, we thought we were going to go to another Game 5, but EG says no this time. They win series number 2, 3-1.
That player right
This is
into
awesome.
Roy's hands. Roy misses the headshot there, top middle. Flamesword's trying to push in and finish it off. Tusk is in a hard place, and again, Roy, what a finish coming in from him.
Get to just watch Halo all weekend, bro. Fucking sweet. Master Fear. Tusk.
He's off the map, but he doesn't care. He does not care. Oh my word. Plug his head back in. He plug the controller back in. They're
This guy screams so hard he falls off the map, bro.
Come out from CLG, which means one thing. These guys are locked. They are loaded. This is game number 1. Make some noise in the audience. It's grand finals time, baby. Championship Sunday. Let's find out who's going to be walking away as the summer season champions. Kicking things off with Frosty's POV. Frosty
Bro didn't give a fuck. Yo, Nate, it's live. Oh, boom. Oh my gosh. Later.
that sniper, but Frosty's got other plans. Look at CLG just collapse up at E6's base immediately. You've got Frosty in the cave just constantly putting up that pressure. I mean, what a way to say, hello, we're going to wake you up here in this game number 1. Good morning.
Yo, he was yelling at them so hard he falls off the
kind of lock down this whole sniper section.
Like, yo, that's the funniest shit ever, bro. He's like, yeah, fucking shit. And this guy's still going. Yo, that's really the best. Oh, here we go. Ah, these are the new skins. Bro, they need to show that Roy clip again, bro. That shit was so funny. Talking shit so hard that he falls off the map. That's fucking awesome, bro. Oh, let me put drops. I'm gonna pin this message. Actually, I'm gonna pin my YouTube. There we go. This is gonna be a sweaty match. Gotta see this one, bro. Gotta see this one, bro.
Damage. A bit of a threat sensor going out for him as well. And Snipedown is dominating.
Yay, more
2
clips.
minutes 30. They're starting to
I actually like these clips, bro. Hey, I was in one of these. Wait, was I in this one? Oh my gosh.
Flag taken on the other side as well.
I guess not.
2 minutes left. Next flag wins.
Sneaks in.
Bop.
He gets taken down for the double. Adam Cole.
Later.
Gonna be the third victim and triple kill for
Oh.
Plus the flag is moving.
Where's the vehicle? He's looking for a vehicle. The hog run. Oh, the Gamertag is here. The hog is here.
Wow, it's actually fucking 2-2 as well. Jeez. Of his career is crazy.
Look at this. You got another hog on the other side as well. Dual hogs. Now return just yet again. Richards. Team Washington wins the series.
That's awesome, bro.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Seattle, Washington.
Seattle. Yo, Queen
2024.
Dove.
And we're also celebrating 10
Yo,
wonderful years of
you
the
followed
HCS.
not too long ago,
just
and
coming
now
into
you're
break,
hitting me
you
with
may
the
have seen quite
raid.
an iconic duo on
Yo,
the main
Queen
stage.
Dove, much
They were
appreciated.
getting,
Thank you so
pretty
much.
heated up there because Golden Boy and Walshy absolutely love
Welcome,
to give each other some
chatters,
trouble.
for
I was
watching
going to say a
day
very bad
2.
word then, and I cannot say that on camera, but you probably know what I was going to say. They do enjoy giving themselves, I don't know, a pat on the back as well on that main stage, and so far has been pretty good for Golden Boy in that iconic, legendary showdown. Do you remember watching that? It was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it like this. There's got to be an asterisk next to those wins because Golden Boy's teams are stacked
Yeah.
to the brim. We're doing Dave Walsh a disservice. We all know if they were to play in a one-on-one atmosphere, what would happen to poor GP. So I'm a Dave Walsh fan. I'll defend him to the end of time.
Well, at the end of the day, I think Golden Boy needed all the help he can get. You know, Walshy did say it's like taking candy from a baby. And if that's the case, then I don't think Walshy had any trouble potentially with whatever team Golden Boy showed up with. If it is taking candy from a baby. So
You're a cheater.
I don't know.
He's looking over. He's making a scene.
Just letting you know. I think it.
As GB always does, he makes this all about him.
I'm gonna back up my Halo father, okay? The Golden Boy, all right? Just gotta give it. But no, iconic moments and iconic moments to come on this main stage because we're getting into this next series, and it's going to be Pure versus Cloud9, both with their backs against the wall in the safety net right now of our Halo
They kicked
World
me off main
Championships.
stage again,
and
bro.
that main stage is where it all gets done. Who can start to get some fire under their chairs because they're going to certainly need it. This is quite a long journey. We're really kind of into the start of our Saturday here at Worlds, and they need to find some momentum. They need to find a purpose here to get back to that trophy position. Now, looking at Pure, first of all, we haven't really seen them much on our main stage. We saw them in Atlanta. I think the whole world saw them in Atlanta. I mean, going up against FaZe in Atlanta, that was what we needed to inspire us with this roster. We needed to see something that showed us an oomph. You know, what can we do to get behind them? And right now, we're not seeing that heading into Worlds. And Clutch, how do you feel about this potential bounce back going up against Cloud9?
I feel good about Pure's opportunity here. I think they had a very strong series against SSG yesterday that gave me confidence that
zoomed in on his face. Yeah,
SSG,
awesome.
they're going to have a good chance to take him down. Cloud9 coming off a very bad 3-0 against FaZe. You know, Cloud9 want to rebound quickly, but when you get thrown from one series that you just got bodied in into the next series immediately, you're not even unplugging your controller, you're actually staying put. That's a very scary feeling. Figuring out a way to rebound is going to be important for Cloud9, but Pure have got to pounce early in this first game.
I think in terms of Cloud9, though, I'm a little bit worried about how they're going to be breaking Pure down, because I think their chances right now in terms of the series layout are going to be difficult. That third map is really, for me, where they potentially could start to turn the series around.
Yo, appreciate you, Queen Dove. It's all good. I appreciate the support. Thank you for the raid, and appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Right now it's favoring Pure. How are you feeling about this C9
This is going to be a
roster,
crazy series right here.
Well, as you saw in that graphic, when it comes to Cloud9, it's really about Pure's, you know, game type and their
Much
map
love,
pool.
much love.
Going into this tournament, they were undefeated in Oddball. You saw they have one loss. That happened literally just yesterday. They are still a very strong Oddball roster. And one thing that was down there was King of the Hill, not exactly their strongest game type. Well, as of right now, Cloud9 undefeated in King of the Hill. So when it comes to those
Queen
map
Dove,
and
me
game
as
mode
well, me as
combinations,
well.
like, yes, game number 1 might be tough for Cloud9, especially with how good Pure are, but the rest of the series is winnable if you're a C9 fan.
All right,
Damn.
challenge on that main stage right now to keep your tournament alive. A lot of repercussions for both of these teams. Can they get it done in this final series for one of them? We'll have to find out. It's Cloud9 versus Pure happening right now.
Damn, I was on main stage. Fuck. I'm excited to get the Jeremy energetic commentary on this tournament. Let's go, Eva Unit. You know I was on that caster desk. You know we vibing. Well, now we gotta see Cloud9. Wait, didn't we just see Cloud9? No, that was Pure. That's actually pretty sick. That's actually really sick. That's actually really sick.
And here we go. It is now time to send home a team here at the Halo World Championship. Is it going to be Pure? Is it going to be Cloud9? We'll find out after
wow,
this.
Man, sending a team home is crazy.
We're going to be calling all the action here as we get ready today. And you know, I like casting these types of matches here because you know, these are two teams of players that we're going to be talking about for a very long time. A lot of young talent on this team.
All right, they sent it over to
also veterans who have been playing in like
here. Let's go.
A lot of deep world runs from these players that are on the stage.
Exactly.
But also keep in mind, when we went to our predictions, 5 of us casters predicted both of these teams as our wildcard teams. One of them exiting here early on Saturday in that 9 through 12 spot. So we're going to see which one gets off to a hot start here and which one can make a run a little bit further down.
Yeah, that actually is an excellent point there, Dave, because these are two teams that have had so much hype coming into them. Well, Pure, C9, I think the hype for them really started to build coming out of SLC, but let's just go ahead and jump into the action here and see what's going on, because as it stands right now, you got 3 down for Pure, 3
Gambling
down for C9.
up.
A little bit of a battle royale in the middle.
I don't even know. Probably Pure, but I mean,
last
I'll
shot
predict on like
so
the
many
team.
of them, and
it's probably
sure,
gonna be Pure,
you might be able to pick off that player who's down near the camo side,
If I had to
but when you
guess,
have too many players down low over in that Mangler pit, you're just asking to get collapsed on.
That's a dangerous position to put yourself in if you're not careful here. Let's see what he can do with this and this camo in hand.
Also got the shock rifle to boot. So remember, folks, the name of the game, oddball. You want to be able to just secure that, get those points, get those rounds. You got 2 rounds to win, and you pick up the dubs. So it's very different if you're joining us. You know, a little update if you're joining us and hadn't watched for a little while. Maybe you're watching some H3, you know. Been a bit.
And a rare miss right there from Druck. Seeing that play clambering up, but
especially
great
with how
ball rotation here from Cherish.
And that lineup looked good. Oh, there he goes. He ended up getting it there.
It's always how it goes, though. Like, you know,
Wow.
you'll get all the difficult shots, and then like it comes down to an easy one. It's like, wait a second, what's the mix-up here?
Well, it's always the one where it's like, oh man, I got this dude, and then I'm like slowing down, and then my crosshairs all over the place. I feel that there, but Septify now is going to try and see if he can go in for the challenge, but a beautiful play there with that shock rifle, trying to get the triple kill, but doesn't work out for him. He's got to get out of dodge with that, though. He only has no ammo reel left on that shock rifle, but he'll go ahead and grab that oddball courtesy.
No
that,
way.
Grapple shot, but saw there, I think it was a disconnect there. So we'll
Yo, Druck had
jump in and figure
such
out
a
what's
good.
going on.
Nah, that's
I don't know what it
fucked.
was. I'm just yapping.
Druck had
Just
such a
making
good
it
start
up.
too.
Maybe Druck's hands were on fire.
Yeah.
How he was shooting there?
Yeah, maybe.
Not for real
Maybe
though.
some malfunctions there, but we'll find out what's going on.
Yeah, all right, well, we're going to go over to the B Street, check out what's going on with ITB and Complexity. And wow, I tell you, Dave, another thing too, I really did not expect to see Complexity in this position, given how they've really found a rhythm coming into SLC and even out of that event, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they made the upsets in pool play. They made a deep run, obviously at SLC, so great job by Complexity, but they got the work cut out for them. Right here, ITB, Complexity, both these squads are like teams that were expecting to potentially make like a 5-6 run here at the event.
Yeah.
But a lot of surprising squads going to be exiting in the 9 through 12 range.
Yeah, the competition is as fierce as it's ever been in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, and you could also make an argument like over SLC, there's times where, you know, a squad like Cloud9 had to get knocked out by SSG in the 9 through 12 range. Here, these teams have no excuses. They're going against teams of their own caliber.
Yeah.
This isn't one of the big 3 or big 4 that got knocked down early due to a pool play upset by Complexity.
Yeah, and you know, that closeness is reflected in what we're seeing in the scoreboard there, right? You only got 11 points here for ITB to be able to pick up this first map, and it's looking good. Chick, nice shots there, gets the stick to boot. That's going to be a double kill for him, and they only need a few more points here, ITB, and they'll get this map win, and it's going to be Mighty's running away with this one. Is anyone there to stop him? Breaking shots, going to try his damnedest there, but a teammate, Wooten, was there for the pickup. 5 points remaining for ITB to win this one out, and that ball out in the middle of the world. Now going to have to reevaluate some things here.
I'm actually really surprised that we didn't see ITB scoop that up after that last fight. I believe it was Mighty's who won that and went towards Pipes. It feels like when you get that initial win off of the closest threat, you just keep grabbing the objective and keep moving it. But there it goes in the hands of Jimbo, trying to scoot on over to Pipes. Gonna get that 99-100. Gonna be game number 1 going into favor for Into the Breach.
Well played by ITB, the European squad looking to stay alive in here at Seattle for the Halo World Championship, but we'll be getting into the action in a moment here for our A-Stream matchup. If you're just joining us, we were checking out Complexity going up against Pure, 2 teams that a lot of people have called the wild cards coming into this event, and now they're facing each other here, Dave, and very, very, well, disappointing situation for both of them, right? Because I'm sure they would not want to be in this situation fighting for their lives.
No, especially not these rosters. I guess you could argue there are maybe some weaker teams potentially in this first round elimination, round 1, compared to especially like Pure and C9. But like I said, there's no real easy matches here.
Yeah, there really isn't.
Like pool play, yes, there was generally one team that was just ended up being a little weaker in each pool, but same time, we've never seen Halo be this close in competitiveness once you get towards like that top 12 range. Yeah. There's always been just these tiers. It's always been, here's the top 2 teams or top 3 teams that can fight for first place, but now we already have these other tiers that can take off games, take off sets off the top teams. You have teams that are making miraculous upsets in that 6 through 12 range.
Yeah. And I am getting some updates, by the way. We'll have 4 minutes left on the clock. I believe we'll have, I think it was 49 points, if I'm correct. 29 points. And that would be for Pure. And of course, our incredible producer, Crystal's in our ear to let me know everything, because Lord knows I don't remember things. So thank you. But we'll be jumping into that in a little bit, and we'll give you updates as we go along. So we thank you so much for your patience. But for the time being, though, we'll go ahead and continue to look at the series layout. And I think, you know, to kind of what Tony's point was up there, like, you know, this C9 team is definitely not a squad that you can, sleep on. I know Pure isn't, but the win condition is certainly there. I'm curious to see what happens when we get to that King of the Hill, to Tony's point, if we get to that map 4, because that could very well be a massive win condition for this C9 roster if Pure's not careful. So, they're going to need to get those advantages.
If memory serves me correctly, we have 3 out of the 8 players there took 3rd place in 2022 World Championship.
Wow.
And then you had Suspector, and I want to say that's the 2015 World Championship where he took 2nd place.
2015 and 2016. I don't remember.
I'm not.
Yo, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, for real.
40. I can't remember stuff now.
Jeez.
40.
Wait, you're 40?
I'm 40.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo, he old. Damn. That's wild. I never thought that would happen. No, I'm kidding. It's funny because you're 40, but I look older. I'm falling apart before our very eyes here, sweating my butt off on this stage. No idea why. Maybe because the action's so intense. I don't know. But we're getting everything sorted with the players. You can see our officials on stage, making sure everything's all nice and ready to go as we jump into it. But I will say that for both of these teams, the potential for a deep run is very much there. And this elimination round 1 could very well set the stage. But let's actually talk about the bracket and where we are right now, Dave.
Yeah, one thing we didn't have updated before when they were showing it on the analyst desk is that Space Station did come ahead in their series, taking out Quadrant 3-1. The only series in the quarterfinals that actually had a game go in the favor of the losing team. Everything else was 3-0s. So Space Station versus FaZe going to be in that semifinals. And on the other side of the bracket, we got Shopify taking on Optic. Now taking a quick peek over the elimination brackets.
Whoa.
Just good match after good match. Look at that. Already Akave and Sentinels 1-1. We saw also Into the Breach took game number 1 against Complexity. Quadrant versus Dark Side is going to be easy. Cloud9 versus Pure. It's just great matches on every single stream if you want to pop on over to any of those during this time, but don't go anywhere.
Of these teams, though, Dave,
on the A stream with me and GB.
Who you feel? Who you feels poised to make that deep run? If you had to just give us the armchair quarterback,
Man, I feel like
Sentinels, right? Or Akave. It has to be one of those two.
I feel like Akave's been the most surprising because they've
For
had
real.
a lot of great matches, but for them to take off games off FaZe and pool play, for them to be showing up the way they are, I wouldn't be surprised to see this upset. But as we're looking here into game number 3, Sentinels off to a 1-0 lead here onto Akave.
And this is a, one of the best things about this too is, in case you're not aware, Akave, formerly known as Alpha Esports
on the
in
mainstream
Salt Lake
Concrete.
City,
Thanks for the
and
follow, bro.
A Latin American
Go to the
squad,
mainstream,
which is
unless you're
awesome
looking for the
not
co-streamer
just,
drops,
the
then right
region,
here,
but also
bro.
for our sport, just continue
Or
to
the
have
Xbox
global
stream.
representation from
There's
these
3
players
different
across
streams you
the
should
world
tune
here.
into. The
And
co-streamers,
you
the
couldn't ask for
Xbox
better
stream, and the main
representatives
stream.
from that
I'm
Latin
done the
American region
Xbox
with,
and the
Lauren
co-streamers
Noble,
so
Drift,
far.
Acid, the talent
I
is
only
insane.
have the
Look at
main
Leor
stream
now,
to
he's
do.
starting to make
It's
this
10
run happen,
hours.
bottom mid, or bottom low, excuse me.
And also one thing
Yeah, I
to
got
call
you,
out, not to,
Concrete. No
stir
worries
any
at all,
drama,
homie.
But consider that
Thank you for following,
Akave
bro.
arguably
Appreciate
doesn't
it.
have the best Mexican player.
Meeting a lot of new homies during the
So
Halo
they're
World
doing this
Championships
without
this weekend.
maybe
So
their country's best player.
it's pretty awesome.
So we'll have to see how teams shake up after this. If Tapping Buttons maybe rejoins here with some of these Akave, or if he continues to team up with a lot of these American players. But either way, great options all around there.
I just think that the more we get Latin American players all across, our game, the better it is for our sport. So either way, whether Tapping Buttons decides to play for a LATAM team, whether the Akave continues to stick with the squad, or we get some more squads coming in here to represent the region, it will be awesome. So yeah, it really is incredible. But not to take anything away, we haven't really talked much about Sentinels here. Having a bit of a rough go these last few events. It has not been panning out in their favor. And in fact, this team, Akave, is, when they were known as Alpha, was the squad that made their statement in Salt Lake City in a killing frenzy there as well for Leor. But they made the statement in SLC by beating Sentinels. So this is kind of a grudge match, if you will.
Absolutely, yeah. You know that squad like Sentinels went back, reviewed that footage, trying to see exactly what they did wrong, and now can Lightning arguably strike twice. They can't say that they got caught off guard this time. They know how strong this team is here in Akave, and there's nothing they can do now. They're on that killing frenzy and also running the flag.
This man cannot be stopped apparently there, but some shots are starting to connect there. Leroy's got to stay alive. No one's able to help him there just yet, but he gets that flag across, and at the very least, manages to bring it to his teammates.
Now, this one's really going to be decided with this power-up popping up and these snipers. I can't tell if that OS fell off the map. May have fell off the map, but new sniper up on both sides. Are they able to do anything with this?
Attempted flagpole yet again here. This time it's going to be Sentinels going for it. And there is that overkill that you were talking about.
Stop.
Yeah.
This one's going to be real tough to stop. Boo Boo has OS, bring all the way back. 3 down, Leor. Only 1 alive, so they're going to have to let this flag go and use this remaining 5.5 minutes to get some control and get a answering cap.
Yeah, I thought Leor was going to have an opportunity to make that stop happen, but he got cut down to size, and that is going to be 2 caps locked in for Sentinels to keep themselves here at the Halo World Championship alive in Seattle.
All right, Lethal on the defense this time, trying to hold off 2 of these members. Is he going to keep this flag run going? It may not just be just that single cap. Might be here a double cap for Sentinels.
Could very well be the game if they end up locking this one in, but Boo Boo Doo Boo now. He's up sitting top mid. He knows he's got a few players around him. He's hearing those footsteps there, and there goes Leor, who's been on fire this game. Good attempt to just try and go in for the trade, but Leor was wise to that one there. That being said, you got Precision over in the back portion of the tunnel looking to put in this final cap. Is anyone in a position to make the stop happen? They are not, and that is map number 2 for Sentinels.
All right. Kave's tournament life on the lines here. They have to win 2 back-to-back games against Sentinels to continue their Halo World Championship run. Otherwise, it's out. It's kind of ruthless here. Yeah. The World Championships, right? Like, it feels like it's happening fast. I mean, a lot of times
people are getting kicked out.
Used to a lot of teams get knocked out early Saturday with the 4 pool play teams, but here we cut the pool play teams on Friday.
Yeah.
Right off the get.
Yeah, true.
We knock out 4 more teams in elimination bracket round 1.
Yeah, it's another one of these matches here as well. You got Complexity, ITV up 1-0, and after we just seen them pick up that map 1 win. And don't forget, everyone, that we will be jumping to the main stage relatively soon, so we'll keep you guys updated on that. But if you also want to tune in on all the action, you can check us out, not just here, but also at twitch.tv/HCS for the V stream, which is what you're seeing right now with commentary. But we'll stick with this action for right now.
We're seeing Mighty absolutely go off in our first series we were watching him with. He was doing that with a shock rifle on recharge. Series didn't go much in their favor as they were fighting against FaZe, which is really tough. But in the end, he still did so much
nice
work.
trade.
Or actually, it was like
Yeah, well, Complexity do manage to get
well,
themselves
thanks for
the
tuning in
camo
today,
here.
Believer Plays. Appreciate it.
They're down by a sizable amount. We come into this one as they're down by 10.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, no, let him know, Jimbo.
Oh.
My goodness gracious.
Ooh.
That's a crime somewhere.
Got some attitude on these
crime
boys over here.
Well, you got to put some stank on it when you get him with the camo and the double melee like that. You got to let him know, Dave.
You know what I mean? It's like, this is, interesting. He was trying to nade jump up towards the nest bridge. We haven't really seen, I feel like I haven't seen any nade jumps so far this
Yeah,
turn.
I called a rock jump, but yeah. That was cool. I didn't think that would be I would do that.
That just came in through the last patch, so this is something that has been available.
Oh, really?
Patches of Infinite, yeah.
Dude, Jimbo
is
having
just
fun.
bagging
Jimbo's
everyone.
having way too much fun. And when Jimbo's having fun, it's a problem. You guys know this, right? This is quite an issue for Complexity to have to find out of here, but ITV, so far, so good. Let's see what the vet, Jimmy Jim, can do with the S7.
Yeah, and worst thing that he can do here is give up this weapon with a bunch of ammo still in it. So worst case, you're going to see him do that veteran play. He will jump this off the map, or he'll waste a full clip before he lets this get in the hands of Complexity. This is one of the only ways that Complexity get back in this match. And here comes the pressure. Does not jump it off. Both players die at tower. Now do Complexity have a chance of this? Still going to be difficult. They're down by 12.
Got to give Complexity credit on that one. They read the timing perfectly, and I think ITV were really just kind of caught looking there in that moment because it felt like they were in a position of confidence, but little did they know that Complexity had them read to a T. Now Utsamdel is going to try and push into this one. He finds Ryanub, and he'll be able to wipe him out cleanly, but a beautiful shot there from Breaking Shot, and this is going to be the guy that you got to keep your eyes on. If they come back into this one, it will be Breaking Shot making big plays happen.
Yeah, breaking shot, seeing what he can do with the snipe, but sometimes got one of his too little, too late. Right there, gets the help from Huss to finish off Jimbo there. There's 3 unanswered kills there for Complexity, so if you're gonna start a run, that's exactly how you want to go.
Yeah, you get yourself a couple clean shots here with this snipe. You got 3 to work with, but you cannot give up any deaths, and that is unfortunately what ends up happening for Complexity. And for ITB, they're perfectly fine with that. Only 2 frags remaining. Scratch that, make it 1 for ITB to pick up this dub here. Clean shot from breaking shot, but he will not be able to get Mighties, and that's gonna be ITB up 2-0. And now we'll jump over to the D stream. We're
Take a quick breath, GB. It ain't stopping.
You want to catch every game, Dave? You want to just sit here and just do it all? I'm down with that.
This is the Omni broadcast. We will catch every game, every moment, every capture.
Yeah, we are. we have eyes everywhere. Okay, just a couple ninjas. I'm not talking about the blue-haired guy. Or Dave's former teammate.
Hey, you know, you gotta give credit where it's due. I technically...
You discovered?
I can't take credit for all success, but just most.
That's very typical of you. Very typical of you. Also a reminder though, right, when you're coming into this one, it's elimination round 1. We're sending 4 teams home today, right now, and as it stands, Akave fighting for their tournament lives here. 2-1 in the series total. But if Akave can start things off nicely, they can get themselves a, you know, just a little bit of a lead at the early parts of this game and begin to build some momentum. They might find themselves back into this one here, but look at the challenge coming in from Sen.
Both realizing how important this very first hill is, especially when teams have committed so much time and resources.
I think they're going to get it.
It's more devastating to lose a hill when you only have it by a sliver versus just getting dominated in a hill. And it looks like Sentinels might bring this one back.
Wow.
Global trying to rotate it over, giving it up, which I don't blame them.
It's just nothing that they could have done there. They lost the fight that they needed to at the moment that they just could not afford to lose it. And as a result of that, they give up those points. And Akave is going to need to have to clean that up if they're not careful. But Falcated here. Let's see what one of my favorite players can do as he makes his way inside of Yard to look to establish some presence there and start to accrue some progress on that bar.
Nice double team there from Falcated and Boo Boo. And just during this time, as they're fighting them off, they get time in the hill. So great plays there by Sentinels. Well, it looks like the push is too strong from Akave. Spoke a little too soon. Looks like all the kills going in favor of Sentinels. Now they're gonna have a 2-on-1 in the Yard. But looks like Drift is trying to push towards Yard to make sure that they don't get any favorable spawns and just take up that ground. So even in a situation where Akave just had 1 member alive, they continued that pressure.
Gotta say though, with how it has been back and forth here and the time that continues to tick, I do get a little worried here that, you know, as it gets scrappy, you're gonna see that time drain so much more and so much quicker. So Lethal and company are gonna need to secure this one here. And they're doing a pretty damn good job of that, about over halfway progress, and they're getting the kills that matter. But now you have 3 players down here with 1 off of the respawn. Does Lethal get in there to cause some carnage?
I feel like he waits for his teammate for 1 moment, and there comes the help. Boo Boo and Lethal have the high ground, and they're pushing in. And during this time, it's totally fine. They don't have to get a full setup and control here when you're in a neutral spot like this. You can just grab the time and force Akave to make the push.
Beautiful play by Sentinels. That'll give them the 2nd point. And now the Latin American squad struggling to find some answers here as we make our way over to our next hill, and you already see Sentinels in presence.
Yeah, and it feels like Akave just continually committing. I commended earlier Akave, I believe it was Leor, who pushed in towards Yard to continue the pressure there, and it felt like they broke that setup. But that was an example of a time it worked. Feels like a lot of these other times, they continue this pressure when it's not working, and they are staggering deaths, staggering kills, not having multiple angles to push in from.
Tell you what though, man, if Sentinels can continue to give us this, if Falcated can continue to give us this kind of confidence in the play and the way that Sentinels are really tackling this one, I really want to see what this team can do in the rest of this elimination bracket, because, you know, we always say like legends are forged in the elimination bracket. If there's a team of that can figure this one out at the perfect moment, it would be Sentinels. But you also got to factor that for Sen, right? They've really been struggling to find what makes the team tick. So maybe this game right here gives them that confidence in the rest of the bracket. because they're playing really, really well right now. They're shutting them down, not really letting Akabe get comfortable in there. And even when they are comfortable and set up, Sentinels have great collapses on them that just do not allow Akabe any room to breathe. So really credit where credit's due to how Sentinels are playing this.
Yeah, but you also got to wonder, is there any momentum shift here? You know, does the 3-0 from Shopify hurt Akabe versus like Sentinels, who got to come in fresh today, says, all right, we likely are going to play Akabe. They probably studied Akabe's games last night.
Yeah.
Whereas Akabe was on the other side saying, we got to take out Shopify. Let's watch their game. So it's all about to say Sentinels are likely more prepared for this match and in a better headspace going into this series.
Yeah, and well, they're going to certainly need it. Continue forward with this one, but once again, you know, when you talk about teams at this level of play, you cannot, by a long shot, count anyone out. Now that that camo is going to be up here, is anyone from Akabe in a position to be able to grab it? No, the camo's still going to be up for grabs here. They're sending a lot of players to go and have to do that business to grab it, but now you got to go ahead and cap this one, kid, and Noble does it. So well played from there. I was a little worried that he was going to go all the way to the side to challenge, but it works out in his favor, and now Akabe get themselves that first point on the board.
And that's a huge one. At least give some life into this game. Don't force it. They have to play perfect.
What about
Halo
Pure
for the last
and
2 minutes of the game.
Cloud9?
Instead, give themselves a chance and also got a little bit
That was
of time
long, right? I think
over that
probably
driveway.
some technical
Well,
difficulty.
folks,
I remember.
if you want to check out more of this Sentinels
thank
Akabe
goodness.
matchup, you can go ahead and watch over at
Stream.
twitch.tv/HCS Blue. You can also, I believe our buddies over at LVT are probably going to be covering it as well, so you can go ahead and check them out too. So knock yourself out. But we'll be diving into our main stage matchup in just a moment. But man, can't keep my eyes away from the game. Around like, okay, how are we looking?
Here we go, bro. Druck had such a
No,
good
heated
start,
matchups
and then they
too.
fucking
really
restart.
are. I've seen like really any
That's
domination
crazy.
from their side. I mean, we did see a great double cap there from Sentinels at the end of Forbidden Flag, but otherwise, all these games have been close, neck and neck.
Really has. Now,
Very, very
reminder to
close.
everyone, you know, it's been a little while, but we should be good to go.
All right, Druck better have that same good start, bro. I swear.
29 points.
Damn, I had so many YouTube subs yesterday. Thank you guys. I just checked. Holy
Playing from the
sheesh.
back end here. Now it's mostly
Yo,
just
that's the
due
most,
to
bro. Oh my gosh.
Hero's great start. We'll see whether or not that lead plays a factor as we get ready for
amazing.
game one. But we're back here again, so it's good. It's good. You know.
Either way, it'll be interesting to see how they go off the break of this recharge ball, because remember how we saw it last time? We had 3 members all sitting over in the Mangler pit, and it was just completely one-sided.
Yeah, and you gotta get out of the mangler.
You can't be there. I mean, it's okay, you know, to back down there, but I know their strategy wasn't to send 3 people down.
If you guys have a YouTube channel, it would mean the world to me if you guys subbed up over there. I can't believe I got like 12 new subs yesterday. That's crazy. New high score, baby.
Because you just don't have angles to finish off.
New high
Someone can easily jump out from any location, challenge even like a 3v1, and then back away and live.
Yeah,
that's what all those players are gonna do.
Those
That's
opening
actually insane.
gambits are really
Bro, what is
important,
that
especially.
I think that's
they're important in that
I think
get
that's
you
part
what
of
you
the
need in the
sounds.
early
Wow.
parts of the game. But when we evaluate how these squads are doing right now and what we should be looking out for here, I think this is interesting, right? Because, you know, you got the good and you got the bad on each side. The good for C9, you got players who have hot starts, but I do think that's kind of interesting that we just talked about that. And then, of course, the no ice and Slayers does scare me a little bit for C9, honestly, especially with the talent that's on that C9 roster.
That is tough, but if I recall the stats correctly as well, I believe C9 was favored, at least in Game 5, if they can make it to there. But yeah, we're going to find out, you know, which of these stats holds true. Is it going to be the oddball team winning here in the form of Pure, or is it going to be Cloud9, the Map 1 Masters? We will find out as we get back to this game when that happens.
And even with, you know, those stats, right? 8-1 record in 2024 for Pure, right? The best team in the HCS on this particular game mode has to give Cloud9 a little bit of pause, so they're certainly going to need to lean on some heavy hitters for the opening fight here to try and see if they can wrestle back a little bit of that lead here. We'll, of course, update you guys. 29 points for Pure, 0 for Cloud9. With 5 minutes on the clock, excuse me. It was 4 initially, but I believe it got evaluated to 5 minutes on the clock. So that is what we're going to be playing.
And based on the pace of that too, I mean, those points are going to go up on the board. So
that's true.
We'll see if it comes into effect.
I mean, dude, Pure having the record that they have and a little bit of a lead at the beginning actually is statistically very good for them here, you know? So I will favor them quite a bit. But, you know, the HCS and the Halo World Championship, everyone brings their A game, so wouldn't be shocked.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these teams make a deep run. Obviously, one of these teams can be exiting 9 through 12, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these teams make it into top 6, potentially even an upset into top 4.
Yeah,
you could see. I mean, it's not impossible.
Bro, ITB
like
is up 1-0 in the flag game 3, and they're up 2-0 in the series. That's crazy.
All right,
they're about to 3-0 complexity in elimination round 1.
Time, shall we?
Maybe.
I'm kidding. All right, oddball recharge. Remember, 29-point lead for Pure to start things off.
Okay, good. So they do get an advantage. That's good. I was going to say, Druck was going
What ends up happening for this opening strat here on both sides, because we were talking about before how that Mangler really just did not play out in the favor of C9, and we got a little bit of an adjustment here on the approach.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool, yeah.
Mangler bit this time instead of 3 people.
Yeah,
like see that starting strat change off quite a
hella
bit here.
Changed up, bro.
But one thing that's not going to change is Druck's going to likely get that shock rifle one more time. Kind of walks in there. He didn't want to jump straight out towards shock rifle and batteries because it's a little exposed or open there.
Yeah.
But also didn't expect to run 2 people in elevator. Usually off the break, people are trying to take up new ground, new positions.
Yeah.
Walk in the elevator and be like, wait, you guys are still at your spawn? What the heck? We said start.
Come on, guys. We hit the go button. By the way, I don't know if you saw right there, Cherish with the pop off. He ended up getting a really big kill in a dire spot with that camo bottom control there, but finally is going to get neutralized. So now we get Pure with control with that balls. And also, just a reminder, you seen that 30 points on the board, that was from the restart, so it was at 29, and they just grabbed the ball, so they scrapped themselves up a solitary point there. So now it's going to be Cloud9's turn, and we get to see whether or not that lead is going to fade away.
Wow.
Yeah,
Ground is lobbing your batteries and just jumping from R1 to R2 and bring that all the way in. But I also just felt like they didn't have the set of the control that they needed to bring that ball. So we're gonna have to see if this backfires against Cloud9.
Wow,
but there
that's
goes
insane,
2 down
bro.
from last shot.
I think you got your answer there, Dave. It kind of backfired a little bit.
Kind of backfires here, and here comes the final kill. It's gonna be traded out, and that's gonna be ball set up over in the pipes for Pure.
All 4 players wiped away in pipes. In a moment's notice, or rather in a heartbeat. But we'll see how Pure elect to do this here, right? Like, what are they gonna opt to play? Like, what side are they looking to favor, right? And how is the game feeling for them right now? Because that's also a big factor in it too. It's like, hey, are you feeling a little bit better over here to just kind of continue to maintain our side of the map and just pin them down because it's working?
Well, there's one of the answers. After you get a couple kills like that, I expect one of these members of Pure to snag that ball right away, but it looks like they opt to just go for the full slaying round, which I strongly disagree with. Look at this. 4 members here from Pure, all hunting down an elevator rather than grabbing ball and letting Cloud9 go to them. That was a situation where I felt like Cloud9 did a perfect rotation and Pure did not perfectly capitalize on the ball.
We'll see if that ends up being an issue for them here, but Septify does go down. You got Sab is going to be 1 shot too. 2 players over toward Whirl. No one's been able to get that ball quite yet. Manny's going to be 1 shot. And at this point in time, you got so many players weak in the knees here that's just going to be a full clear. So Cloud9 gets removed yet again by Pure. And it feels like in these team fights, like when they go in for a full engagement, right? Everyone's up at full strength. Man, Pure just have their number every time.
Yeah, and it just feels, even though I talk a lot about objective efficiency, end of the day, you need to go somewhat reasonable in the slaying department. And right now, Pure up 20-14 in slays, so outslaying by about 50%.
Also, I want to get your thoughts on this though, because the ball's been down for a very long time. Finally gets picked up here, and there were opportunities for them to do it, but it felt like they were just focusing more on just slaying.
Yeah, opportunities for Pure to grab that earlier. I don't feel like Cloud9 had the full-on opportunities, but I always take that snapshot as the round is halfway done. If you think about it, throughout this last 5 minutes, the ball's really only been in hand for about 23 seconds there for Pure, and only 5 seconds for Cloud9. So you start to wonder, is this game going to go to time limit? And when it's not, you need to take advantage of that. You realize you're not getting as many full steps, so you get a Slayer or 2, grab 5 seconds of time, don't worry about dying, and then rinse and repeat that towards the end of this game, because those 5 seconds, you do that 4 or 5 times, and then the second, all of a sudden, the game's a little bit closer. You actually have a chance.
Yeah, those the small points, right? Everything counts toward that total, so you want to be able to benefit from it wherever you have those opportunities. And it seems like now Pure is starting to do that. They're trying to move this one around a bit more, get it over to. Ooh, nice shot there from the vets. The Spectre hits a nasty perfect. He's got himself that camo too. So now ball gets played due to the push that was coming in on the blue side of the map there, and C9 now looking to sniff out the rest of the Pure players.
Yeah, C9 looking for this, and Suspector just running the same route and rotation as all the members of Pure. He wants to get into some engagements, but not finding anyone.
Kind of shocked that that one didn't connect there. I thought it was a pretty decent one, but shock rifle sometimes giveth and taketh away.
Yeah, and even though he has camo on that side advantage, he wants to just reposition. He wants to have
Pure looking strong out here.
1v1 against someone like Druck. That's why he repositioned towards bottom elevator in case also Druck had any help. He wouldn't get double teamed on top catwalk, but right there throughout this entire time while Suspector's been trying to chase these players down and get these kills, Pure somehow get the ball in the pipes and have 75 points on the board.
Yeah, and big melee there is going to shut down Druck. 2 players pushing toward that pipe side there, as you can see. I think it's all alongside with Manny and Sab. Last shot along with Druck. Looking to coordinate to get these kills. Sab's going to be very weak. He'll run into, I think, Talik here in a moment, but they have, granted, you got Sab just looking to play his life. Smart play there, but they already knew where he was, and they isolated him instantly there.
They're going to drain clock from here on out.
Pretty much.
Pure have such a lead, and at this point, why risk grabbing the ball for 23 seconds when you can just slay it out? Looks like Druck actually was going for the ball, but the play here has to be drain out the clock.
Yeah. 30 seconds down now. Getting to the wire in this first round. Pure, if they grab that ball, time stops, you're good, but you're dealing with so much of a climb in the total. You got to get yourself 72 points in order to tie it up, and you're getting outslayed. You're now down 4. There's 10 seconds remaining. GG. That's going to be all she wrote on map number 1. Pure dominating. There's a reason why they're sitting, and they're number 1.
Their coach just timed that shot perfectly.
Yeah,
bro.
1 round in their pocket. Still got to get 1 more, but it was complete domination, like you said there.
Yeah.
Even after that reset and Cloud9 getting a better start positionally.
Yeah.
The result wasn't any better.
That was an absolute shutdown there from Pure. Beautifully done. Goes to show the work that they put into this game mode. And I think it's great too, because like, you know, we're like, oh, they should have picked this up. Oh, they could have done this. But ultimately, man, they're feeling it out, right, as they're in the server, and they know like they feel when to go get that ball, when to kind of peel back a bit more. It feels like when it comes to this, it reminds me a lot of like Quadrant early days with Strongholds. It's a great understanding of the mode.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Also reminds me a little bit of like Optic style, where just great ball rotations here coming out of Pure.
Yeah.
Even times where it feels like Cloud9 have a decent amount of map control. Pure are able to rotate that ball away, so it's no surprise that they're so strong at the #1 right now as far as record goes here on Oddball in the HCS.
I thought if Druck had hit that, that would have been nasty. But yeah, good points there, of course, Dave. And now Pure start right where they left off, and C9, 5 points is all they have been able to grab across these last 2 rounds so far.
They're just chasing.
Yeah, they
feels
really
like they're always like a couple steps behind.
And every time you're like, okay, this is it. This is their opportunity. It seems like Pure have a plan.
Yeah, Pure has some sort of answer, and right here, yeah, like you said, they pushed all the way back Hydro, and they're in no position whatsoever to get near this new ball play. Now they're taking over pipes, but think about this. Druck had pipes for the last 20, 30 seconds, even before the last ball was played.
Well, let's learn about the methods to their madness. Pure looking great so far here in our oddball recharge game. Let's dive into a listen in.
Collapse on these guys fast.
They're both flooding us.
First spotter.
I got 1 gun. Let me see. 1 more red pipe door.
Second spotter.
He's combo.
Here. I have it.
Stacks. Good be tripping.
We probably can't get time here. I just want to see white. Throw it out. Like white. Right now. Let's get camera.
Yeah, I'm almost smoking.
Camo's about to be up.
I'm on it.
I'm watching right now.
It didn't get out.
Yo, topping weak bandit.
Yo, Tiki right now. What's Tiki?
Watch turban. I'm looking big door. One's Bellage. Bellage, turbine gonna be. Watch out bottom mid. Make the pit. He's just saying bottom.
Hold on.
One just spawns out, I think. One just spawns out, I think.
Watch out, Bellage. Throw it out. This is good. It's fine. Take our time. Take our time here.
Spawn top tower, dude.
No deaths.
They're holding the ball fucking half ball, bro. I think one's glass. You want to catch. One turbine, half ball. And glass combo. Watch out, triple corner. Can we see that? He's just in there. Nice, good.
Today.
I'm looking at top 8. Both on ball. Yeah, top 8. I'm watching you.
Great comms there from Pure, a little chaotic, but you can hear where the plans are coming in. And I love when they were talking about where they were holding the ball. They're like, holding a half wall. They were like a little insulted by that idea.
Do that? But yeah, they were expecting with it being in that position, there's just too many spots to be able to punish that. You know, somebody over towards top control should be able to get some grenades over there. So I think they were saying that, like you said, more out of confusion or surprise.
Manny, bro.
Living in that pit.
Yeah, he's truly the boy who lived. Because this guy is like in the pit. He's getting bombarded with grenades, still alive. He's one shot in the pit again, and he's manages to hit the shot. Like, Manny is doing some big plays here. He's making it happen for Cloud9. And they managed to get themselves the lead. So we're starting to see the C9 team wake up on oddball, and couldn't have come at a better time for them because they needed it.
Yeah, and he's been doing so much damage and being engaged in so many fights. One thing that's so impressive is, if you think about it, even though he wasn't able to get that finish over at that fight at Control, there were 2 members sitting over at Control waiting for him to round the corner, looking for him on that area. Before they know it, that person over at Turbine getting shot in the back. And they don't realize that that's Manny. So there's a lot of confusion about where Manny's pushing and rotating. He's creating a lot of chaos there on the Pure side.
It really is, and if he can continue to do that, that will set up Cloud9 for a potential point here on Recharge Ball. Suspector, though, with the camo and the shock rifle. He's only got really 1 shot with that, though, but 1 shot is all he really needs, and now he'll get himself that double kill. He's going to make this push happen here. Pure gets themselves the lead, but they have that opportunity. They know that they have the moment, they have the momentum to push into yellow and shut them down and get that ball back.
I like this. We're seeing some faster collapses here from Cloud9. One critique I think I had from round 1 is that it felt like all those rotations from Pure were so good, and I was giving them credit for those great rotations. But one thing that can counteract that from Cloud9 is just charge across the map. Sometimes you get two down, you can fly across the map, especially if they have ball and pipes. You can jump over towards batteries because they don't have the numbers on the map to punish you for being out in the open.
Yeah, and there's certainly a case to be made here that for C9 and how they have approached it, right? If they can continue to do that, this will be a round win for them. But I do like what we're seeing here from Pure as well, because Druck, my goodness, with the double kill in the back of Control, and Druck looking to just cause carnage and chaos there to prevent them from being able to get into a spot to just shoot across from the ball player that was making his way inside of yellow.
Spectre, feels like we've seen him alive for a lot of time. In fact, look at the amount of deaths the Spectre has compared to everyone else in the game. He has 12 deaths. You gotta wonder, is that him just maybe being too much on the outskirts and away from the fights? We see him trying to get actives, see him pushing around, but then sometimes he's I feel like, taking maybe too safe a route, going too much around the perimeter.
And you're not wrong, but I will challenge only that he does have 10 assists there, so he clearly has been putting in as many shots as he can. But you're right, though. He's playing a very, kind of like, I guess, a setup type of game, it seems like, and slower pace. But, I mean, Suspector's a vet. He's been doing this for a super long time. So I trust his instincts in this situation, but they're going to certainly need to get that ball back and start to accrue some points here. And Suspector's got to be the guy to do it. You got 15 points remaining here, or else you're going to give up this first map.
Just like that, Cherish spots out this camo player in the form of Suspector. What can Suspector
can't get the kill.
Trying to go for that sticky. Does not get the trade. 2-1. That's going to be round number 2 and game number 1 going in favor of Pure.
Certainly was a few moments there where Pure felt like they were losing grasp of the game, and that is, of course, a credit to Cloud9 and Manny for what we were seeing him on the flank. We were seeing some, good plays from them too, just trying to get in their face when they realized these rotations were coming in so quickly from Pure. But for Pure, man, the way that they're able to regroup in those moments is really impressive. They're oddball, man. That's some scary stuff, dude.
Yeah, no, they just look so strong throughout. And even though they heavily outslayed round number 1, but round number 2 wasn't that heavily outslain. I want to say they outslayed by like 5 or 7 kills.
Yeah.
If my math was correct.
Yeah, it wasn't all that much there, right? And some big moments there. Good edit on that one. But yeah, it's always good to see the players get hyped up.
That's what we live for in this game. You know what I mean? Like those moments that you win a battle you should not have won.
Yeah.
Especially on the biggest stage when the stakes are the highest.
In an elimination game, right? Going up against a team that's even, who you have squared off with time and time again. Did he just get double stuck?
It looked like he had one his heel as well.
The double stuck Oreo. Look at him. Wow. I don't know if that applies.
I've seen way too many sticky trades. These last
remember SLC was just all stickies?
Way too many sticky
trades. It was all
trades.
stickies.
People not going back to their old fundamentals.
I feel like I was watching FFA on ship, you know, with the amount of stickies that was being thrown around. All right, well, we got Live Fire Slayer coming up next, and then after that, we'll have CTF Forbidden if necessary. We'll move on to King of the Hill Solitude and Slayer Recharge. And these two maps right here, and it goes without saying, you know, a little John Madden of me, but if you allow me for a minute, this is one of these maps they have to win. They have to. You take it to that King of the Hill, you get yourself a fighting chance if you're Cloud9. But it has to come here. It has to come down. And honestly, I think Slayer's a great opportunity for them to do it. You know, given how they had approached map number 1 and how they were trying to play a bit more of that flank game, maybe that plays out for them here.
Yeah, and let's look at these main Slayers on each side. We got Cherish leading it out on Pure and Sabinator with a 1.13 KD there for Cloud9. However, damage difference, gotta call that out. At some point, he's the main Slayer here on C9, but also negative in the damage department. I guess that's just a result of losing more Slayers.
Also got to talk about Cherish's smoldering look, you know? I mean, look at him. What were you trying to tell me there, buddy? You know, you get the high squint, you know, the broken heart. You know?
Is that what it is? I can't tell if he's...
I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be a heart, and then his hand moved aside. Or he messed it up, and he doesn't know how to do the heart thing. It's okay. But yeah, we'll be jumping into map 2 here.
Like you said, Mason, you know, big win here. Needs to come out Cloud9 here, game number 2. One stat that we also saw that was a great one from EasyMac was that Pure on Forbidden CTF, which is game number 3, they have a 0% return rate on their flag. Meaning if you get that flag pulled,
oh dear,
statistically speaking, the other team's gonna cap it.
Wow.
To me, that says that Pure, once they get dominated or like stuck in their base, they don't have a great defensive setup. But you know, sometimes the best defense is great offense, and if you don't let them get you pinned in your base and touch your flag, no problem.
Hey, I don't have to put my shield up if I keep punching them in the face. You know, that's the best way to go about it, I guess. But that will be fascinating to see how that plays out when we move into map 2 and whether or not Cloud9 benefit from that. But they will.
They want to go a little more favorable into that game 3.
I couldn't agree more.
Game number 2, right here, it's gonna be Live Fire Slayer. We're gonna see how these teams decide to kick it off. Who's gonna instantly go for that snipe? Is this gonna be a fast one or is it gonna be slow?
You know?
Keep in mind, you know, Cloud9 had reviewed this quite a bit. Game 5 Slayer at Salt Lake City. Cloud9 almost took down Space Station Gaming. They had them against the ropes. Space Station, instead of getting 9th through 12th of the event, took first place. So you know they played that moment over and over again in their heads about what they do during some of those stalemate situations here on Live Fire. Let's see if it comes to fruition here today in Seattle.
I expect this to be moving, man. I think that these players, if they get that, if they get, you know, just a little bit of that fire in them, I think we're going to be seeing this one end pretty quickly if they just try and like constantly push one another the way that they were in that oddball game. Sabinator, they'll have to back out of this one. I like that he's getting a little aggressive with the sniper, but I don't like that he's down low and just in a rough spot, but doesn't manage to get out of there.
Well, Camo's still up. You know he's going to be baiting that. And you also know that Pure are going to be aware of this. They are not just going to jump up and grab that Camo until they lay down a shard to you. That's why you see Cherish going to be poking out this right side silo here in just a moment. Also waiting for them backup.
They have no idea he's there.
They have no idea that he's there. This might be a snag grab. They're not expecting it. But Cherish finally sniffed out. Grenades flying there, and Cherish decides to go back towards key door.
Yeah, that. Imagine if in that moment in time they were like, they're not looking, and then he like jumped up and grabbed it. Would have been the greatest timing. Sabinator, though, I will say, despite him having that snipe, did not really get to do much with it. Got a few body shots, one solid kill with it, but does, at the very least, give him an early lead here.
Yeah, early lead, no sniper in the hands of Pure, so overall a positive, but like you said, maybe they'd love to see a little bit more work going on the board, but don't worry, because the Spectre's been doing that work. 5 kills, 1 death so far, so any critiques we had of him maybe not being in the engagements in the fights on Recharge, all answered here on Livefire.
My guy just lives. Clearly, that's what it was. Very impressive. Tied game now, though. Pure bring this one right back in, thanks to Talik and Druck now giving them the lead with this one. Last shot gets his third, and that is going to be, or excuse me, his second, and that will be a third kill logged in for Pure, thus giving them the lead, and they're just continuing on. And this is starting to look a little scary now, Dave.
That spawn trap there, it wasn't just Last Shot looking towards dummies, it was also Druck just ready for a player to spawn over there in dummies. I know before there were some complaints around how spawns have changed a bit once Bandit came out, but some of these players have gotten used to it more. They read him a little bit better.
Dude, this kid is nasty, man. That was he jiggled around that the screen so efficiently, and he was one shot for the whole time there. Keeps himself alive, pulls the tension his way. Spectre now, though, as he makes his way underneath inside of that cave, does not find the success he wants. Just one kill, really. And this is where things start to get a little scary for Cloud9. Start to see these players, you know, by themselves, getting isolated in these fights. And more camo control here for Pure.
Yeah, second power-up going there for Pure. MC, what about the second snipe? First one was in the hands of Cloud9. Is this one going in the hands of Pure? Is this lead going to extend even further?
There has been comms, Camo's here, so we got to find him. And Druck could not get that clean shot on that player, and instead he's going to get just shut down completely, so removed from that. So no Camo's going to be playing over in the back toward the control area there, but still a 2-kill lead for Pure.
Yeah, Last Shot does have the snipe. Got to rotate away with this. They aren't in a great position here. Just only have 1% nest and stuck kind of over here green. That's what they're trying to rotate out. They all realize that if they get sniffed out in this position near pillars, they're in big trouble. So I like this rotation. Force the aggression before Cloud9 realize that Pure all stuck in that one area.
Yeah, now with them clearing out tower, and they saw where those where the rotation was, right? Because Last Shot got a body shot on a player that pushed him back and all that. It just let them know exactly where they needed to look. But Last Shot's got to hit those shots. He's getting a man on the slides. It's impressive.
Yeah, and I'm a little confused there, too, from the Cloud9 push. It felt like Cloud9 had more map control prior to that sniper rotating over and getting over towards tower. But it felt like Cloud9 thought that they were all set up at green, and they pushed 2 or 3 people back towards back green. And back green's one of the spots where, like, you spawn there, like, we need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Instead, they had an option of not being at green, and they push over and take green and hold it for a moment.
Yeah, that actually is a good call out there, because I do wonder how much that body shot, Last Shot hit in mid kind of indicated to them, especially with where they were moving. It was like, oh, hey, no, I think they're going to take the snipe over toward green, which kind of goes to the theory that you were talking about there. But then Spectre just runs into 3 of them on tower side. So that kind of led to this run that we're seeing here now. From Pure, and even though Last Shot, he's got a few decent shots with that S7, it has been a 4-kill lead here for Pure, and they are continuing to add.
Yeah, and it looks like you see a lot of these aggressive pushes coming out of Cloud9, and it feels like they're treating it like it's like a late 40s game where people are just post up in one spot. You saw all these nades going towards window, all these people going towards screens, and nobody was actually at that garage door or screen or window.
Yeah.
And they just kind of assumed that there was a setup there. So I feel like Cloud9 almost a bit of a panic play, or just trying to force some action in spots where they don't have the information needed.
Man, oh man, I thought that was a clever play there from Talik to throw down that camo and delay it, but they read that when they pushed at the perfect time, and Cloud9 will manage to remove the camo from play, but they have so much more work that they have to do here, and it doesn't seem like Pure is giving them any quarter to work with.
Yeah, I want to see how Cloud9 decide to swap this up a little bit. Like I said, I feel like they're almost just saying, all right, on the count of 3, let's charge over and take over this area. I think Cloud9 need to get more information, make informed pushes, decide where they're going, and they also don't need to commit towards a push if they don't have the numbers, if they don't have the information, or if they're weak.
So now that C9, you know, they're down a decent amount here, I want to hear how the comms are on the Cloud9 side, so let's go ahead and jump into a listen.
How many drunk guys? Yes, sniper. You're gonna kill me. Two there.
I got one.
Nice. Sniper's going pillars. Sniper's going pillars.
We're together here, guys.
Nice.
Where's sniper?
It's on mid. He's A-plat jumping up and down.
Yeah, he's weak.
I'm looking way well.
Yo, go B.
Watch out, you're dead. Kill him. He's dead.
I'm in this.
Snipe set, guys.
Yo, start being a little bit more aggro. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
We have sniper.
I have sniper. We're dead. How many guys here? I'm not dying. I'm not dying.
We're
Can they beat dice?
Street shot.
Go.
You're on
You're behind us, guys.
I'm hitting big. Wish I hit him.
That's you guys.
Big. Easy.
Live many. Live. Got him.
Nice. Live. Okay. They're
Nene pushing us, bro.
Got him.
Nice. I'm here. Hide. I have you.
Take space.
Let me snipe, guys.
One shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna go small. Oh, wait, we spawned there. Fuck. They're gonna be on J then. I'm one big drop.
One was my push on. They backed up tower.
They're gonna like double up top mid.
I'm going down. Go back. Nice job, Seb. Nice right now.
Nice, guys.
Top mid.
It's on nest.
They're probably gonna run.
It's on nest, guys. I'm one.
Stuck. Still there. Stuck there.
Hammer 20, guys.
Screens, guys. Two on me.
Yeah,
I'm pushing up.
That's all you.
I got one. No, I didn't do A pit. Do it.
One.
One's A plat, guys.
No, you're there. They're gonna hit you outside.
Watch out.
Top mid.
Play it if you need to.
I don't dead. Got me. Snipes out. Front green now.
We're tower.
It's in front green now. Gonna go A-plat probably.
Top tower.
All right, well, there you heard Cloud9, and one thing that I picked away instantly from that was, let's be more aggressive. That was the thing that stood to me immediately.
And I was also thinking, I don't know if that's really a requirement. You also, you saw how they swapped that up instantly. They're like, I got sniped, let me snipe. And they slowed it down a bit. We saw a little bit of success, but I feel like a lot of commitments, a lot of panic towards finishing and forcing fights. And you saw it from the Pure side is they're just kind of chilling back a little bit. They're saying, all right, they're flying at us. I can back up a little bit, throw this grenade, let them walk in these traps. And Pure just 7-kill lead is going to be really tough for Cloud9 to turn this one around.
Yeah, let this C9 team make some mistakes is what Pure's probably thinking here. And they'll continue to just add on to this lead. Now Talik wants to maybe go for a play with this quantum translocator. That was the play.
Yep, kept a little momentum. It was in a safe spot, but you had to tippy-toe right as you landed out of that QT.
Hey, you know, I respect him for being a little cheeky with that. You know what I mean? He was trying to get into the corner, hide it out a bit more.
Also, that 3, it was a 7-kill lead, now only a 4-kill lead, so 3 unanswered slays there from Cloud9. Let's see how they ice it up here at the end. I mean, looking really strong so far.
They're all bunched together.
They're
oh my gosh,
lumped up. And sometimes that works, but when you get hit by grenades, that is not going to work out well. Look at this, all trapped in the rat tunnel. Last shot has the opportunity to back away. Rat tunnel has to fight their way out.
And that is going to be Pure benefiting from that fight. So they're just 2 frags away from being able to win game 2. We talked about C9 needing maps like this, needing these map 2 wins in Slayer in order to get to that King of the Hill. But it's going to make the challenge that much more difficult. You only have 2 kills left for Pure to grab, but C9 can very well come back into this one. It's not out of it quite yet, C9. And if they get that S7, if they can bring that one across, maybe clear out these players in mid, they could have an opportunity. And I just saw the snipe was grabbed.
Yeah, it was snagged. And who has it? Manny. Okay, 3 kills.
No dumb deaths.
Now, one thing that Cloud9 needs is just a little bit more ground on the map. It feels like anytime we've seen them, they're all clumped in all 3 or 4 in one spot. So I like this. Spread out towards Nest. They know that Sniper is going to be this fear factor. So Pure aren't going to be able to poke out as confidently. 2 minutes, 15 seconds, plenty of time to get a couple picks. I like this play. Just play it patient. See if someone oversteps.
I want to see Cloud9 just take map control. I just want them to just continuously push forward here, because I feel like at this point in time, with this sniper in your hand, you have...
What they're doing is perfect. I don't think they need to push any further. We've seen a lot of their pushes get shut down and
that's fair.
really
Good
die.
Call. Yeah.
You don't want to get some whirlwind at the very end where you're just able to trade out a couple melees here. There's 49. 1 kill more for Pure to close out game number 2. They're pushing against Manny and crew. They get the pick onto Manny.
Oh, man.
Huge picks there at the end, but that got scary for Pure.
That really
got
did.
real scary.
That really did. I thought Pure were going to give that one up. But C9 showing that in these moments, elimination, pressure on, you got to find where those wins are, and you got to dig deep. And credit to C9 in that situation there, because they were at a deficit for a decent amount of that series. I think they were down by 10 at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it got to a massive lead. Yeah, I think it was right around 10 there. Cloud9 decided to take a little break, refresh. They realize it's do or die.
Yeah.
Starting with Forbidden Flag. Tournament life on the line here for Cloud9. Pure just have to keep doing what they're doing.
I will say though, man, the forbidden CTF stat that you popped into my head is now creeping in there, and I really want to see it happen.
Just like you almost like, I want to see someone just sprint over there and grab it.
Grab it.
What happens? Is it just like they can't stop it? Like, no!
They just get blinders on their eyes. Like, we can't see. They grabbed the flag. Oh no! Man, this was certainly one that C9 would have loved to have been able to grab, given how those final moments were. And you're right, Dave. I think that what I always get worried about in these situations, in these high pressure, close situations, is like clumping. Kind of what we saw right there.
Yeah, well, the thing that throws me off is I feel like that clumping strategy is what knocked them out of the tournament in Salt Lake City, and that is a viable strategy in specific situations.
Yeah.
When you're in a spot where you need to get the last couple kills and only give up one death or whatever, like you saw from SSG against Cloud9. However, like I said, it's for a closing game strategy. It's not something that you can run throughout the rest of the game, because even if you run through and get those couple kills, all of a sudden you have 3 or 4 people in one spot, and those last 2 people can position, throw some grenades, clear out the rest.
Just a couple of good grenades, and you got yourself 4 kills.
Exactly.
and everything you did is for nothing.
You saw that kind of play out in the rat tunnel there. It's just like when players are all in one area, the difference there, the counter to that is just some distance. They can't, force a fight and engage you. Grenades and angles.
Yeah, of course.
Grenade and angles, and that's just going to destroy any clumping strategy.
Take out the clump. Down with Michael Clump. Anyway, let's look at our community stage, because we have a cosplay contest going on, and the finals will be on the main stage. Dave, I have an outfit just like that.
Also, that walkout was so cool. We start doing cool walkouts.
I want to do a cool walkout.
The Hanuman kind, who's like 10 toes in it, walk in there.
Of course, you can check out the fun, youtube.com/Halo for our community stage. It's always a good time over there. Our community, freaking awesome. They make some of the coolest cosplay gear I've ever seen for nerd Halo fan like myself. There was even a guy who had a flood. He had like one of the little flood minion dudes. I forget the names off the top of my head. On a little RC car, and was driving around. It was the best thing ever. Oh, they're great. Who's grading the contest? I want to see.
Uber Nick was one of the judges.
Who was it?
Uber Nick was one of the.
Oh, Uber Nick was one of the judges. Oh, there it is. What? It's an RC car with the little flood dude on it. Look at him go. Oh man, I tell you what though, you gotta put some lotion on that. Oh dear. Oh my God. Get some cocoa butter on that or something like that. I don't know, but you gotta take care of it.
Here's the thing is, all right, Halloween decorations in my house, like a 0 out of 10.
Yeah.
Candy at my house, 10 out of 10.
Oh, so how's the candy this year?
I'm always a full-size candy bar house.
Yeah. Oh, you're a full-size candy bar
house. That's right.
Halloween house. Okay.
Exactly. But when it comes to all these costumes and cosplays, we were absolute garbage in my house. But I'm like, hey kids, I'll buy your love. Here's some candy. Take it.
That's yeah, you love to see that.
Don't vandalize my house.
All right, well, our players are getting back to the stage here. As you can see, C9 making their way out. I think Pure should be joining them in a moment here.
Welcome back. You know they had to have some talks, and like I said, whenever I'm in that situation and I'm having talks with my team as I'm going into a losing series or into a game that you're behind, it's small changes. You can't just swap up everything. You can't say, all right, guys, remember that strategy we practiced all the time long, plan A? We're going to go plan C.
Yeah.
See how this goes. Like, it's just small changes. It's like, hey, we need to buy, everyone try to make their lives last a couple seconds longer.
Yeah.
Buy 2 more seconds of time when you're on the back foot and going to die. Make them waste a grenade. Get those small advantages that
little
add
things,
up.
man.
Just small little things, whether it's communicating a little more, maybe cutting back on the comms if it's getting a little too flooded.
Yeah. There is a plethora of things that can, certainly you can use to your advantage in Halo with how, it's like all those little things, all those little details, right? Small things that you might not be thinking about in that moment in time. These pros, they play this game every day, hours on end, the time that they put into this here, the nooks and the crannies that they understand. And the level of which you're seeing here in Seattle has been so exceptional. I mean, when you go back and you look at like Raleigh, when we kicked off Infinite's HCS stint, it's just such a, it's a different game, it feels like, but also just even seeing some of these players here, the confidence, everything is just, man, it's been so impressive to see these guys grow into the players that they have become. But for C9 though, your back is against the wall. You got to do this. You have to fight back here. It's now or never. And if you don't win this, you're cooked. You're done. Your season's over. But there is an opportunity here. Because if Cloud9 managed to pick up this win, go to King of the Hill, statistically, they're looking solid.
Jeez.
But, Dave, Pure have been playing great, and they have been shutting things down every opportunity they've had.
You know, to be honest, like Cloud9, they played the end of that last game so well.
Yes, they
do
that every time.
We looked on the Prowler, it was
Damn.
an 11 kill deficit there at one point, and they turned it into a 2-kill game. So they just tightened that up a little bit more throughout the game, but unfortunately for Cloud9, all 4 go down. Tolic grabbing the flag. Pure has Cloud9 sniper, they have their own sniper, they have the OS, they have everything.
They have every single thing to work with, and they're going to get themselves a point here. No one seems to be in a position for Cloud9 to make the stop happen. Drux got eyes on Septify. That's as clean as it goes, and Pure is up by 1.
All right, you know, like those football movies where you have that locker room halftime talk and everyone getting pumped, like, we're going to go back in there. The equivalent of this was like, QB just got sacked, fumbled it, the other team recovers it, goes for a touchdown. Like, all right, well, guess that pep talk didn't really amount to much. So that's a little difficult here for Cloud9 as they are already in the hole within the first 30 seconds of Forbidden Flag.
And look, Forbidden's a big old map. So if you're making your way across that fast, something like dreadfully went wrong. Sniper rifle for Cloud9 has been given up too, so that will be cherished with possession of it now. My goodness gracious. Just glued to that, man. This is it. I mean, they're just continuing to, they're going to get this flagpole. I don't think anyone's around to be able to try and stop them again.
Look at just how quick and efficient Pure are with it. Pure, what, they have 11 kills so far? 11 kills, and they're going to have 2 flag caps off of 11 kills?
I feel like statistically that's just not
so tough for your Cloud9 because it's not like you've made a bunch of mistakes. Yes, you got a big mistake off the break and things didn't go your way, but to be punched this severely for it, Pure are just on top of it and dominating this game number 3.
And also you have to wonder as well, right? Like game 1, you had a bit of a delay on that stage, and then you get into it, and you don't really contend much against a really talented oddball team. Then you go into Slayer Live Fire, you're getting kind of spanked around a bit, but you make that big comeback happen. You get 11 big kills, you come back from an 11 kill lead, excuse me, and you cannot lock it up in the end. So for Cloud9, it has to be frustrating to play against this Pure team when they're eking out these wins in those moments.
Yeah, and honestly, based on the way that Pure are playing right now, so far in this game, I feel like you just want to try and close this out quick.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of time in this clock where if you just start to try to slay and play defensive for 9 minutes, Cloud9 could slowly and surely get back to this game. While they're down, kick them. Pure, if they want to the series, grab that 3rd flag, get these next couple slays. They've been super efficient with it. Close it out.
Walshy, school your bully confirmed. You know, there it is. We
kick them when they're down.
Kick them while they're down. But I do agree with that though, Dave, because C9, if they're in the position that they're in right now, Pure have all the momentum. Might as well just continue to ride it to the promised line, right? Until you simply just can't anymore. Ooh, Druck almost got a haircut there. There he goes. Came back around for the shave.
Septify getting that pick there.
Came back around for the shave.
We also see Tolic taking a long flank route here. We're gonna have to see what is gonna happen with that flank, because this could either be great and he flanks and gets the kill on the sniper, or he leaves his teammates out to dry, and all of a sudden Cloud9 are on the offensive, get a pull, and there's Tolic going down. So that flank completely ineffective. What can Cloud9 do with this? This is a scary time for Pure. You do not want to let them back in this game. And you remember that stat, GB. 100% of the time that flag's grabbed, Pure has not recovered it. Let's see if that stat holds true right now in this flag run.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have much of a chance to go back and get it when Septify's taking their faces like this. And everyone off spawn, they got 3 down, and then at that point, there was just nothing that Pure could do out of it, and that is a cap.
This is the double cap territory.
Run it back.
Oh, look at Manny is still up front and center. We still have Septify over on the sniper bridge. The only saving grace Pure has right now is they still have a sniper on the back of their base, so this flag going towards sewers is not going to be safe. I actually don't know what the route is here to throw that flag when they have that sniper back there.
Septify wants to play his life here. He's going to wait for Sab. He needs Sab to just go and clean up some of those players in the back. It's going to be a double kill. They're running into each other.
Cherished either.
He saw it too.
Some points he feel like he's Cherish thinks that he's drawing some attention, which he is to a degree. But at this point, you need to fight out of your base as a team. Cherish trying to desperately stay alive. This flag comes back. who is going to get the recov and who's going to get the cap. Looks like there's an option to let that flag reset on its own.
Yeah, and Cherish
just a couple seconds away, but
they know where he is. They're just waiting it out.
I don't hate this play here from Septify. He realizes it's too good to be true. He can't just run this one in, so he has to get a few slays. There goes Septify. There goes Sab. It's a 4-on-2. Well, I don't know if the stat still holds true. The flag has not been returned yet.
Can they get the return?
Flag has not been returned.
If they get the return, history will be made, and I expect everyone in this building to make an applause happen. If you don't, we send it back.
Oh my God.
They're gonna do it, Dave!
History, and to be sure, since they've never seen this in their entire life, all four are jumping on the flag just to make sure it goes back.
There you go. They get the recov, and history has been made for Pure, but jokes aside though, man, they still have this lead. They still have some decent map control, and I think C9, you know, they did a lot of things right there, but you gotta give some credit to Cherish for making himself a difficult individual to remove from that side of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess credit to Cherish there. Like, I thought it was a massive mistake to grab that flag because I think you just got to be more in the slaying mode, but it looks like you did a bit of both. Toss the flag out, hopefully create some panic. Return towards Sewers, went over towards the snipe side, doing some damage and buying, I guess, a little bit of time for Pure to get out of their base. So kudos to Cherish and Pure for breaking out of that setup and not allowing a double cap to happen where Cloud9 were perfectly set up for a double cap.
And making history.
And making history. Yeah.
And making history.
That's the more important part.
Of course. All right, well, Pure gets their snipe now, and C9 will get the overshield, so they're all right with that. They're going to need to put this thing to work here. There you go. Nice play. Just jumping across. He's got the help from Manny as well, so they're going to try and chase that player down low. They know where he is, but the snipe's doing some damage there. Be careful, Suspector. He's got to stay alive.
Yeah, just buying time over here in the courtyard. His teammates are going to be the ones that are going to be his eyes, his ears, pointing out where everyone's at, and then he gets to lurk around here. Go over from Mohawk, get some shots in, eventually go to the front jump, get the flag grab.
I like what we're doing here for C9, right? They get
pull. That's a pull. Yep.
And they got to
You're not chasing the back of the base, so I like this play from Suspector. You're basically going to fight anyone who is visible at that time, but as soon as they scurry to the back of the base, you pull that flag and punish them. Suspector somehow gets finished all the way over that far in the sewers.
Well, I have a
Cherish
sweepstakes
has an angle over from the
Xbox
hut.
entry for SSG to win, so that'd be cool if they won.
Weep as they see their flag recover
I'm
all
in
the
the
way in
draw for an
sewers. They
Xbox
did
Series X.
so well
That
up
was
until
it,
that
too.
point, but cherished. Second flank, second flag recovery.
Making plays, man. This young man. It's been impressive. Doing a lot of excellent work here to
Great
try
those nades.
Yeah, you know.
Some sizzle sticks.
I miss them. Big fan of them. 4 minutes, 33 seconds left on the clock. Pure looking to close this one down. One flag cap is all they need. But for for C9 and the boys, they know that they have it. They've done it. They almost have secured 2 flag caps. That would have been the game. That would have been the map. So I'm feeling a little confident here for C9. But when it comes down to those moments, you got to clear those angles so that Cherish can't get like a free shot on a player that's running down low like that next time.
Look at this. Cherish is still holding this attic over here. Or sorry, Pure is still holding this attic over here. And they know the push from Cloud9 has to be coming through. Looks like they get them all over on the opposite plat. That's all 4 down. They're in a position to grab it. In fact, flag's already on the way. 2 members respawn, Suspector and Septify, but they are not going to be having a great angle to get this one stopped. And they are slowly but surely watching their flag run all the way back. Wait,
flag got returned.
Did flag
I think
fall off the map?
Yeah, I think it did.
Oh my God.
That's an
I was just going to say, that's the most desperate and terrible time ever in your tournament life as you watch that final flag go in. You can't do anything about it.
Okay.
Someone smiling down upon Cloud9 as that flag falls off the map, and they're getting a pull again.
Oh, my word. Opportunity here, but Pure now back into this one. Find Sav as well, so they know exactly where that is. And here comes the pull now. Bring this one down low again. Is what happened to what happened previously to Cloud9 going to happen to Pure? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here. Talik is cleared back of the base. He's around the corner. Here he comes. No one in the vicinity to stop him, and that is going to be it. Pure lock it up. They move on, and C9 is eliminated from the Halo World Championship.
You know they are not feeling great. They were a team, so much potential going in this event.
Yeah, that was
short.
bit of a heartbreaker there at the end there, you know, because you think, oh, you get yourself a little lease on life here, right? Flag falls off.
Right there, like those are one of those moments that you start to rally back. Like, all right, it's meant to be. Like, let's bring this back. Let's come back in this game. But right up, like 30 seconds later, new flag gets pulled, all 4 down, flags going across the map, and it's like, all right, I had 1 Genie Wish left. I used down that last flag, man. I can't do anything much more here.
And you could have used it on World Peace, but you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. I would have used down the flag too.
You would have used it on the flag too?
For sure, dude. They're about to win.
That's why you won a national championship. Oh, man. Well done, though, by Pure. They live to fight another day. C9, unfortunately for them, we'll see them pick up the pieces going into the next season or 2025 season. There's some veterans on that team. There's some talent on that team, and I do believe that, you know, with those 4 players, whether it's together on C9 or wherever they might find themselves afterwards, they will bring so much value to the teams and the players that they end up aligning themselves with. But for now, though, the day does belong to Pure. A massive 3-0 victory, Dave. You got to feel good about that one if you're Pure, given how things have, you know, not have gone your way in this tournament so far.
No, and I feel like, oddly enough, their round 2 might actually be not as challenging. But we will see how it goes, because teams come out and surprise the World Championship.
Yeah, for real. They really do. And there's certainly a lot to be hyped up about if you're a Pure fan. Pure's been gaining a decent amount of fans, you know, going across all the different events that they've been making their name. And you talk about a team that can make a deep run before we got into the cast. Pure, 100%. A wildcard team of wildcard teams, but certainly has that capability.
Absolutely. So,
yeah. Well,
see
folks,
how much more they do?
Yeah. Right. Well, I'll handle it from here. Let me go ahead and do my job. All right. You know, I'm gonna toss it over to my boy, God Blaze. Take it over, Papi Chulo.
Right there, G. Seattle makes some noise for Pure. They get it done in their first match of the day and do it in a 3-0 fashion. I got It's the Last Shot with me on the main stage, and talk to me about how you feel getting this win. What was the game plan? And I know some nerves there. Elimination matchup here at the Champs.
Yeah, we just, this is our first match of the day. We had to wait for Cloud9 to play FaZe. We were watching a little bit of the gameplay. We just knew, you know, start the day off good with a good 3-0, and that's what we did.
That's exactly what you did, okay? And you guys, as you said, you got a chance to watch them play FaZe beforehand. Was there anything that you learned from that series that you was able to use in this one?
Not really. You know, we played them in scrims online. You know, we understand how they play a good bit, so it was pretty easy.
All right, there you go. Now, for the CTF Forbidden to really kind of close the series out, you guys go up 2-0 against them, but now you got a few flags going out. What have you guys been doing to get that, make your defense better when it comes down to those CTF maps to make sure you kind of close it out and really play those leads?
Yeah, you know, we kind of got up at 2-0. We just need to have sniper control, and, you know, unfortunately we didn't have it. So, you know, they started running a couple flags, got a little mixy there, but, you know, teammate Taldic threw the flag off the map, you know, pushed a little bit back. But, you know, we could still close it out.
Yeah, I would have been real clinched right there. Once I saw that flag go off the map, like, not today, but you get it done and you got another match coming up. What do you want to say to these fans out here who've been screaming y'all name and cheering throughout this whole series?
Just appreciate y'all for the support. Appreciate my mom, my sister being here, and y'all's appreciation doesn't go unnoticed, and I thank all y'all.
All right, there you go. That's going to do it with me in the last shot on the stage. Lot, break us down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. What an impressive young man. You know, incredible season that he's had so far. It's not over yet because they keep themselves in this. The tournament is still very much there for Pure. Commiserations to Cloud9, though. A really difficult day 2 for that team, but Pure, they just show what they are capable of. We wanted to see some magic, right? We wanted to see some fire from Pure. It hasn't been the hot start they were hoping for, and right now their dream is very much still alive. What impressed you the most, looking upon this roster, the answer back to their day 1 and pushing forward through this tournament?
Yeah, I think they were just able to carry over their consistency in the way they were playing against SSG yesterday. They played fairly well. I know they're probably disappointed not being able to take down a team like SSG, but I said if they played to that caliber, they're going to be able to handle Cloud9 and make an elimination bracket run here this Saturday. They're starting to find that consistency, and that was what you wanted to see. They jumped out early, and they got on top of this Cloud9 team, did not let them breathe throughout this entire series until that game 3 where, until that game 3 where they just took the series by storm. I went to the bathroom, came back, it was 2-0, and then all of a sudden a couple of dicey mishaps happened. You heard him throw Talek under the bus in the interview, but I mean, you can afford that when you've allotted yourself so far of a lead there. A 2-0 lead in, what, the first 2 minutes is an incredible start to Forbidden CTF. So, I mean, they look fantastic.
They certainly do indeed. I think, Tony, looking back on this CTF game, this final one of the series, Cloud9, yeah,
wow.
I think they started to heat up just a little bit, and I was impressed with Pure's defense, but for me, I think Cloud9 just let themselves kind of go in certain situations. They weren't making the best decisions when they were pulling flags. They were on the attacking end. They just couldn't seal the deal, and I do think that comes down to fumbles, some mistakes.
Yeah, man, I think Pure played Cloud9 perfectly within that CTF Forbidden. You know, it's when you're playing against a team like Cloud9, you have to play a bit scrappy. You have to play objective efficient. So notice when Pure were pulling those first 2 flags, it was as the play was developing. Even before they got that 2 or 3 down, that flag was off the base, and then as the kills come in, the flag starts to move. And when you have a player doing as much damage as Last Shot is, and Cherish playing that objective role while still having a positive KD, you're gonna look pretty good if you're Pure.
You certainly are indeed. I think Pure were looking phenomenal. Last Shot, not surprised. He's the highest damage on Pure. He has been lights out. I think looking across at Cloud9, though, Suspect is something that's outlying to me is his deaths. They are significantly lower than the rest of his roster. When you're reading some of the stats and you see moments like that, lack of engagements perhaps maybe coming across there for Suspector, what are you thinking about the teamwork for the rest of Cloud9 here, going into a new season potentially? What can they take away from the tournament?
I'm going to try and be nice, but watching Suspector play is disgusting. I mean, there are times where he is taking the longest route to Mordor to try and stop the ball from being acquired by Pure, and he's getting kills along the way, but I mean, there's 30, 40 seconds of time getting racked up. There needs to be more sense of urgency. I need you to take more risks if you want to have more success. I don't know how many more times I can say that while watching that kid play.
100%. I think risks equal rewards, and I think there's times to do, and I think back against the wall in an elimination match is where you have to happen. Elimination, though, bracket for you on the screens. Pure, they will go on to elimination.
That's kind of a good way to put it.
2,
He's a good player, but if he wants to be better, he has to take more risks. Because how he plays, it's just to like stay alive and get kills. And it's like he does it amazing. Sometimes you have to give up that death in order to get the job
a lot
done.
Of people with the outcome of their pool play in day 1, but Quadrant right now, Tony, they're a different beast.
They really are, and the last time Quadrant and Pure matched up against each other, it was a 3-0 in Quadrant's favor. So Quadrant up 2-0 against Dark Inside is a very good chance we could see that rematch. And Pure, hopefully you gain some confidence after that Cloud9 win, and hopefully going to bring something different than the last time we saw these 2 match up.
We would love to see that, and of course Sentinels into the breach. I think that is going to be a banger as well, because ITB, they certainly are having a tournament, and they could cause an awful lot of upsets here. Potential upsets to be happening in the winners bracket side of things. We have our semi-finals ready to go. Space Station versus FaZe. Shopify Rebellion will line up against Optic Gaming. Ooh, we're getting into the mixy part now. We're getting into the stage that we kind of talked about at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
You know, seeing some of the Titans start clashing, and semifinals is always where it happens. I'm so excited about both of these.
Everything I asked for, right? I said I was praying for the big dogs to take care of business in round 1. Everybody did it, so we see the best 4 teams in the world advance to winners bracket round 2. Those matchups are going to be bangers, and then both the elimination bracket round 2s are going to be some star-studded matches as well. A lot of talent still left in this bracket, but I can't wait for the rest of this tournament because all the pretenders are out of the way now, and we have the contenders to sit here and
Damn, the pretenders are out, and now we got the contenders.
I can't wait either, so let's go to break, shall we? Because up next we have an absolute banger for you. Space Station Gaming take on FaZe in the winners semi-finals, coming your way right after this.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
is over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
All right, folks, welcome back to Seattle, Washington, and welcome back to your World Championships 2024. It is buzzing right now in this arena, and rightfully so, because we're getting into our Titan matchups, and Titans are exactly what is on for show here in this room. We have incredible banners, kind of throwing things back to the MLG days, and Clutch, you remember those MLG days pretty well, don't you?
One or two of them, absolutely. Had my fair share of success there and had my fair share of losses. A lot of memories, I would say, overall. But the biggest were the national championships, and I was lucky enough to have a team that got me across the finish line on one of those.
You certainly do indeed. I can see it on your finger right now, which you always parade around at Worlds. I always look forward to seeing that one on the desk.
It ain't tricking if you got it.
It ain't tricking if you got it, that is for sure. Space Station Gaming versus FaZe. You know, this matchup is going to be amazing. It's our second one that we've seen this season. Tony, I'm curious, how do these two match up, do you think?
They match up really well. When you look at the way that the series is going to go, I mean, you're talking about both of these teams being 1 and 2 across the board. FaZe the #1 as far as Slayer this year, SSG #2. SSG are #1 as far as King of the Hill. FaZe are right behind them as #2. They really are back and forward, and it's exciting to watch these two go at it here in the semifinals.
Clutch, specifically Space Station Gaming, with their tournament so far, their dominance this season, they're going for that World Championships finally. How are you feeling about them right now with their run?
This is the biggest series of the tournament. Their run looks good so far, but they knew Winners Bracket Round 2 is everything for this team, because you get a win over FaZe, you advance in the winners bracket, and you put yourself in one hell of a position to claim a world championship this year. This is a series these two have thought about the entire year. Since they made a change for Legend, This is a series they knew was inevitable with their goal of a world championship.
Things are looking awfully good for Space Station Gaming. Statistically, records, their ranks. But the thing is, they've only matched up against FaZe once. They did get the better of this FaZe roster, but you could also argue on their side, they weren't looking their best. Space Station have been looking their best. What happens, Tony, do you think, when FaZe take the stage, are looking their best, and these two juggernauts go at it?
I mean, there was a time we were talking about FaZe being the iciest team in the league. And still to this day, they haven't lost a Game 5 this year. So whenever they go into a series, they know all they got to do is get to that Game 5 in some way, somehow. You will find a way to pull it off. Snakebite's dropping a 1.39 KD. Raw 2's right behind them at a 1.32. Watch out for that duo. They are back here in Worlds.
Clutch, lack of efficiency, messy moments, lack of teamwork, all things that could be said about FaZe so far this season. Despite also getting one of the event wins, they have cleaned things up. Have they cleaned them up enough?
So far, so good this tournament. I think they've improved throughout this tournament, and online they look damn good doing it. But SSG will test you in ways that no one else can. The pace that SSG is going to bring will really test, is that efficiency actually improved, or are you just beating worser teams than you? So this is a massive question coming into this series. FaZe will not only need to make plays, but they will need to be efficient with those plays they make if they want any chance to beat the big dogs SSG.
Looking across the graph there, Tony, things are looking pretty even. Like you said, you know, in terms of their stats, their records, etc. But that series layout is looking awfully back and forth as well, which just excites me because we could be seeing a very close series. I do think, though, when you look specifically at maps and modes, these two teams have very deep map pools. They're working on that actively. That's exactly what they want coming into tournaments. And sometimes stats, it's difficult to read into what they're favoring, right? Because when it does come down to it with one another, often it's not a favorable map and mode. It's merely a decision, a play, a moment, a kill going in the opposite or your way for your team. So the series layout is fantastic, but at the end of the day, really, does it come down to who's playing better? Who is going to be getting that advantage over each other?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Space Station Gaming, we know what the keys to success are. They come in with firepower, but they come with efficiency and speed as well, where FaZe are going to take more of that perfectionist type of role. They want to slay you out, clear that 3 down, clear that squad wipe before they're going to be hopping on that objective. So I feel like we know what the win condition is for both of these squads. FaZe's slaying ability, SSG's firepower and efficiency combined, and now it's just about execution here. Like, we talk about the series there, we talk about what favorites here and there all the time, but like you said, it's here and now. It's about execution and clutching up.
This series is about putting your superstars in positions to shine the brightest. The last time these two teams matched up in SLC, Stellar was given opportunity to do Stellar-like things. You have to find ways to set up Renegade, Frosty, Royal 2 if you are FaZe Clan. I know Snakebite's a superstar in himself, but he's usually the setup player. He's putting the ball on the tee for these guys. FaZe have to find ways to find these power weapons and put them to use, because you know if they go into the hands of SSG, bad things will happen.
Well, this is the second time they've matched up, but there's no second chances to get it done through the winner's side of things. This is all for both of these teams. Let's find out what they're made of. FaZe versus Space Station Gaming happening right now.
Well, here we are then, everyone. This is where the tournament really starts to pick up pace. We are in our winners semi-final, and we have two teams on our stage, the only two teams who have managed to secure a major trophy this year. On one side of that stage, we have defending world champions in FaZe Clan. The other team on the other side of the stage, Space Station Gaming, winning 3 out of the 4 majors we've had this year. This is set up to be an absolute banger.
It really is. This is the type of series that we came for here. As you said, everything's starting to heat up here. And FaZe versus SSG is going to be your first heavy hitter matchup in the winners semis here. King of the Hill Solitude game number 1.
And if you saw those map mode records a little bit earlier on that graphic, you'll see that it's pretty close when it comes to who is favorite in this series. But if it does go to that game 5, we heard from Tony on the desk, FaZe Clan's record in those games in game 5s, it's superb, it's unblemished. So if we go the distance, then FaZe will have that opportunity, but they've got to go through Space Station. We're going to learn so much from this series.
We really are. Specifically, of course, we know what SSG has been capable of this season, and we also know what they did in Salt Lake City and the way that they did it. The big question in this series is Bound grabs the opening camo, is what version of FaZe do we have here at the Halo World Championship as they look to defend their title?
A team that is so often seen as the bar, as the level, as the measuring stick in the Halo Championship Series, now finds themselves up against the measuring stick of this season. The team, like I mentioned, who has won 3 out of the 4 majors so far. Early on in this game, though, it is going to be the team that I'm talking about, Space Station Gaming, who have the majority of this hill time. Almost half the bottom hill has been captured by SSG.
Impressive opening hill. They also outslayed by just a narrow margin here, 7-5 off the opening break. Legend looks to continue to get some creative angles, but like you said, that 50% progress on the opening hill, that's going to give them a bit of cushion here to try to make the opening play to finish it off.
Frosty going to try and flank through the flowers here. Legend, who has had quite the weekend already so far, the regular season MVP. Sent him a little message last night. He said he'd trade everything in for a Halo World Championship, and you can understand exactly why that would be. Space Station now, though, they find themselves 3 dead, and FaZe, for the first time in this game, have managed to wrestle a little bit of control on sitting in that hill.
Yeah, they also tie up in the Slay category. Very nice answer back from FaZe. As we said, it was about 50% progress on the side of SSG on hill 1. That has not changed. FaZe has gotten some nice kills on the board and even added a little bit of hill time here.
Now trying to escape here and manages to do so for just a second, but Renegade will come out in the battle of the 2 players who have always had a few words about each other in the 1v1 in and around flowers. 2 dead on either side at the moment, as that camo is about to come up in around 5 seconds time as well. We have part 2 of Renegade versus Bound. This time, no conclusion.
Still progress on the board here for SSG. FaZe needs to make the play. All 8 players are up. They need the kills. The opening break comes in favor of Renegade.
Usually FaZe are so good at timing these pushes and making sure that the kills are picked up at just the right second, but there's Legend. He wins the 1v1. Now FaZe have the camo, and Snakebite has it in his hands. The only issue is that FaZe now find themselves with just Snakebite alive. He deals with the hill player. Legend is going to jump in, and I think FaZe are going to have to give this one up. SSG will strike first, as they will catch up bottom middle.
Snakebite knew even if he dropped down there, he was going to be taken down. In the end, he throws his head back just a bit. Tried to do whatever he could. He knew he couldn't stop the hill. He was then going to try to stay alive to try to maybe get a little bit of a better push in the end. He still gets taken down. It was 3 dead for FaZe.
3 dead for FaZe on the rotate as well, so the camo got taken out immediately on that rotation to the next hill. The following players were followed up upon in almost the next few moments themselves. Legend trying to double stack in and around this hill with Eco at the moment to provide him with a little bit of cover, but not having the advantage in the kills. SSG just biding their time, letting FaZe come to them, a Bound with a double kill. Frosty about to fall as well. It's 3 dead again for FaZe, and Space Station are holding strong.
And just like that, it's a massive slaying lead as well. Space Station outslaying 21-14. An entire 30% more kills on the board so far this game.
Fantastic hold on this second hill coming in from SSG so far, but Royal 2 has found himself a power weapon here. The shock rifle is in his hands. FaZe maybe thinking about one more push. Renegade's jumping up to top gold. Footsteps being held by Royal 2, but it's going to be a trade. That means the shock is down. And Snakebite will be last alive. He'll be dealt with as well. Bound will get that final kill. As the last alive, he will also secure this second hill. And Space Station will find themselves 2 to the good.
And speaking of Bound, take a look at his numbers right now. He's 10-4. No one else in the game has even crossed the 6 kill mark on either team. And he's already on double digits here. Space Station off to a 2-0 lead.
3 minutes left in this game. Plenty of time here. No thoughts, I think, at this point for SSG to play time. So much of it left to elapse in this game. Camo coming up as Bound picks up a big kill himself. Royal 2 will keep Snakebite alive. hoping that camo comes back. Eco's trying to hunt him down, but Snakebite does get away. It's the second camo in a row now, going over to FaZe Clan.
And nicely done. We'll see what Snakebite can do with this camo. It's been a very good power control for them, as you say. However, no hills on the board just yet.
Legend being a nuisance. Can be flushed out here. Complete map control is in the favor of FaZe Clan for now. However, it's Space Station, who still have the majority of the hill time. Wow. Rotate. There's Snakebite there with a double. Legend last alive. It's going to be 3 dead for SSG.
Really nicely done by Snakebite. Leave it to him with the camo, of course. And the previous time we saw him with that, really not much he could have done with that situation. However, this time with just a little bit of better timing and help around him, he's able to turn that into some big progress in terms of this third hill.
Snakebite working with Renegade so well there, and the rest of FaZe starting to pick up the pieces as well. There's Royal 2, there's Renegade, there's 4 Space Station members in the black screen for now. As FaZe answer back here, starting to find a little bit of momentum on this third hill.
Big control here coming out of Snakebite. He hasn't left Snipe Tower in what feels like minutes of play. And as you can tell, it has translated on the scoreboard as well, just about 10% left.
Just got a little bit of info there as well. You saw Bounce head cut for just a second. And now FaZe, after capping this hill as well, are pushing forward almost immediately. It's 3 dead for SSG. And take yourself back a few moments. After that first hill, it was SSG who capped and then managed to pick up the slates on their way to the next hill. FaZe are doing exactly the same thing right now as they transition to driveway.
Could not agree more. It's been a very different past few minutes compared to the opening of the game for FaZe. And they look like they are right back in this game. We'll see if they can keep controlling here one dead each side.
Stella stays alive, but Snakebite will be in position to grab a little bit of hill time here. They'll be re-challenged though by Stella, who comes back. The thrust is going to be enough to get the trade, a killing spree, which has been pretty much the signal for things to turn good for FaZe in the last few moments coming in from Snakebite, but the trades make this push a little bit more dicey on both sides. Camo coming up in 5.
Amazing to watch that entire spree from Snakebite's POV. That was just a clinic of how you play this game, how you use a power-up, how you play patiently as well. Let's see where this next power-up goes.
SSG have control of the inside of the map, but they're losing a couple of players. Control is one thing, picking up the slays is another, and somehow Frosty comes out of that battle not just with the kill, but with his life as well. Camo should be secured here, and Renegade will pick it up once again for FaZe.
Has to be mentioned, FaZe Clan was being outslayed 26-17. They are now outslaying 40-35. It is an unbelievable slaying comeback. It might also be a King of the Hill comeback as well if they can secure this hill and tie the game 2-2.
Not just the camo here for FaZe as well. Snakebite's got the shock rifle. Legend gonna find out the Renegade. He's got a battle rifle in his back pocket as well. It's 2 dead for SSG once more as Renegade takes over. Picking up a little bit of hill time, but now he turns his attention to Bound, using that camo to his most effectiveness in the moment, making sure he's the player furthest forward to pick up these kills.
Good fall from Renegade. Look at this, especially if he gets this kill as well. There's a lot to talk about in what he's just done. Royal 2 has the help. That's not an easy nade in yard on the palm tree. It's a beautiful nade. He also doesn't take any nade damage, and look at the hill progress as well.
That was the big thing I wanted to point out here. The slays are going the way of FaZe. The map control is in the favor of FaZe for the last few minutes, and the hill time is coming alongside it. Keep your eye on that efficiency. We are going to keep beating that drum, because that is the only thing that stops FaZe in these big moments. It's 3 dead on the side of Space Station momentarily. It turns into a 2v2 as Bound will find Renegade to trade in and around that driveway. 4 dead for SSG. Last player alive is going to be Snakebite, and he should be in position to secure this hill.
Look at the way Snakebite and Renegade played that there at the BR. Beautifully done. They make sure they don't trade both of them, and they're able to get the second hill as well. What a comeback. What a swing from FaZe in the late game.
All of SSG have rotated and stacked over to that snipe side though. Camo's going to be coming up again, and it's been FaZe who have controlled that power up for the majority of this game. Legend going to have his shields broken here. Snakebite follows it up as well. A little bit of a pre-shot around that corner. Knowing that Legend was going to have to poke at some point. He could get to one himself, but the time, look at the time on this snipe side hill. FaZe have been picking up kills, but they haven't been able to break into a position to flip those spawns around and get inside of that hill, deny Space Station that time.
Somehow Snakebite stays alive, and more importantly, Royal 2 comes away with the camo. Continued camo control coming in. Let's see how Royal 2 plays this.
Now we're seeing those spawns start to be flipped. Eco gets taken down. The camo's still effective here. Legend is going to take a little bit of damage, but can't find Royal 2. The camo being used once again to its full effectiveness here, and FaZe have SSG 2 dead once again. It might be 3 in a few seconds time, but look at the time. Look who's in this hill, as unfortunately it looks like FaZe might have lost a few members in this game. We will have a technical pause, but we will be tied up at 2-2.
Whoa. Unbelievable.
Catch your breath.
You see a shake of the head there from Royal 2 there. My God, that game went absolutely out of control in what you thought might have been a runaway victory for Space Station. As I said, they were outslaying 26-17, end up 2-0. And instead, at the point of the reset, FaZe was outslaying 55-45, and we were tied at 2-2. Has to also be mentioned the kills that we saw coming in from several FaZe members there. We talked a lot about how Bound was the first to be on double digits. Not far behind him, Bound at the end of the game there was 18 kills. Snakebite and Renegade both on 16, and with significantly less deaths than him. Huge plays from both Renegade and Snakebite.
Really big swing started for FaZe when Snakebite went on that killing spree. Managed to just get control of that camo and put it to use. They not only won that third hill, but of course won the rotate for the next hill as well to flip those spawns and make sure that they were going to force Space Station have to push from the areas they really didn't want to push from on that map. A little bit of a quiet one for Stella in that first game that we've seen by his own standards, 9-15 for him. But a lot more Halo to be played in this series, and you know a player of that quality, of the standard that he is, he's going to have a big impact at some point in this series.
Absolutely is. And I got to say, for FaZe fans, we take a look at some highlights from the game so far. For FaZe fans, I think the latter half of what we just saw is going to be very encouraging. I think there was a lot of reason for concern coming into this series, and there was a lot of reason for concern after the first 2 hills. However, FaZe dug deep, and let's just talk about that killing spree from Snakebite as well that we saw on screen. It was amazing disciplined camo control. It was amazing teamwork, the way he was able to hold down posters and hold down S2 for the entirety of that hill. And in the end, is able to even get a lot of teamwork here. By the way, fantastic work from our observers and production team all the way to keep us on POVs on the hill as we're getting ready for rotates. I love this play from Renegade as well, the way he was holding down Yard, and just fantastic teamwork all around from FaZe on his last 2 hills. Here specifically, that's not an easy nade. It's even harder in H5. And then it doesn't take damage, able to lock down Yard this entire time. FaZe, it feels like they just woke up.
Yeah, I think there were certainly, I think waking up is one way to put it, and it's the correct way to put it, but there's certain series that you can't really prepare for until you're into them, right? These two teams don't scrimmage against each other a huge amount. It's the same if you add Optic into that conversation. The only real practice they have against each other is the online tournaments, which is a best of 3 sometimes, best of 5 at best, and they don't like to play each other and give away the strategy and how they want to approach these big series in these big tournaments, these Halo World Championship tournaments. So sometimes it is going to take just a second for both teams to settle, to recognize patterns of play from each other. And even though SSG came out of the gate so hot there, going up by 2, you started to worry a little bit about FaZe. FaZe adjusted very quickly and managed to answer back almost immediately with those next 2 hills. So we are set up for a great series here. We knew this coming into this event, and keep in mind as well, this is a winner's semi-final. The next match, whoever wins this one, is a place in the winner's final. And we always say, outside of the grand final, most important series of the entire event, because you can gain that series advantage should you win that and go into the grand finals.
Without a doubt here. Also hearing from station referees that it will be a full replay here in game number 1. Both teams agreeing to a full replay rather than starting from 2-2, which is going to be interesting. Keep in mind, if we had started at 2-2, you might have seen SSG simply get their same 2 hills off of the opening rotation. However, both teams, I think, just going for a sportsman-like approach and agreeing that at 2-2, you simply replay from that first hill. So that's what we're going to see here in game number 1.
I ain't mad at it.
Not mad. Give me more Halo between these two. While we're at it, while we're making requests, let's go to a game 5 as well. Yeah. Sounds like that was my window to get that.
That's good. Let's just extend the series. Best of.
Just make it.
How many game types do we have? This keeps going.
A lot of game types.
More than 5. I'll talk about all of the big names, of course, on both sides of the stage, but this guy's been playing some phenomenal Halo, especially back in SLC in that grand final. I think Eco was rivaling Legend for MVP in that tournament. I think that he was playing some of the best. I mean, we've seen some oddball games from Eco where he's been dropping 40 so far this season. Absolutely ridiculous. You could just pick a name on this main stage right now and you can make an argument for being one of the most talented players we have in the Halo Championship Series. But essentially, look at this light. We start again. Forget everything you saw in the last few moments because it will be a full replay here on our main stage in Seattle. King of the Hill Solitude will start once again, a fresh restart and a fresh start to this series.
And no surprise, the eyes are going to be on FaZe. How do they make sure they don't go down 2-0 early on here? How do they make sure what they've learned from the opening strats, they can counter SSG's early 2-0 lead? Yes, FaZe
now you have the fan bases battling each other in the crowd.
To do so. We're underway here in the game number 1 replay.
Start off with the man who finished the previous iteration, the warm-up to this game.
Sweaty matches now, bro.
Renegade get good information of where two players are going to be.
Now it's like you don't know who's really going to win.
Trying to avoid people, but it ends up engaging in 2 fights, hit 2 headshots to pick himself up a double kill. Eco now just trying to survive here on the blue truck.
Ooh, gets tagged by Frosty
Kinda
as
needs
well.
Space
It's really
Station
good
to win
damage, really
here.
good cover coming in from the entirety of the side of FaZe, and they're already off to a few points on the board. Essentially, both teams exchanging just a few ticks of the hill off the early break.
Frosty with the shock.
Enemy team took the hill.
Ooh, timing is everything. Eco gonna be challenging, gets bodied. Snakebite cleans that up almost immediately. 2 dead on the side of Space Station for now, and you're seeing, most importantly for FaZe, that they are immediately inside of that objective, immediately inside of that hill, recognizing that having got the slays, that time is of the essence.
Stellar trying to go right to glass. Frosty was just a second prior, and he had the shock, which of course gives him not just the upper hand, but also the win condition in that one. FaZe is just about 50% of the way done on our first hill, and it's a different opening for them.
Eco playing a little bit of cat and mouse at the moment, you can see, but he's taking some damage, and now
You body shot
Frosty
that
tries
guy.
to clean that one up
Fuck,
with the
man.
bandit instead of putting that shot to use. Stellar
Right.
picks one up on the driveway, but gonna be down to no shields once again. He disappears. Eco's
Oh, doesn't matter.
back. Frosty says, I
Fucking
did not
beast.
forget about you, Eco.
Beautifully done by Frosty, just running the game from glass and really patient, knowing exactly when to pick, when to poke, and pick up the damage that his teammates had done. Frosty staying alive there is everything. If he falls, you got FaZe trapped in Cafe and Yard right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's so important just to anchor the spawn as well. 2 players going to be no shields in front of him once again. Eco got his head ripped off last time. This time his body shots. It's 2 dead once again. Legend will fall as well. Stellar is last alive. He's just come off free spawn, and look at the progress. Look at the time here for FaZe. As Frosty relocates, he has had an electric start to this game, yet to die, and still has 4 kills to his name.
Beautifully done here. FaZe is outslaying 15-9, by the way. It's a very different opening
Wow.
for them, especially if he wins this one as well. He does, he gets the help. And continued progress for FaZe. They will continue outslaying by 6.
2/3 of this hill capped, but not the whole thing. Legend gonna be challenging. Little sticky off the wall. Looking for the insta, not gonna find it this time. 2 dead for Space Station once again. And you have to say, for all of the slaying dominance that's been going down, Space Station not out of this one quite yet.
Not just yet. FaZe now scoring in a dangerous position, though, because they still have numbers on the map. This could be the final ticks of the first hill.
There's 2 dead, though. Eco's going to be down to no shields. He knows he has to try and take this battle. Frosty backs down, knowing that he does not. And FaZe will cap this bottom middle hill. They're up 1-0.
Absolutely electric start from them. They look like a very different team, and
Smart.
honestly, picking up where they left off from the initial start of this game here when we were tied 2-2. They take the first hill. And quite a lot of game time comes off of the clock during that first hill. That's worth noting because we could really come back to take a look at the game clock in just a few minutes of time.
Frosty is still yet to die in this game, by the way. Shock rifle for the 2nd time in his hands off that respawn. Snakebite trying to push Stellar out here. Stellar gonna get tickled, gonna get prodded. No smile on his face as Bound tries to poke from the LR tunnel as well. Look at the pressure now coming in onto Frosty. He gets taken down. And even though FaZe did win that first hill, the rotate in general has been won by FaZe. It's a 1v1 on the map right now. Royal 2 versus Legend. Legend has the repulse in the back pocket. 2 of the best shots in the game. One historical, one a little bit newer to the scene, but both of them decide just to pay their respects.
I don't understand how Royal 2 stays alive there and how FaZe even comes out with a player alive there on a 1v1. It's really good work from the other players on FaZe as well to simply keep Royal 2 alive in the yard and now continue to contest this hill. This looked like it might have been Space Station running away with this hill, but there's still a driveway and yard battle here.
Damage coming in from Legend here, but not quite connecting with the headshots. He's going to go for the trade, but Renegade will win that one, and that's a difference maker, right? If he hits a couple of headshots in that situation, then Legend blows the setup open from FaZe, gives them the number advantage, and they can step into that hill, but instead
FaZe
it's
are fucking playing
Renegade who
crazy.
keeps holding forward. Stellar, a difficult target to take down at the best of times. It's a 2.
Further Nipple was popping and the hill was finishing at yard. It's really good forward aggression from Renegade. Yes, he only gets 1 kill at posters, but the damage by pushing Stellar all the way back to S2 ensured that they would lock down both the camo and the hill. Just like that, FaZe is leading 2-0.
Space Station know anything though, 2-0. Could be flipped around very, very quickly. That's exactly what happened to them, but FaZe look like, from this restart, that they figured out exactly how they want to play this game type against this opposition. Royal 2 on the hunt round right now, looking for more kills. He'll find one here in blue.
And as you see, it only took about less than 60 seconds off the game clock for that second hill, so it was FaZe not just getting the job done, but getting the job done in a very efficient manner, which is something we keep a very close eye on when we talk about this FaZe roster. So far, so good.
Great shots from Royal 2, no surprise to see it. Has that thrust as well still. Waiting for that to come back. Finishes the kill onto Bound, a 2v2 on the map again. But FaZe know at this point that they have the control of the pace of the game. They can afford not to step in that hill until they feel fully comfortable to do so. 1 minute 50 left on that clock. They can play for these kills. They can play for the space. As long as no Space Station member is inside of that hill, FaZe control everything.
World 2 just getting a bit of damage here. 2 are dead. He gets taken down, though, so off the respawn. It's 3 dead for the side of FaZe. Snakebite's going to be a spawner. They're going to have to figure out and concoct quite a push here. They're outslaying 39-29. But let's
Halo Infinite, it like sets you up for comebacks, bro. The way the hills are set up and everything.
Two shot hill.
One hit glass on that. Yo, camo shotgun 5. Camo shotgun 5.
Trim one hit. Yo, good on. Come in. One shot silo. Silo dead. Yo, posters at top mid right now. One come in. Nico, might be U-turn, John.
Yeah, and loop as well.
One shot silo. Yeah, flank now. Yeah, the triple flank. Come on. One shot come in. Nice, PJ, another one. Just keep looking. Silo. Legend Hotel shocking.
That's the best call out.
Bounce out. Could've dropped.
Drop out somewhere, guys. I don't see him, man. Drop one. Nice, PJ. Holy fuck.
What can you make?
2 LR.
Yeah, they're stacked.
They're both weak.
Buy time.
LR and soda. One hit LR. You went tramp, John. One tramp. Behind you. Save. One in hill. Yo, shoot hill when you guys want.
Oh!
I got two. Last two hill, guys. They're both weak. Hotel side. Hotel side. Good room. I got you. Weak. Blue. There's one in blue. One in blue. Top gold, guys. Top gold, guys. Top gold, guys. I died. Fire's dead. Another one on Matt. Another one fires. Yeah, I got you.
Keep playing this shit, guys. More time we can waste it better.
We did. Bottom mid, they're going to mark it. Kill bottom mid. Brad, I'm playing for this. We can dip. 2 on it. LR killed me.
Play to waste their time. Play to waste their time.
Yo, repost down dip. Yo, top gold weak. Where's he going, bro?
As finessey as possible.
No, he's top mid, John. I see him.
Out the comms and 30 seconds left in this game for FaZe Clan to close this out, but Space Station are just a hair's breadth away from making this 2-1.
Beautifully done there. I was so lucky on the listening to have that timing. We'll have a chance to break it down, but with only 17 seconds left, FaZe have played this beautifully in the late game.
However, they're now losing numbers. Stella's going to win that fight, and SSG have a chance. It's a slim one, but it is at least a little bit of light maybe for them. To make this game interesting, they're inside that hill. They will cap it. 9 seconds left in this game. Can they get their feet in the hill?
That's the question. Can they get there? It's not going to be easy hill to hold. Keep an eye on the kill. 3 dead. That really should be it.
That's going to be it. 4 seconds left. Last player is in front of Renegade. He'll give the information to the rest of FaZe exactly where he is, and FaZe will strike first here in our winner semifinals.
And how about that listening? Off the first spawn rotation, FaZe was in a lot of trouble. They weren't making it happen just yet. But most importantly, you heard the coach Royal One saying, guys, continue to burn the clock here.
I'm going to warm up my suit, baby. Let's go. It's going to be a good series.
To get away from the cafe angle to go towards dip to get the hotel kill. Beautiful, very specific angle plays coming in to make sure that they stop the hill before it's finished, and they kept Space Station fighting for the hotel, for the cafe, and for dip for so long, what felt like minutes of play. Absolutely beautiful late game management from FaZe.
You want another example, burning a little bit of time off the clock and certainly getting inside of the head of a player. Real 2 inside of blue.
Yes.
Those shields for what felt like 30 seconds or so. I thought at one point Legend was going to start throwing dollar bills at him because that pole toss was going on far too long for him to enjoy.
It was going on forever. Beautiful, as you say, from Royal 2. Throughout that entire game, and especially in that moment as well, just eating so much time off the clock and making Legend just sit in cafe for far longer than he wanted to, without a doubt. As we said, FaZe looked completely different here. This was the moment we were on the listening, right at these exact moments of the game. And it was really good slaying control coming in for SSG, and you thought it was going to be it, but here it was. Look how they stopped them on the doorstep of the hill. And big kills coming in from Renegade as well there. And in the end, they get their 3 dead on the rotation. They force SSG to get quite desperate in that hotel push, and they will take game number 1 with a score of 2-1. FaZe leading SSG 1-0.
Hey, Halo World Championship, baby. We don't know what's going to happen, but FaZe will strike first. Now, moving into Slayer Live Fire as our next game, and boy, am I excited to see what player gets their hands on that sniper rifle that's going to be up top middle. Taking a look at some of the FaZe stats from this season, not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
Not too bad at all. Look at the average margin. When they win big.
Let's go, baby.
Forget about FaZe Clan. As we said at the Halo World Championship, there's a lot to look at here. Look at Live Fire Slayer, 7-1
GG's in the
in
chat.
2024.
Good.
Quite a margin as well at this level to be a 5.8 kill margin on your victories. 9-1 in their last 10 Slayers and 29-9 overall. And you might have been counting out FaZe this year. Don't forget, they're at a Halo World Championship. They are your defending world champions in the same exact building that we are in right now on the same exact main stage. They've hoisted a world championship trophy. They're looking to
make sure my drops.
You know, a lot of credit is given to these two for their leadership. You know, the way that they talk in game community.
Very nice.
How their teams
I'm
move
almost
around
done.
the map. Well, they also get the job done when it
I'm
comes to the kills.
almost
You're looking
done.
at both sides, both positive when we're looking at the KDs on either side at the moment in these Slayers. So they know how to get it done. The different branches they have to their game, I love this because it really does show it's not just the tag. All
right, I'm warming up my
you
suit.
are the person who is making the play calls. In game, they produce results.
without a doubt. I mean, these guys are consistent. Putting up the numbers that they need, as you said, to not only be known as those roles, but also be the in-game leaders as well. That fans and teammates alike will look to in moments like this. FaZe Clan leading SSG 1-0.
These are the series we look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. These are the
But you know
series.
these names, don't forget. These two teams could easily be our grand final here. So to already have them facing off against one another in a winner's semifinal just tells you what's at stake.
Moments away from game number 2. Interesting. I wonder what the psyche was like for FaZe Clan coming into this event. It's very, very rare throughout Halo history in the last 5, 6, 7 years that a team that features Royal 2, Snakebite, hasn't been talked about by some people as being in a grand final as a Halo World Championship. After the season they've had, you can maybe understand why some players, some teams, some fans would be understanding of that. But I think that just lights a fire under them. I think that is exactly the fuel that they needed coming into the Halo World Championship to try and prove people wrong. And yes, there is a lot.
Oh, bro, they win the game and then they like, all right, let's take a break.
These gentlemen were on the stage. They lifted
All right,
the
let's take a break.
Halo World Championship trophy.
That's right. You know, as soon as they touched down here in Seattle just a few days ago, they had that feeling, right? They remember what happened the last time they were in this city. They remember what happened the last time they were on the stage. And yes, it's been a rocky year for them without a doubt.
Let that dub
But
settle
they have not
in.
forgotten what they accomplished here and what they've also returned
Let that.
here
That's
to
a
do again.
W break right there. I'm not even gonna lie. That was like a smart break.
Like I
I
mentioned, a lot
cannot
of
lie.
steps still have to be walked on that road to
Wow.
get their hands on the Halo World Championship trophy for
That's
a
actually like getting in their heads, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
First game away from Space Station is certainly going to be a good one for them. Just to, like you say, rekindle those good feelings, those good memories, those fond.
They let them sit on that first L, bro, for 5 minutes. You can't just rematch us. You gotta sit on that L for 5 minutes, bro.
We're gonna go to that game 5.
My heart would be pumping fucking blood.
I also have a hope that we might get there. That would be
Trust me, bro.
yeah,
Trust
very
me.
selfishly, I think, and also for everyone in the building, everyone watching at home, I hope we get there.
They gotta sit
FaZe, though,
on
got the
that
opportunity to get us out
L,
here even
bro.
sooner in terms of how this series may go.
Oh
And you
my
can tell on the
gosh,
players
that
on
is
SSG
such a
who were
smart
just in those players'
strategy,
games.
bro.
There's a lot on the line in this series, and neither team wants to drop to elimination bracket
Wow,
because the teams
bro.
that you will
That was
find
such a
down
W
there
break.
are also out
Oh
for
my gosh,
blood.
my
We've
suit.
already seen things getting mixed up in the elim bracket.
Crazy thing as well, the only 2 teams in Halo Infinite to win an event from the elimination bracket are the 2 teams who are sat on this stage right now. So whatever the outcome of this series is, you wouldn't be surprised to see either side lifting a trophy when it comes to that final moment on Sunday. Into game 2 then, we find ourselves, and Renegade from FaZe is going to find that snipe immediately, but only gets to fire 1 bullet in vain.
And as we said earlier, FaZe fans, of course, going to be very happy with not only what they saw in game number 1, but the way that game number 1 was handled. And it felt like, as we said, that they just woke up as 3 will fall for FaZe off the opening. The first 3 kills going to SSG.
And they get control of the camo side. However, Frosty managed to run away, scoot away with that sniper rifle. So SSG are going to have to be a little
Alright,
bit
here we
careful
go.
how they play this one.
How are they gonna respawn, bro, is the question.
Gets damage, doesn't take damage. Frosty with the sniper is still making this interesting though. Frosty going to be challenged now by Bounty, hits the body. Frosty's coming back for more. Frosty, a little bit of help came in there from Royal 2 on the big door. But the camo, I think, is still available. You can see everybody's just running at each other at the moment, trying to get the better of the numbers. And Stella says, that's all cool. You create the space. I'll grab the power up.
In the end, FaZe able to get an extra kill at house. So they keep the game within 2. But as you say, most importantly and most notably, it is going to be Stellar and SSG that come away with the camo. Let's see how he manages this push.
Eco found one. That'll be traded out by Stellar. Snakebite's weak at the back of this pillar as well, and it should be another kill being picked up here by Stellar. He will find it indeed, and now the support comes. Look at the cavalry arriving just in front of Stellar saying, you've done your job, now we keep you alive.
Beautifully done there by Stellar. Let's not forget he had 2 spikes and 2 frags he could have used in that battle, but he's so disciplined. He knows he's going to win that peak battle, and even if he had taken the time to throw a grenade, a player like Snakebite's going to catch you out. But instead, Stellar able to just win that one cleanly. But still, as quickly as we say that, still just 9-7, a 2-kill game as FaZe answers back.
So fascinating to watch these two teams on this game type. It's all about the first pick. It's all about first damage. And then off the back of it, you're going to see teams flood. And there you go. There's the first kill. Eco gets a second. And now SSG will just run you down. They will try and find those next kills. Snakebite down to no shields, but escapes with his life. Eco finds another one, though. And finally, he will fall. So Space Station, knowing they have numbers on the map that right now aren't thinking map control. They're thinking get numbers into fights, find 2v1s, and put the pressure on. Now it's 14-9.
And they do it so well, as you say, to get that 5-kill lead. It was just a 2-kill lead, but it's really, really good continued aggression that came out when they got the first 2 kills. As you said, they continued applying that pressure, and now it's a 6-kill game.
Still a 6-kill game, but it's going to turn into 7 in a few moments' time. However, no, it's not, because Snakebite with a remote detonation from downtown keeps Royal 2 alive, who then comes back to get a trade himself, and we find ourselves now with a little bit of a tighter game. Legend has to QT out, recognizing that it was not worth the risk taking that fight.
See what he's able to do. Stellar also probably going to take a quick jump here to see Flag. Yes, indeed. So they're going to find a battle here back tower in just a moment's time.
2 players from FaZe in and around where Legend finds himself right now. He found one. If he knows there's another one, no, he did not. Renegade falls from the heavens, and with that camo, gets that back smack.
Let's see what he does here. Game now within 3. Let's not forget, it was just 16-10. So FaZe does so well to get 3 kills back on the board, and now make that 4 kills. It's just a 2-kill game.
Well, those frustrating moments there for Eco as well. He probably thinks he's got the better Renegade. He's got that first shot, but the camo of Renegade just pokes around the corner and goes, let's make this a little bit unfair in the favor of my team. Uses that repulse just to scoot up and above where those grenades are going to be. And now FaZe are very much back into this, a 2-kill difference between the 2 teams.
The repulse, of course, also taking him out of the sight line, which is really well done. In the end, he's taken down, does not have the help he needs. Let's see if FaZe can flood. Looks like the answer right now is no. 23-17, 3 will fall for FaZe.
Frosty last alive, SSG making a little bit of a run now. The gap opens up a little bit more between the 2 teams. Now a 6-kill differential as Renegade and Royal 2 will combine. At least to find one to chip away at that. Legend and Snakebite will trade at the back of the tower. Stellar is still here. Renegade is going to try and chase him down. Stellar decides it's time for me to try and get back to my teammates and just play my life for now.
All 8 players up on the map here, and now once again we return to a 5-kill lead, 24-19. Let's see what SSG can do here. It's a listen in a Space Station game.
Guys, training, no weak. Mid, one shot training, one shot training. One shot training, roll 2. Run shot training still. 3 dead. Snake let's play left. I spawn A.
QT is up.
Dummies.
Yeah, dummies.
Shot me cut. Yeah, they spawned A. One spawned A behind me.
I'm going tower.
Dummies.
Back up to the line.
Can't. Camo going dummy door right now. Dummy door in top tower. Top tower. It cuts top mid.
Top tower still.
You're gonna be screens. One shot me cut. One top tower. You're gonna be screens, guys.
Go one nest right now. Nest stuck.
One shot training. Stuck. What's the mid cut?
Cement top mid. Watch us. Dice.
Stay like you're dice on me. You're dead, Brown. You're dead. Kill me. Pillar door. Snake back.
I'm going top end.
Keep pound alive.
Watch your put him in.
Look top mid. Two top mid.
Two top mid. Back to press.
Keep guessing.
That's great. I got another one dice.
Pushing back in, guys. One back green. I'm training. Down the micro screens.
Look at me cut. I'm going to legend.
Weak dice.
Nice in top tower, guys. Nice in top tower. Big cut. One shot, Bound. One shot. Top tower, legend.
Two cut. One coming. Two dumber.
Yeah, whole team on right.
Nice.
7 kills the difference between the 2 teams at Space Station. Not only looking to take over this game, but maybe Eco equalize this series and make this game 3 very, very interesting. 6 kills now the difference.
Was a 2v2 in the map momentarily there, and great camo control as well. There's a few things that Heal might said. First of all, he said, just keep Bound alive. Also, you heard him say something like, keep him guessing. Look at Stellar's numbers right now. 16 and 7 in a game that they lead by 6. Unreal.
He wants to snipe as well. Instead, it's going to be his teammate who collects it. Legend now. A bit quiet game from him, 7 and 10, but give him a few sniper rifle bullets to make some noise, and you'll certainly hear it on either side of this stage. Frosty going to be challenging. Survives for now. Another challenge going to arrive on the top tower. Hits the body, but not good enough. Royal 2 will survive.
2v2 on the map. If Royal 2 stays alive here, things stay interesting as well. The bomb almost does it to Eco. Eco's wise to it. Those kills will be traded out, but we are in the territory now of the game where trades really will continue to favor
17.
SSG. Stellar somehow on 17 kills when the next closest is 11.
I said that he was going to have a moment in this, and certainly a game in this series. He's too good a player not to. Well, he's having exactly that in this game number 2. 17 kills. For Stellar for Space Station. And that is carrying them closer and closer towards tying this series up at 1-1. However, FaZe's not out of this. This isn't a huge lead to try and overcome. Swings. If you get a 2-3, did
I knew it! I was gonna say they're gonna battle. Here's the FaZe clan, homies. Here's the bro. When it gets to these points in the series, the fan bases start attacking each other, bro.
Absolutely, the crowd also here. Let's
SSG, let's go! It's so fucking awesome.
Bring this back. They've done way crazier in terms of comebacks. Now still 43-37 with 4:36 left. Everything to play for.
Snakeboy's got the sniper rifle as well. Look at this route from Stellar. He was trying to sneak under a couple of line of sights and manages to find one. That now brings them within 6 kills of closing this game out. Snakeboy can't quite connect. Got to keep his eyes on this camera though. Has to stop SSG getting this, because if they do, that could be curtains.
Down by 6. They need really good set of plays here. Bound, I think, steals the camo. That could be daggers here. Legend somehow gets away with that as well. It won't be traded out, but 46-40. Bound with the camo certainly could end it here if he plays this correctly.
Taking a very interesting route as well. They would have seen Bound escape. But they certainly don't see him top middle at the moment. Damage being done by Bound. Now he tries to relocate, calls that out to his teammates. However, look at the kill feed. Frosty and Snakebite will be there. Royal 2 has no idea where Bound is, and now it's just 3.
What does Bound do here? Behind enemy lines, trying to make something happen. Solo! This is what Bound does! Flies in, 49 on the board.
Eco finds another, and now SSG swarm. They hunt down that final kill, and they will find it. SSG tie up this series at 1-1 off the back of the camo plays coming in from Bound.
Wow. Bound loses 2 teammates. Doesn't worry about it. He goes into a 1v2 at tower, isolates the battle in the back of the tower. Does his best Owen Wilson impression. Behind enemy lines, picks up a solo kill. The rest of the team floods C-Plat, and they get that 50th kill on Mud. That is why you have a player like Bound on your team, right? Against all odds, where he's already taken damage, he'll fly into a 1v1 with a commando and come out with a kill that he has no business getting. 50-43 is your final score in game number 2. SSG takes it.
Take a look back at some of the highlights from that game number 2 in the series as well. You're looking back on big moments, not a huge amount of like big snipes being hit. It was such a tactical, it felt like tactical warfare between the 2 teams, right? It was slow it down, wait for the first damage, wait for the first pick, then we go, then we flood, then we try and make sure that we come out of this engagement with numbers and the kills on our side. Stellar though. I mentioned he'd have a few things to say about which way this series goes. He ends up in that game with 17 kills to his name, the 10 deaths, a positive 7. But the impact that he was having throughout that game and just finding sneaky angles and making sure that no damage got away without being converted.
It has to be said as well, Stellar not only leads his team in kills by such a margin, he's tied for the most assists as well. He goes 17, 10, and 8. Excuse me, 18 and 10. Whatever data we're getting is wrong. 18. You don't want to sell him short.
Yeah, sorry, Stellar, we owe you a kill.
We owe you a kill, and we've made up for it. Speaking of making up for it, SSG's made up for that game number 1. We're now tied up 1-1. Take a look at some CTF stats between these 2.
These are the players who are usually doing the most of that flag running and the captures for their team. This is from the Halo WC. This is from the tournament itself. You can see the 3 flag caps per side for Legend and Snakebite. One more steal, but the CTF KD, I mean, if you've got players who are running flags, capping flags with those kind of KDs,
Those are crazy. That's a crazy stats
going to win games.
That is, okay, normally you get one of those three. Someone is either capping flags, stealing flags, or they have a massive KD. But instead, both of those players are blowing out the water in all three categories with a ton of steals, a ton of caps, and an insane KD. Talk about an all-around CTF player. Legend and Snakebite just popping off for their team.
Very, very impressive stuff. I mean, it's crazy. If you take away those flag caps, you take away the flag pulls, and you just put the KDs up there, but like, wow, these guys have looked really good in CTF game types. I want to talk a little bit about Forbidden as well, though, because this is such a fast-paced game type.
Look at the crowd fucking go crazy when
which is going to show us
when the big teams are playing. Well, not go crazy, but well, yeah, they're going crazy, but they all show up, you know.
Championship series who are running a flag as 4 go dead, and they have a clean run home with everyone on respawn. These two teams, if you ask me, like, who's going to double cap? Who's most capable of doing it? We've seen both of these teams do it on Aquarius. We've seen them do it on Forbidden. Yeah. So going 4 dead here for either side, you cannot. It is simply like rule number 1, whatever we're doing right here, do not go 4 dead.
Yep. This stats card, another example of just how close these two teams are in 2024 in CTF all up. This is across all CTF game types. Very, very similar records, 17-7 and 16-7 respectively between SSG and FaZe. 3rd and 4th as well in the category. But I agree, Mark. If you said which of these two teams can double cap on Forbidden CTF, I would say yes.
Hey, so like what part of the body
That's it. I would say
does that attach to?
That could totally happen here.
Is that a hand or a foot?
Amount of caffeine required for you to answer probably.
Or like both?
But it's just a crazy statistic from both sides, and they two teams who just statistically are outstanding. They have redefined what a role is in Halo over the last 3 or 4 years. It's not about being the objective player anymore. There's no such thing as the objective player. It is who is furthest up the map and who is in position to do that work at the time. And then for the rest of the map, if you're not that guy, you're not that guy. You know, Halo's evolved past that now, where you have tendencies as a player, but everybody knows the responsibilities they have to win games of Halo. You can't rely on that player anymore. Everybody needs to be able to do everything. And I think those CTF stats for both Snakebite and Legend kind of give the perfect indication of the type of player you need to be in modern day Halo to have success.
I agree, it's evidence of that. Normally you only get, if you're the player pulling, you are very rarely, the player that's capping. But they're doing both of those things while putting up unreasonable numbers at this level of professional Halo. And they're gonna have an opportunity to add to that tally here in game number 3, CTF Forbidden.
Gonna be a snipe battle to start this one off, and that certainly gets the juices flowing on either side of this stage. Stella gonna be the one you would imagine who's gonna try and push for it first on the side of Space Station. On the other side, always interested to see who does go for it. Will it be Royal 2? Looks like he was thinking about it, but not gonna get the chance to get his hands on that weapon because Stella is starting as you would expect.
I love that from Stella, just playing whack-a-mole. He doesn't care how many times he shoots, he's gonna get the kill there. Might have taken 3, but he takes down Royal 2 off of a tough angle on the Mohawk. And in the end, they're going to work together here on their own Mohawk to try to flush out this kill.
Lost Renegade, though. No idea where he went. Finds him. Eco will find him. That's going to be 3 dead. Royal 2's just come off respawn. If you want to see how far in advanced SSG have been on the map after picking up those kills, FaZe haven't even moved their sniper rifle off the stand yet. It's still there, and I'm pretty sure the Legend just picked it up.
This could be big here if they're able to maintain snipe control with both of the rifles. That would be massive, and FaZe knows they need to fly out of their own base. They cannot allow this setup to start to choke them.
There's a body. Not going to be the headshot, though. Now you're going to see Legend finally taken down. 2 players from FaZe decide we can double up here and try and clean out our sniper. And look at the pressure now that Stella's under. One thing you can do with Stella, we know the phenomenal ability he has, but if you can focus in on him and you can try and make the shots as difficult as possible, he's still going to hit some, but it's going to be less than if you're not pressuring it.
Renegade picks up 2 there. As you said, if Stellar hit both of those shots just now onto the open ramp, we would see them pulling and running a flag right now. But instead, as we've always said, it's just the smallest of margins here in the current meta of this game. FaZe is able to get out of their base, out of their open ramp, and I love the expedience with which they did that. They are now pulling a flag of their own.
Eco shields are broken as well. Frosty doing some great support work here, just to make sure anyone pushing up is going to take a little bit of damage, but he gets cut down by Eco initially. The flag was moving momentarily and still is moving, but SSG may be in a position to stop this one as they do have some presence top middle. Overshield is coming up as well. Legend, your job is to make sure that that flag is looked after. The rest of SSG.
Oh my gosh, Rico, there you go.
3 with it here. The Hawks wants to come in, so this is going to be a little bit awkward for SSG, but they do get this return.
Nice reversal there.
They get the flag off the stand, but you have to think that was more of a safety pull just to kind of pull attention away from the re.
Yeah.
They do get the return. That flag will almost certainly return as well. However, most importantly for SSG, Snakebite does not round that corner single-handedly, and we're tied up 12 kills apiece, still 0-0.
Trying to wonder where that overshield went, if it was played off the map, if someone had it burned, if someone just
This is so
just
fucking
fell. But it's
sweaty,
Phase
bro.
with 2 dead for now. Maybe 3 dead in a few seconds' time if Renegade's not careful. Tucks his tail between his legs and manages to scarper back to the Mohawk. Eco's hunting him down though. 1v1 here between 2 players.
Wow.
See, the Eco went for the trade, but Renegade just had that first shot.
Yeah, the first.
A little bit of extra damage there coming in, but not allowed the trade to come in. Threat Seeker goes down. We'll get some more info off of that. And Renegade looks to stay alive in the back of the base. There's going to be a lot of this in this game. Just looking to try to be a nuisance to stay alive and force the enemy towards you.
Both snipers are up. Did they forget about Renegade? They'll know he's around here somewhere. Renegade furiously pinging. Eco.
Wow, Eco's such a beast. Eco didn't let that go, and he checked every corner so safely, bro.
Not just the battle as 3 will fall for FaZe, but also he'll win the sniper. Oh my god, fast pull coming in.
2 snipes. For SSG, they've got 2 snipes in this situation. They've got the FaZe snipe, they've got their own. Eco can't quite connect on Frosty. But now he knows where the pressure is going to come in. Nobody in front of him means that he's got to be careful of that main ramp. SSG looking for a few more kills before they try and force this one.
Ooh, Snakebite staying alive there is huge because they have not continued. Even though with 2 snipes and even with this control, the flag run has not continued. Even though it looked like SSG had every piece of the puzzle, in the end, they cannot get the flag off of the Mohawk. It will stay and it will return. We're still tied here after 4 minutes of play.
They see SSG trying to keep the pressure up though. Even though FaZe make a really good defensive play. Stella's going to have that sniper rifle himself. Overshield is coming up once more. Frosty going to challenge. No scopes! Is what this man eats for breakfast. That is another.
I want to put my
incredible shot
fucking
from Stella.
thing in the garbage, but I'm like glued to this game, bro. Fuck. Let's go, Stellar. Oh my gosh, yes, let's go. Come on, get around the corner. No.
Before he rounds that corner.
No, they have to get slays here. Nice. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they're desperate. Oh my gosh, they are bringing it home. Oh my gosh, nah, you can't get that, bro. They did get a pick though. Come on. Eco got a pick. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. No, no, no. Oh my gosh, they desperated, bro. Are you serious? Oh my gosh, bro. Reverse cap, bro. Fuck, man. Yeah, that's a reverse cap. That's a reverse cap. That's a reverse cap. That's a reverse cap. Fuck, man.
From capping the first flag, Frosty shuts it down. Snakebite runs the counter.
Oh my gosh, they desperated that, bro. Like, Legend did a good job at first desperating it to get it to their flag, but then they just need a slay. When he tried to actually cap it, that's when they fucked up, bro. They had no slays. Oh, who's their coach? Yo, Elamite just needs to be like, yo, don't cap that, bro. Don't cap this. Why would he desperate that? Alright, let me shut up, let me shut up.
With a no scope of his own, a 2-foot slide to regain control of top mid, but my god. Has this series ever started off with a bang?
my head went to exactly the same place there. A 2-footed sniper shot. Legend will clean the
OS
damage
is coming
up,
up, and
coming
snipers.
up again in a few seconds.
Oh!
Frosty takes an enforced nap there on the nap, and now he is going to be in a position
The
to
very best. Yes! They have OS and their fucking sniper, bro. They have yes! Both snipers and OS. Holy fuck, they're gonna shit on these guys right now.
We'll see if they just let this flag go. I think they will.
Yeah, FaZe are giving this one up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, they might get a double cup. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe
They
not.
don't have the overshield, knowing that flag is going to go home. It's 1-1, but they're worried about being 2-1.
2 will fall for FaZe.
Nah, they did a
Has
good
to
job.
Isolate that
Just giving
1v1.
that first
FaZe
flag
as
up.
well to eliminate the overshield, but as you can tell, as we said, they let the flag go. They're
What?
gonna hold their hut side, and even though a trade comes in there,
where did
FaZe
that
is going to be
fucking
happy it was
sticky
only
go?
1 flag. Stellar now, very dangerous
Yo,
territory.
they have
top
2
mid with the
snipes,
sniper.
right? Oh, I was gonna say at least hit the body. This guy heals him. Yo, this might actually might be a run. Oh my. Oh!
Now people are playing like it's a Halo World Championship. And Stella goes Stella.
Oh my gosh.
Switches to the bandit, goes in.
Oh!
Royal 2 gets bodied. Renegade gets taken down, and the flag is moving for SSG.
This is unbelievable.
Holy!
Time. Guess what? Off screen, the flag was being run the entire time. 2-1 in favor of SSG.
An absolute whirlwind of a last
SSG! SSG!
In the most violent and grotesque way possible. Stellar
Check him, SSD.
Stellar hitting everything
check him,
that moved in that
SSD.
sequence. And before you know it, we didn't even get to see the flag on the way back because Stellar was putting on such a show. Eco now thinking about pulling another flag, and it could be the final flag of the game.
2 dead, doesn't quite hit the G-slide. And is that going to cost him in this situation? Bound gets one, but Royal 2 and Renegade will get some kills themselves. So FaZe at least buy themselves a little bit of space and a few seconds just to breathe on the map. But you can't forget about the Frenchman. You can't forget about Legend. He's cleaned out the hut. And they get a touch on this flag.
Let's see how he plays this one. Snakebite knows he needs to make sure he picks up these kills. Getting pinched though by both Bound and Legend.
Does have the overshield to play with though. SSG look very aware of this themselves. Legend will be taken down. Bound is trying to just draw the attention away. And the flag will be returned. So FaZe live to fight another day in this map, number 3.
It has to be mentioned, after 6 minutes of play, only 1 flag was on the board. Since then, we've seen an additional 2 flags scored. Things have just ramped up unbelievably off of very strong and highlight reel slaying control from both of these teams. SSG still leads 2-1 with 3:15 left on the clock.
That was a really, really big kill coming in from Renegade. If he doesn't get that one, it's 3 dead. Everyone's spawning in the back of the base. Stellar is running towards your flag. So that kill, it's not just a kill to stop progress. It's a kill to allow the rest of FaZe to get on the map. 2 dead here for Space Station. More good defensive plays coming in from FaZe. Sniper rifles will be on the map as well. So keep your eyes peeled for a couple of players who are looking to peel themselves.
Got to also check in on the total slays. As I mentioned, they were tied at around 25. SSG is now outslaying 53-40.
Seen this movie before. Legend will find one. Renegade's down on the side of FaZe. Eco is down on the side of Space Station.
Some SSG champs building as well. And as you've heard from Stellar himself, he loves the support and only makes him play better, which is honestly a really scary thought. Hits shots like that as well, gets a double. It's 2v2 on the map.
Snakebite still has the sniper rifle here for FaZe though. He's just been slotted out. Overshield coming up in around 10 seconds time as well. This sniper battle could decide where this overshield goes, and maybe the 2 minutes left on this clock. Just where this game goes and where this series starts to swing as well. Pressure from Frosty. Stellar knows he has to get damage onto this overshield. 2 dead on the side of SSG. It has to be a defensive play, and now it's not about controlling the overshield, it's about stopping my flag from moving. He finds the perfect shots onto Renegade to do just that.
That's big bounce. Somehow stays alive top middle as well. There's still no overshield grab. Threat Seeker will go down and get some info as well. And here comes the push.
He got that spark.
Frosty no shields. Frosty gets the help in just the last second. 2 dead, and Snakebite still has this sniper rifle. Overshield is still up. It's been around 30 seconds. Maybe even more.
Oh no! Entire overshield gets played. The sniper gets played. Snakebite tries to go just onto the diving board there, try to go courtyard, but he gets taken down and punished. And was that FaZe's last hope? That's the question.
1 minute 14 left on the clock. FaZe have to be the aggressors here. They're the ones who need this flag cap. Frosty will find one, but Legend will find one himself. Royal 2 and Frosty looking to overextend. Eco's job here is to keep damage, stay alive, get information to allow Bound to move up and maybe collapse on some of this damage. Royal 2, big fight for him to win. He does, but there is the immediate trade.
2v2 on the map. Legend makes sure he stops the pull. Now he immediately turns face to fight the street, and also knows there's going to be some hut and open ramp presence as well.
SSG are trying to build a wall here. They're trying to make sure that nobody can get through from FaZe. They want to make sure all angles are watched. No overextenders. Look at Legend. He's even checking the rat tunnel here. Gets the comms. But Royal 2 was there. As we are now into the last 30
Yo, let's
seconds.
fucking go, SSG!
3 were dead. They are still dead. Legend with a little bit of crafty movement, but more importantly, we're looking at the back of the FaZe base. 16 seconds left.
Oh
the wall
shit, they're
is
playing
built,
defense.
and you don't even know if it's possible for them to get the flag off the stand here. It
They're
looks
playing
like it's not.
defense, baby.
10 seconds
Royal
is going
2
to
the
tick
only hope.
past
Playing a
here.
rat playing like a rat
Like you say,
bastard.
Royal 2 is the
They're
only
counting
player,
down
but
as
Bound will
crazy.
find one.
Here you go.
Desperately trying to overextend here. Royal 2 trying to step forward. Stellar will shut it down, and Space Station will shut it down as well. They turn this series on its head and now lead 2-0. 2-1.
Let's go, baby.
Answering back with back-to-back caps, and in the end, nearly outslaying by 20. They outslay 71-52. And as you might expect, most of those kills coming in the late game. They were trailing 1-0 after 6 minutes of play, and instead, they find not one but 2 flag caps, along with amazing slaying control coming out of players like Stellar. He goes 21-12 in the game. Bound also with 20 kills on the board.
When you look at the total kills as well, 71-51 in the favor of Space Station Gaming and Stellar again. We're going to keep mentioning his name because you have to, as we...
Observers are having some fun here.
Even with the overshield, you can't survive that one. But I mean, that's what 17/18 kills still to be confirmed in that game number 2
play from Legend,
and now 21 in this one. Crazy stats from Stellar.
Beautifully played there from Legend. Look at this stick though. This was the stop that kept the game open. Frosty gets that stick from the top of the open ramp, and then amazing effort. Keep in mind, we were already 5 minutes in here with 0 flags on the board. Frosty just jumps the re long enough, gets taken down, but the re will still hit. And then in the end, Snakebite brings that flag, and it feels like a long time ago when FaZe was leading 1-0, and that's because so much happened thereafter.
And then it was the Stellar shot. I mean, he picked up his sniper rifle and he went to work, cleared a path, carved a path through all of FaZe Clan for SSG to get that second flag on the board. That moment you were talking about, right? It's you know, you look at Snakebite in that position, it's like there's not much else he can do there. He has to make sure that SSG don't get it, but you can also understand, like in the back of his head, he's thinking, we need this to make progress on the map. It's just, you know, SSG, you have to give credit in those situations for playing the situation so well.
You really do. And SSG let that overshield sit there top mid.
Check my SSD.
Look at the stronghold stats.
21-1. And if you look at the bottom, not of planet Earth.
They're intergalactic. The space
they
station.
really are.
21-1 is insane, with a 95.5% win percentage as a result.
On strongholds.
How about the margin? The margin is disgusting as well. 114 point
It's looking like a
margin
dub.
at
21-1 is
this level of
crazy.
Professional Halo is unheard of, but that's what you get when you have SSG. And this will be our game number 4. Recharge.
Can FaZe Clan find a way to change that record? Can they find a way to maybe just chip away at some of those huge differentials between those statistics we just saw and send us towards a final game of the series? FaZe need to find something from somewhere as we head into our game 4 here, and Renegade will pick up the first kill of the game.
You're going to need to see FaZe find a level of comfort in this game, right? They cannot let SSG dictate the entirety of the game. As we've seen in a few games in this series, FaZe needs to make sure they are the ones calling the shots, and they are the ones dictating the pace of play here in game number 4.
Discipline and efficiency, the name of the game here for FaZe, and there is no game type where
Damn,
discipline
since
and
the break,
efficiency
they're down
is going to
0-2.
be tested more than Recharge Stronghold. Stella's already trying to work on B, but it is going to be early scoring here for FaZe Clan. They have a momentary A-B setup, but still with this camouflage. Royal 2 is going to step into C and try and flip it. Elsewhere, SSG winning the battles in and around B, and now around C as well. FaZe are 3 dead.
3 dead here, and the first 6 kills will go their way. However, SSG answers right back. And now going to look to flip C. They will start scoring. However, it's an early lead for FaZe, a strong one, but they're now going to have to wrestle back control.
Really interesting position this rebound. Renegade's going to fall for the bait. Renegade not even going to get the trade in that situation. Bound play in the corner, knowing he had the grapple to play with to create some funky angles. Now looking over his teammates' shoulders to keep them alive as well. Legend will find another, and SSG will continue to score as Bound pulls on the Lycra, does his best Spider-Man impression, and flies towards the players.
Really well done. He's also going to have the help from Legend here. Man, look at what Bound is doing. How about the extra peek shots that he got on Snakebite as well in Tower? And look at this extra damage as well. He's putting on a clinic. 3 dead for FaZe yet again. Bound is everywhere on the map. Make it 4 dead.
It's going to be a triple cap here for SSG, and FaZe have to play off the back foot. How do you break this? No camo for a little bit for them to work around. And Legend gets that first pick again. Name of the game here for SSG, watch the crosses, but look at the shots coming in from Frosty and Renegade. They take down Bound. Stella's on the flank though. As the camo now will pop. FaZe will pick this up, but can Stella cut down Frosty? No, Frosty will just about hold everything in and get away.
Somehow gets away, but most notably, we only have 13 kills on the board for SSG, but already 78 points. That was a 78-point uncontested run from them. And 1 or 2 more of those and the game's over. 3 dead for FaZe yet again.
3 dead inside of Space Station as well, though everybody is dead on the map momentarily. 2 spawners will return, and Royal 2 will flip C, but with the spawn coming in at A, SSG will at least have 1 stronghold to work with. Now, B still in the controller phase. They will be scoring, but it is going to be a slow burn for them with those points.
They get the opener as well. Keep an eye on Gold. Gold is going to be very important here. You see Frosty's about to get into a battle as well.
Royal 2 now has to turn his attention to B, but there's 2 players stacking it. That's something that SSGs do so well in and around B. It's not usually 1 player who's stepping in, it's a couple. They stack it, they challenge you. When you think that you've got the best position on the map, and that was another prime example of it there. FaZe will be able to pick up the kills eventually, but you can see how hard they had to work.
Very nicely done here. Legend might get the reset on A, which is going to be unfortunate here for Royal 2. If you can win this battle, though, it'll just be a minor delay. Big trade from Legend. In the end, they start to flip A as well. It was 3 dead for SSG, though, so let's go into a listening here with FaZe.
What's up, Cosmo? Here, you got a
nice kill.
Come back. Yeah, came on 20. One is BR. Top BR, one shot B. Top BR, one shot B.
Came on 15, guys. Came on 15.
No, one is box. Can you switch to me or switch?
Yeah, they're gonna have map. They're gonna have some map here.
Mingling.
Came on 10, guys.
Top BR, and bottom BR. Two BR. Bottom BR.
Came on 5.
I hear you, man. Yo, trip second. Are you second? I'm pushing glass.
Camel's up.
2A. Glass, I killed glass. Camel's heals. He's really weak. I can't help you anymore. I'm trying to help you. Top A. 2-1, bro. 2-1 to burn. And they have shock too.
Yeah, they're gonna have camo shock.
That's a sick command.
Yeah, neither. I'm going back. Neither. When's Neither weak? Yo, in BR. Kill me. Where's he going, bro? He's on the steps. Okay, I just want A. Triple on Matt. Sex on Matt. 36. I left A. Go BR.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Jay.
One back.
Appreciate it.
Yo, I'm back blue shot. Okay. Just live it. We have a lot of time. They have camo and shock, right?
There's no way. I do not want to click that link, though. I do not want to click that link, brother. I created his account an hour ago. I'm not clicking that link.
Into the gameplay, and FaZe have found something. A little bit of momentum, a few kills at least, to capture A and C and get themselves scoring. But in and around B, look at Stella being that nuisance once more, trying to be the pivot they play around.
You get the feeling that FaZe needed those 3 dead. They find themselves 3 dead right away, immediately, but to stop that scoring, stop that triple cap from Space Station, at least, as you say, FaZe is able to get just around the 100-point mark off of that most recent hold.
SSG flipping that again, though. A and B are going to be controlled by Space Station. They're already working on C. They've been a nuisance in and around that. Frosty taken down by Bound as well. And with Royal 2 inside of B, the double will be picked up nice and comfortably as FaZe will find themselves 3 dead once again here at SSG. As the seconds tick by here and the control continues, are getting closer and closer to closing out this series. 185 and rising. FaZe yet to cross the 100-point margin.
Really deadly 3 back-to-back 3 deads there for them has led to a lot of control, continued scoring as well for the side of SSG. Just like that, it's a 100-point lead for them. Still 2 dead for FaZe, and they're out slaying now by 8 kills as well. Make it 9.
I mean, the biggest kill in all of those was Renegade. He had that camo. He got taken down. Bound was just focus firing, waiting for it to challenge. The shields hadn't come back. He had that little outline as they were trying to regenerate. Use that to his advantage as he sits in this game at 12 and 9. This double cap, by the way, is absolutely suffocating FaZe. They can't get out of the C-spawn.
Not just that, right? It's also 230 on the board as well. You can't even keep up with the scoring that's coming out of SSG. It's still 2 dead for FaZe, and just like that, they're also outslaying by 11. 235 on the board for SSG. This is the home stretch.
SSG have just held FaZe in this spawn for the last 30 seconds or so. And with only 9 points needed, it's desperation coming in now from FaZe. Stella finds one, Legend finds one as well, as Snakebite tries to desperate, but he's not close enough. Space Station Gaming will send FaZe to the elimination bracket and send themselves to yet another winners finals.
Top 3 guaranteed.
And they do it with an exclamation point on the end of it. Talk about a way to suffocate a team in a spawn trap. You might not have seen something like that since, I don't know, Halo 3 Amplified
Yes, that was a suffocating.
Damn, the
hole
break
in the
didn't
end.
work, bro.
Even though it's a 3-1 win where FaZe
The
showed up in a
break
huge way in that
didn't
series, you just
work,
get the
bro.
feeling
They
with the way
took
that
game
ended,
one.
that Space Station kind of made a
They
big
took
statement
game one. All right,
in the series
taking a
overall
break.
with the way they closed out game number 4.
I would agree. I mean, our question, our story coming into this was like, where are FaZe in comparison to what has been the best team this season? Which still seems like off the back of that there is a little bit of a gap between them, and you can understand.
Your profile picture has the
One side of that
cutest
stage
cat,
has won 3
Hickey.
out of
Oh
the
my
4
gosh.
majors this year. Space Station will continue in the winner side of the Halo World Championship bracket. They will be 1 match away from a grand finals now, whereas FaZe Clan have to go on the road. It's pretty treacherous, but one where they won last year from.
I was gonna say, they've done it before. You gotta say a lot for FaZe fans to be proud of in that series, without a doubt. Not only the game number 1, but also let's keep in mind Slayer Livefire was close. CTF Forbidden was initially a 1-0 lead in favor of FaZe after 6 minutes of play. So a lot to be proud of for the FaZe roster and FaZe fans, but I have to agree, in the end, it's SSG the clear winner in that series.
Yeah, I mean, those stronghold stats, by the way, you can see exactly why they look like that. I mean, that's
Eco doing LeBron things at 37.
just-
Now there's a fucking rumor. Look how fast rumors spread, bro. Like wildfire, bro.
all this good stuff that we're used to.
Now Munoz is just sitting there laughing his ass off. Oh, that's so funny.
And FaZe would just, like you say, absolutely suffocate. Could
Yo,
not
Munoz
break out of
is
that.
evil for that, bro.
Communication, teamwork, trust.
So time and time again, time and time
Eco
again as well.
been doing
Back.
this.
0 shields, bottom gold. He's still peeking in control, right? He's still dealing the damage. Then he's grappling all the way back to pipe. Then he's dealing damage. He's right into top belly as well. Just absolutely beautiful stuff coming in from the entirety of the roster. And I think the teamwork and the team shot specifically out of SSG on that final hold was, I mean, something to behold. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from SSG. They find themselves now in the winners final. We're going to go down to the main stage, though, and hear from SSG themselves. Blaze, who have you got?
Oh, I got the man himself. It's Eco and SSG as they come out with a big 3-1 win against FaZe. Man, Eco, this is the second time we got a chance to see you guys play FaZe on LAN, and you come out yet again. What was the game plan? Because you know this is Worlds, and that was going to be a tough matchup.
I mean, game plan is same as against every team, to be honest. Play our game, work together, try not to do anything too stupid, and yeah, we'll be good.
And there you're going to be good. Okay, now in this series, to me, the swing map was the third map. Okay, that's CTF. It got crazy out there. Talk to me about your perspective, you know, kind of towards those last 2 flags you capped. And, you know, was it chaotic on the comms? Were you cool, calm, and collected? What was happening there?
From my perspective of that game, it was incredibly hectic. Like, we were on their side, like 2 or 3 of us, and then one of them was on our side. So, like, I'm hunting the guy on our side. So, I mean, I don't really know what to say. The map is kind of chaos. Like, my teammates are going off with, like, power weapons and everything, and then we managed to get, like, overshields at the right time. And, I mean, yeah, that was a good win for us. We're not really that good at that map.
It definitely was a good win for it. What was it a good win for him, Seattle? Hunters up here with the camo as well, hunting for that first World Championship. Well, not the first, but another World Championship in the first of Space Station Gaming. But what do you want these Space Station fans in the crowd to know? Because they was absolutely bonkers out there cheering so hard for you guys. The loudest we've heard them all day.
I mean, like I say, every time we hear you, it really does help. I really appreciate all the support.
All right, so that's going to do it for me and Eco on the stage. Lot, take us away.
No, just now. Thank you so much, Blaze. Welcome to the desk where we heard me just a second ago. That's because we're getting pretty excited up here. Considering what we just saw in that series out of Space Station Gaming, they have only continued where they left off for basically the entirety of this season, and that is winning. I gotta say, quite a close matchup going up to that Strongholds, though. That Strongholds...
No, they always take me off the damn main stage, bro, right when I walk up.
Looking back at the series, there were moments and
trying to be
times
back
where
on
you just
main
think you saw
stage,
Space
bruh.
Station Gaming, their teamwork is great, but I think what actually was the outlier is individual skill. We saw that from FaZe in the first map. We saw some pop-offs happening, and we saw some individuals really stepping up to the plate. But when it came into that second map as well, Stellar just was unstoppable. That momentum didn't stop there.
Legend might be this year's MVP, but make no mistake about it, Stellar was last year's MVP, and it was for every bit of a reason in this series. He stepped
I just realized that
big
MVPs are
time
on the
with
same
this
team.
snipe and this map 3. This was the pivotal map,
Insanity.
the swing map. Absolutely, couldn't agree more with Blaze. And the things Stellar and Bound were doing, the shots that they were hitting, in the moments that they were hitting them, was legitimately determining the outcome of whether FaZe were going to get a flag run, or is SSG going to get a flag run? And because Stellar did stellar things, it was an unbelievable show. He not only had this Game 3 performance, though, Stellar's Game 2 was exactly how SSG needed to get back and rebound after that Game 1, because that Game 1 was pretty heavily dominated after the reset by FaZe. So it was a phenomenal job by Stellar to pick his team up, and from there, everyone started to shine. The teamwork from SSG was too much in the Strongholds. This is their bread and butter, and when you try to close a series out on your bread and butter, you know good things are going to happen, right? They love seeing Strongholds on recharge coming up for Game 4, and they made sure the fans know that they are still dominant at that. 250-98. It was dominant.
I think not only was Stellar statistically so amazing within that series, but you talked about even that Argyle play with the sniper that guaranteed him that flag cap. But I want to give a shout out to Bound. I think Bound was right there with him with the slays, right there with him in the damage. And I think back to that game number 2 where FaZe had momentum and they're about to come back in that game. Who was the one to make the camo play with that back smack on Raw 2, that commando play on Snakebite right afterwards to kind of put the game out of reach? The way Bound's playing, we're seeing it evolution in his gameplay. He's putting down damage. He's staying alive. So want to give Stellar his flowers, but also want to give a quick shout out to Bound.
It's like we want SSG to win,
It
baby.
was actually not that long ago, you know, going into Atlanta, we were talking about how Bound needed to step up, and I think that was post-London, right? We were seeing some things that maybe weren't characteristic of him. We haven't seen anything like that since. Bound has just stepped up to the plate. He's kept there, and honestly, he's at the dinner table. He's serving.
Yeah, I mean, Legend's the MVP, and Stellar was last year's MVP, but there's a case to be made for Bound to be this year's MVP as well. It's kind of pick your poison here on SSG. Who's going to get the snipe? Who's going to take off? And Bound hit a no-scope
there
on
we
the
go,
body and
baby.
finished it off, and a quick scope on a Frosty in that Game 3 that allowed his team to get overshot and cap that second flag for them. Wow. Bound made plays that were clearly the moment that
all right,
SSG
so I
needed
guess
them
you're just
to
cheering
make
for
that the
SSG
best
now,
chance to win
Drywall.
that
Let's go.
series.
Indeed, looking at the winners bracket right now, Space Station Gaming 3-1 against FaZe. They go on to the winners finals. They are one step away from that grand final position. And you know, the last time they had to do it in the elimination bracket, the last event that they won, they've done it in all sorts of different ways here, but I'm sure they would be chuffed to bits to head into that grand final on the winner side of things and know they only have to win one series, which we know they're capable of. On the other side of things, though, waiting to meet them, it's either Shopify or Optic Gaming. We'll find out who is going to be going forward to meet Space Station Gaming. Our elimination bracket, though, Quadrant versus Pure is happening right now. Pure are 1-0 up in that series. And now we see FaZe versus Sentinels. Again, a big rivalry that we've seen pretty much all season long, and it's been spectacular to see that. I'm excited to find out how that's going to go. How will FaZe bounce back? If you know one thing, Clutch, it's that FaZe, they've done this before in the Halo World Championships. They actually came from the elimination bracket side of things last year. They managed to win it. So right now they're probably thinking, okay, that wasn't ideal. They'll go back to the drawing board. But I think Sentinels would be a great series for them to find their feet again.
Yeah, ideally it would be from the Sentinels we know and love, but haven't seen anything from. But Sentinels have won a couple of those matches in the elimination bracket. Are they starting to heat up is the big question. I haven't had a chance to watch either one of those series, but you like to see them
B
not
out of
only
B really quick.
into the breach, but 3-0 into the breach. So this is a Sentinels that is starting to gain confidence and probably has the most confidence they've had throughout this tournament at this point. This has the opportunity to be fireworks as well.
Indeed it does. Well, up next on the main stage, we're going to be seeing Optic versus Shopify Rebellion. They'll find out who is going to go forward in the winner side of things, who will fall short. But before we get to that series, we have another brand new episode of Unlocked, and it's featuring one of our biggest superstars here in the Halo World Championships. It's Lucid. Let's check it out.
Oh my God, Lucid, Lucid, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players aspire to be. When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high. It's MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it's probably came from the thumbs of Lucid.
Lucid, take one.
So getting into video games for me was really easy. Like, I think I was just competitive. I've always been competitive. I was just watching the Halo 2 tournaments were being broadcast, and they had like these highlight reels, and I knew of the names, you know, like Snipe Down, Ola, Final Boss, Ogres. That kind of started out early on with those types of things, but the feeling was that I just wanted to get better at Halo. That is distinctly the only feeling that I have, is just the love for the game. I just want to get better at something. I want to get better at Halo even more than I already felt like I was pretty good at.
I think he's hungry for more. I think you can see that in his eye when he's on stage.
For him, it's all about winning titles. He has the opportunity to go on and win more titles than most could ever dream of.
When I think of Lucid's personality, it's actually a very particular personality where he's not your normal superstar in esports that's like cocky and arrogant and like showboating. Lucid's rather quiet and he's rather reserved to himself.
He really does have a calm, collective arrogance to him, which you kind of need to be one of the best players in the world in terms of confidence. He's very humble, but the fans go wild for it every time he's on the stage. It's exactly what you need to be one of the fan favorites.
He's very relaxed. He doesn't raise his voice very often. He's very calm and controlled.
I think the quote is, you shouldn't be afraid of the loudest guy in the room, you're afraid of the quietest guy in the room, and I think Lucid carries himself in that manner.
I would say he has the most famous posture in all of Halo that also summarizes a lot about his personality. A lot of players you'll be seeing like right up at their screen, you know, locked in completely, and Tommy's just like this.
Which one? Let's see. Yeah.
This one?
There. That was on your knees looking out.
Get out of your way. Give me a second here.
You're part of the content too.
Yeah.
Right there.
One more row back.
This one?
Yeah, that's fucking hard.
I have known Tommy Lucid for about, since about 2016, so a little over 7-8 years now.
All right, you gotta come back, Joey. You were supposed to walk.
Tom and I came up as amateurs together, and we've pretty much been together almost our whole careers.
I mean, Lucid and Trippy have been playing together for years and years and years. They've been a really, really solid duo together.
They play off of each other really well. You often do see that on Halo Infinite rosters. Different players can feed off of each other. Well, Lucid and Trippy, that's a duo you need to watch out for.
Needs Trippy. Ooh, does he get the fight? He catches it! He catches it! From the mid-map, it's a huge grapple from Lucid.
He and I have been like the rocks for each other, because I think he's very similar to me. We can normally comfortably talk to each other and the team surrounding us about how we need to improve and what we need to improve on, and not necessarily feeling like scared to just be honest. I think that's why we've had a lot of success over the years.
Lucid almost broke a little smile there.
Lucid was the front runner of everything that was Halo Infinite at the very beginning of the game, and I think that if you are the pioneer of a playstyle, that says enough.
He became a master of so many things before anyone else even realized they existed.
If people want to be you, if people want to play like you, that describes how good of a player you actually are.
It is his perfection that he comes onto the table with, and it is so incredible to watch.
That ability to kind of put in the work and absorb the knowledge and work out a game so quickly, I think speaks a lot to his intelligence as a player. And from there, he really was separating himself as like being in the conversations for one of the best in the game.
I think for me, the Halo community, it means a lot, because I think it's just when you have that passion for something, you just want to see it succeed, you want to see it continue, you want to see it blossom. And I think that's something that, for me, that runs very deep.
That star power, that leadership translates so well into the community. People love to hear from him. They love to watch him stream. They love the interviews post-game. He really does give a lot.
He understands his role as a leader in the eyes of many in the community. I think that Lucid is a great kind of archetype for how a Halo player should be away from the game, as well as their behavior within it.
He's kind of a good voice for everyone. I think a lot of people in the community agree with what he says, so it's very good for him to like very vocal and try to make Halo better.
Tommy's gonna be one of my best friends forever. Like, we have been through literally everything together.
So I remember it was Worlds 2022. It was my highest placement and I got third. And I talked to Tommy in the after party, and I was upset that I couldn't win because he won. And I remember he told me, like, you know, he put like his hand on my shoulder and he was like, dude, at the end of Halo 5, I got second several times and I could never win. And he was like, you have to fall so many times and learn so many times what happens when you lose in order to go out there and win. And like, that kind of goes to show that he's like supportive to like his cast and like the rest of the Halo scene.
360s for style points at this point.
Forget about the mango.
He already has the support, the love from the fans. He already has that stardom. If he could get the accolades to go along with that, he will end up being one of the greatest Halo players that we have ever seen.
On the side of FaZe, you're... Oh my God! Odd locations, and there's gonna be one pick over into dummies, second pick onto the silo. Just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all?
Wait! Listen, you madman!
Lucid, you madman. That is the final call we hear on that new Unlocked episode, and rightfully so. He is a madman. You put a gun in his hand. Gameplay, it just comes along with it. It's like a natural state for Lucid. We mentioned so many times stardom, star power. He really is a superstar up there on that main stage. It's exactly why he's in our winners semi-final right now with his team. But all season long, past seasons of Halo Infinite, he really hasn't stopped. He's only got better, and growing with his team Clutch, there's not enough good things that you can say about this young man.
No, and the way he carries himself, I think, is the most impressive thing about it. Very often do you see superstars and they gloat and they're showboating and they make sure you know they trash talk. Lucid just dominates so quietly and peacefully, and he's more about his team having success rather than how the other team's feeling about it. So can't say enough good things about the kid, and couldn't be more excited for him to have an opportunity to try to win another world championship. And we talked about a couple of MVPs from this season, last season. Well, 2022's MVP is Lucid, and if he can find that form here in the next 2 days, Optic Gaming could be holding up another world championship.
Indeed, they could. The stage is green, and for one reason, it's Optic versus Shopify Rebellion. On the side of Optic, they have some things to prove here. You know, second places is not exactly what they want. It's not what the fans want. They are looking to gun for gold, and winner's bracket would be fantastic for them to do that. Tony, how are you feeling about this Optic roster right now? Their journey so far, it's day number 2. They're in winners semi-finals, and Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be a tough challenge.
Well, coming to this tournament, I predicted Optic Gaming to break the curse and to win here at Worlds, and it would be an amazing one at that. I think they looked very good so far this tournament, but the job is not done, and now the climate of, I guess, the climax of this mountain is here. You have to get through a Shopify Rebellion. You have to get through an SSG. This is going to be a tough road at the tail end of this graph.
It certainly will be, and I think looking at both of these guys on our screen, you know, we talk about the Lucid Trippy duo in the Unlocked episode, but here there is another duo emerging. We talk about firepower. This is exactly what we're seeing on our screen. All of these stats, both of these faces, firepower purely on that stage.
We talk about superstars stepping up from here on out in the tournament. You saw what Stellar and Bound were able to do last series. Well, this is Lucid and Foremost series to answer the ring of the bell here. They are superstars. They've been playing like it all year, and I expect them to once again lay down some law here in the winners bracket semis.
On the other side of the stage, Shopify Rebellion looking to find some answers. They've had quite a few third place finishes, just shy of Optic Gaming's places so far this season. They want to rebound up that ladder, not only just one run, but the entire thing. They need to win this trophy, and what an incredible story that would be. Looking at their Slayer form though, Tony, they're looking like they're getting their stride once again. They were an incredible Slayer team at one point in the season. They were overtaken by FaZe, but they are third right now. How are you feeling about that bounce back in particular?
I really am feeling the Slayers are going to be so important when it comes to the Shopify Rebellion roster. When I look at that King of the Hill and that capture the flag, it heavily favorites Optic Gaming. So going into this matchup, Strongholds and Slayer, that's your bread and butter. That's where you have to step up and get wins here. And I know it's going to be tough. I know it's Optic Gaming, but you were here to win a championship. You were here to prove so many people wrong.
You certainly are indeed. This is how the series layout is going to balance itself out. and it's looking like close calls all around here. A couple of places where Optic are edging things out. I think Shopify Rebellion, you know, looking pretty good in this series layout, but I think it's really just going to bow down to teamwork. I mean, who's got better teamwork? Who is kind of popping off in different places? Because this graph is awfully close, Clutch.
Absolutely. I think that Livefire Slayer has got to keep Shopify Rebellion into this series. Solitude King of the Hill can get out of hand quickly, and Optic Gaming, if they get a full setup, they will cap hills quickly. It is not easy to come back in that game type. So I'm looking for how does Shopify start this series, and if I have to call out one player, if you want to have a world championship run on Shopify and you truly believe you can win a world championship, it will be on the back of Cycle playing the best in this series. You got to watch this young man shine the brightest if he wants to win this series.
Certainly will indeed. Well, the stage is set in green, but which shade are you shouting for? That is the question. Who will come out on top? Optic versus Shopify Rebellion happens right now.
It is winners semi-finals time. Optic Gaming are the Empire, forged in championships. Here and only interested in one thing, that is the gold. And is it going to be the Rebels that finally lay a glove on those champions? We're about to find out, Dan. Rebellion have got an upset planned on the cards.
Of course, Shopify Rebellion have been holding down that top three for quite a few events now, but there has been some questions arising about their path to that top three. Well, now they can answer all those questions in one single moment against the green wall on the main stage. Can Shopify Rebellion continue to be a top three team?
Lottie asked the question of what shade of green are you cheering for? Is it the established order in Optic Gaming? Or is it the new boys on the playground in Shopify Rebellion? These two teams have made it to the final three, made it to a championship Sunday, time and time again. It's shields up, it's weapons hot. We're on board with Lucid.
Kicking things off with King of the Hill on Solitude. Actually a difficult map for both of the teams statistically across the season. Arguably worse though for Shopify Rebellion. Have to keep an eye on Suppress though. Averages around 18 kills per game when it comes to this map and mode. And if he can find anywhere even close to that, it might help Shopify Rebellion get on top. But at the moment, it's been Cycle who's picked up all of the kills. Make it 5 now for Cycle, as he is the only one to find anything on this map for Shopify.
Cycle being fed kills. Suppress just can't find the face with that shock rifle and camouflage. The world was his oyster there for a moment, but he didn't put the damage down. He didn't leave his mark on Optic Gaming. And all of the work that Cycle put in for Rebellion didn't amount to much progress on this bottom middle hill. And as a matter of fact, Formal's got control of Snipe, and Optic Gaming have got control of the hill. Soul Snipe's running for his life, and here comes Formal.
Formal will not back down from a fight as well. He's been insane so far this tournament. He has been locked in, he's been in championship form, and Shopify Rebellion should be scared. Optic look like they want to settle a lot of debates here, a lot of questions that may have been asked about them coming into this and being that second place team. They want to be the #1. They want to be the world champions again. But you have to start here in the winners semis. Get yourself to the winners finals and start to compete with the biggest and the best. And the current holders of the LAN title, SSG.
What a time to silence the haters it would be for Optic Gaming on the biggest, grandest stage of them all, the Halo World Championships, as Lucid just keeps on frying.
Thankfully for Rebellion, out of shock rifle ammo, but the camouflage is going to be coming up. Halfway towards scoring this first one are Optic Gaming, but they are not desperately looking to try and dive into it. Instead, they want to take this fight. They want to secure a little bit of map control first.
Trippy's got camouflage. He doesn't have map control though. Mental gets one before ultimately getting cut down. Lucid's forced back up driveway. He's in full retreat. He steps back down when his shield's recharged, fighting suppressed, fighting soul snipe. Ultimately has got to give it up. Optic Gaming have already made so much progress in this hill. Soul Snipe wants more. Gets Lucid's shields pop, pushing up the driveway. Little does he know he's running into 2 members of Optic Gaming. Make it 3 with Formal sitting there. Soul Snipe doesn't care. Lucid shuts him down, and he could be about to line up suppressed as well.
Lucid and Formal both very weak, and both are going to be taken down. All 4 now dead, and Rebellion might be able to just sneak this first still in their favor. Optic off of spawn need to work together, but they have been found out. It's going to be a staggered spawn now, and suddenly Shopify Rebellion may just be able to put this first one in.
The Rebels looking for a smash and grab here in this bottom middle hill. What a pace setter it would be if they can claim the first. Dead Zone's down to no shields. Suppress turns his attention towards Formal on the garbage truck. The nade's not going to do the damage to put him away. They're going to trade out ultimately. 3 dead for the green wall. Mental steps inside the hill. Lines up Lucid. They look at one another. Lucid turns his back. Mental once more. Mental falls down.
Optic have done very well, even when they have had those stagger spawns. They're just keeping Rebellion far enough away, at arm's length from this hill. Rebellion, though, step in yet again. 2 alive for Optic. Make it 2 dead yet again, and it is going to be the first point scored. Rebellion will be on the board here. And Optic, despite all that early time, just could not stop the aggression of Shopify Rebellion.
Rotated perfectly to hill number 2. Over towards yard we go. That's where this point of contention will be. Trippy steps inside yard. Shock rifle not finding a home onto 1, but will eventually hit Formal, who was down to no shields. Dead Zone combining on driveway with Trippy, and they will take down the shock rifle player as they continue to contest.
Well, I guess a lot of people agree.
Not giving Rebellion an inch right now.
Rebellion, though, just full sending it as a group, ensuring that they finish off the damage that they have been able to put down. They do not want to allow these Optic players to escape. One thing we've been crediting Optic all tournament long is how they survive, how they can avoid that final bit of damage when they are no shields and be awkward kills. Rebellion are looking to try and adjust that themselves, saying, look, let's just make sure we secure them, and then they can't get away and stab us in the back.
Clutch highlighted them on the desk before the series started. Formal and Lucid, the superstars, need to find form here in this series. Formal 6-2-9, Lucid 8-3-5. Trippy though with a triple kill and still some camouflage to play with. Could be an overkill. Just runs out of time as Lucid gets that kill.
Will be all 4 of them hitting the floor though on the side of Rebellion, and Optic now can take map control. Trippy though needs to probably get some height here just to give a little bit of coverage and information to the rest of the team, which he does. Nade's not great, but it does mean he can get aggressive with the damage done elsewhere, but Mental falls, as does Trippy. It's a 3 versus 3 for this push.
Cycle and Soul Snipe step in. Formal tried to get away. Cut down before he could though. Lucid on top yellow. He's also back down. And Rebellion could be about to do what they done for hill number 1. It's another smash and grab. Could they steal away this second one? They have all the positioning they need.
Rebellion are outslaying Optic at the moment, 34-31. And there could be a 35th here, and it will arrive. Optic, though, will dip their toes into this hill. Cycle has to back away, needs a little bit of help, but he's not going to be able to find it, because Lucid was there waiting in the wings, and now Optic are closing in on this second hill themselves.
Dead Zone puts one in the grave, keeps on pushing forward. Mental could be about to join him. Optic Gaming do tie us up. The score now 1-1. We're about to see a camouflage and another shock rifle to play with as well. We know that can have a massive influence as to what way this one's going to shake out. It's going to be a trade on driveway. All 3 members of Rebellion over towards the snipe side. Camouflage for Suppressed. It's Rebels, it's Empires, and it's Suppressed who's the Phantom Menace.
And what can you do with this shock rifle and camo? It's a big responsibility, especially at this stage of the game. Only 1 minute and 40 left on the clock, tied at 1-1. So you get this 3rd hill, it may be enough to win you the game with how things have been going so far, how tight it's been. As a big double for Suppressed as he looks to try and make it 3.
The established superstars, Formal, Lucid, The ones on the come up, the future ones, Cycle, Suppressed. They're making a name for themselves. They're making a splash on the international stage. And they are destined for greatness, it would seem. Multiple top threes, looking to really leave a mark on Optic Gaming, the former world champions.
If you think about the most recent times Suppressed and the rest of Rebellion have faced up against Optic, it's been in a winners final or an elimination final. It's been on that Sunday and they have fallen short. But on Saturdays, Rebellion seem to get the job done. And perhaps that is something they can hold on to here in this series. 1 minute and 5 left on the clock. Again, this third hill could be the final one with how this is going. And Shopify are in it, or were in it. They're certainly in the surrounding areas right now. It's Optic who have to break.
For Rebellion, it might be as simple as just changing the time and date on your phone to Saturday permanently, because they look different here today. With 55 seconds on that clock, what do Optic have? Because Rebellion seem to have a foothold in this hill. Optic Gaming need to serve some eviction papers. Trippy on S1. He gets cut down, he gets cut short. And Mental's S1 again, and he gets another onto Formal.
Mental getting away with absolute madness right now. 4 were temporarily dead for Optic, by the way. Trippy's going to be the first one up. Camo is spawning, and Rebellion are very close to putting this third hill in their favor to lead 2-1. Where does that camouflage end up? Can Optic even stop them getting this point? I don't think they can.
Inches away from victory then. 2-1 now the score. They just have to hold what they have. With 40 seconds remaining, a camouflage is up as well. Mental's got it, Mental's popped it, and he can start to roll.
Rebellion just need to play Slayer now, and that's exactly what they've been able to do. 3 dead on the side of Optic. First map should surely be heading Shopify Rebellion's way. Only 20 seconds for Optic Gaming, not just to get this hill, but secure it as well to take us to overtime. Do they have the minerals to be able to pull off something like this?
Trippy caught unaware by the camouflage player. Mental gets the kill. Optic Gaming are forced to stay inside this hill. They are running out of time. They've got to stop the clock. Formal keeps on shooting, but it does not matter because Mental's in your face. Mental's putting 5 in you. You're running out of time. Shopify Rebellion are not interested in laying gloves. They're interested in putting you out. And Rebellion draw first blood in the series. They're one to the good.
Welcome to the winners semi-finals, where if you thought this was going to be a breeze for Optic Gaming, you have just learned a very valuable lesson. Shopify Rebellion on Saturdays in the winners semis, they always turn up, time and time again. There's always questions about Sunday, but never have a doubt in their Saturday performance. Sure, King of the Hill Solitude, not Optic's best map in mode, but on the flip side, it has been bad all season for Shopify Rebellion as well. That could be one of the most important victories and
crazy man,
of their season so far.
Saturday Rebellion, that's what they should be rebranding to. They look diffy on the Saturday, up against the green wall. And it started pretty well for Optic Gaming. They were hitting those shots, Lucid frying people out of their socks. But the Rebellion, they answer back, they claw back to life. And they take game 1. What a difference that could be for their confidence, just to ensure they belong here. Not only that, but they can put Optic Gaming to the sword if they continue to play in that fashion.
It's going to be a frustrating one for Optic Gaming, that's for sure, but I think they know that map 1 could have gone either way. The rest of the series layout, though, it does look pretty interesting indeed. I think as Optic looked across it, they were probably thinking, all right, well, the Slayers are going to be very important for us, and also Strongholds have been our successful maps and modes as well throughout this year. And that's where Shopify Rebellion are going to have to try and take them down. We've always known Shopify to be very good at Slayers, but it's been about FaZe Clan when it comes to being the best slaying team in the league. But just look at the Rebels, Soul Snipe, Suppressed, both have been putting up massive numbers throughout the Halo World Championship so far.
And we've seen at the start of the series, it was Lucid and Formal. Just how important these two boys are to their team. Soul Snipe and Suppressed. SNS, 1.55, 1.31. Instrumental in every single positive result they are ever going to get. If you want to win championships, these 4 boys have got to play at this level consistently against the likes of Optic Gaming.
Well, Livefire Slayer has treated both of these teams very well throughout the season. Shopify Rebellion 6-2. You would have seen it on the graphic earlier. Optic Gaming 6-3. So a successful win rate for both, but one of them has to improve it here. And if Shopify Rebellion are able to go 2-0 up against Optic Gaming. Boy, will they start to think about yet another top 3, but this time at the Halo World Championship. Keep an eye on Lucid for this one. He is the #1 ranked player in the league at Slayer Livefire. Averages around 12 kills per game at 1.45 KD throughout the season. And if he can replicate that here, Shopify Rebellion maybe will struggle.
Not too much cause for concern for Optic. They know they can more than bounce back after game 1 defeat. You win the Slayer, game 1 no longer matters. It's null and void. And is it time now for Formal to step up? Is he to be the player to hit the shots? The answer is no for now as he's shut down. Sniper rifle falls on green. And whose hands will it fall into as the camouflage is about to pop up? And the two teams contend for it. Suppressed, who's got it in his hands. And Trippy and Formal over towards the camouflage. As Formal just about evades the attentions of the long scope. Dead Zone gets his shield ripped from him. Lucid over towards Sandbags. Could be the latest victim of suppressed sniper rifle. That he is.
Well, shutting down Lucid's good, but shutting down Dead Zone to follow up even better. Suppressed, not missing at the moment, almost connected with the camouflage. So it is going to be Formal holding it. Actually, Formal has always been the player for Optic Gaming, finding that camo, finding that overshield throughout this season, and especially here at the Halo World Championship so far. And if you give Formal an extra edge, you are really going to struggle against him. But it's going to be a 10-7 lead now for Optic Gaming.
This game being played at such a fast pace.
Lock in!
Barely time to catch your breath. 10-7. Perhaps an opportunity now as it slows down just for a moment. Two members of Rebellion inside house. One position out towards the camouflage. And a cycle's touching towards scoreboard. They're trying to get information. They're giving up quite a lot of map here. They're inviting the pressure on from Optic Gaming. Mental's going to step out now over towards Cuts. Suppress hits top middle. They've managed to isolate Lucid. Lucid managed to get a trade on the way out though.
And that's a big point for Shopify Rebellion, isolating Lucid. The reason why he's the #1 player on this mapping mode throughout the season is because he can just manipulate the map in any way he would like. You think back to Lucid of old and how he would use a repulsor to bounce around the map and find kills, isolate other players, but instead they are almost waiting for him, Shopify Rebellion, picking him off, and then they push afterwards. Lucid does just need to be a little bit careful he doesn't get caught out too many times.
4 kills the difference. Optic
Oh yeah,
with
didn't
the
the
lead.
FFA go on? Oh my
Trying
gosh,
to extend that here. Quantum Translocator used for Formal as he gets away, but unfortunately for Dead Zone, he does not have the same tools at his disposal. A trade for Mental and Lucid. Camouflage for Soul Snipe. What can he do with it? What influence will he have? Players start to rat up, start to turtle. He's completely missed Dead Zone here. The rest of his team are going to think that place is free. And as a result, Dead Zone got cycled, but Soul Snipe answered back with a double kill. Loose over towards bottom middle. He's backed away from the camouflage. Snipe rifle is top middle. You know Soul Snipe wants to get right with it.
You just threw a nade at him.
And Soul Snipe getting 2 kills is always going to be a success in terms of a camo play, but missing Dead Zone did hurt them a little bit. It could have been a bit more flawless with their push. And now Soul Snipe's going to be shut down. Now he doesn't have the camouflage to work with. Sadly, you're going to have to drop down to bottom middle here, which is going to give a lot of map control to Optic Gaming, even with Mental and Cycle fighting their hardest over towards Tower. Trippy should not be able to get that kill.
Sniper rifle changes hands, but fortunately for Rebellion, it's for Mental. S7, long shot, it doesn't matter. Put an active reload in it, because he's about to rip faces if he's given the opportunity. Lucid's back green. Mental lines him up. First shot's not going to be good for anything. As a matter of fact, that's where his run ends. Sniper rifle falls. And Trippy's got it once more. We're all tied up. 8 minutes and dwindling down now on the clock. Just as we hit this halfway point. Trippy's shots are rattling off, but they're not finding a home. He's wasting all this ammunition and not getting any value for it. Soul Snipe's got a huge double kill. Mental's got one too. Rebellion push forward. 4 dead unofficially for a moment for Optic.
They figured it out.
So 2 kills now, the difference.
You know, when 4 teams and 4 players go down like that, you do think to yourself, how do you come back from it? How do you come back from an all 4 dead? Optic Gaming, though, are one of the best because of how they communicate. You might think to yourself, oh, I'd love to figure out what Optic are saying. Well, we got the second best thing. We've got a listening ready right for you now.
Wow.
Camo's coming, guys. 10 seconds,
yes,
Camo.
we need to play this. Hey,
Let's do something together, guys. Let's do something together.
We need to go A, guys.
Nice, we got one.
I'm literally on bullet top mid. I'm on bullet top mid. Somebody watch me.
Cuts, I think.
Yo, start walking, guys. Walk.
Two guys, Hidor, I got one.
Wait, Hidor, going big cut, big cut.
Wait, did he get him? I don't think he got him, bro.
Have shields on the screen.
Screen it, last guy. Keep living. Trying to cut Tommy. One shot. Nice,
I can't go for this yet. Tires.
Yeah, you can. There you go.
Reset for a second, guys.
Yeah, I got you. Just watch our quick aim.
I'm popping camo right now.
Yo, one's training to green right now.
Yo, I want to try to clear cement, okay? I want to clear cement.
Keep training in us.
Okay, I want to clear cement. Just stay
Tommy's big over with camo. I'm gonna go pillars then.
Watch back green right now.
I'm gonna go pillars.
Cement is clear.
We hear that?
Cement is clear. Yeah, I hear you. Back green.
Nest weak.
Back green top nest. Back green top nest.
Nest.
Let's go, Mr. Pixie Stick. Oh my gosh, I thought he was not going to see that guy.
One shot dark, guys. Dead.
Two dead.
Two mud. Last guy above.
Sniper's coming in 5, guys. Sniper.
Going dummies.
Somebody play for side.
Backups in. They're going to be there. Yeah, I'm watching.
A plant moving for Zane. Check our closest angles here.
Listen, let's get. Yo, get a little bit. Yo, just get a little bit of a bunker set up. Yo, top cuts.
I have some damage right now. They might push.
What should I play?
It's kind of a cool
Yo,
snipe.
cut. Top cuts, one shot. Two cuts, guys. Cycle one shot.
One shot bottom mid, guys.
Watch you up on tower weak.
Well, just like that, they have a very clear plan to Optic Gaming. Get the camouflage, clear certain angles, and then push out. And now they have a 5-kill lead. Shopify Rebellion are on the back foot now. It can all very quickly get turned around if they can just avoid this sniper from Dead Zone. And he is being very patient right now.
What a difference a camouflage can make. But the composure shown from Lucid. Let me push cement, let me clear it. They absolutely demolished and they picked Rebellion apart. Now the game slows down to a crawl again. We might not see too much more movement until this next camouflage. Both teams recognizing just how important it's going to be to give up few deaths whilst also trying to make sure and ensure that camouflage doesn't fall into your foe's hands. For Dead Zone, it's about patrolling and marauding in this tower, ensuring nobody crosses into his line of sight. Soul Snipes on cuts, faced with Dead Zone. He's put in reverse, camouflage is popping up. It's great space created by Rebellion, but they have lost a couple of members in the process. That's gonna mean Dead Zone can start to cook with the sniper rifle. It cycles on window. Dead Zone's eyes are trained on it. He wide just a little bit at the time, but he's gonna reposition now. His teammates are still fighting for the camouflage. He's starting to hit those shots. He's starting to heat up. As Dead Zone rips the face from Mental.
Oh my gosh.
Body shot.
Oh my gosh, get it.
He
Oh my
keeps
gosh.
on rolling. Could be about to line up an overshield on the cycle, who just backs away, and he'll settle for the camouflage instead.
Gets the camouflage, 48-39. This game should be done. Optic should be tying us up 1-1. And every single member of the Green Wall has played their part in this game, and now it should just be down to one last push off the back of this cam.
Dead Zone moves forward. Suppress uses the quantum to just get away for now. Seems to be a matter of
Let's go,
when,
Dead
not if,
Zone.
Optic Gaming take this Slayer. Cycles on sandbags, he's experienced some pressure. Soul Snipe will get one, Mental answer back, but ultimately it does not matter.
One more!
As Optic Gaming
Bro, they're so
restore
hyped, bro.
parity
They're
in this
so
series.
hyped.
We're all tied up 1-1.
And that was a moment, excuse me, where Shopify Rebellion were very much
This
in
is
charge of that game.
amazing, bro.
But it just took a moment of settled nerves from the side of Optic where they paused, they really considered, and actually we jumped into the list, and just as it all happened, the plan of action came through, and then ever since, Optic did not look back. They gained that lead, and then they
Got
pinned
energy
Shopify
up
Rebellion
in there,
down to the
boy.
floor. And we're all tied up 1-1. Live Fire Slayer just seems to be the home for Optic Gaming. It always has been, and it was
Yo,
Lucid
Optic
again.
is so
Even though it was a
hyped,
slow
bro.
start for him. He got caught on a couple of those flanks.
Optic is
Later
so
on, when
hyped.
the game did slow down, he was able to just free roam around the map.
Fucking
and he was finding
awesome,
kill
bro.
after kill, time and time again.
The story of that Slayer really was the camouflage. If you controlled it, you really wielded the destiny of what way it was going to shake out. And it was that one from Lucid that really put distance between them and Rebellion. And they never looked back. Communication was on point in the listening. Shots are most certainly on point from dead zone. And all of a sudden, the woes of game one no longer matter.
We'll move over to match number 3. It's a big question. Can Optic now use this momentum to start to propel themselves into that winners final? Will it slow down the side of Shopify Rebellion, who looked really hot after game 1? And it is going to be CTF Forbidden, which has been kind to the Green Wall. 5-1 throughout the season, only 3-2 for Shopify Rebellion. But the two players I want to look at, Suppressed again and Formal on the side of Optic. Now, it both suits their playstyle, but for very different reasons. Formal loves the sniper on Forbidden and can really put it to work. Suppressed loves to take these tricky routes and avenues and these angles to really disrupt them, but look at that from Formal. There's good reason why he should be the player to highlight. CTF has been unbelievable for him. 2.13 KD.
You're looking at the top 5 and Optic Gaming lockdown slots 1, 2, and 3. And it's probably the only reason why Dead Zone probably not there is he's the one running the flag. It's Formal, Trippy, and Lucid. They are menaces when it comes to capture the flag. You mentioned Formal and how he likes to use that sniper rifle. Well, good reason he puts it to use. Look at the KD. Everything lighting up first place for Formal.
The permanent overshield, Formal. And there is going to be one on Forbidden for him to work with as well here. And like I said, when he has the camouflage, he gets that little extra bit of something like the overshield.
Optic crowd is hype, bro.
And you know full well Formal's about to go on a tear, but the sniper rifle has been treating him well. He averages 24 kills per game on Forbidden, which is a pretty crazy number if you think about it. I know Forbidden games could go on a little bit longer because sometimes you're not always going to get all those captures on the board. But certainly, he has been unbelievable so far this tournament. I'm very excited to see
I has a picture.
On the other side, players we can talk about sniper rifle. You mentioned Formal and a good reason, but on the other side of things, we've seen Mental pop off, not only with the sniper rifle on other maps, but CTF Forbidden in particular. We've seen him rip faces. My memory cast back to playing against Space Station Gaming. He was on point, hitting them through the eye of a needle sometimes. He could be the difference for his team.
Yeah, I think if Mental can get one up on the likes of Lucid and Formal, who are definitely going to be sniping on the other side, if you can take that sniper away from them, though, I think that's going to be the key focus. Yes, you can out-snipe them, but who's going to get into the nitty-gritty? Who's going to actually go in, steal that sniper away, and then retrieve it and bring it back to your own side of the base? And maybe it is going to be someone like Suppressed,
legend, bro.
who often does take those angles.
He's holding a picture of Formal doing that
face. He can then whisk that sniper away.
Formal's a
Suddenly,
beast,
Optic
bro.
Gaming
Fucking
maybe
legend.
lose one of their win conditions.
Rebellion taking the stage once more after a brief intermission. You see Mental rehydrating. Maybe he can extract maximum performance now. Because Rebellion are going to need it if they're going to retake the lead in this series. Of course, it's a best of 5 here at the Halo World Championships. What's up for grabs? What's at stake here? A ticket to the winners' finals. Optic Gaming desperately want to be there. They're tired of this narrative. Second place, second place, second place. They don't want to see the number 2 anymore.
Let's go. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, Shopify could go crazy, though. Shopify could go crazy.
These two teams go back and forth all season long. And they're going to set the squabble once more.
Winners finals is such a fucking battle, bro. I mean, winners semis even, but winners finals is going to be crazy too. But winners semis here is nice with these top 4 teams here. Really good, bro. Really good. Everyone's sweating so hard, bro. Love these winners semis.
Now Formal will be aggressive here. Wants to hunt down Cycle, and again, it was another overshield. Titled the permanent overshield for good reason. Assault Snipe holds strong.
I'm not sure hold strong is the term we can use, but he definitely held. He almost held the L from Formal, giving him the wiggles for a moment. But that space Formal created means Optic Gaming take the lead.
Capture the flags just really suit the
brick by brick, brick by brick.
Not only do they set up well to get that flagpole initially, but they spread themselves across the map to cover all of those avenues.
Gap,
sure
bro.
No flanker to
brick
disrupt
by
things.
Brick by
and
brick.
if the flag does go down, there is always someone in the vicinity to then continue running it. You often get players like this, like Lucid, who is in these areas to hit these shots and disrupt things from these advantageous positions.
Lucid's position top
Oh, did he hit that?
Appeared to be dead zone over towards the
I
snipe
think he
streak
hit
as well.
that.
They had Rebellion in a firing squad. Soul Snipe gets formal. That will relieve the pressure for a moment. The flag was pulled out. Suppress starts to move. Lucid heard his footsteps.
No, shoot him first,
Another was
bro.
situated somewhere. It's going to be a trade.
Nah, he didn't shoot first.
Formal answers back for Lucid. Flag's been sent back home. But Optic already have this 1-0 lead. Overshield's about to pop up. You mentioned how Formal likes to play on Forbidden. You mentioned giving him an overshield. And
oh shit.
it'll be your own detriment. It's up,
Two
it's
dead.
popped, and he wants it.
Two dead.
He's always waiting
2 dead,
for
and
it.
they have OS. 3 dead.
He will shove another one into his chest, and now you know full well that means he can just take them head on here. Shopify Rebellion.
He's like Pac-Man with the overshield. Yep, 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 yep.
Okay, buddy.
He's going to move this flag forward now. Towards the sewer he goes. Lucid puts down damage from Mental and Soul Snipe in the respawn screen. Dead Zone will fall while this run is being pushed forward. But barely a scratch on him.
Someone
Formal
goosing?
doubles Optic Gaming's lead.
And maybe that's
Oh, as I'm
really
typing, the
just
goose is
turned
not loose.
Optic's fortunes
The
around
double
here.
breadstick
Game
is
one just
loose,
a bump
though.
in the road because Lucid running another flag. Shopify Rebellion. They are struggling to keep up with the pace of Optic at the moment. You can see forced back into spawn. Optic Gaming eyes trained on every single angle they could possibly exit from. Snipers are coming up. And that's going to be bad news for Rebellion because that means another tool for Optic to use against them.
Optic Gaming playing this at such a fast pace. Perhaps now is an opportunity for Rebellion to push forward. But the sniper rifle shots are ringing out, and they're ringing true. Trippy hits the body. Two members of Optic Gaming face up Mental, and then you see Suppressed is also forced backwards. He's put it in reverse. Every time Rebellion venture forward, it's into the guns of Optic Gaming. It's into the weapons of Lucid. Sniper rifles popping off all the live long day. And Rebellion just have not had an answer for it.
Oh my goodness, it slows down a little bit, but then as soon as you think you're safe, Lucid appears out of nowhere. It's a huge double from Lucid, and he says, you know what, I don't want to sit back. Let's get this game finished right here, right now.
Pulls the flag, pushes forward. Lines up Mental, they both have sniper rifles. Mental's used to this on canals. Wall bounce, try hit the long shot snipe. He comes out on top in that 1v1 engagement, but not for long. Formal's there. The flag is still out, although it's getting sent back home slowly, decaying. 4 dead now for Rebellion. Dead Zone, will he get there quick enough? The answer is no.
Oh.
So Rebellion will get another chance off spawn. The game was almost over there. Just that sticky grenade suicide approach was able to keep them in it for now. See, Suppressed is worried. He thinks that there is going to be someone waiting for him, and that's the problem at the moment. Optic Gaming just seem to be finding all these different spots to catch Rebellion off guard.
Dude,
I think
Optic's
you're
so
right.
good,
Optic
bro.
Gaming really nullifying what
Bro,
makes
I think it's going to be
Rebellion so
Optic
good.
and
They like to
SSG
play
in the
fast
finals.
in your face.
Well, at least in the winners finals here.
All Optic Gaming have to do is wait
And
for
then
you to
probably
come,
the grand finals
cut
too,
you
to be
down and push forward.
Unless like FaZe or Rebellion can go crazy, but
Suppressed then on the Mohawk, pushing
Optic
forward
and
once more.
SSG are just
They're playing defense. They
strong
just
right now.
cannot seem to get out in their own half right now.
Bit by bit, Optic
bit by
just
bit, brick by
walking
brick.
up onto Shopify Rebellion. And this is kind of scary. It's almost something out of a horror film when they just are slowly approaching you and you know your demise is inevitable. Suppressed has done very well to stay alive here, may I add. And he is going to get out of dodge whilst his teammates get some kills. So this is the kind of flank I was talking about that Suppressed often gets here on Forbidden. But it's whether he can actually get some of the kills on the board with it.
He's opted to go way back base then. And Optic Gaming might recognize that because of where they've spawned, Suppressed is somewhere around their neck of the woods. Formal, ever aware. His spidey senses were tingling. He spun around and he put Suppressed in the dirt. Overshield popping up once more. Sniper rifle shots are ringing out. Dead Zone's forced to play the overshield off the map.
Really dead for Optic, but there's just going to be a sniper there to wait and try and even things up a little bit. They are going to be able to get a flagpole at least. But Formal might have something to say about it here. If he connects with a couple of shots, this could be a difference maker for Optic.
Formal striking fear into Rebellion there. You can see he was down to no shield. Soul Snipe thought about challenging him, but backed away, prioritizing staying alive instead. But not for long. Formal still there. Psycho with the snipe rifle. Formal spotted him out. Soul Snipe's down to no shields. Formal gets him too. This is one of the Mental. Will not make the same mistake the second time of asking. And now Formal will drive Optic Gaming forward.
He just knows where to look, doesn't he, Formal, every single time he scopes in. There seems to be a player hovering around the corner. So much knowledge of where players are going to be pushing. Of course, we use that information from the rest of the team as where they might be hiding as well, to his advantage. And Rebellion, even though they had that moment where they were able to push up to the other side of the map, now they are once more defending. With 4 minutes 40 left on the clock, they can't afford to be defending much longer. They have to start breaking their way through.
It's always so impressive. What makes the best Halo players the best is there's always that in-game clock running through your head, those timers. You've seen a player top middle, 4 seconds pass by, now I know exactly where he's likely to be. That's what separates the best from the champions. Formal, there are very few better than him at figuring it out. There's always timers running in his mind. Always figuring people out. Suppressed then, jumping up. Formal took out a snipe rifle, but unfortunately had to use it as a baseball bat. There was no ammunition to play with.
Swing and a miss. Optic Gaming, 3 dead. Could be 4 if Trippy goes down, but again, the last remaining player from Optic has been able to stand tall time and time again. Just when Rebellion think they've got that opening, think they've got that breakthrough, someone is there to stop them in their tracks. But now they do have the overshield to work with. 3-4-3 on the clock. How fitting.
Yo, facts. That's why I like the unit. I agree with that statement.
Dead Zone
for
stops
sure.
the push. Mental's still a thorn in your side. Sticks Dead Zone, flags. It's out, but it's not really in a position that Mental can get close to it. It's in a precarious spot. And as a matter of fact, it's almost safer where it is now than where it was before.
This is progress though for Shopify Rebellion. They're not on the back foot as much. Again though, Trippy's able to get that trade. You really need to be winning those engagements if you want to be able to pull a flag off the back of it. Suppressed is at least in the kill feed to take down Formal, and now Dead Zone has to focus on staying alive here. Especially with that sniper coming up, you can't afford to give up too much map control here.
As it stands, Optic Gaming, 57 kills to Rebellion's 39. Dead Zone with that sniper rifle. Optic Gaming are quite happy to sit back and rest on their laurels, defend what they have. They worked hard for it, but will Rebellion be able to punish them for sitting back now? Mental hits the shot, shuts down the snipe. The flag is out again, but there's nobody there to run it. Suppressed is going to be the one. The responsibility rests on his shoulders, as it does for Mental with the sniper rifle. How much room has that flag got to go? It's still moving. It's still grooving. Soul Snipe desperately needs help here. He gets the touch. He's down to no shields. Lucid is closing in. And the shock nades keep on tickling him. Lucid closes the distance, and he's gonna send his flag.
Yeah, sadly that flag just didn't really go anywhere for Shopify Rebellion, and that might be the game disappearing right in front of their very eyes as well. It had to be then, you feel. Mental was in a good spot. He managed to do enough damage with the sniper on the player that was on Roadhog, but the 2 players off spawn were able to delete Suppressed instantly. Mental's gonna try and go for a ramp run here, and may just be able to get through, and okay. Still time here for Shopify Rebellion. But they need to get a couple of kills. Cycle gets one, Suppressed gets another. This could be a cap.
This could be the run. This one could be good. 3 dead. Dead Zone last man standing. He's not going to be able to get there. Cycle puts him down. 2-1 to score, but only a minute left to play.
Right on death's door with Shopify Rebellion. They just had one more breath to work with. Mental misses the first, trying to connect maybe with a second, but isn't going to be challenged. Now will be challenged, but needs help. Cycle's already gone down, Suppressed falls too.
Oh!
3 are dead on the side of Optic. Map control will still be in the hands of Rebellion here.
Just like that, Lucid closes the distance and takes down 2 players who are down to no shield. Flag gets sent home again. And we ask the question, will Optic be punished for sitting back? The Rebellion have really forced them back, applied the pressure, flipped the script. But as time starts to dwindle down now, Rebellion just don't seem to be able to get the slays required to push forward. They're laying siege to Optic Gaming space. But Optic Gaming are standing strong.
7,
the final seconds
6,
then. Mental
5,
is close.
4.
Can they get something? Can they get close to it? They've got a touch. And in their last breath, have they been able to do enough? Trippy's the last man standing. Trippy shuts one down. Is there anybody on the side of Rebellion? He's going to keep on pushing this forward, his cycle. Driving it forward up the ramp. Lucid tries to get close.
That flag's still moving. I don't think anyone can stop that. And just out of nowhere, Shopify Rebellion tie us up and send us to overtime. Optic, throw that one away.
Wow, are you fucking serious, bro?
Fight their way back into this game. And they say to Optic Gaming, you can sit back, but we will break down that wall.
Off the reset, we go again. Down 0-2. Rebellion find an answer. Against the odds, against the time. But will it be enough? Because the onslaught doesn't stop now. You go to overtime, you've got to do it again. Dead zone will fall to suppressed grenade. Lucid's got the snipe rifle. He pops the shields of Mental. Those two are going to be sniping and counter-sniping all game long.
I think what's important is Rebellion were able to stop that initial push from Optic. They grabbed that overshield. It was Formal yet again who had it. They sniffed him out. They were able to shut him down. The early control does not benefit Optic in the end, especially doesn't even get them a flag run. Instead, we're going to get a bit more of a standoff. Lucid does connect with the headshot. And again, he's going to be starting to focus once more on trying to find the opposition sniper.
Suppressed, soars off the map, makes this one pretty easy for Optic Gaming to just walk on in. Have Rebellion now just open the door off that one little mistake. You've jumped out of bounds, leaving your team to fight off the back foot. Suppressed has done so successfully, shutting Lucid down. But now you've got to take care of Formal. Mental does so. An opportunity for Rebellion now to push forward and get a flag capture of their own. A Suppressed welcomes a sniper rifle into his hands. Can he find the faces though?
For so long in this game, Rebellion have been down on slays. They're down by around 14 at the moment, but it all amounts for nothing. The fact they were able to get those 2 flags back to back with mere moments left. Overshield about to pop in 3. You know full well Optic going to be set up for it, but Suppress maybe trying to take an angle, see if he can connect with someone.
What up, Bjorn?
A lot of guns top middle, a lot of them trained. Loose and Form will get 2.
I don't
Suppress
know.
is now the last man standing. And very quickly that overshield will go the way of Optic Gaming. Suppress is trying as he might to get away, but Formal hunts him down. And the Optic Gaming machine is going to march forward now. Mental's down to no shields once more off the respawn. Cycle is trying to overextend. Can he be the difference? Can he relieve the pressure on his teammates?
The answer is no. Cycle's gone down to Lucid. Dead Zone pushing forward, did have the overshield, but is this big enough distraction to get a flag pull? The answer is yes, it's pulled, but is it going to go anywhere? Soul Snipe able to do some initial damage. Trippy trying to stay alive and trying to keep running this flag, and I think he's just about rounded the corner here.
Trippy's almost in the end zone. Past the 20, past the 10, and the green wall. Take game 3 and take the lead in the series, 2-1.
There's a little bit of a scare for Optic Gaming. After they sat back to try and defend their lead, Shopify Rebellion took the opportunity to fight their way, claw their way back into the game. But Optic Gaming again showed their experience and showed just why they've had such an incredible season, a consistent season of second places. But they want to go one step further. They find themselves now leading here in the winners semi-finals and 1 map away from the winners final.
And for Rebellion now, do those doubts start to creep in again? You had the series lead, things were going so well. But Optic Gaming roar back to life in games 2 and 3. And are you now just thinking, it's another one of those days where we come close, but not quite close enough. Lucid found his form, Formal 2. Clutch again spoke about superstars, that's what they are. Trippy made massive plays, he was the one running that flag home. Optic Gaming want to get into that winners finals. Optic Gaming want to win the whole bloody thing. Rebellion still standing in their way.
Even though it was Trippy who was running that flag at the very end, it was Dead Zone who got aggressive off the back of the overshield, pulled it, created the distraction for Trippy to pop this touchdown home. Now Optic Gaming, they set their sights on map 4, which is going to be Stronghold's Recharge. Again, it has been a map and mode that both teams have had pretty average results throughout the season. Optic 3 and 2, Shopify 2 and 2. So it's not been the strongest for either. The standout player across the board has been Cycle when it comes to Stronghold's Recharge, and for good reason. I think that it really fits the way he plays the game.
There it is on your screens. I would say in black and white, but it's more gray and white. 14 and 11 for Optic Gaming, 12 and 5. Strongholds hasn't been their jam. But at the moment, Rebellion currently on a 5-win streak versus Optic's 2. Optic are on a baby streak, Rebellion are on a bigger one.
Baby
but
streak.
ultimately, there can only be one winner from this game.
Of course, that is Strongholds in general, but Strongholds Recharge specifically can play a little bit differently to a lot of the other Stronghold maps. It can slow down. You have to be a little bit more patient sometimes to try and break a setup. And it can be very difficult to do so when people are in that right position, so you really have to think outside the box or heavily commit as a team to break said setup. And I'm excited to see who gets set up first here on Stronghold's Recharge. If Optic are the first team to do so, it might be the first steps for Shopify Rebellion to start to fall into that elimination bracket. However, if Rebellion can have a hot start here, start to worry, start to shake that green wall, maybe, just maybe, we can have a game 5.
Rebellion have already hit the mat twice. Are Optic Gaming about to put them there permanently and send them to the elimination bracket? Or do Rebellion have enough to answer back here and push us to that game 5? Trippy's going to fall. The opening break can be so important in Strongholds, just to give you a foothold and something to build upon. And Formal's got the camouflage.
All right, here we go, here we go.
It's just the power of man. Sadly can't connect onto Cycle. It looked like he was going to be able to perfectly line up for him, but Cycle's pulled off a bit of a madness for the middle, has to be said. He has and was and will be my player to watch whenever it comes to Stronghold's Recharge. He's just so good at moving around the map, being very tricky to play against. He's also very good at finding his teammates as well. If a teammate is in trouble, Cycle will quickly fly across the map in any avenue he deems safest to make sure he supports them instantly.
Cycle's teammates have him on speed dial if things get tricky, if they need to be bailed out of a sticky jam. Soulflame's bottom elevator.
Wow.
Lucid went to push some buttons, but ultimately pushed it to his grave. Cycle now to Whirlpool. Dead Zone's over towards Pipes. These two players are about to engage. They're about to tussle. Shields goes down for Cycle. Force backwards. Dead Zone will win that one. B and C now in firm control of Optic Gaming. 32 to 14 of Optic. But Optic are climbing.
There's so many of these players on this Rebellion roster that I can see lifting a trophy next year. But the real question is, can they lift a trophy at the Halo World Championship? Or will they once more find themselves just falling short in that kind of top 3 area? If they were to lose here, it'd be the first time we've seen them in an elimination bracket in quite some time, where they'd still have to fight their way into the same top 3. I guess that would be a big indicator of just how good they are if they have to battle their way through it, but they don't want to think about that just yet. Optic do have the lead now though, and have that A and B setup that I was talking about.
It's A and B, and Cycle can see himself out of the game for 8 seconds or so.
I need to fill up my water, bro.
Trippy's got the camouflage still. A and B remain in their control. Rebellion are towards long haul now. They're making the rotation. Two other members situated over towards tower. And indeed blue. The long haul collapse is coming. Trippy settled for a trade, but he applies pressure on the long haul. Dead Zone still got that shock rifle. Rebellion just cannot make progress in the hill. They're taking so much damage right now.
Well, every single time they try and cross, there's usually a gun on them. They finally force Formal back over towards glass, which does allow them to cross towards A, but they've taken still so much damage over from goal, but they will successfully break. So it took a little while. They do give up some time to Optic, but they have demonstrated that they can break those setups, and that's what's important here.
Always important when you're the players in tower to back down the player sitting in gold, so you can make that cross with little to no contention. It's imperative. It's recharge strongholds 101. Mental then, trying to defend C. They've got A, they've got C, and they've got Optic Gaming all the way across the map now. Formal 3 shots into his shields means he's gonna have to pause for a second and wait for the recharge. Suppressed then will get Dead Zone. Trippy will answer back on the Suppressed. Trippy's down to no shield, tried to give Mental the wiggles. But it's Mental who's wiggling his finger and saying no, no, no.
And somehow Optic have just been able to soar on past Rebellion and grab A, but Rebellion doing very well to respond instantly, get into B. Force Optic to have to keep up with your pace of play here. Don't allow them to get comfortable with just a battle from A, battle to B, battle to C. Instead, keep them on their toes a little bit here. Cycle with the camouflage can certainly do just that.
Both teams currently on 18 kills apiece. So close to the scoreline as well. Giving as good as they're getting right now. Soul Snipe with a huge double kill to open up the map then. They've already got control of A and B. Will they look for the triple cap? Suppress as the backstab. Cycle turns around to play defense on A. Dead Zone cannot get up the stairs. He's backed away. Trippy could be about to be in the respawn screen. Trippy kills the camo.
It's going to be a triple cap though. Rebellion scoring heavily. Optic trying to stop the bleeding. Will be over towards B, but there could be a fight happening there as well. Soul Snipe's going to be very quick to try and stop, but at least Optic have got one on the board here. And for Rebellion, they are holding strong, but how strong? When Lucid's got a shock rifle and got those kind of angles, it's so difficult to try and stay alive.
A and B now transfer. Optic Gaming have them in their possession. Now they pass over that 100-point threshold. Shock rifles in the hands of Formal. That spells bad news if you're a Rebellion fan. More importantly, if you're a Rebellion player. Lucid pushing out glass, forcing Mental back.
Let's go.
And every step you force him backwards, you make sure you create space for your team. Formal walks forward, lines up Suppressed, hits him just under the chin, not good enough for the headshot. That means Suppressed can look to turn over B in his team's favor, and another triple cap locked in for Rebellion.
Rebellion have done so well at converting some of these pushes from Optic Gaming into triple caps into their own favor. Almost waiting and setting traps, expecting the push from Optic, double for Cycle. And that's going to be 4 dead for Optic Gaming. One's going to spawn up, but again, they're going to go for a trip cap now, Shopify. They really want to push Optic to the brink here, and they are going to be scoring heavily. Off the spawn, Optic need to find something over towards A.
Optic need to find an answer. The Rebellion are asking quite a lot of questions here. Suppress gets a kill. Lines up Formal. Pops his shields. Lucid too. Will spot out the camouflage player and he can soar forward. Mental and Soul Snipe will repay the faith in kind. Dead Zone's trying desperately to capture B for his team just to relieve some pressure. But the reset's going to come on C. Trippy now, bottom blue. Trying to make himself a tricky customer. The triple cap's locked in and it's locked in tight. Our Optic Gaming about to tap.
This is so messy at the moment. Optic just can't find their footing. Rebellion have dropped grease all over the floor, and Optic are just slipping everywhere and maybe letting this series slip through their fingers. This could be Rebellion's ticket right back into things, back into a game 5, 219 to 119. Shopify Rebellion can almost taste this game 5 at this point. But you know full well, Optic will not lay down, roll over and show their belly. They will fight right to the very death.
Lucid trying to clear out tower. Doesn't feel comfortable inside C, and with good reason. Cycle then will apply the pressure. You will force Lucid back. Optic Gaming will stop Rebellion from scoring. But they're losing B, are Optic, and Lucid desperately trying to be an influence, trying to fight out of blue. But he's a one-man army right now. He's isolated, he's solo. The rest of his teammates are over contesting B. Mental will continue to jiggle peak, but Lucid will stand strong, and Lucid will take down Mental.
How big could that kill be? Cycle, though, comes in as cleanup crew. Cycle with 12 assists at the moment, by the way. He's been involved in so many fights. 2 have gone down for Optic. If Soul Snipe can get this kill onto Trippy, it could be the game right here, but no, Trippy holds on. A still in control. B being converted as well, and Optic are still alive for now.
Optic are almost chasing their tails. Capturing A, losing C. Rinse and repeat, but every single time they do this, they make sure Rebellion stops scoring. Dead Zone's captured C, but now Rebellion come again. We keep losing strongholds. Nobody's actually scoring right now.
Formal has to do something big with this camouflage. Needs help, needs Trippy to do the initial damage, and now he comes in with the support and will achieve a couple of kills, but now you need to convert. Mental falls as well. 3 dead on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and Optic are giving this a bloody good go at coming back into this one now. Yes, Rebellion are so close, but how many times have you seen this in Halo Infinite's history of being so close yet so far, especially against a team like Optic?
Formal and Lucid are just a couple of guys starting to make some trouble in your neighborhood. Watch out. They're starting to piece something together now. Rebellion have got to be careful. They're 3 dead once more. And they continue to put Rebellion in the vice and slowly start to squeeze. The triple cap now is back on, and Rebellion are getting asked, how do you like it?
The green wall chant starting to ring around the arena here in Seattle. A Shopify Rebellion just need to take a breath, need to take a pause. Someone needs to make a call. Where do you go? Just go together. B is going to be the play call. That's where the contest is going to happen right now, but Dead Zone gets the first kill onto Suppressed. B will again be converted. Optic take down 2 members of Shopify, and Shopify are throwing this game away. Just when you thought Optic had done so earlier, now Optic are right back into it. They still have the trip cap.
Formal pulls the shock rifle towards him like a scorpion, screaming, get over here, as he looks to line up some members of Rebellion. All 4 members positioned over towards blue. They've stopped the triple cap. Optic Gaming take the lead. Rebellion have got to go now, or they're going into the elimination bracket. Formal stands strong. Formal ripping faces right now.
They're still going though. 3 dead. Mental, the last remaining, last hope, but he will not do it. Optic Gaming from the death will take the series and send themselves into the winners final.
All in all, Rebellion just another brick in the wall. Optic Gaming make it to Championship Sunday. More importantly, Optic Gaming are in the winners finals.
Optic Gaming had no right to win that game, but they have demonstrated they are in championship form, and SSG should be very concerned with the matchup that will arrive tomorrow here in Seattle. Your winners final is set. It's SSG, it's Optic Gaming. It is a repeat from SLC. The 2 teams who have been at the forefront of Halo for the last few events. But you've just got to remember that elimination bracket still features some big dogs as well. Shopify Rebellion will have to go back at it and try and fight their way through the elimination bracket, where the likes of FaZe are, of course, down there as well. But Optic Gaming, we've just witnessed an incredible comeback.
No matter where you look, the competition gets stiff. Rebellion in the series layout, 2-1, they took the lead. It looked rosy. It was looking good from the outset. But it was all green wall from there on out. Forbidden Flag was close. Recharge Strongholds too, but Optic Gaming, they have the ice.
You've really got a feel for Shopify Rebellion, to be completely honest. When Optic turn it on like that, when Formal hits shots like that as well, you just have to look across the stage and say, what else can we do? If he's going to hit stuff like that, if he's going to pop off in that way, we've done everything we could. But they are certainly going to be struggling, I think, tonight. They're going to be thinking what a missed opportunity that was.
Yeah, I think they go back to the drawing board, they study some film, and they realize, actually, we didn't make that many mistakes. We just got formaled. But one man that was also on song is Lucid. Blaze has got an interview with him. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, show some love to Optic Gaming.
doing transitions between casters and like interviews and the desk analysts is good.
Victory here over Shopify. And all season, Lucid, we've been watching that back and forth battle between you and the Rebellion. But this time, boy, with this audience and this crowd and everybody in the watch parties, you guys got it done. How does it feel to be able to get this win?
Feels great. We clutched up.
Yeah, right? Clutched the hell up, okay? You had us all on the edge of our seats. Let's talk about it. It was 237 to about 111, and you guys had that beautiful trip, Cab, had them trapped back in pipes in orange and gold. What was going on in your heads there?
Yeah, I mean, once we caught that flow, I think we all know just how to find our spots, find our angles, lay down the damage, and just play our lives. In that moment, I just said, do not move. I think I said that probably about 10 times.
Yeah.
We got one round of slays, did it all again, and the rest was history.
And it's so crazy, too, because I think everyone in the audience, everyone at the watch parties, as soon as you guys got that set up, they were like, hold up, it's a possibility. This is going to happen. We can all feel it. And you guys crossed that threshold and got it done. But the task isn't over yet. You got Space Station Gaming there in the winners finals. How do you feel to have a rematch against them?
I mean, feel great. Obviously, the toughest competition. There's great teams all around. Even those guys, I mean, it was a hell of a fight.
Mm-hmm.
So just keep our head down. Trail the team's the same, though. Play our game.
Lastly, the floor is yours. What do you want to say to these fans here and these fans at the watch party as well?
It's always just a big, big thank you. I know I say it every time. The rest of the guys say it. We can always hear you. I know this event in particular, been talking to a bunch of you, shaking a bunch of hands, signing a bunch of stuff, getting a bunch of pictures, and I appreciate it. It's always a very special event, Worlds, so love you guys.
One more time for Off the Game in Seattle. This was a series, okay? Let's hear about it.
Blaze, you are absolutely right. A series it was. My gosh, I cannot even process what we just witnessed there in that final map of the series. I gotta say, I'm just gonna let you know, I was actually chatting to my parents, by the way. Shout out to the Van Progs coming all the way to work.
Love the Van Progs.
I was trying to explain to them that we were going to a game 5. I was trying to tell them that in terms of the plus 100 deficit that Optic were in, a triple cap was needed to be held for a significant amount of time, an unbelievable amount of slays, rounds and rounds.
I can't take myself serious,
bro. All sorts of things happening.
Ships on the desk, baby.
And literally, as I am explaining it picture perfectly to them, it is happening before my very eyes. I was practically casting clutch. The stuff that we are seeing coming out of some of our very best is just unimaginable, and the ice that Optic have, well, it's chilling me to my bones.
I mean, this game's been out for 3 years, and Optic, when they have full control, have perfected how to push that sometimes the entire rest of the game. They looked amazing in that 4th game, but to kick this series off, how about that spree from Dead Zone with the S7 at the end? That was something special to really start the fire that was going to be Optic Gaming. And then this Forbidden CTF, Optic go up 2-0 very quickly and dominantly. They never lost control of the map for what felt like maybe the first 12 minutes of the game, maybe 10 minutes of the game. But then they started to play defensively, and that gave an opportunity for Shopify to get back into that, pushed it to the overtime, and then Optic Gaming started to get back on the aggressive foot, finishing that game out. But it really was the Strongholds. That was a spectacular showing of how good a team can be in a high-pressure moment.
Tony, talk to me about these final moments here. Where did you see that switch flip, where it just became Optic's game to win?
I mean, the scoreline was 232 to 119. We're talking 18 seconds Shopify Rebellion need in order to take the win and send us into that game 5. And then, like you said, it was a switch flip. They got control, and they never looked back. It was a quick 2 down turned into 3 down, turned into identifying where the spawners were coming from, and it was on the attack. It was literally perfect Halo, what we just saw. Shopify Rebellion, they'll be doing some film review after this, I promise you that.
As we take a look at the stats, just want to give a massive shout to the performance Trippy just put on throughout that whole series. Trippy and Dead Zone, I said it was going to be a superstar series. Well, guess what? Dead Zone and Trippy are making their own names as far as where they belong on that chart, because they flat out balled in this series. Dead Zone obviously kicking the series off in that game 1, but Trippy consistently throughout just about every game was laying down the wall, winning pivotal fights that he needed to. This is the Optic Gaming that wins tournaments, when they can consistently all 4 play like this.
I also want to give some flowers to Dead Zone there, because sometimes when you look at KD, yeah, you can have the most kills, and sometimes those can be cleanups, and yes, they do make openings, but to have the highest damage on your roster and in the lobby at the same time with minimal deaths, like verging on the least with your team, it just shows you how much impact Dead Zone had, because not often do you see somebody just completely making gateways, pathways for your team on their own, single-handedly. That's really impressive.
Yeah, it's good to see him in final form. You know, he was going through some sickness back in SLC, but he seems to be feeling great this event. As Kevin Garnett once said, that's why they brought me here.
That is exactly why they brought you here, and it's brought us here in the winners bracket side of things, because Optic Gaming, they bounce on forward through this bracket, looking really, really good as they do, and 3-1 apiece for Space Station and Optic Gaming as they meet in the winners finals, which we will be having tomorrow. That one is going to be an absolute clash of the titans, a winners finals that happened previously, something that we've seen before. Space Station actually did not manage to take that one in the last event that we had, Clutch, and looking forward to this, I mean, Optic Gaming, they're going to want another chance through the winner's side of things, knowing Space Station have their number and have had it numerous times.
This is an opportunity for Optic to get back on the right foot and to gain some confidence against SSG. The last time they played SSG, they were double swept in that grand finals of SLC. This is an opportunity to kind of rewrite that story, feel good about yourself in a grand finals opportunity, because you win that series, you do have that double best of 7 advantage. So looking at Optic Gaming to come out strong tomorrow, but SSG have every single series made even stronger statements that they are here for a world championship and nothing less.
Well, strong statements we have had. Elimination bracket is where people have fallen short, unfortunately. Shopify Rebellion versus Pure will be happening in the Elim quarterfinals, along with FaZe versus Sentinels. Two absolute bangers, to be perfectly honest. I think a couple of different reasons here. Shopify and Pure, for me, have really been contenders to be that team to maybe take down some of the big three, right? Those have been the two names you're thinking, what can you do this time around? How good are you going to be? And then, you know, for FaZe and Sentinels, it's a rivalry as well, so a lot of things blossoming here.
I love both of these sides of the brackets, kind of like the new guns, or the newcomers up top with Shopify and Pure. Those are the two new teams that have made statements throughout this year. They have to go against each other to continue their bracket, and then you have the old veterans on Sentinels and FaZe that are going to have to go through each other to continue their world championship hopes as well. Only 2 of those 4 teams will make it to Championship Sunday. I can't wait to see what the rest of this day has in store for us.
Kind of a magical thing when you see the former teammates going at it. You know, obviously Lethal going up against, you know, his dynasty teammates, and then on the other side of things, don't forget about that native red roster. You're gonna see Druck and Talon going up against Solstice. You know, best friends going at it on the stage for their tournament lives.
Well, I'll tell you something on the stage that has also been happening. You may notice that I do have another member on my desk. Jonah, welcome. Lovely to have you here. First and foremost, love the gloves. Love that you're bringing a bit of spice to the desk, because, of course, being from the 405th Division, you're here at Worlds pretty much every single time, every single season, bringing the most incredible cosplay to us, to our screens, to the fans here. Talk to me a little bit about cosplay, you know, your journey being here at Worlds and how much it means to everybody creating such amazing things.
Absolutely. So we've been so fortunate and so lucky over the last 3 years to really become a component of the HCS experience. Every event that you go to, you see cosplayers at this point. Space Station's kicked it off back in 2020 over at Kansas City with going to compete against FaZe, having their Spartan, and then I got the honor of joining them over those last 3 years and really growing that experience for the audience and bringing such a special experience to everybody to be able to see these beautiful pieces of creative artwork at all of these events, and also just really bring the Halo community together to show that every portion of the community is joined together to celebrate and love Halo.
It's absolutely amazing, Jonah, honestly, what you guys managed to do, and so many incredible creative people. It brings the video game to life, so thank you so much. I'm so happy to have you here for the finals. And speaking of, we have that getting ready to go on the main stage. So Blaze, let's see our contenders.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Halo 2024 World Championship Cosplay Contest. Now, we've had many enter, but it's time to bring our finalists to the stage and crown a champion. So help me make some noise for them, Seattle, because coming out first is Skaboodly Doodle as the Haunted Reach Spartan. With the custom detail looking good. I see you, Skaboodly Doodle.
Let them
Coming out next is going to be Con 319 as
At night, that's probably sick 'cause it lights up blue mostly, you know?
We got Khan coming in stage left. Looking solid. Okay, I see you, Khan. Now, coming out last, it's gonna be Rad Max 117 as the Flood Marine. Wow.
What?
6 feet from the contestants over there. We don't know what you got. All right. Now the scores have been tallied. Are you guys ready to find out who our winner is? In third place, it's Khan 319 as Carter. Now, your 2024 Halo World Championship Cosplay Contest winner will either be Skaboodly or Radmax. Without further ado, your winner, Radmax 117.
Wow.
As the Flood Marine.
That's so sick. That's the sickest costume I've seen, bro. That definitely got to win.
And of course, that means Skaboodly Doodle, you're gonna come in second place as our hunted Reach Spartan.
Right. That's dope.
Now, one more time, everybody
wow,
show
that's
some
amazing.
love to our contestants and the champion, Radmax 117 as the Flood Marine.
Bro, he even has a flood, like, little puppy in front of him. That's amazing.
Now, we had a lot of people enter the contest, and let's give them all a round of applause to everybody who came to Seattle at the Halo World Championship and cosplayed. We had a lot of amazing cosplayers here. Look at the detail here at the front of the stage. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Make some noise.
Yo, the
for
Flood Marine is so sick, bro. I can't believe he did that. Hey, Cortana. He even had a Cortana, bro.
A huge
Look at all the
congratulations
Spartans.
to not only our winner, the
That's
absolutely
awesome.
incredible, but all of our finalists and every single
wow.
person contributing to this incredible
Nah,
show
the
that
Flood
has been
Marine
cosplayed
is
here
so
at the Halo
sick,
World
bro.
Championships. Jonah, I have to ask you what you make of our finalists. You know, when it comes down to it, you're the expert. We know nothing. We're just enjoying what you guys have created. So talk me through some of these looks and how impressive it is.
This was an
Yo, the Flood
absolutely
Marine is so
fantastic
sick,
contest
bro.
This year. It really came down to individual.
What, that guy didn't
technicality
make
this
it,
year.
bro?
So not only just looking
Wow,
stellar, but
bro,
what
that guy
these
should have
individuals
made it,
can do
bro.
with these costumes to really bring that experience to life. I think out of all three of them, that real example comes down to Radmax having that flood form, being able to have full range of motion, run on the stage, no worries about falling over, anything breaking. It's just it's a piece of artwork. And this entire year has been nothing short of that. All these cosplayers have put so much love and passion into the Halo and esports scene that I can tell you every individual down there is so proud to represent this community with us.
They look absolutely incredible. Jonah, just out of interest, how long would it take to create some of these looks that we're seeing here today?
I know some of these people that have been working on these costumes for 3 to 5 years.
Wow.
Some people continuously iterate on these costumes.
Tony's still trying to get on it.
3 to 5 years later.
I mean, it's just...
I believe in you. You're going to get there one day.
I get there every
Yo, the Flood Marine is so sick,
All right,
bro.
Clutch. He had to make it all about him, Johnny. See, this is the problem that we're dealing with.
It's okay.
All right, this is the problem we're dealing with. Honestly, absolutely incredible. The creation, the artistry, it's really just amazing. I don't know if I'm biased, but I think I have seen a few cosplays in other realms, other games, other esports. I think for me, we have some of the best that you can witness because it really does look real. It looks like you have brought the video game to life, and it is just incredible. So GG's, thank you so much, cosplay community, for entertaining us and looking so
say it
damn
again,
good
the
doing
Flood
it as
Marine
well.
is so
Jonah,
sick,
thank
bro.
you so much for joining us on the desk. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Pleasure has been all mine. It's been fantastic to work with you all the last 3 years. I've been so proud to be part of this community, and we're just going to keep coming back harder and harder every year.
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show and the weekend. But folks, we have seen some incredible cosplay contests throughout all of our Halo World Championships this season, the past 10 years. And we just happened to be celebrating 10 years, of course, of our Halo Championship series. And I have some of my absolute favorites. Here's another one of our throwbacks.
Just going to try to stay alive here as they're going to continue running this flag. Penguin's already on the fountain.
This is it. They can run it in, and this should be 2-0, provided enough mistakes actually happen.
Oh, McQuinn needs to get this kill. McQuinn and Sniped Down need to work together to get these kills here. They haven't capped it just yet. Oh my gosh!
Eric Rona!
He needs to get this kill as well.
Overkill! What a time to do it! He steps up, hits the perfect 4 dead second flag.
Well, you hear the vocal tones there of Sims, and that's a throwback. That is an absolute throwback. I actually saw him in London this year. He came to join us and to watch, and it was so incredible having Sims there. And I don't know, it just gets me in the feels, man, because it has been an incredibly long time of the Halo Championship Series.
It's so hard to say Eric Rona without putting the Eric Rona! It's so hard. I think I've done that over 1,000 times since that clip. And Sims, an amazing caster in and of his own, missed that guy a ton, and obviously did so much for the Halo community back then, and a true talent at his craft. And obviously Sniped Down making plays is nothing, no surprise there in the history of Halo.
It's nothing new. Actually, we have Sniped Down in the building, I believe. He's been doing a watch party all weekend, so it is an absolute pleasure to have him grace us with his legendary presence as always. So love to see Sniped Down in the building, amongst many other names who are also here. I believe Shotzi is also here as well, so that's really exciting. We have a bunch of incredible people also co-streaming, so make sure you're checking out everybody who's joining on with us here. But we do have some business to get down with, Tony. You know that we have an elimination match happening very shortly. You excited to see who's going hard and who's going home?
I'm not excited to see who's going home, but I'm definitely excited to see what's on the line here and watching both of these teams empty the tank and find out who's going to make it further. We're getting closer and closer to our top 4, which means we're getting closer and closer to Championship Sunday.
Well, speaking of the elimination side of things, let's take a look at the bracket to find out where we're at right now.
Brush my teeth quickly
Shopify
while
Rebellion,
they do this again.
they did get bumped down by
BRB
just moments ago in an absolute nail biter. It was 3-1. They'll meet Pure here to see what their fate will be. And FaZe versus Sentinels. We talked a little bit about that Shopify Rebellion versus Pure earlier on, but it's the turn for the red stage now. And 2 different shades here. I think one is looking to make a statement, one is looking to keep themselves alive, and honestly, give us some encouragement with what they have. What have they got to offer here at Worlds? So FaZe versus Sentinels, how are you finding that matchup, Clutch?
Yeah, Sentinels obviously coming off wins against Akave and Into the Breach, but that Into the Breach series should have been close. That's a 3-0 scoreline. That gives you hope if you're Sentinels fans. Sentinels have not created an upset of this magnitude against a team like FaZe this entire year. They've been close, though. They've been to Game 5s. They've gotten so damn close. Is this the moment where they knock out FaZe from a world championship? The reigning champs might not make it the championship Sunday? That is a treat that Sentinels would love to be able to serve themselves for dessert tonight, as they could potentially look forward, but it's going to be a tall task because FaZe, even though they lost to SSG, they still looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think that is something to take away, I think, from that FaZe series. Like you said, it wasn't that they were making ridiculous decisions, dumb plays, etc. They were playing really, really good. Unfortunately, SSG, they played better. And that happens, you know, it happens to the best of our teams. Space Station Gaming were really difficult to stop, but FaZe, they should have courage. They should have encouragement going forward, knowing that things that they have been working on are paying off. Tony, how are you feeling about the FaZe roster in this series?
Well, I mean, I think you're feeling really good about this series if you're FaZe or even a fan of FaZe. You know, they are the favorites, they're the reigning world champions, and when you look across their game mode and map combinations, it's going to be much wider than Sentinels. Sentinels had a very up and down season, so I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy. At one point in time, we were talking about Sentinels being the 4th best team in the world, but it really has been a roller coaster for them. And for FaZe, they want back in that grand finals.
They certainly do indeed. Well, one is going to push forward, one will be going home. Who will it be? We'll be finding out in just a second, because FaZe versus Sentinels starts now.
It's the last match of the day here in Seattle, and what a good one it is. You got FaZe Clan going up against Sentinels. I'm Golden Boy. You got Walshy here to cover all the action, and guys, this is going to be an excellent matchup. Sentinels, of course, looking to try and send the defending world champions home, and FaZe, they're trying to keep their tournament life alive, Dave.
Yeah, and when you think about these two rosters as they're coming in today, Sentinels, they're focused on these big four teams. They know they have to get these upsets in order to make it those further rounds. Whereas someone like FaZe, they've just been focusing on Shopify, Optic, and Space Station.
So you feel like that's a good opportunity for Sentinels maybe to catch FaZe off guard?
It's an opportunity, nonetheless. But FaZe, clearly the favorites here. But, you know, Worlds does not do anyone favors at this point. You have to earn your spot into the Sunday.
That's right, folks. Well, in case you hadn't seen it, what your series layout was going to be was CTF Imperium. You had Slayer Solitude, Stronghold Live Fire, but we're kicking things off with some CTF on Imperium here, aka the Pit, to start off this last match of the day. Our last match was the Battle of the Green Teams. Now it's the Battle of the Red Teams. Here we go. Kicking it off with Renegade out of the break here. He ends up finding a couple people over here toward that sword bridge, and like immediately, Dave, you just start to see these players just going up, all up in each other's grills.
Also surprised nobody checked bananas. They used to be like the #1 spot people going Halo 3 as you just jump up there. You know there'd be a battle for banana going down, but looks like Rocket's in the hands of Lethal, FaZe's former teammate here. Let's see what he can do.
Now, a lot of history here. You know, the 3 members of Port of FaZe, of Snake by World 2, and Frosty represented the Sentinels organization at one point in time. Wanted to play with Renegade, and now here they are on this FaZe lineup. They've had some success with them, but they want, with Renegade rather, but they all want to be able to walk away with another World Championship title. Standing in their way, though, it's going to be Sentinels.
Ooh, and this is going to be trouble here for Sentinels. Both snipers in the hands of FaZe, along with Frosty being at the tower of Sentinels. Somehow it's that no-scope there. I thought he's just wasting ammo, but I guess he's hitting bodies at the same time.
Might as well, you know, if you do 2 things at once, right? Waste some shots, get some shots. Might as well. Frosty, though, he's got his eyes. He only has 1 shot left on him, but he's got eyes on the target. 2 players down now. That's going to be the opportunity here for FaZe to start this flag push. And because he has that last snipe, he might try and take advantage of it, which is exactly what he does. And he's looking, Frosty, to get the cross here. He got precision, looking to challenge. He's going to be gone and out of this fight, and they're going to try and continue to march this flag forward.
And just so severely outslaying Sentinels right here. It's 11 kills for FaZe, 5 kills for Sentinels. I mean, you're looking at Frosty has more kills than the entire Sentinels rosters combined. Now they're tied up.
They finally had to get rid of Frosty from the back of their base. At some point in time, you had to clear him out.
Well, the games change, the way they play changes, but one thing remains the same. On Pit, you got to keep your tower. You can't let them get sniped on your tower, and that resulted in that first cap.
You're going to be seeing a lot of players trying to fight for that. You're so right on that one. Snakebite looking to go and get that no-scope, but it doesn't come to fruition for himself there. So you jump back over to World 2's POV. He knows he's got eyes on the target, which he ends up identifying here. That's going to be a clean double kill for World 2.
Yeah, that's weird, Drywall. You should have. Maybe try like resetting.
Yeah, just clearing out their side. They don't want anyone sneaking around behind them.
Refreshing.
And they're just going to slowly push in. Looks like World 2 just waiting for those rockets and going to play these nice and patient. I don't think there's a more patient player than World 2. Can you name one? I can't. This guy will happily sit back, push up at his leisure.
Yeah, I saw you get 0 kills and have strong side and everything.
But that's not patience. I wasn't even there. I just come back and strong side won the match.
Just a terrible person. As we see, take a trip for that one, Renegade. Goodbye, my friend, but got this flagpole starting to happen here. 2 players down now for FaZe, and it's going to get stopped in its tracks. Oh, that was just so close. Doesn't nail the shot. Perfectly fine with it, though. Seeing where things are going to be coming from. What's the push happening here? How is this going to play out for Sentinels as they're looking to make a play?
Yeah. Sniper's been spotted. Frosty going to reposition here, but look how passive he's playing. He does not want to overextend. He wants to keep that snipe up. Precision has something else to say. Gets that first pick onto Frosty, and you know the push from Sentinels is coming in.
Yeah, that is exactly what they needed in that situation, and Precision knew that someone was going to be around there, and he waited that one out. A lot of patience, and he outpatient World 2, who was the patient person. Yeah, I don't even know if that's a word.
Outpatient. I mean, he turned around, got the kill. All right, now we got a sniper standoff once again. So even though Precision was able to get that pick and also a nice turnaround kill on Royal 2 there, unfortunately, Sentinels were not able to take over the tower and get that sniper in their own hands.
It's going to be a game of inches here for Sentinels, and FaZe aren't going to give him anything to work with. Precision trying to find the opening, but there's World 2 off of the reposition. Frosty was hanging out over toward that tower for a good portion of time, but World 2 brought that right on over to the sword bridge, or sorry, to the sword area. And World 2 is just going to protect his teammate here, just trying to see if they can go ahead and push inside of this base, get that flag moving, get that second cap on the board here. Snakebite is going to get taken out, but he will find someone from the grave. Got 2 players weakened down low as well.
Yeah, Snakebite got that pancake kill over into S1.
Yeah, I guess,
These players are just so dangerous, especially with the Bandit when it comes to doing these peek shots around any sort of geometry.
Yeah, they've gotten so good with it, man. Like the way that it's just the constant strafing, the jiggle peeking, all that stuff has just been very, very impressive from all these players across the board. As we continue to survey the land here and what's going on, you got yourself an opportunity now for Lethal and the boys and Sentinels. They got themselves the Rockets. Let's see what they can do with this.
Yeah, Rockets being aggressive with it. On top of that, Boo over at the opposite hut. So they're trying to get this help right away. Lethal unfortunately trading a 1-for-1 there, but Boo still staying alive on top hut. And until they take care of him, which Snakebite finally did, I was going to say, FaZe could not rest easy. They have to get that clearance. Otherwise, they just know they can't push out anywhere. They can't really safely push out through Plat or Green or Needle with that threat on top turret.
Yeah, that was the reason why you ended up seeing FaZe in the early parts of this game get that first flag cap, and it was because of some great presence in the backfield from Frosty. And they're looking to replicate that same success here again with this next push.
One benefit Sentinels have right now is they know 2 players over on the sword side. If they want to use their numbers advantage, they could push through Green and Hall, send 3 players through, but it seems like they didn't have the position. That's going to be Renegade getting another pick, and it looks like fighting for their own side is going to be the play that Sentinels opts for.
Could end up getting a couple more players here for FaZe down if you're Sen, but there's no one in the vicinity to try and push those weakened players over toward the training. World 2, big melee there, removing that player, so one of the more forward players trying to threaten the flag of FaZe Clan. Oh. Nice shot there from Lethal, connecting on to his former captain.
Lethal still wants to make sure he does not lose the sniper.
Oh my
he has
goodness,
some
guy
help, but he doesn't need it.
Let him know.
Send him to respawn screen. I believe Snakebite's gonna try to get that old snipe. I don't know what happened to their snipe over on the FaZe side, but flag at least got tossed out. Falcon and Boo try and do everything they can. You gotta wonder, what does Lethal do in this case? Seems like Precision Falcon somehow picking off a couple kills despite not having this help from all the way across the map.
And this is going to give Lethal a great opportunity to go a little bit more in a forward position here, try and cover his teammates as they bring that flag across to their side of the map. End up losing the teammate by the tower side, so Lethal needs to be careful about that. Big tag there. Should help his teammate out, but it ends up not really working out there as both players end up getting removed from that, and effectively this pull rather, is done.
Yeah, overall great attempt, but I think there's 2 missing pieces there from Sentinels. One, it felt like they had an indecisive route.
Yes.
Wasn't certain if they were gonna go Plat to Green or if they're gonna run it straight over towards Snipe Hut and go towards Street or Runway. And then secondly, I felt like Lethal was not able to get an angle there throughout that time. He just has top tower, and I feel like at some point, if you're not able to get that angle and you know you have those distractions, you can just fly over towards bridge and make yourself a factor in that fight.
Yeah.
They cannot ignore you when you have snipe over on bridge.
Well, Snakebite's trying to make sure that no one can, everyone has to pay attention to him and no one ignores him with this flag play that he's making here. He's got himself a decent amount of kills with those rockets. And he wants to bring this one forward again. Success as he crosses that 50-yard line and gets across the halfway point here. Is this going to be flag cap number 2 here for FaZe Clan as Sentinels have no one in the vicinity to be able to stop this, and that will be number 2 locked in for FaZe.
And that's just so tough there for Sentinels. They had control for such an extended period of time over on the FaZe base, and it felt like FaZe got in, got the job done real quick.
Felt really clean.
Ran away with the cap, yeah.
Yeah.
Felt like there was very little resistance. Snakebite, just once he got that to S1, felt like he didn't have anyone else there from Sentinels threatening him.
Yeah, and even that, the player who challenged Snakebite for that second rocket kill, that one was, pretty pivotal for them there too, because he ends up, you know, losing out on that when that player gets ahead of the rocket for whatever reason, and that push, this flag cap ends up dying, and they could end up, you know, getting a power weapon out of that or whatever the case may be, but instead you got FaZe Clan that are sitting pretty with 2 flags currently. Falcated looking to get inside of the enemy tower here and see if he can just cause some carnage with this battle rifle. The callouts were coming in. They had to worry about the player over toward the box. That was precision, but Falcade is like, hey, don't forget about me.
Falcade's been such a nuisance over at the FaZe base. That last time when we saw Boo and Falcade over there, they lived for so long and somehow just picking up those kills. And here we see Falcade once again, getting that sniper, being a distraction behind the base. Only downside there, would love to have seen him toss off that sniper, use a little bit more ammo. You don't want to give a full sniper to someone like Renegade. Here comes the toss out. What route does Boo Boo take this flag? They have it on plat, which is okay if they go quick with it, but you don't want that flag just sitting out in the open on plat. It's just a sitting duck.
Yeah, and with those 2 players down now, I mean, it will be incredible if Sentinels are able to continue with this flagpole, but that is not going to happen as Renegade shuts down a weakened Falcated over toward their green, and that will be the end of that pull. 2 minutes as we get to that 2-minute warning here for this FaZe Sentinels game 1, and it's been so far FaZe with a rather comfortable approach. You know, as we were mentioning before in that second flag cap that we ended up seeing from Snakebite and the boys, they just marched in, grabbed the flag, left, and then capped it. You know, got a cash spot.
It was just political there, so well done. And here comes a melee battle. Nice trade, 1-for-1 there by Precision. Take out the OS player. Great trade, but end of the day, Sentinels, they need to get a few slays and get a double cap, which is a tall order, especially considering they weren't able to transition to 1 cap when they had control of the FaZe base for about a minute and a half.
Yeah, and now Frosty is just rough shot all over these people here. 2 big rocket kills are going to clear things out. He saw that sniper available as well. He wanted to go after it, the Sentinel snipe, but ends up getting picked off there.
Look at this. Royal 2 recognizing probably one of the only ways that they'll lose here is if their base gets fully overrun. So he's taking over his top tower. Somehow runs on out, feeling like he wants to take some more ground over at Sword, but gets popped by those 2 players at Sword runway.
And it's just so great how FaZe are just constantly in that rotational mindset, right? Like, okay, they ended up losing that player in the top tower, and then where was Frosty in that position? He was right by the box, watching the cross toward this Sword area. So he was the player that was naturally going to be moving into that area. It's just that coordination that FaZe has that really puts them above a lot of the competition.
Yep, just prioritizing where they need to be. Also in certain situations, wow, Snakebite hitting what you know is a no-scope, seeing how he has 1 shot in that position. But one thing that these players and teams now really prioritize is sometimes when they're down in numbers, they'll try to push out one side. They realize that if they just stay static and sit back on their own base, they'll just get pushed in and collapsed on. So they'll sometimes find out, where's our best avenue? Where can we get even or an advantageous fight as they push on through?
It's got to make those split-second decisions. That's what separates the best, you know, from, you know, the decent. Because everyone here in this competition is incredible. But with only 4 seconds left on the clock, 2 flags counted. That is going to do it. FaZe walk away with game 1, and by oh my, that was clean.
They were controlling.
FaZe up, bro.
And something, there's nothing that feels better when you're in one of those games. You just get the first flag. You know what I mean? They got that first snipe over the tower, get that first cap.
There was no response.
They don't have to worry about no counter. And that's just such a comfortable position for FaZe to be in, as they don't have to worry about forcing some action. They kind of let the game play out, eventually get their second cap as they get control. So just well done by FaZe there.
Well played indeed. A clean 2-0 finish for them. We'll give them that first pivotal map win here in the elimination bracket. Tournament life on the line for both of these squads, obviously. But FaZe looking to make it to Championship Sunday, and not just make it to Championship Sunday, but defend their title that they have won last year right here in this very venue.
That's true. It's not a statement we think we'd be making at this point. You know, if you asked us last year, we're like, hey, is this team just going to roll through and win the majority of the tournaments next year? Not the case. Space Station. You got Space Station dominating this year so far. Right here, like you said, their defense of the World Championship on the line against Sentinels here on Saturday.
They were playing some damn good Halo on that one, but not out of it by a long shot for Sentinels. We're going into some, I believe, Solitude Slayer, which will be game number 2. So there is a great chance there for, you know, the likes of Falcade, for Precision maybe to, you know, get the hot hand Lethal, who, you know, was picking up a decent amount of frags in that last game as well. And we were seeing him do some work with that snipe.
Yeah, making a statement against his former teammates. Has a little something to prove.
But now here we go. You got Solitude Slayer coming up next. Stronghold's live fire will be map number 3. And let's see how Sentinels rally back here. Damn right it is. Love coming here for the Halo World Championship. It's a great time, great time. But as we set our sights on what we're about to watch over here for Sentinels, how do you feel about this team coming into this one, Dave? That one was more base control. You know, CTF's always a hard one to gauge when you go into a Slayer, but how you feeling for Sentinels?
I mean, they still have an absolute great chance in this game. Let's see if they get the start that they need. Let's see if they can capitalize when they have the advantage. I felt like they stayed alive at the phase base for so long and did so well, but weren't able to translate that into objective capture. Whereas here on Slayer, if they're staying alive against Slays, guess what? The objective's done right there. It's just get the most kills and stay alive.
What I find fascinating about that, though, Dave, is that this was a criticism that we had of FaZe. Nice shots there from Snakepie. But this was a criticism that we had of FaZe and SLC, right? Like, where's the objective efficiency? And the amount of work that these boys have put in to address that is very much being seen by everyone here at the venue, and how they've been playing this is so impressive. But
oh my God, this one's already slowed down this much. 1 kill lead. Royal 2 wants to make use of this camo. What's going to be his route in? He decides to go in through this narrow opening here on LR. Once he's spotted, he's like, I'm out. All right, camo ain't going to be used this time around, boys.
Ooh, and he ends up getting the trade on that one. So not all that much, but what you have are some members of Sentinels that are going to be pinned in here. So maybe you can try and collapse on this and clear out these individuals and get yourself a couple kills. But it only really amounts to a +1.
I believe it's a 4v4 trade there, because I believe FaZe had the 1 kill lead.
Oh yeah, you're right.
5-4, and then 9-8. So even trades there in a spot where FaZe had shock rifle and FaZe had camo. So let's see what happens now that gets more on even footing when it comes to weapons. Wow, Precision is moving. Just moves so fast there.
Yeah.
I feel like my Spartan doesn't go that quick, GB.
No, mine definitely doesn't. I don't know, maybe had a couple burgers or something. I don't know. My boy been moving real slow out there.
Been eating a lot over at Mombasa.
Mombasa burger is good, yo. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of hype for Precision. He has been very impressive in the games that we've been had a chance to cast him on, and also in the series as well so far. He's had some great moments. But FaZe, they're gonna want to try and shut that down, and for Precision, he's gonna need plenty more great moments if they want to try to come back into this one. 5 kills now separating them. We were talking about how this was such a close game just a second ago, but as we alluded to in our BravoCast earlier today, we're like, dude, you know, you can be talking 1-1. It's like a tied game the entire time. It's 1 kill separating them, and then out of nowhere, it's a 10 kill lead. It's wild.
Yeah. When these teams start to get on a roll, and there's the opening kill, they get out Precision. What does FaZe do in this situation? Do they know where the other players are at? And it looks like the battle's going on over at Snipe Tower and over at Blue.
Bubu's in a rough spot there, so he'll get picked off. See where Falcade is positioned for Blue, and look at that, we got that ledge cover as well. But, oh my word, great nade there from Frosty. Just set it and forget it. Gives him the kill, gives him number 20, and that'll be 21 courtesy of World 2. So now you're starting to see FaZe run away with this one, Dave, and Sentinels need to rally back somehow, somewhere.
And unfortunately, for Sentinels, FaZe have control of shock rifle side. They're going to grab that brand new fresh shock rifle. Let's see what Frosty decides to do with it. If too many of his teammates fall down, yep, he's going to just start to waste this a little bit. He doesn't want a full shock rifle to go in their hands.
Also, you know, a little pre-fire too. See if someone's going to try and jump around that corner. Get some value from it if you can. But he'll continue to hold this angle. You hear some of the carnage happening up above Frosty here. The Sentinel is trying to make the push happen.
He's going to shoot a couple more. Here he is. He's going to waste as much as he can. That's like he finally gets finished off by Bubu and Precision. So only 2 bolts left. But look at that gap closed instantly, GB. What was an 8-kill game, now a 3-kill game here. So incredible exchange there for Sentinels, despite not having shock rifle. somehow making the best of that position, and now they got FaZe trapped in the yard. It's not over yet. They can still close in on this and close this gap further with this current positioning.
Yeah, and you definitely need to give the flowers in that instance to Boo there. That push over toward the snipe side, they identified where that snipe was, and they did not give Frosty any angles to work with. So that is a big positive for them, but you know, you talk about chopping down that lead here, it's still a lead for FaZe, and each and every time these fights happen, these ones take place, it seems like you get that trade, you're fine. You're FaZe, you're chilling.
Look at that patience there from Round 2. Even though he sees the player over towards top snipe, he gets those first 2 bullets and then instantly drops to worry about closer by threat. Wonder if someone's coming through posters. Wonder if someone's coming through loop. He didn't want to take 1 shot of damage in case somebody is rounding that corner. And that's what these players and teams are doing at the highest level. They're getting some damage across the map and then focused on the next threat and opportunity.
Yeah, putting down a couple shots, slowing down any of the plays that could maybe come to form from, you know, Sentinels is pretty vital here, but there is certainly a lot of work that Sentinels need to do here, because so far they have been unable to make much of an impact here as the scoreboard just continues to climb in the favor of FaZe. They've identified where one of those players are going to be located is Boobadoo, but Lethal had his buddies back, so now they can try maybe use this opening to get themselves a couple more kills. It's going to be 2 down on the side of FaZe here. You only got 1 here for Sen, so they'll be fighting in a 3v2 at least until that player came up off of the respawn here. But they don't really get to work with much because they're in this low position and they got to get a little higher up.
Yeah, it feels like they're just lurking down low a little too long over a hotel or bottom lift, and in those positions can't really do much, can't punish.
No, not on this map. Very difficult to do so here. Lethal trying to coordinate with his teammate here. They're both going to be able to stay alive to take this fight.
Great evasion there from Lethal's teammate. I didn't see who else was with him over at the cafe, but making sure that doesn't trade out with the melee.
Precision.
Exactly. It's one of those situations where you have numbers. You aren't trying to go 1-for-1 there when you have a 2 versus 1 advantage.
Speaking of him, great help as Lethal was jiggle peeking that fight and ended up coming up on top there thanks to Precision. But every single time you know we've been focused on Lethal's POV, it truly has just been FaZe. You know, you get a kill, they'll find another one. They get a kill, they'll get 2 more. And this has been pretty frustrating, I can only imagine, for Sentinels, because every single time it looks like they're moving around the map, they get an opening, FaZe just shut the door.
Yep. Just as soon as they close that gap to around 3 kills, it extends back once again to the 8 or 9 mark. Given the shock rifle over to the camo player, which I mean, even if he didn't have camo, I would still throw it in Renegade's hands. A pretty safe spot to be.
Renegade has got this overlook spot. And they know, too, that's why they're not trying to push so aggressively there, but they know he's around here, because at the very least, you put a shot down, you got to tag mid-bridge, so you had to assume Camel's going to be present, and that's going to be a headshot there. Another one goes down off screen as well. 44 points here for FaZe, 33 for Sentinels, and they're having a hard time crossing that 40-point threshold for Sen. FaZe are looking good.
This one's gonna be so tough to come back from here. I mean, at this point, when Renegade's hitting shots like that, they're up by 11 kills. I mean, at some point, even if FaZe get wiped here, they can start to play some corners, start to go for some trades. So it's really looking dire here for Sentinels here in game number 2.
But we have seen in the past when you have these deficits,
at the same time,
sometimes some wild stuff happens. But I just don't know if FaZe are going to let those shenanigans fly here. They just locked in their 48th. Looking to secure the last 2.
They know so many players over at Loop and Yard, and they're going to collapse in. Here they come. Renegade finds the one who wasn't over at Loop. And then here comes the rest of the collapse. Over at Posters, they're going to have the height advantage. Charge them at Loop, and this guy get one of the finishes or trades. That's going to be Royal 2. Clearing it out against his old teammate, Lethal.
Well played by FaZe Clan. 50-42 finish there for them. Granted, you saw some pretty awesome moments from the likes of Precision, even from Lethal. Boobadoo had some big plays too, but really, FaZe Clan, start to finish, no slowing down, not giving up control. It's very clear that Sentinels will need to find an answer going into this map 3, because as it stands right now, whatever Sentinels are doing here, it's simply just not working against the might of FaZe Clan.
No, not enough. I mean, obviously you got outslayed in both games, clearly more so in game number 2, which is a Slayer. But at some point, they're going to have to try to match that firepower. They have moments where certain players are individually stepping it up. You saw Lethal going off and doing great in game number 1. You saw Precision start off hot in game number 2. They just all need to be clicking, though, if they want to have a chance in this series. But the way that it's headed right now, it's looking like FaZe could send us home early on Saturday.
Yeah, this is a Certainly going to be a tough matchup, though. Both teams coming into this one with a positive record for Strongholds as a game mode. But FaZe Clan, in these Game 3 situations when they're up 2-0 and your back is against a wall, I can't think of a worse team.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you start to think about like some of these juggernauts of squads, you usually are in a spot where you're hoping that you get up 2-0 on them and you're like, all right, we somehow still need to close this out against them because you can't give them any footing in it. But when you're put in a position where you're already down 0-2 against a squad like FaZe, I bet I couldn't even count on one hand the amount of times that teams have come back from these sort of situations against a squad like FaZe.
It would be, you know, one of the greatest comebacks of all time.
It would be, and what an event to do it.
Yeah.
So, Sentinels, right here, right now, they need to pick it up on live fire Strongholds. Lucky for them, this one's gonna be fast. Lucky. They need to pick up something that's a little quicker because clearly as the game slowed down, some things weren't going their way. So I think they're gonna want to try to just press this advantage, see what they can get right off the rip here on live fire.
Yeah, you just cannot slow the game down, I think, against FaZe. They're fine with that. You don't want to give PJ time to think about what the strategy is going to be. You don't want to give Frosty an opportunity to get information in a comfortable fashion. You got to go quick. You got to push that go button and fly at these fools. That's how you have to do it if you're Sentinels at this point. You have no other choice because it's either that or you're cooked, you're going home. Your tournament is over. So you might as well just send it all out there right now. Let's do this. Let's see if FaZe can close it out 3-0 or if Sentinels can find some life in the series.
All right, and who's gonna get this opening win here? Two players flying across top center. It looks like FaZe are gonna go 2 for 2, but I don't see who got the sniper. Weird battle there, but Renegade walking away with a triple kill.
And he got the sniper. He ended up getting it when it was all said and done. We'll see how he plays with this.
I like this play by both teams, though. Both going for the opposite stronghold. Rather than instantly sitting in B and trying to go for a neutral stronghold, take something away from the opponent. If you have an opportunity to take something that's neutral or something away from your opponent, you always go for the opponent if it's that option.
Renegade thought he could have helped his teammate out there, but instead he'll get that camo. He's got that sniper too. He's got a decent amount of shots left in there. 4 to work with. But he got a player down low there and a QT as well to his left, so he's a little cautious.
Keeping eyes on it. Looking at him a little mean like that. Well, let's see what he can do with the remainder of this camo. Not much left. Can he break the C setup? He gets the first pick, gets the second, making another triple. 2 triples here for Renegade to kick off this game. We were hoping, as a Sentinels fan, you want to see them step it up. You want to see them bring some life into it. But when you have someone like Renegade just going off almost on a killing frenzy, it's got to suck the life out of you. That's so tough as a Sentinels fan.
Yeah, you know what's crazy too is that he's got more kills than the combined amount of Sentinels right now. He's got more kills than his team. So he's a great start here for Renegade off the back of 2 massive triple kills that get them A and B control.
One thing that's a silver lining though, as a Sentinels fan, is even though Renegade's got those 2 triple kills, you're not in this wild scenario where it's out of reach for the game so far. They're only up by about 25 points.
Yeah.
Not that significant.
Yeah, you would think with that it would be a
when somebody's going like on an 8-0 run, you'd expect, all right, they're up by 50, 75 points. So yes, the time's ticking up. Yes, they had a temporary trip cap, but game is still not out of reach.
Yeah, and it's stronghold, so when you manage to flip those, you'll prevent your teammate or your opponent from accruing score, and you will instead be the beneficiary of that. You get that trip cap, you gain even more points faster. So that's the name of the game here, and that's what Sentinels need to do.
Okay, and Sentinels being the aggressor now, almost going for their own trip cap. I like this play from Lethal. Buying some time, staying alive towards top tower. Let's see how he decides to stop this push coming in from base.
So far, it's been his teammates that have found the success, taking out World 2 and Renegade. As Lethal works with precision here toward the B side. They got a great setup here. This BC control, the way the Lethal's kind of just going back and forth between the nest and over toward green and just supporting where he sees the angles of present to him. Very well played.
Yeah, very well played there. Very patient. Didn't get a chance to snag that sniper. Now see where Lethal decides to play with this one. Because you're in a position when you have C and B, you can just sit top tower. You have angles from both sides. But we're going to see if FaZe allows Lethal to get set up at the top tower.
Seem like he wants to try and go for that one quite yet because he saw precision ended up dying toward B. Wow. Shot there. Looking for another one. Frosty's
Lethal's turn. He gets that first pick. He and his teammate gonna go on in. They hit Snakebite, sticks him on top of the head with a plasma grenade. That's gonna be 3 down, and this game is now in favor of Sentinels. So what was a spectacular start here for FaZe has been negated completely.
Yeah, it's like those 2 triple kills are like forever ago at this point. With how
Distant memory, like, yo, remember that time I got those triples? Dude, Renegade said this in the past, man.
What happened in the game, bro? Oh, well, we lost the lead, you see? But we try to come back.
But that first triple was so sick, though.
Dude, it was in my montage. I'm telling you, it was in my montage. Yeah, but here is a Sentinels that is now starting to feel very, very confident. I really like seeing Lethal with this snipe, man. He just takes risk, and I think that's what they need here.
And also it's very interesting how this has felt very chaotic. It's very calculated here from the Sentinel side. They've had the setup. They go towards bridge. They just constantly keep people out from big door or from bags going towards B. And it's a really tough setup that I don't know what the best push is from FaZe to break, especially when Sentinels had that sniper rifle.
I kind of feel like at this point for FaZe, you know, you just want to be able to do like a full push, like just like 3 people, maybe 1 off the flank, and you're just committing to just one side maybe. But the problem is to your point, Dave, is that every single time you go through one of those chokes, you're just getting drained.
And also the second that FaZe leave A, it gets capped behind them for a trip cap. Snakebite just trying to stop the bleeding here from trip cap. Boo Boo Doo Boo in a 1-on-1 against Snakebite. Snakebite comes out ahead. Gets that killjoy, putting a stop to Boo Boo's killing spree.
Look at this score. Sentinels continuing to add on. FaZe look lost. They got to get on this one. They got to do it fast because time is ticking. And you're seeing them making that attempt for a trip cap, but they lose out on A, but that's okay for FaZe. They'll be fine getting that CB control.
All right, now it's FaZe's turn. They have the CB setup. Can they run it for as extended of a period as we saw from Sentinels? I don't think so. I felt like that Sentinel setup was so strong and so good. I would expect FaZe at some point, their game plan here is to get a couple kills and try to turn this into trip cap. They don't want to try to hold this BC setup for 100 points. And just as I say that, B has already been, or sorry, C has already been flipped.
Yeah.
So they have A, B setup now.
Renegade waiting to see if anyone's going to try and push bottom mid. He hears the slides coming in. Big melee for the trade there. We'll take out 2 members on each side of the field. So for now, though, with the A and B control, FaZe are perfectly fine with trading out on those players, considering that they have that in their grasp right now. Big reset, too, so they'll continue to accrue.
Let's see what he decides to do with this. Throws the QT in the bottom B. Does he go decide to defend A, or you push towards C here? I like this play. You're already there. Get the reset.
Yep.
Row 2 gets this reset, but I don't think he's aware of how many people are around him right now in that garage. Lethal, Boo Boo, and Felcated all rotated on over towards A.
They have to anticipate that he's going to be here because it's such a common spot for the QT, which is why Lethal looks over toward the side. Love that play.
Yeah, but he has no exit back now.
He
What are you going to do on a QT in back there? Luckily, QT is out. That's not going to be a mistake coming out of Royal 2.
Royal 2 now.
But pretty cool move, though.
Oh, yeah, it was great. I loved it. Looked like a movie. You know what I mean?
And honestly, like, players will miss shots when you do situations like that, where you just jump somewhere else obscure. Like, it just sometimes throws that little bit of confusion in.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, wait,
what's going on? I'm not planning on aiming there, and I know I can still hit this, but what are you doing there?
Yeah, exactly. Throwing them off a little bit here, but now look at what we're seeing from Sentinels. They want to get themselves another trip cap here. They want to end this game as fast as possible, and they got it locked in. But they are losing C, just as I say that.
Yeah, either way, they're still getting some points on the board. Sentinels just looking like they're outmaneuvering FaZe every single way here. And that's surprising. So it felt like when FaZe got their setup, they first got there around 50 points. And then when they got that setup later in the game, around another 50 points. It feels like when Sentinels got that first major setup where they got around that 150-point run, you haven't really seen FaZe get back in the game yet.
Yeah, they have certainly struggled to do so. We were commending Renegade for his incredible start, but I think, you know, the rest of the FaZe squad certainly hasn't been able to keep up with him, at least in this game. Certainly possible for them to wake up here, especially with Frosty holding his camo, and he can do some incredible things with it, but he's got to make some plays here because time is ticking.
Yeah, he's hoping to be a bit more aggressive with this, but I think he's between 2 players there on bags. Yes, you heard those footsteps just barely right behind him, but he was already committed in that direction, tries to get that first finish, and here comes the charge from Sentinels. That's going to be 2 down here for FaZe, and you know they're not going to just stop at that.
No, they're not. They can't at this point in time.
Sentinels playing pretty good, bro.
With 239 to 111, they have no other choice. They got to play aggressive, and they got to get in Sentinel's face. But Sentinels is sitting pretty. They just cannot put their foot off of the gas here. They got to end it here and now. You got to close this match out.
I really like this spot here for Precision. We saw this spot
exactly.
earlier by Frosty.
Definitely have been some cool plays with the QD.
Just able to dodge any grenades, able to be a factor.
I knew it would be too. Like,
here comes the
no one was really picking it up at first, but now everyone's picking it up, right?
Yeah. They just need to get some slaves.
I was like, bro, people are gonna figure this shit out.
Clean.
Here it is.
Any messy
probably not even done. There's probably more stuff that they figure out.
From A, but they are going to be capping C here.
Oh, here we go. 247. Are we going to see another?
You only need 3
Didn't FaZe do this earlier?
To win this one. You just got to flip B. That's it.
No, it was off it.
But they got to do it soon. Because if they're not careful, FaZe can run away with this. But here comes the C flip, and you're expecting on the opposite side of that to potentially see the A push there, but a big stop coming through, and B and C still in the control of FaZe.
Precision, the newest addition to this roster, has been stepping it up for this squad. Look at his numbers, 22 and 12 so far this game against one of the best teams in the world here against FaZe.
Trip cap alert, FaZe got it locked in, but they still got a lot of hill to climb there, so it will be very tough. But if they manage to do so, absolute insanity. That being said, B is currently being captured, and look at the push.
It's gonna be tough. Here comes the same setup, the exact same setup we saw before. They hold B, they have someone on Nest Bridge. I like this play by Falcade, backs down, doesn't overcommit towards C, and now is regrouping with his teammates on the charge. So they all commit Snakebite and Roll to commit in C because they were required to.
That might be it. Oh, and then still, bro, it's like they can't do it.
We're just gonna see a lot of desperate charges here from FaZe
good
just
shots,
to
good
keep
shots.
this game going.
They're like all over there though.
Certainly are. They got 4 players over here toward B.
GG.
But they got the flip on
They needed
C
to just stay in there.
B, and that is all that matters. Sentinels get their first in the series.
GB, we got ourselves a series. I mean, it was looking like it was lights out for a second after we saw that start from Renegade. I thought it was just going to be series over, end the broadcast. Thank you all for watching. See you on Sunday. But no, we got ourselves a legitimate series right now.
Oh yeah, indeed we do. Sentinels answering back. What felt like a hot start for FaZe ended up fizzling out toward the end, and Sentinels off of some great plays from Lethal with the sniper, Precision with just some awesome movement and great command of the map. You also had Boo Boo Doo falcated there, just constantly being just a presence on the site and allowing the people with the hot hands to be the difference makers in those fights. It worked out very well for them. Sentinels, we're asking a question. What do they got to do? Where's the answers? What's going on? And they figured it out in the most pivotal game that this team has played in this tournament, because they would have been eliminated had they lost this.
Yeah, such a crucial one. Also, look at that. I just looked at the stats over there for Precision earlier part of this game. He was at like 13 when his closest teammate was at 7 kills.
Impressive stuff there.
Strong start they need to have them go on that spree.
But I think that is what makes FaZe such a scary team when I think about that potential comeback. Because
yeah, as soon as I saw them get that trip cap, I was like, this one is not over just yet.
Yeah, like this is bad. And then you get Precision a massive body shot with that snipe, clearing that player in mid, and then that just opened the door for them to be able to prevent them from getting a comfortable push and get control of the map. So there you have it. Well played there by Sentinels. Now we'll make our way over to some oddball on Recharge. And taking a look at the historical data for both of these teams, pretty much the same thing. You know, 2-1 for FaZe, 2-2 for Sentinels. But here are your guys that are going to be primarily handling that objective.
Look at those two, Snakebite and Boo Boo. The thing I like about Boo Boo's photo is like, when you look at it from this angle, he's showing up at *1. You go to the other side, he's telling you to be quiet.
That's true. That's true. Is he #1 or does he require silence? We'll never know. Ask him. Meanwhile, Snakebite just, I
also
think,
those percentages, like 45 and 52% for how much ball time they're getting. We talk about how all these players are so well-rounded that they can do every role.
Yeah.
But even at the highest level of play, there's just some specialization that comes in on these teams on some of these modes, from who's grabbing the flag to who's getting more ball time to who's getting stronghold flips.
And you need people that are going to be thinking about that objective. And you also need people that are going to be thinking about positioning, thinking about slays, thinking about getting those kills. It's the perfect recipe that makes these squads click. But
that was an insta right off the rip there for Precision to get that first pick onto Frosty. So a trade there in a 1v2 scenario, despite position going down there, I feel like Sentinels are going to be in a better spot because they had 2 players from FaZe down low. So we're going to have to see if that holds true, how these next kills unfold.
Yeah, and ball carrier actually is going to be bringing that one right over to them. So they'll avoid that for the time being. And potential shock rifle muscle shot from around the corner gets the body shot, and then there you have that one player from control who secures it. So no one really able to get that ball control here as we saw in the beginning parts of this game, but
Bubu was ready to rotate in towards the pipes. Then as soon as he realized his teammate got picked off there, he drops it, goes for that shock rifle, and then just tries to be a little wily.
Yeah, you saw him make that jump, and then he was like, oh, no, bring that one back. I'm not going to do that. Clock continues to tick on down here.
This is a rougher position here for Sentinels as they flip this map. You just have pipes and elevator in the hands of FaZe. Really no way to get that ball control until they get some slays here. And those slays aren't easy slays. You have to go inside pipes or inside elevator unless one of these people ego challenge. And they're not going to ego challenge at this level.
Yeah, and even in that situation there, Frosty went in for that fight, but he had a buddy right behind him that was going to be able to scoop up the remainder of the player that actually eliminated him in that exchange. So it's always going to be those details, right, that are going to be, you have to be mindful when you're playing against FaZe. If you're going up against someone and you see that it's like a 1v1, chances are you're going to have a member of FaZe right around the corner to get that one shot.
Yeah, they're always fighting with purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
Rarely are they going to, especially cross maps, they're not just going to shoot cross map and continue to challenge and take damage unless they have somebody that they feel is going to get their help faster.
Exactly. Now,
have it tell you almost get to read like by Spartan's body language. Like, all right, well, why are they challenging them from this distance right now?
Oh,
who's gaining
nice
in
stick.
this trade?
Yeah. And that is the reason why it's so scary to play against FaZe, because they're the type of team that when they're in those fights, they're there for a reason, and they'll find that success.
Also, one thing I want to highlight, GB, is the score is 5-2 as 2 minutes have already elapsed.
Yeah, bro.
These teams have been slay hungry, want to make sure that they do not give up a setup here on this mode.
We've seen what happens when these teams get setups, how you can just lock them down. We saw that in the live fire Strongholds game, right? Sentinels setup gave them, what, 150 points, I think, unanswered from the in that game mode. And then even in that CTF, we saw how the defense, wow, so impressive. My goodness,
He
what a
hits
shot.
that and he lives. Somehow Snakebite lives that. I thought that plasma was a for sure finish.
Yeah.
Falcade somehow trading out 2 melees quicker than Snakebite, but you also can't complain there. You just saw we just got away with there, PJ.
You just had a miracle happen to you, man. I think you'll be okay. But this also, to reflect on that score, though, Dave, I mean, yeah, bro, like, we got the lowest possible game you can have, and we're about to hit the 2-minute warning in the first round of this oddball game. Wouldn't shock me if the next one is just like a full send, but this one, they're feeling each other out.
In the past, when I used to play like an oddball or a King of the Hill mode, I would always take that just quick check at the halfway mark. I would say, hey, game's halfway over. What sort of scores are we tracking to? So in a case like this, I would start to reset my target and saying, we have to get 100 points. We have to get around 70 points to win this game based on how the score is going. And you use that and decide how much ball time you're going to go for or how much control you need before you grab the ball. When it's a really scrappy, low-scoring game, those moments of grabbing 2 to 5 seconds matter. When it's a much higher scoring game, you have to go for more kills and go for a full setup.
Yeah. Well, right now, Sentinels are going for the kills, and they have been successful in that one. Managed to get 3 down there for FaZe as well as that camo, so they'll have a lot to work with here. They got the objective to boot. Falcade has got to get in here and help his teammate out. Big kills coming in here. He got 2 down yet again for FaZe. And even though Falcade, ooh, wow, and that's what I'm saying, right?
You sure he
saw that one
engaged
guy.
all 4 players there, just back and forth there, from Sneaky over to Blue to Top Hydro, just every single spot those players were.
And you're going to be in an endless fight in that situation. Ball still up for grabs, though. Lethal trying to get
down for a decent amount of time, too. I don't know exactly how long, but I was just going to say reset was got to be coming in soon there.
It was in your gut. You felt it, Dave.
It's at some point, it's just like, something doesn't feel right. What is it? You know, over 20-some years, you start to have
you
some of those sixth
understand.
senses.
Yeah.
There's like, nah, that shit's about to reset. Someone has to touch the ball.
Touch, the sight.
Yeah,
I get that.
On the map no more.
Barely talk. It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, look at this here. Sentinels, they managed to bring this one back. Such a low-scoring game to start things off here on Oddball, but they have managed to get within spitting
Yo,
distance of
Lightology
FaZe's
with the raid. Okay, appreciate that,
They have to
homie.
just commit together push together, but that
Yo, this guy throwing me the rate of 26.
Also,
Much appreciated, bro.
Beautiful play there by Boo.
Hey, hope you had a good stream. Stay on that grind, homie. This guy's on the stream grind. I see you, bro.
Worrying about people pushing it from control.
Lightology on the grind. I see you, my brother.
This one is going to turn down to a slaying.
Thank you for the raid.
The target in my eyes
Throw
is
the
around
raid
that
emotes in the
70-point
chat.
mark. So
Absolute
dropping that ball
homie,
early,
bro.
going for slays, going for control is going to be the name of the game here from Sentinels.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong,
Absolute,
This
homie.
is like the first time that I've seen Sentinels outslay FaZe in this one, right? I haven't really seen them.
Yeah.
You know, so that I think is also another part that we were talking about previously.
Whoa.
Like, what are Sentinels' win conditions? What do they need to do? And definitely, right, leaning into this, the slays.
Welcome,
getting in their face, not giving many room
Lightology
to breathe, has worked out
Almost
nicely
gets
for
the
them.
rotation. That is so tough. Ball did not get played.
And
so this is a situation where
Welcome, all
FaZe were
the
thinking that they
Raiders.
could go hold pipes, they could go hold battery, but
Yeah,
all
if
of
you
a
guys have
sudden,
a YouTube channel, make sure to
Sentinels
sub
now
up
have
on my
ball over at
YouTube.
Hydro. They can play ball if they need to.
Trying
so
to
now
put out
not
more
only do they have to
content
go
and
get the
live
kills at Hydro,
streams.
they have to get controls at pipe.
Very well played there by
Also,
Snakebite.
no play ball from Sentinels. They don't bring it back Hydro, so I guess they just need to do step one, which is get control of Hydro.
Yeah, well, thanks to Snakebite, you get yourself a nice triple kill out of that one, and I'll go ahead and get your ball control as well as the lead. It was looking like Sentinels had an opportunity there, but a great coordinated pincer push from Snakebite gave them exactly what they needed, and now they have that lead.
Ooh, and he gets an early play ball, but nobody from FaZe is over there. The players all died over at pipe side, so we're going to have to see how and if Sentinels are able to grab this ball and bring it towards pipes. Snakebite stuck near triple stacks. He's not going to be much of a factor here. He's just trying to buy time. This is going to come down to the other members of FaZe. Can they stay alive? Can they get these slays? Frosty has shock rifle. He's trying to keep everyone off of this ball. He's one of the ones last alive.
3 seconds. He's got to get in there.
Does
One,
not get
and
the
that's
trade,
it.
but bought the time, so that's going to be a first round eked out there by FaZe. Was looking scary for a bit.
It really was. It really was, and an incredibly low scoring first round to start off oddball recharge.
Let's go, first
Respect
round.
there. Definitely being given on both sides of the field.
A rare quick push over into Hydro. A lot of times you just see kind of the stalemate over towards control side, but Frosty going all the way through onto Hydro.
Ball's been grabbed, but see for how long, because you have vision on Renegade over toward the distance there, and Frosty gets that stop over toward control, and even though there's going to be another player there to meet him, not bad, you know, damage definitely done, but for precision and the boys over in Sentinels, hey, yeah, the name of the game is the objective, and they got themselves the ball for the time being, but they got to get it out of there because you see the amount of FaZe players that are surrounding that.
Wow, what a weird fight for Falcade to win there.
Yeah.
Just must be on such a quick and high sense build. Run over towards the bottom elevator, quick whip up, hit that shot as he does like basically a 180 and vertical fight over towards elevator. So impressive for Falcade to win that in a disadvantageous position against Royal 2.
18 kills for Falcade in this one, precision ahead of him with just 119, but they've both been putting in some work this game. Right now, though, we're going to be keeping our eyes on Renegade.
Look at that objective efficiency, just handoffs back and forth, wasting no time. Playing a little hot potato with that.
Oh!
Points. There's the reversal. Trying to look for his
Don't
teammate
snipe.
Snakebite over there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Maybe he was thinking
Don't
someone was going to
snipe
push in through the
Snakebite.
whirlpool, but he knows that that's where the spawns are going to be, which is why he's set up over here. And he got vision on him, so you know, okay, we got 2 people that are going to be trying to make their way over
Chicken
towards the pipe
salad.
with 20
Yo, that
seconds left
sounds
for that
so
camo.
good. EVA unit.
Renegade, he had that
Quadruple
inclination.
04.
Someone's going to be sniffing around there wanting that camouflage. And
That sounds
Lethal was
really good.
wise for
Enjoy
what
that,
Renegade was
homie.
thinking, so he ends up going in there, challenging him, and taking him out.
Yep, successful push coming here out of Sentinels. That's gonna be 3 down. Royal 2, the last one remaining. What's he gonna do here? Ball could not get played. Ball most certainly gonna rotate long haul over to Hydro to be in a play ball position. That's exactly where Lethal wants to get it. But this cross is covered a little bit.
He gets through there.
2 members go down though. Lethal almost just has to play this instantly. They're hoping for a setup here for an extended period of time.
I get it.
And then play it. They didn't want to just bring the ball to play it immediately.
Yeah, that is the opposite of what you want there. And now that you got yourself the ball again,
Yep,
off of
now
that
they're
play ball,
milking.
we'll see what you can gather. If you're FaZe, camo, not long for this world, ends up getting shut down right away.
Wow.
Snakebite in the pitch, just
Two
getting
dead.
all up in the business of Sentinels, and that ball is going to be in no man's land, but Frosty's okay with that.
Yo,
He
they're,
wants to get
oh
it
my
on the
gosh.
edge. Got a weakened
3
precision
dead.
in front of him. Finds Falcated as well.
4.
Was it just
Look
in
at that
with his
fucking
teammate?
plays.
He knew that he was ripe for the picking, and he does so.
I like this play. Just instantly scoop up ball. You don't have to worry if other players are nearby. If they were there, they would have entered the fight already. You know that they're across the map because it's a strong squad like Sentinels. They're going to be spread out across the map in different positions like that. They're not just going to all for sure clump up in 3 or 4 people in one area. So many times when you get those couple kills right near their objective, you can be certainly safe just to grab it.
But I gotta give commend, you can commend Falcated in that one. A big flank that he managed to pull up while his teammates were applying pressure over to the pipe side here where nades are. So that got them the ball again and gets them a little bit closer to that lead that FaZe has managed to build up.
Look at the setup here. Sentinels, probably one of the best setups we've seen so far here on Recharge Oddball. Falcated, cursed by gaming timing.
The homie fish.
As that person crosses through, but doesn't matter. His shots are better. He takes out Frosty. Dodging Royal 2 buys time for Lethal to come over and help.
What a guy.
But throughout that entire engagement over at Elevator, FaZe, they break through on the pipe side. They distract, fight at Elevator. They fight a full separate fight over at Pipes, and they win the more important pipe battle.
They had the distraction play happening over on one side of the map while that was taking place. They tried to get that ball back over in their favor, but Sentinels with a great response gets it right back, and they'll have that lead here. 3 minutes left to play with, and here comes Royal 2 to help out his teammate. He's getting shot in the back of the head, and that's Royal 2 saving his teammate, and maybe even giving themselves an opportunity here to potentially walk away with this win if they can put this together. But it's going to be a lot of work to do here for Sentinels, but you got that lead to work with.
Just bodies dropping there. I think Boo Boo felt like he saw a couple kills that he got, so he's like, I can go out and fly and grab this ball, right? But numbers still evened out across the map. Ball somehow still not grabbed and still safe. Let's take a quick check-in at our halfway mark, GB. And according to my rule of thumb science, I think this was going to go to 100 points. You know?
Oddballologist.
Oddballologist.
Yo, these guys are too funny.
I'm sure.
Yo, what up, Churang? These guys are too funny, bro.
Other objectives in the past, if the
Let's
timer
go.
stops, everything there, but just goes to show the pacing and the way these teams have been setting up, and it's not just small as a scrap time, it is longer setups, so I fully intend to see this one go the distance.
World 2 might need to get over to Renegade, give him some coverage, but instead he's just going to play that ball. Renegade surrounded by 3 players. You got 2 over toward Hydro, and he had 1 that was sitting up top toward Glass. Renegade wants to go ahead and just take out that target, so he does so. But that does mean Sentinels, because of that play ball, they're in a position to be able to grab it here.
This guy's dead body still there.
Connection there for Snakebite.
Who do I want to win this round? Probably just FaZe.
Take what we can.
Finish them.
And I like this play, just fly instantly. Sometimes people get a little too greedy and try to let their teammates deal with back Hydro, and sometimes you don't have the firepower.
There's like a little spot you can do right there, back C, where you can like jump with the ball over and over and over. I wonder if he tried to do that.
You gotta overload the Hydro side.
I saw Common do that at first.
Yeah, so much space.
I wonder if he tried to do that, right? He probably could have got a couple extra seconds. They played it so quick.
Definitely, but FaZe now, let's not
probably
forget
had
here
to.
that this
Yep,
is
worth it. You
Sentinels'
gotta
tournament
kill.
life on the line, and they're up by
Really
1
worth
point in
it.
this oddball game. If they do not win this end, if they do
Really
not
worth
tie
it.
up this game, it will be over, and Sentinels are going
Yep.
home. FaZe live to fight another day and defend their title here at the Halo World Championship.
I wish they stayed on
Sentinels are
Royal
not gonna
2's
be going out
POV. I
without a
want to
fight.
see
They
where
want
he's
to try
at.
and pick up this dub and take it over to Game 5.
Such a great challenge there by Precision, timing that perfectly when Renegade's throwing the grenade.
Yeah, he made it to
Sentinels
Glass.
taking the lead here in round
And
number
he
2. But
died
they just have to
by
win these next
Boo Boo.
couple
Wow.
battles if they want to win this entire round.
Big fights happening here.
I think he probably could have milked it back C for longer than.
Help out his teammates there. You can see, I believe
I don't think that was really
Renegade
worth
in
what
the
he
POV
did.
Going for a challenge.
This point, he's got to hold and pray. Not
round over.
They got it from FaZe, able to stop this.
Yeah, like he played it and got a kill, but then Boo Boo brought the ball to Glass to gold and then just milked it, and then Royal 2 just like went long haul to Glass and died by him.
Tournament was done. Here we go though.
Oh man. All right, let's see.
I also just had a little birdie in my ear.
Uh-oh.
Said a B stream update. Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated. They lost to Pure.
Whoa!
What a shakeup and what a wild card, some would say, into this event.
But you know what's crazy about that is you and I were literally, when we casted Pure earlier, I think it was Pure ITV, right? Or I forget who it was, but I know it was Pure, and we were talking about
C9.
Oh, it was C9. It was like one of these teams, they're going to make that deep run in the tournament.
Yep.
Look at that. Wow. Congratulations to Pure. They're making it to Championship Sunday, but for now, though, let's set our sights here on this Sentinels FaZe matchup.
Upsets can and do happen. Can it happen again here in the form of Sentinels versus FaZe? They got the work cut out for them, but they've shown that they're equal here against FaZe on this map, on this mode. Slays are 92 kills for Sentinels, 90 kills for FaZe. So they're going punch for punch, but who's going to be more objective efficient? This one's already tracking to be a slay heavy round. We only see 9 seconds on the board here in this round number 3.
Big win there for Precision. Gets himself that shock rifle now. Only has 2 shots to work with, but should be enough to at least put some damage, help his teammate out. Unfortunately,
I said probably and for sure, bro. I'm
obliterated.
I need to take a
Unfortunately
seat.
for Precision, we came around the corner. Well timed there by FaZe. They shut down that player with the shock rifle and get the ball.
Just a perfect collapse there by FaZe as soon as they got those kills as well. Nobody hesitated and took the long route. They just flew straight across mid-bridge, had it cut off, made sure that ball couldn't get to pipes. And now they've already put 12 points of their own on the board. But eyes got to be on camo soon. See what Sentinels are going to do if they can get that. But I feel like they're not just going to sit and wait for 10 seconds before that's up. What a nice sticky trade there from Snakebite.
I was going to say that was pretty big for them, but I don't think they were able to get that camo out of that one. Nope, instead it was going to be Boo Boo Doo. We'll have the ball. Oh, wait a minute.
Unsuspecting play there. So Frosty gets the play ball for Batledge and then just jumps out to grapple. So he doesn't want to be a sitting target over in pipes and somehow finds the camo right there and gets a beautiful trade. So
take those.
What a play by Frosty. Their team would be in much more trouble right now, even though they're not in a great spot. But they'd be in even more trouble if Frosty was not able to get that trade. Laying down a shroud over towards top glass. Team's gonna be able to push over from control and mid-bridge here. Gets a sneak on over towards the ball and gets the trade.
Yeah, I actually thought that could have ended up being a stick there for a moment with the way that grenade was like moving.
Stuck on. They get stuck on like the ball or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like it just disappeared as well, but probably wasn't the ball. Snakebite does get oddball control though, speaking of that. Down by a sizable amount here.
Also, taking a look at the objective players, we talked about how Boo Boo is usually getting about 40% of his team's ball time. Snakebite, definitely not on that 50% mark. In fact, Frosty's been the main ball carrier throughout this round. You got to wonder if that's strategic or just how the cards fall during this one.
Yeah, you know, I mean, knowing the FaZe guys and how long we've been commentating them, it probably boils down to that's just how it, you know, played out. But in most instances, Snakebite will do his best to just go after that objective. But, you know, I think what we've been seeing over the years from the FaZe guys is, you know, they all will play those roles when they need to. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, Dave. Everyone's got to do a little bit of everything. But yes, you have some people who are specialists in other areas. Big win there for Snakebite.
Nice shot there from Snakebite, making the most of the last bullet there from his bandit. He's gonna go straight for this ball, tries to get a little time. There's 3 down from Sentinels. No better time than the present. Grabs that ball, knows who the last player is. Gotta be long haul or at glass. Looks like Falcon at glass, and Royal 2 trying to defend him off.
Royal 2 knew that someone was
Great
going to
play there also by Sentinels. Not only did they have Falcated push in towards pipes, they had players instantly shooting that pipe exit, throwing grenades there. So Royal 2 trying to wall peek there is just getting bombarded by grenades. So Sentinels, having talked through that entirely, saying, hey, when we're pushing through gold or through pipes, we need this help from control side. We need somebody to watch this exit. Perfectly executed there by Sentinels.
And they benefited a decent amount of points as a result of that 30 to boot. Clean shot there on the Renegade. Falcade is going to bring this one across to actually drop it down to the pit.
Game 5 would kind of be crazy, bro. All right, now I'm kind of rooting for Sentinels to see a Game 5, bro.
That'd
be kind of crazy, bro.
Do the check-in at the halfway mark. I would guess that Sentinels should maybe around the 40-ish mark, so we'll see how it transpires, but we could see this game maybe ending around like the 80, 85 point mark. But also we've been seeing in round number 2 so many strong and long setups that at any point they can get this setup, hold it for 50, 60 points in a row.
Exactly. Frosty's got to play this ball. He has no other choice. The pressure was a little too much there from Sentinels. Great push on their end, but because of that, it means play ball, and FaZe are going to go back to the drawing board here.
And Slane could not be any more close. We talked about before when it was around like the 90 to 92. I'm looking at our Prowler right here. It is 123 kills for FaZe and 122 kills for Sentinels.
Very close
just
game.
Neck and neck. It's just coming down to objective efficiency, and Sentinels coming out ahead here in round number 3.
So far, but got FaZe with ball control. It's going to be World 2's got it. It's got some help there with Frosty as well. No one really in the area for Sentinels to challenge it, but they're
trying to get that
across.
rotate.
Yeah.
And this is tough. Frosty trying to lay down fire, keep that ball rotating over through long. But that ball is stopped, and here comes the push from Sentinels. Can any of the spawners help them out? You see Renegade and Snakebite trying to buy time, but too much pressure coming in from Top Glass and from Trippy. They have the numbers, but kills are answers. Gonna be one-on-one precision versus Frosty.
3 down on
They know
each
where each
side.
other's at.
Frosty's got himself the camo. 45 seconds to work with here. Sentinels need this win. If they don't, that's it. It's curtains for the run here at the Halo World Championship.
Oh, boys, getting sweaty here.
So the camo won't really be much of a factor here. Last couple seconds, and now you got someone that's got to get that ball right here and now.
And it's just got to come out FaZe side. Right now, Sentinels are happy to drain this clock. They just want to trade out kills and let this game and round end. But one good ball stack, one grab here from FaZe could be the difference maker. Who's in position?
Wait,
World
what
Two
did he?
grabbing that grapple, probably going back towards bat ledge to
What
grab
did
one
he
back.
just
We'll
say?
see if that comes to play. Ball grab, huge kill from Snakebite.
They can't get it. This is actually going to give them the lead here. There's only 10 seconds left.
Now, how long does he drop is the question. Does he drop it right at 53 and try to slay for 10 seconds? Looks like he wants one extra second of room for error, but that ball goes flying. They've not been dropping up.
Corner though, 3 seconds remaining. They only got 2 points, and that is going to do it. FaZe Clan pick up the win, and Sentinels made them work for that one, inch by inch. But FaZe
Yo, what a wall shape back there.
FaZe just too icy at the end, calm and collected. Only outslayed by 2
No,
kills
what did
and
Wall
winning
Sheep
by
say,
2
bro?
seconds, but
We need to go.
They played it perfectly at the end. Grab that
We
last
need to
ball,
go
scratch
back
the time.
to what Wall
Almost
Sheep
actually
said.
played the ball a little too far out.
Yeah.
If that ball in towards pit, or if that ball too far out past batteries, someone could snag it a second or two.
I will say though, putting it in the corner, that's dirty.
Yeah, the corner's all right.
Because you just chuck as many nades as you can in the corner, man. You know,
I guess that's
true. Imagine you see that grenade, you're like, oh, I'm gonna go
I thought they were just going to hold it in pipe because it felt like they had the numbers there, just keep it in pipe, just lay them out nearby. But, you know, I'm not the 2023 world champion, so what do I know?
Hey, fair.
Oh, everyone's
Neither am I.
leaving.
I never was.
FaZe are making it to Sunday.
Well played by FaZe Clan. They lived to fight another day. It was a tough day, without a doubt. Their one loss coming in the hands of Space Station Gaming in an awesome series that we saw earlier today.
All right, we're gonna
And
watch
Sentinels,
that
you know what, Dave?
other
I have to
series.
Give Sentinels as much
Bonus
credit as we
series,
possibly can.
bro.
Last time we're going to be able to talk about them here, so let's just go ahead and pop off the bottom. We were seeing incredible setups. We were seeing some great snipe plays from Lethal. I want to see more from Precision.
they had on
Boo
these
Dubu
shoes,
is
right?
great. Falcated is fantastic. I am excited, regardless of what happens with these Sentinels boys. So much talent on that side of the field. Curious to see what they do for that next season. But I really did like what we were seeing from them here today. Just wasn't enough.
Could have been, a couple seconds, one direction there. We would have been seeing a game 5, and who knows what would have happened. But what we now currently will be seeing is going to be FaZe Clan versus Pure in the elimination semifinals.
Whew. Damn. I did not think that was going to happen. With Rebellion playing pretty damn good.
Exactly. I mean, that's
Pure had a rough
top
start.
4.
Yeah, that's our top 4.
Got FaZe, Pure, SSG, and Optic.
Well played. Well played. Well, let's see. Is
Wow.
Blaze ready to go? He should be ready. He should be ready in a moment here. I think he's with Royal 2 standing by. So we got Blaze there. We're going to do the NWO. There you go. Take it away, brother.
Thank you so much, G. Seattle, make some noise for FaZe Clan as they have made it to Championship Sunday here on the World Championship weekend. And I got Royal 2 with me, man. How does, you guys came off a loss to Space Station that you guys didn't want to take, this early in the tournament, and you had to bounce back for that for Sentinels, and it was a close game. Did you guys have to really fix anything from that last series to go into this one, or was, the original game plan set?
I think it's just the original game plan. I mean, all the practice and prep we put in for this tournament, there's really not much to change. Once you go into the tournament, that's just kind of it, and you have to play your game. So we lost SSG, but we bounced back.
You definitely did bounce back in this one. Now, the Sentinels team, they was playing hard, and you guys clutched up there with the ball in that round 3. Can you walk those last final moments? Because I know you don't want to go to that map 5.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what was going on that map. Like, I think we were just kind of like, it was just a chaotic oddball. That's definitely not how I think both teams play it, but I think it was just such a grueler that I really don't even know. We just kind of, I saw the ball go flying out top gold, and I thought we were about to lose, but we won, so I was like, you know, we'll take it.
Hey, one play at a time, okay? And that's what got you guys this win. Now, the tournament's not over. Championship Sunday tomorrow, and you're going to be in here bright and early playing Pure as they took down Shopify Rebellion in a 3-0 fashion. How you feeling about that matchup?
I'm feeling good. Actually, we just boot camped for Shopify, so I'd be excited to play them, but unfortunately, I guess they lost, so we also have good matches versus Pier, so I'll be excited to play them too.
All right, yo, it don't matter who in your way, because you know what? You guys are the defending world champions, and we're going to get a chance to see you on a Sunday. Any last words for these fans as they get ready to go home and get some rest for you?
Shout out to all the FaZe fans. You guys are really loud. We appreciate your support. Yeah, just thank you everyone coming out, any type of fans and for the Halo community. I appreciate everybody.
All right, that does it for me and the Sharpshooter Royal 2 on the main stage. Lot, let's close us out.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Well, there you go. The stage was going to be red one way or another, but FaZe, they will take it this time around in this series. Their tournament is still alive. And I got to say, Clutch, it's very reminiscent of last year. This is the run that FaZe made to get their
Damn, man. Gotta be on main stage, bro.
Second for Renegade,
Come on.
and they're looking for a fourth. I think the first two maps here in this series were exactly the form you're looking at from this roster, and it got a little bit dicey towards the middle of the series. Was that Sentinels fighting back? Was that FaZe taking their foot off the gas? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think that Strongholds tells us a lot about FaZe right now because they lost in a very similar fashion against SSG and Strongholds. You got to be concerned about the Stronghold game type for them moving forward in this tournament. If you can't figure out a way to get better and to have better production there, you're going to struggle against the teams that are still left in this tournament. But outside of that, they look clean. Everything in these first two maps were pretty picture perfect, I should say. That map 3, the oddball, that got a little dicey though, and it's a story as old as time with Sentinels so far this year. Close, but not enough in the tank to get the job done. You thought we were going to get a potential game 5 as they broke out to a lead in round 3, but just still not enough, and Sentinels fans are going to be left wanting more by the end of this year once again.
Tony, what stood out to you the most in this series?
What stood out to me really is the battle between Precision and Renegade as far as just main slayers. Honestly, I was actually really impressed by Precision stat-wise. Like, I know he probably topped the lobby when it comes to kills and maybe even damage as well. Really doing everything he can to kind of, you know, will his team forward. And the rest of Sentinels and that Strongholds, that was impressive. That was a win on one of FaZe's favorable game types. So, love that out of Sentinels, but on the other side of things, you know, you got to get it done. And FaZe, obviously, one of the iciest, if not the iciest team in the league. So, would love to look at those stats and see how they go. Oh, there they are.
There they are. Snakebite on the screen right now, highest KD on the FaZe plan. And I was making jokes earlier on. I don't talk about this guy enough personally, but I'll let you guys do the talking on him. He seems to be on every single head-to-head that we show for this team. And rightfully so. It's because he is one of those Mr. Do-It-Alls. We have a few of them in the HCS, and he certainly is one that shines very bright on the main stage, has been picking up an awful lot of kills and objective work as well. The efficiency is definitely coming forward, and I'm sure he's very happy about it.
Yeah, no surprise, Snakebite shows up when FaZe needs him most in this elimination bracket run at a world championship. It's got to be him that steps up and kind of leads by example. He's typically the leader in communication, but that gameplay is one way to set off an elimination bracket round a run here. It's really going to take everybody starting to move forward because there's only 4 teams left in this tournament. Pure is going to obviously be no pushover after 3-0ing a team like Shopify Rebellions, and we've seen Pure have an advantage against FaZe in the past at that Atlanta FaZe event. So you know FaZe still remember that series, even though they beat them at SLC. They're still going to know that Pure are a very real threat, and then Optic and SSG are waiting on everybody to figure it out in the elim bracket.
Let's see how much of a threat Pure really are. Let's take a look at the series rewind that happened on a different screen and a different part of this arena. One that I'm very sad I missed because this is
I'm watching that shit, bro.
Wow. That is a domination from Pure. Beginning things off with the CTF.
That's kind of a spoiler, but
2-1 there.
Whatever.
And honestly, I wouldn't say a super close Slayer. I don't know exactly how it went, whether it was close at certain points, but a 5-kill lead is pretty good and significant in my books. And then that Strongholds, I mean, that's a dominant performance, not hitting that 200-point mark. I gotta say, it seemed that Pure had Shopify Rebellion on the hooks there. I'm just wondering, what occurred? What went down? Honestly, those are my questions I'm posing, because I think that series layout shows me that Pure really woke up and they are here to play. And Tony, you know, what is it about this roster when they are firing on all cylinders makes them so dangerous to even the best teams that we have here?
Yeah, what's crazy because when I heard that Pure were up 2-0 over Shopify Rebellion during that matchup, I was watching both at the same time, and Pure definitely. They're the biggest question marks going into this tournament. We didn't know we're going to see a top 4 Pure or we're going to see a top 12 Pure. And right now we're seeing top 4 and maybe beyond as they go against FaZe in that semifinals. Pure honestly are the ultimate X Factor, the ultimate wild cards. And
wow, they won every game.
They certainly are indeed. They're going to have to face FaZe going into tomorrow. But we do have our winners bracket side of things, where we will have our winners final set in stone. Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming. We'll see who comes out on top this time around, because again, it is also picture perfect from last time. So I'm interested to see who will get the better of one another. Let's take a look at the KD leaderboard, because that might give us some indication of what could be going on. We have Lucid right at the top, and I gotta say, I'm actually really excited to see Lucid on the top of that KD leaderboard. I think he deserves it. I think it's about time we saw some superstarness from him once again. He's always been really good, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's nice to see him start putting his foot forward once again and be the name we talk about.
Well, the Green Wall's got to be excited to see Lucid and Formal there, but traditionally they're always there. It's Trippy that's made his way up to number 4. That's got to be the most impressive name seen on this graphic, and it's a pleasure.
Going crazy.
And it's got to be a massive difference.
Thanks for the new
that
follow.
Trippy is on his A game here at this World Championship. You need him clicking on all cylinders to try and take down the juggernaut that is SSG, and it looks like Trippy has brought that form. We'll see if he has a championship Sunday.
It's also good looks, the fact that there are 3 out of the 4 Optic members on that board right now, because they're all doing their part to open doors for their team in these series. Our MVP legend number 2, and then the general Snakebite number 5. And I gotta say, that's also impressive in itself. I mean, the fact that he's on another
He's on every leaderboard. Yeah. It's almost like he's the greatest of all time. I won't say it, but I'll say it.
I certainly won't say it, that's for sure. I'll be called biased. Let's take a look at what we've got coming your way tomorrow. Beginning your day, we have our elimination semi-final, FaZe versus Pure. They're going to be going back right now doing VOD, both of these teams, to try and figure each other out, because it's go hard or go home. Space Station versus Optic. Shortly after that, our winners final. One will be going into our grand final position. One will fall down into that next matchup, the elim final. It is all to play for. I cannot believe that we are rounding off day 2 of Worlds. You know, I am tired, but I could continue. I am so sad that it's basically over.
Run it back.
I know, literally, run it. Please, let's just run it back. Let's just see.
We got another year.
We do have another year, something that we did find out yesterday.
Yeah, true. Very true. Very true.
4. I mean, one exceptional day it truly has been. Clutch, any highlights for you?
No, I think Pure making the elimination bracket run that they did, even though I didn't get to see much of it, it's a pleasure to know that guys that are so young in their careers, it's the Last Shot's first World Championship as a 4v4 player, and he started in elim round 1 because of how bad Pure played in pools. Well, they've made themselves a run. They're top 4 right now with a chance against a team that they have already beaten this year before to try and get into the top 3. A player like that deserves to start getting some spotlight. He will have the spotlight on him early tomorrow morning.
Certainly will indeed. Tony, there's been upsets.
Wow.
There's been crazy things happening. Potential reverse sweeps on the cost. 3-0s that you weren't expecting.
Gonna watch that Pure series after this.
I mean, I think the same as today. You know, like it's been the season for upsets, but at the same time, when you looked all the way from like round 1 to now, the Big 4 still made it to that semifinals. You have that rematch between SSG and Optic in the winners bracket finals. And although things a little bit different, Rebellion out, missing their first championship Sunday of the year, Pure are in, who are very similar kind of an X Factor team, and I'm excited to watch them. It's going to be really exciting to see that top 4, that championship Sunday.
It certainly is indeed. Well, the fans are trickling out in force. They're getting ready to go to bed, because tomorrow brings an exceptional day of Halo Infinite your way. You know, it's Sunday, and it means one thing: champions will be crowned. This is everything to all of our players, our teams who have worked all season long. You think an event means something? Well, this ring means everything to all players who are still in it to win it.
That was fun to watch this morning, bro.
Halo happening on the main stage.
Oh, that was
series
fun.
After series, dreams coming true, dreams
what a great day, man.
Crushed.
It's like the highlights of the day, bro.
Here in Seattle bring. You'll have to find out tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, and we'll see you for more Halo Championship Series.
Damn, they have like a highlights of the day, bro. Already cooking. They're already cooking, bro. That's amazing. Look how fast these guys can edit videos, content, putting it on. Like, yo, bro, these guys are goats. Goats, bro. Look what happens when you have like a team behind you of people that are just grinders, bro. Like, look at this. They already have a highlight reel, bro. Amazing. GG. Amazing, yo. Good job. Alright, let's watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the HCS Halo World Championships live in Seattle. And the games don't stop just yet. Shopify Rebellion up against Pure. Both teams playing for their tournament life. Both teams very familiar with one another. Of course, some of them teaming together once upon a time and actually having their best ever placement once upon a time. Talik and Druk meet against familiar foes in Soul Snipe. Flags will get pushed forward. Cycle driving this one, and almost as quick as a flash. This game started off with a bang. Cycle spins around the diamond, sticks 2 players.
Wow.
What just happened?
That's so good from Cycle. That might just allow them to secure a flag.
No
here.
face cams kind of sucks.
Soul Snipe's going to be able to grab it. Yeah, this is going to be
so
the first
good
flag
to
going
watch.
in favor of Shopify Rebellion. And remember, this match is for top 4. So Shopify Rebellion
scored right
just
away.
losing
Wow.
out to Optic Gaming. Will drop down into the elimination bracket, currently sitting in top 6. Pure just came off the back of winning a Game 5 against Quadrant to secure themselves in top 6. So this almost feels fitting. This is the kind of game I think people have been asking for Shopify Rebellion, right? They've had that top 3 placement a few times, but now they have to battle through the elimination bracket to... I'm not saying they didn't earn their position in the top 3, but now they really have to go through the grindy route to top 4 and above.
Well, this is almost uncharted territory for them, right? Because previously they've been in the winners finals and then the elimination finals. They've never really had to get to the elimination finals through this avenue. And there was always question marks. Would you place top 3 when you come up against an Optic or an SSG before the winners finals? But we're going to find out one way or another what these two teams have in store for us. And Rebellion already taking the lead. Cherish is trying to push this flag down. Long haul, excuse me. Druk will push top tower. He will fall. So this flag is not going to get much progress now. Last shot probably forced to back this one up. As members of Rebellion do come down long haul straight into the welcoming bandit shots, but the flag, most importantly, has been sent home.
You know what the craziest thing is about this bracket is if you think back to pool play, Quadrant beat Sentinels 3-0.
Yep.
ITB beat Pure. But now Pure and Sentinels have just gone on to outplace ITB and Quadrant by beating their respective teams
That's
on the
funny.
other side. And it really is funny how those matchups can work.
Yeah.
And it means
True.
that both European teams finish in top 8. Of course,
Poland,
there
we
is a
have
third
Rockets,
European
2
team
dead.
baseline who finished top 16.
He didn't use the repulse, and
but
now
Europe-
his OS is basically...
Is that a
It's a
disappointment?
little bit OS.
Maybe.
I think
Oh my gosh.
I think top 6 was definitely doable, and they would love to be in this position where you are trying to compete for a top 4. But anyway, enough about Europe. They're
It's
not
nice
in
to
the
see
tournament
here
anymore.
tomorrow.
It's all
Imagine they
about
beat...
Shopify.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. You never know.
Who can be the ones to march on and get into that
Andreas,
semi-final?
what's
Because
good,
on the
homie?
other side of that bracket, it's going to be FaZe and Sentinels, which is also another juicy matchup
What is
for
good,
various different
homie?
reasons.
Well, I have a wonderful idea if you want to follow me here.
All right, follow.
Europe no longer in the competition.
Yep.
Can't we just call this team Pure? And that way we can try and, by association,
Europe,
eliminate
bro.
Whoa!
I wish I could talk in the chat, bro, but
Cherished.
it's a reason. Yeah, that's so funny. They said pure
On a
up.
dime, snipes Soul.
That's funny.
And yes, can we just claim Pure as Europe now? And of course, we do still have Legends,
Europe,
so
bro.
lots to be thankful
Oh,
for.
What?
Cherished. He's doing it again, and to the same player. Soul Snipe, you've got to stop walking into him.
Oh, if he had hit that,
All right, someone laughed for me in the chat. Perfect.
then I would have questioned all of my sanity. Yes,
or
I think,
all of his.
I think yes, we can claim Pure.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, we can make the rules, really, at this point. But for Rebellion, it's going to be how they bounce back after their loss to Optic Gaming. Remember, if you think about recent tournaments, they would lose in the winners' final, and then they would lose in the elimination final. So they weren't in the elimination bracket for very long. Cherish is just continuing to find heads here. There's 3 dead on the side of Pure, but Cherish is still alive, and he can really be a distraction method here for Pure.
Just quietly going about his business here, ripping faces is Cherished. 7-4-4, behind enemy lines with the sniper rifle. They spot him out, hits the body, Bandit comes out of his pockets, hits the face. And all of a sudden he's in prime real estate to pull this flag out. And although they know exactly where he's positioned, knowing and stopping it are 2 very different things entirely. Soul Snipe's shields were tagged up just a touch, and that's why he was hesitant to push out and take the fight. And he's been rewarded. His mental's there, and they're going to trade. But ultimately, numbers now favor Rebellion. Druk nowhere to be seen when it comes to getting close, and with good reason. He has his eyes set on Overshield instead. And into the chest it goes. Can he now drive his team forward?
Everyone keeps missing the repulses.
To see if they can survive long enough to get into Championship Sunday. All 4 dead on the side of Pure, and a chance for Shopify to run another flag here. It's going to be somewhat unorthodox run. It's going to be down under training, it looks like, but the spawns might just disrupt things here. And even after a 4 dead, it looks like this flag might not be going anywhere.
Important for Rebellion. They've already got what they need. A 1-0 advantage. So, it's for Pure to venture forward, it's for Pure to apply pressure, and for them to ask questions of Rebellion, because, like I say, the early pressure, the opening start that Rebellion had, has garnered success, and now forces Pure's hand. They have got to be the ones to move, and ultimately that will then open the door for some opportunities and some mistakes.
Flag's going to be pulled again. This time it's going to be last shot trying to run it. It's going to be Torlik and Druk getting kills alongside it, so this flag is going to be moving. Mental's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders! Oh my god, that's one way to stop a flag. Sure, it's still going to be moving at the moment, but Mental has maybe single-handedly kept Shopify Rebellion ahead here.
Taking a look at the slays on the side of Pure, Cherish 9-5 and 7, but it's Druk with 7-1 and 12. And he could be the outlier. They need his performance levels to increase here. Down in the game, and they need just a little bit more, and Torlik will spin around, hit the body, and it's good enough to take out Suppressed. Soul Snipe will just de-scope Torlik and not make that shot comfortable and easy for him, as he controls Sword for now. Soul Snipe doing a little bit of poke damage. Cherished is there though, along with last shot to take out Soul Snipe. So, with a double kill on the board now, Torlik turns his attentions towards Cycle and indeed Long Haul. Suppressed is there too, but members of Rebellion spawning up on the flag and indeed over towards that Mauler side. So, a lot of work to be done. But last shot locks in another kill. This is good for Pure. They're starting to lay siege. They're starting to see some results. Slays are going in their favor. Damage is being done, but no flag pull for just now. And that's important, hugely important that Cherish didn't trade out that kill there.
Good shots from Suppressed. And Shopify look to try and hold on to this 1-0 lead. They could very easily win this game at 1-0, by the way, and just say to Pure, look, you're the ones who have to make a move. You're the ones who have to try something here. Shopify also have an Overshield to work with. Really, they would love an early map win to get over the hangover of that loss to Optic Gaming. If you didn't see it, where were you? But also, Shopify Rebellion
hold on.
like they were going to secure game 4. Send it.
The FFA's going on right now. Hold on.
Many kills as possible in 15 minutes. Your deaths do not matter unless there's a tiebreaker. If you have the same number of kills as someone else, then it goes to deaths after that. So the name of the game really is just get into the mix as much as possible, rack up as many kills.
Sing us in with the raid, thank you, homie.
Players' kills along the way.
Much appreciated. Hope you're enjoying Worlds today.
In this lobby, and we're on board with the competitor themselves. HCS 473 for now, but we'll get the names up on your screen here momentarily.
Nice,
Working on
that'd
a
be
flank
awesome.
here on P2. A little late to get those shots in. Earns an assist instead, and Eli, an assist is almost worse than a death in the free-for-all.
I have to agree with you. It's just a kill that you've given to somebody else. As we see one of these players hit a nice late jump tech there. We're going to probably see that quite a bit. Free-for-all is the avenue in which the most individually skilled players in the pool rise to the top. We're going to see some very impressive plays. We're also going to see a lot of trades, though. So I think that trading is incredibly important because as long as you're getting one kill before you die, you can feasibly keep pace with the rest of the lobby.
Trades are the name of the game. That'll earn you some money, but if you want to win the lion's share of that $25,000, you got to find +2 and even +3 outcomes with each of your lives. As HCS 470 goes down, so too does 467 in the fridge. 7, the high side. In this lobby with multiple players tied, it's Goober. Man, we expected to win this tournament. Bastos at 7 as well. Kid Nasty at 7. It's highly contested off the start.
No surprise at all for Goober to take an early lead, but that's actually a great sign for him. Typically, when we've seen him win, he's been middle of the pack kind of for most of the game, and then only in the last 5 minutes does he surge into the lead. But for him to start off this hot tells me that he might be ready to just play hot for the entire 15 minutes and run away with it. But it's Bastos, who was a player I wanted to highlight a lot on that ascending baseline roster from EU. Kind of a newcomer in the EU scene as far as I've seen. I was not familiar with him previous to him being on that team, but he is an incredibly talented, individually skilled player, and I think he's going to go far in this.
Goober still in the lead. Not anymore, though. Excuse me. Bastos takes it with 11. Kid Nasty coming up pretty close. 3 players tied for second place. And as 10s across the board as we hop on board with the kid himself, pushing into the generator. As a player below him, to his left now, trying to chase out the damage, and a ninja attempt not gonna go through. As Kid Nasty adds 1 to the scoreboard, but not 2, and might be looking back on that. Trade stickies, that's gonna be another key win condition here, Eli.
There's 2 sets of plasma grenades that spawn on this map, 1 in the P2 side, 1 at car 2. So 2 on opposite sides of the map. Those are gonna be massive tools to get those trades in situations you wouldn't otherwise be capable to get them. And we're gonna have to see which one of these players utilizes those options as much as possible throughout this game.
Eli, we have seen Goober go on a tear in the final 5 minutes of these free-for-all finals, but in the first 5 minutes, he's up 15. It's the highest kill count in the lobby. He's got a separation of 3 now after scoring 16. Mortally close with 13. Bastos still in the mix with 13. Kid Nasty right there with 12. Just about everybody in the lobby. I'd say 6 out of 8 players right now are in contention for the win. We hop on board here with Bastos, looking to close the gap between he and Goober. Finds the trade, I believe, on Goober himself there in the generator. So everybody close here in the first 4 minutes of your free-for-all finals.
Keep in mind, respawn timers are very short in FFA, only 6 seconds. So you really should not care at all if you're gonna die. Throw yourself into a fight. Make sure you're part of the action. In other cases, though, one strategy I've seen work for Goober is he's a bit more patient, I think. He does try to get into the action quickly, but if he sees or hears 2 people fighting, he will wait for his chance to pick off both and perhaps get a double kill he wouldn't have otherwise earned.
Here we go, hopping on board here with Lego, looking to build some more slays brick by brick, but he goes down. Heatwave, not G8 here in the free-for-all finals, as Tapping Buttons has that in his hands, one of the best players in 4v4 HCS competition. As we now hop back on board here with Lego, looking to push out towards the yellow fridge. Spots multiple players on the pink side. Tapping Buttons looking to clean up on some of that damage, and he does! It's a triple kill for Tapping Buttons.
Triple kill.
But despite the triple, it's a 6-kill advantage against him versus Deputy Goober. Bastos still close, Kid Nasty still close, but my God, Goober is on a tear.
Already building 4-kill separation, pretty massive. He does go down in that moment, so for the next 10 seconds or so, Bastos, Kid Nasty have a little bit of a chance to catch up to the guy in first. I want to point something else about his stat line. Look at the assist column. He has the least assists in the lobby. He's not feeding kills to his opposition. He's only shooting when he is certain that he's going to finish the kill.
And that's where that patience pays off, Eli. Maybe the slow and steady does win the race. We've all known about the folklore between the tortoise and the hare, and Deputy Goober maybe taking a little bit of both, combining for a really fast turtle or something here in the free-for-all finals. I don't know exactly what we're seeing from Goober. It's something remarkable, though, as he finds another slay. 24 on the board. He's starting to run away with it.
Look at this. While one shot rotates to the other side of the generator, he's also very in tune with the spawn system. He knows how he walked his way instead of sprinting into this util because he knows it's possible during that small window of time there could have been a spawner there. He's ready for fights that are going to happen. all over the map. He does pick up an assist there without being able to pick off that kill. And a few kills actually get away from him here. If his timing was just slightly a little bit faster, might have had a few more kills in that situation. Does find one here, though, to keep pace.
And it's going to take a killing spree from the competition, the field. If they want to get back in this one, absolutely madness! How? As Goober stays alive, you thought he would have taken the trade. It seemed like he was setting up for it. Hey, I'm in the lead up 6. I'll take a trade, but he stays alive somehow. That was nuts.
Reversal kills coming out massive. How is he still growing this lead? He's all the way up to 27. All of a sudden, though, we haven't talked about Lego too much since this game started. He's all of a sudden in second, tied with Kid Nasty. Astos going through a bit of a cold spell here. Hasn't got too many kills in the last minute or so.
Keep in mind, Lego has 19 deaths to the 21 for Goober, so if it were to come down to a tiebreaker in the end, Lego would win that out. Drop it on board. Instead, though, with Kid Nasty pushes his way into yellow. Switching back to Goober, he goes down.
Yo, 55 bits from Eva Unit saying enjoying the madness with stress. Let's go. I'm enjoying it with you too, Eva Unit. Quadruple 04. Let's go.
I don't think he did, so he has 1 frag left to work with. Cross map shots don't connect. He gets taken down by a frag. Goober adds to that lead. He's the first to the 30s with a triple kill to his name. Jeff Stites are getting hype, and so are we.
One thing we don't talk about enough in FFA is how important headshot accuracy is, because Astos had that kill for sure if he just landed the headshot, but he doesn't. Somebody else picks off the headshot from across the map. So important.
Yo, we got the drop.
Spartan will survive.
You already know what's good, Virgo.
While one shot if you do not hit the head, but just one in the head. So all these guys looking to pick off as many kills as they can, both the ones that they start and other fights that they pick off.
Mortally, a mortal enemy to Goober. Works his way through Generator, but he can't push that direction just yet. He's got 3 players. Almost looks like a 4v4 Team Slayer scenario where 3 are looking at you from the top side with pink control as Goober has the overshield. Needs no more advantage in this lobby, but he's got one in his suit. Half of that overshield left to work with. Only up by 4. So
favorite moment?
Lego might just be a player to watch out for in the final half of this free-for-all.
Tell you what, the top 3 players in the lobby currently are
the 1v1 this morning.
Everything
Everything like outside of the fucking tournament, like the cosplay was sick, and the 1v1 I thought was really fun to watch. I got so intense with that 1v1. Literally went to round 5.
To fruition here.
It was 4-4 and Bound got the last kill with the heat wave. Like that was so insane, bro.
That just goes to show how talented tapping is.
To me, that was like the most fun
today.
today.
Got a triple kill. Now he's getting killing sprees.
But the
and
tournament,
I cannot state enough, Eli, how difficult that is to do in a free-for-all lobby. Now that killing spree back up to a 5+1 lead, make it 6. But Lego's still close. Lego goes back to the respawn screen. So now this is an opportunity for Goober to grow on this lead.
Goober!
Minute on the clock. The overshield spawns as well. See another one pop up in about 50 seconds.
Here's a goofy Goober.
Bandits and grenades gonna be the choice for these players. Another 3-shot beatdown trade comes out. Both players kind of satisfied with that outcome. Tell you what, Goober is always going to be satisfied with that while he has this lead. Nice late jump.
Oh, pooed on.
PR action there.
Yeah, cosplay was sick, bro.
Huge pickup. He's now over 8 over second place.
Oh my gosh, bro. Thank goodness they put on Porky J's gameplay, bro.
He gets as he earns it with the sticky martyrdom. He goes down,
guy's
but not
going crazy with everything.
Another slay on the verge of 40 in this lobby, and everybody else is just getting into the 30s. Goober absolutely dominating here, taking advantage of every opportunity, and now he is
He's
into
shitting
the
on
40s.
everyone. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Oh, he secures the 3-shot beatdown, bro.
Yeah, he's
guy's
just
cooking,
bro.
bro.
The lobby ever since the beginning. He has
Look at him.
He has not
cooking, bro.
Keep in mind, an FFA
Oh,
is
he's
always
cooking,
possible
bro.
to run through a dry spell where you just can't finish any kills. You're not finding
Back
the right
to Goober,
players. Your
yes.
timing's just a little bit off. So
Look at him, look at him.
possible he runs
Check
through a
him,
dry
goddamn
spell. That's what
SSB.
everybody
Look
else
at
in
this
this
guy.
lobby has to hope for right now. They need to hope that Goober loses some of this
Oh,
fight.
listen for the fight. Listen for the fight. Don't be the fight. Oh shit, don't be the fight. Oh shit. Oh, it doesn't matter. He puts himself in a position to get the trade. That's crazy. Go back to Goober, bro. Go back to Goober, man. Come on.
I mean, yeah, the reality is every single
yes, bro. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, see that? Oh, get this kill.
The next round. Now
He's
there's no
gonna
more
say,
rounds.
bro.
Everything comes down to this FFA.
No. Go back to Goober, bro. They just put on someone else until Goober spawns, bro.
Every single payment spot is usually around $1,000.
Actually, no, they're getting into action. Here we go. Oh my gosh.
he's just looking to find.
Yo, he's at 10 more than everyone else. Look at this guy.
Oh,
Oh, but bro, he always puts himself in. He'll throw a nade and get a beat down.
10 above.
He said,
Lego
"Fuck it,
in
bro.
second place.
Go back to Goober,
And
bro."
Lego is 4 ahead of the next player.
Come on, come on,
Sorry,
come on,
3
come
now.
on.
The tapping gets a trade there, but
Yes, bro.
I mean, this
Yo,
is-
W
with just
fucking
3.5
observer.
minutes on the clock, I don't think it's
W.
even possible
Oh, look
for
at him, look at
Goober to
him.
lose. He might have already locked it up. Of course, he's not going to
Not yet,
put the
but
controller
oh my.
down, but it almost feels like he
You
could.
gotta lock that kill. I was gonna say, you kind of fucked up taking that much damage, but get that. You have stickies out. He has to have stickies out.
The World Championship, so
Boom.
we're gonna have to maintain.
This guy's locked.
Look at that
This
again.
guy's locked,
Utilizing the
bro.
sticky trade, utilizing the thrust
Fucking
trade.
locked,
Uber is
bro.
finding ways to manufacture trades,
fucking
even in
locked.
situations where it looks like he's down and out.
By the way, a few people might be
Trade.
confused about seeing the Heat Wave. Heat Wave was not GA'd. I actually asked, some prominent FFA players, are you
Yeah,
guys
give them
going
all
to
some
GA
love,
the,
you know?
the Heat Wave in FFA? They're like, nah, man, that's our only power weapon. Like, let us play with something. So
Oh, for real?
They still use it. It's totally
Goes at
fine,
50.
as is the Overshield, which looks like a couple players are
Uba.
trying to go for. Overshield's still down top center. If one of these players could potentially
thanks
get
for
it,
the follow.
You might think that could be an
Uh,
avenue to get a lot of kills, but to be honest, Overshield doesn't
Arth.
have as much value in FFA as
I
it does in
lower Arth
4v4.
and
Yeah, 4
ambition.
players
Appreciate
optimally
it,
can
guys.
shoot you in those team slayers, but in free for all, you get shot by 7 people at once. That's like you never had an Overshield at all. Goober is the first to reach 50. He's got an 8-kill lead. 2:30 left on the clock. It feels like a victory lap for the man who got second place at last year's Halo World Championship.
Just adding to his resume as an FFA player. This man used to compete in Force, by the way, under the name Porky J. Might remember him on that X-Set roster from Season 1, but decided, you know what, I don't enjoy the 4v4 politics. I like to play FFA. I like to only rely on myself. And this is the result. This man's hard work has really been put on display.
Walks to the beat of his own drum. Now beats down his opposition for his 53rd slay in this lobby. Less than 2 minutes left, and it is all but over. Eli, we've casted every single one of these grand finals, and it's usually come down to the final second, the final slay. This is not going to be the case this time. Goober is putting on a clinic and is now just 90 seconds away from glory and $10,000.
This feels like a fight for 3rd place right now. Lego seemingly locked up 2nd place. Closest after that is Kid Nasty with 41, and a lot of players kind of in that late 30s number. Kind of a low-scoring FFA from some of the ones that we've seen before, but it's because Goober's just soaking up all the kills.
Final minute 12. And now it's an opportunity for every single one of these players to win one extra gunfight, to win a little bit of extra cash. Tapping buttons, looking for the double. Gets one. Nade toss out, trying to gather a little bit more frag damage, but he's going to leave both of those players down to car 1. Tapping button's going to work his way back to the base as Mortally works his way back up to the top side of the map, but against an Overshield, that's a win just to get a trade.
Insane to get a trade on the Overshield player. Heat Wave certainly has something to do with it. We might see a triple kill here. Looks like Tapping Buttons will get all 3, not in the triple kill variety, but he just jumped a lot of places on the scoreboard.
I tied him up with Kid Nasty at the moment.
That's huge. Kid Nasty did get a slate right afterwards, but Tapping really trying to earn himself some extra dollars here after his 4v4 run got cut short. Can he do it?
Perfect.
Goober has won every single free-for-all finals except for the big one. Last year getting 2nd place to last shot, but now it looks like Goober is going to claim the crown at 57 slays.
Oh, can Mose get second? Can Mose get second?
Who your free-for-all world champion is. Congratulations to Goober, who takes home 1st place.
What an insane, he
Wow.
went wire to wire. He started with the lead. He ended with the lead. At any point in this game, if you tuned in, Deputy Goober was in the lead, and he is the reason, that's the reason why we predicted this guy. He's just the best FFA player in the world, and even Gunplexion, who won the last FFA at Salt Lake, he said, yeah, I got to give it up to Goober. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. That's what he said.
He did it for Goober, too.
He did it for Goober.
So I think we can all be very happy, Ali, that the man who got 2nd place last year, like I said, he's won at least 8 lands, it feels like, in HCS competition, but he hasn't won the big one until now. So big ups to Goober. Waited a year for this, and it all pays off in the end. I love that story.
Congrats to Goobers once again for taking the the biggest share of the $25,000 prize pool after getting 2nd place. Finally, he gets his place.
Fitting that he wins $10,000. He won by 10, Allie. This is
By
the most
10. Wow,
dominant
10K.
free-for-all finals, Garrett, we've ever seen.
Yeah, and honestly, it was almost like we were watching the battle between second, third, and fourth than it was that we were watching first. And honestly, Mose was able to make a huge comeback at the end to steal third place away from Kid Nasty.
Yep.
So, and like we're talking about, it's like $1,000 each one of those places you can go up. So hey, shout out to Mose representing Europe, getting himself over to third.
Yeah, Mose from Italy, I believe. That's a long journey back home, but it's going to feel a lot nicer. You might upgrade the flight a little bit, kick back, get a glass of champagne. We'll have to see.
Let's take a look at this replay right here. That was just a triple from who?
That triple earlier was a pick from Goober. I mean, we saw Tapping
Goober
Buttons
just
got
ran with
one. Goober got one. Tapping Buttons almost got one here. Which
A Nighthawk is a world champion, bro.
Does get the slay and the trade.
I like that.
But yeah, like you said, Garrett, it felt like a fight for second place from the opening bell.
Yeah, this was it. They're all tied 43. It was Mose, Tapping, and Kid Nasty. Now we see Mose get a critical kill, double kill here to get himself into third. And then shout out to the two FFA grinders, right, in this lobby. Lego and Goober taking first and second, respectively. Such a cool story to see those that were grinding for this moment were able to come to the call. One of the more stacked FFA lobbies. There's so many pro players.
I was just about to say that.
The competition was so stacked, and I was seeing in chat how people were saying like FFA is so tough. Well, it got tougher here because we had so many pro players also in the scene competing. FFA is a whole different beast, isn't it?
It's a totally different skill set. I mean, in 4v4, you got 3 other guys that are watching your back at all times. Ideally, not my matchmaking teammates, but like the people that are playing it here, they've got people watching their back. You know what I'm saying? But like in FFA, it's just you. It's just you against the world, and you got to trust your instincts. You got to win your fights. You've got to be more individually skilled than the other players in the lobby to come out ahead. You got to get crafty with grenades and angles, and it's just a totally different game than 4v4.
Yeah, you're right. In 4s, you're playing for max damage. You're playing for assist. That couldn't be further from the fact.
I like that, bro. I like that. Let's go, Porky J.
It's going to turn into a slay.
Yo, Gray Fox, appreciate the follow.
A knife to the chest. You're helping out the opponent when you do that, not your teammates, because you don't got none in free-for-all. So big ups to Goober. Played that about as efficiently as you could imagine. I guess he was writing the book on how to play masterful free-for-all.
No, he completely had the formula for FFA down, and he is the champion for the 2024 FFA Finals. Congrats to Goober once again, guys. We're going to be back tomorrow, so I need to let you know what to expect. We're going to be up early at 11 a.m. We're going to have our pre-show. We're going to go over the bracket, the championship bracket. We're going to go over our fantasy draft as well. If you guys are interested in seeing what place are we in, Tools?
I just happen to be in first. Eli right here, he's right behind me. I'm kind of nervous. He's got a good team here, but the fantasy Halo, I think has been a great addition for folks that are curious about what we're talking about. I mean,
these stats are from Friday, the end of
Friday.
No
way they didn't do a Goober fucking
scores, and we'll get to see that tomorrow. I don't know. Tools is a little like extra confident. Do you think he has a right to be extra confident?
Yeah, because he rigged it.
He's literally cheating. Like,
he's literally cheating.
Hold on. Didn't you blame me earlier for?
Hey, look.
Yeah, that's projection.
Okay.
I think. No, it's like it's the world against us. You know what I'm saying? It's the two of us.
I mean, we got first and second pick. We're technically favorites to get first and second in this, right? So, I don't know.
Yeah, actually, if you look at it relative to draft pick, I think I'm in first place. So, take that for what you will. I mean,
he's punching up the hardest, I guess. Yeah.
I'm curious to see how much things will change from today, from Friday to today, and then tomorrow, obviously, as stats up.
Yeah, my favorite thing about this graphic is it doesn't say 8th, it just says last. Like, red and bold.
That's funny as hell, bro. Nah, not even 8th, bro. Just last.
Tim being in last when we're in competition.
That's funny as hell.
It started in Kauffman Stadium in front of 60,000 when I won the 1v1.
When is this 1v1 happening? That's what we'll ask you tomorrow, because tomorrow we'll be back on the pre-show, but we will start the show after at 12 as well with FaZe versus Pure at 12 p.m. Pacific time. But be here early for the pre-show because we got a lot to break down. I'll see you guys on the next one, which is tomorrow. Catch this replays right after this.
All right, that was cool. Congrats.
This to a game 5, but Optic Gaming over
Bam,
100-point deficit
sick.
to win map 4 and to send Shopify down into the elimination bracket here. And now Pure look to maybe try and take advantage of it, but just that early cap I think was perfect for Rebellion, just to try and wipe away a few of those memories.
3 dead.
Yeah, thanks for the kick follow, Charlotte Covenant. Appreciate it.
Turn his attentions
Welcome.
homeward and ensure this flag pull will be very difficult to push forward, doing a lot of damage. And it's capitalized. Mental was there to clean up on the 2 one-shots that were created by Soul Snipe. Good work. When you're last man standing, doing that much damage and ensuring the fresh spawners have a much easier task of cleaning up the pieces and clearing house. That was good.
They said pure
It
up.
means that the questions that Pure were asking, Rebellion had the answers.
That shit was so funny.
Pure need to ask a few more questions, I think.
Maybe in a different language.
Just try something a little bit different.
These are funny.
Sniper's coming up, and Suppressed is going to be more than happy to take that one and just sit on tower. Well, he would be if he wasn't dead. Cherish now with a brilliant opportunity to put this sniper to use again, but he does see teammates going down. All 3 of them actually have fallen, so now you have even more responsibility to stay alive.
Cherish then remains down here. It's as though he's expecting a little bit of trouble to come his way. Soul Snipe top tower, and he spotted him out, but Cherish didn't care. Rips the face. Drives forward again for his team. I believe there was a player still over towards Sword. I'm not sure whether he got spotted out. As a matter of fact, he moved the bottom middle. Cherish spots him. Hitting lovely body shots is cherished here. Creating openings for his team. Soul Snipe will have to try and stop this flag. He's done so. Perhaps Cherished could have been a little bit quicker to provide that cover fire when you hear your opponent is firing and you hear flag carriers taking damage.
He didn't know from where, that's why.
And deduce where it's coming from, but ultimately the flag's down on the bridge. And Cherish is going to have to do a lot of work here to ensure this flag not only stays alive, but it then pushes forward. And just like that, it goes home. All the kills that Cherish is getting, there's no value being extracted.
No, he did peek out a little bit early as well before his shields had come back
I
previously.
say, they're GAing OS.
Do a little bit more damage, had been somewhat more patient, but they are still alive on this tower side, and they have an overshield. So this, if any opportunity is going to arise, it would come from this push now from Pure. Trying to scout out those players from Shopify, and they found their first victim.
Spots one. And there's 3 players.
Wow, that's going to be a cap for sure.
And last shot picks the pockets of 3. 4 dead, go Rebellion. The setup's been broken wide open, and the siege has been successful now. Cherished, with flag in hand, tiptoes his way towards home base and ties us up with very little time left on the board.
Have Pure been able to set up for a back-to-back? That's the question. Off of the spawn, Rebellion are fighting into their flag. Been in control for so long, but now in the final moments, they've suddenly given Pure that opportunity. They do shut down last shot and Cherish, though. Druck, the last remaining player on this side of the map, does convert 1, but can't convert 2. And it may be overtime to try and settle these
baby.
2 teams, but there is still 1 remaining lurker. Here he is.
He's been spotted, and they have sniffed him out. Last shot then, pushing green box. Will both teams now settle just for the reset? Playing defense's last shot. Will he be able to push forward, get a flag touch, and just make this one tough? He's going to venture forward, but not going to have enough time. We're going to have a reset. Next.
Can we see Pure replicate what they did previously with a perfect execution after getting the overshield, and then shutting down all those players in the mauler? Last shot's going to be the one who has the sniper rifle, but whiffs a couple. Cherish is looking to hunt down the enemy.
Fortunately for him, he's not going to have to hunt for too long because there's a lot of enemies. As a matter of fact, maybe he wasn't the one doing the hunting, he was the prey. Last shot's in Sword, he's got sniper rifle in his hands. Didn't quite connect with that body shot, it would seem. Soul Snipe did back away, so maybe he got a little something on him. And here comes Soul Snipe up through the runway. All of a sudden, 3 go down for Pure. Druck managed to get 1, as did Cherished. Cherished last man standing, and Mental settles for just controlling the sniper rifle as he pushes back home with it. These are cagey moments. These are nervy moments. These two teams more than aware of what this series means.
Mental doesn't want to pass up this sniper rifle. Only a few bullets left, but
Oh.
he really doesn't want to pass up that
Wow.
sniper rifle.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Natty. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel.
Send it off the map. Send it to the gods. Stolik now looks to try and, I think, help his team, but he's playing ring around the roses in the moment. They do find Soul Snipe and collapse onto him. This is where they had success before, was gaining
Yo, what
tower
up, Loco?
control, and then utilizing the overshield to push
Welcome
in,
back.
forcing the spawns at Mauler, and then collapsing on Rebellion. But they don't have the overshield this time, so I wonder whether they're just going to start putting the motions in place by controlling the tower side. 3 are dead for Rebellion now. Soul Snipe also falls. All 4 are dead. Do you have control of the spawns here? The answer is yes. They're going to be spawning at Snipe. This is a flag run that definitely can happen.
This has been surgical from Pure. Getting themselves back into the game with that flag capture in the final moments. But then pushing to the tower side and then forcing their way back over to the high side. Making sure spawns come on the low.
Wow.
He's made it back home as cherished. He slammed it in. Both flag captures coming through his hands.
Incredible, but that's the...
Damn, they were going crazy. Wow.
Championship. We are in the elimination quarterfinals.
I know. Well, day 2 is actually sick. Loco.
Shopify Rebellion find themselves 1 down to Pure. And both teams fighting for their tournament lives and to try and break into the top 4 at the Halo World Championship. 3-1 lead for Pure to start things off. Suppress Cycle and Soul Snipe have fallen. Suppress, though, still up with the shock rifle. Excuse me, it was just Cycle and Soul Snipe, therefore. I'm going to sneeze.
He did sneeze. Elsewhere, in our other elimination quarterfinals, he's actually sneezed multiple times, folks.
It's 3 sneezes.
FaZe Clan are 1-0 to the good and looking to double their series lead. They're ahead by a significant margin in the Slayer. On this very map mode combination, as a matter of fact.
Triple kill
for Druk.
From Pure.
Very
Good
quickly
start from
turning
Pure.
attention.
Over!
Straight back to Druk with the overkill.
Challenge for the kill tag. Imagine. He literally is.
Cowards. Face him.
Face him.
It's a great start for Pure.
Damn.
Playing at the Halo World Championship to compete to get into Championship Sunday earlier on this year. I would not have believed you. He has been through a lot.
I would have had one question. Is the Halo World Championships in Canada?
He has had a tough time this season, but it is great to see him back and competing in the HCS. And boy, has he exploded back onto the scene. He was exactly what the rest of these Pure players were looking for in terms of a teammate to round out this roster that has really dominated some other teams at times. Remember, they had that incredible upset against FaZe back in Atlanta.
This is crazy, bro.
Back on the map when they got into top
I know,
4.
Sigason.
Boy, would they love to replicate.
People in the comments are saying that Shopify was checked after the Optic match, and that you have to play right away after in tournaments.
Against Sentinels.
And then Pure caught them off guard, bro.
Druk is back amongst the best.
Pure caught them off guard.
The world's elite, and it's exactly where he belongs. Halo wouldn't be the same and wasn't the same without him. And you heard of the problems, the trials, the tribulations. You feared the worst, you thought maybe his career would be cut short. But he's been able to figure it out, he's been able to make it work. And the Halo Championship Series is a better place because of it. The score though, 18-11.
Yeah, these are the ranked maps,
the good work being put down by Druk.
This map isn't ranked.
3-2 has resulted in a nice healthy lead here. And you just start to wonder, is the occasion getting the better of Rebellion? Because the expectation would be that they would put Pure to the sword. They're good friends, of course, absolutely. But
good fucking stick.
if you ask those Rebellion players, they would
Dude, they're
feel they
shitting
are
on them low key.
But right now, it is Pure.
Dude, what the fuck?
Just continue to compound the misery of Rebellion. They need Mental to hit more shots like that. They're going to get back into this Slayer.
Yeah, I think so,
Rebellion,
Sigason, yep.
It would be such a bitter end to the season if they had all these top 3s where they were getting better and better, it seemed, on
and then
Sundays,
they get a top
and
6
then
at Worlds.
arrive
Yeah,
at Halo
for
World
real.
Championship and end up falling short at top 6. And sadly, all those questions where people ask, well, what would have happened if they had had a different bracket? You're going to get all those people that are haters of the game that would maybe say, oh, maybe we were right. So if Rebellion want to stop them from being said haters,
I know,
they have
Eva.
to try and find a response here against
Oh,
Pure.
you get
They're
that
down by
number
10.
3-bit badge?
It's not easy to come back on Solitude when you are stuck in constant spawn traps, but if you can flip things over and gain
pretty
control,
good here.
then you can snowball your way into victory.
I will say, haters are very passionate, and they're also very good at what they do, because even if Rebellion were to win this one and end up in the top 3 eventually, they would just say, well, it was because of some other reason. They're very good at it.
They will always find a way to hate. That's why they're called haters.
That's what they do.
There's a lot of them on social media, I will say.
That's what they do best.
It's not hard to be nice, everyone.
Cherished one player not being nice to the competition right now. 9, 5, and 7. Camouflage in his chest as well. 15 kills required to close out this game number 2. They desperately want to as well. How, in what way, in what world has he been spotted out? Not even pushing forward. He was moving backwards, and Suppress seen him.
I feel like it was a lucky grenade that just lit up his outline. Lit up his backside, it felt like.
He was lit up one way or another.
But he is able to survive. The camo amounts to nothing, but they still have an 11-kill lead to Pure. 15 remaining to try and go 2-0 up in this series. I mean, if Pure were able to break into the top 4 again, it really would be incredible for them to do it, especially at the Halo World Championships. And to do it against the Shopify Rebellion team who have been so consistently at the top 3. More grenades for Cherish to work with here.
He's emptying his pockets as well. Every grenade getting thrown. Some of them are thrown too deep. Didn't do much damage at all. He will find Cyclone, who's already got damage on him. He tries to scarp her away. Suppressed and Soul Snipe there. Suppress will get the kill. It's going to be with Soul Snipe. Drop. He will fall. 12, 9, and 7 for last shot. Speaking of Suppressed, here he is on our screen. 6, 2, and 10. More required from these Rebellion players because none of them really are showing why they belong in a championship Sunday here and now. A lot to do because this Slayer is getting away from them, and it's getting away from them very quickly.
For the side of Pure, you've got to look at the players that have never made it to not just a Championship Sunday, but a Halo World Championship. This is Cherished's first Halo World Championship. He was dropped just before the last Halo World Championship and didn't get to compete. But this time, he is now on his way to potentially finishing top 4, getting into Championship Sunday. But 3 kills go in favor of Shopify Rebellion as they look to try and force their way back into this game in Soul Snipe with the Camouflage now looking to try and gain some info.
Can we talk about just how cutthroat Halo can be?
We can talk about
and
it.
heartless Halo can be. Cherished on this team now, made it to his first ever World Championships, but it should, by all rights, be his second one. But he was dropped a week before roster lock. Now that team will say that they made the change trying to get better, and that is commendable. But there's got to be a point where the work you put in, you get rewarded for it, but they get dropped a week before roster lock. Like I say, it can be pretty heartless, it can be pretty cold out here.
I think he was on holiday at the time, just to make it even worse, by the way.
He was only off the plane.
Maybe they bought him the holiday just to try and like,
send him away so we can run games with somebody else.
Butter him up as well. Just, oh, you're having a wonderful time in Hawaii.
The beach and the drinks.
Oh, just the pool looks great. But by the way,
did you put an umbrella in that drink?
We're running scrims. and at that point, you're just like, ah.
No, I guess I'm dropped then.
See you next year. Well, he has seen him next year, and he is here the latter stages of Saturday, competing to get into Sunday. But all the meanwhile, as we've been joking, it's a 5-kill game now. Shopify Rebellion making a 4-kill game now, and
I bet he's happy they could joke
so
about that
close
now,
to being
though.
2-0
He's
up
like,
in
yup,
the series,
look where I am now.
have allowed that seed of doubt to start to grow in their mind a little bit here, and Shopify Rebellion have done fantastically at overturning that deficit.
We've been joking, Rebellion haven't been laughing. As a matter of fact, they put themselves right back into contention in this Slayer. That kill is going to be big though, just to put an extra bit of breathing space between them. Cherish continues to fight, trying to land the final headshot with a fadeaway onto cycle over towards posters. These are good kills for Druk, good kills for Pure. Keep gobbling up those free kills. Mental's got camouflage though, and that's not something you want to see if you're a Pure fan. I know that much is for sure. Thankfully, he doesn't have a shock rifle, so his influence will be somewhat diminished. Last shot's gonna take the reach shot. Last shot almost won the fight, but a 1 kill required then for Pure to double their series lead. And they have. Pure on the doorstep of an upset against Rebellion.
This would be massive for Pure. We've not seen the biggest 3 that's going to be coming up right after this quick break.
Wait to see if anyone's going to try and push bottom mid.
For Rebellion, I mean, would they want to stick together? They had such a successful season, but it could all come in the mountain.
Oh my gosh, they had a good start. Let me see this, bro.
Not only game.
This is
Game
crazy,
3 then,
bro.
folks. Back underway.
All right, sounds good, Eva.
If you're just joining us, Pure
sounds good,
on
homie.
the doorstep of causing the upset.
Okay, here we go.
2 to the good
they're
here.
down 2.
And now we've got strongholds on live fire.
Like they have to win. They have
Could
to
this
win
be
3 in a row.
Fire
It's crazy.
Rebellion's last outing, not only at the World Championships here, but this season. Talik
Ooh, don't jump.
through the eye of a needle, rips the face right off of Soulslipe
Oh.
and takes out Cycle. When players start to hit shots like that, you start to think, is it just not going to be our day?
You know what's crazy is I'm already starting to think about all the team changes that are going to happen after the World Championship, especially if Rebellion were to fall here in top 6. I mean, I'm looking at some of these names and I'm like, if you want to make that push to try and be world champions, you could pick up a Cycle, you could pick up a Mental, and it could really push you into that pool of teams that have been up there competing on a Sunday. But for Rebellion, I mean, would they want to stick together? They had such a successful season, but it could all come and amount to nothing if they fall to Pure here. As for Pure, this is their chance. This is their moment to make their own history. 26-0 in the early stages at the moment. PNC, though, is going to be converted by Rebellion.
And there is that strange feeling as well. If you're Rebellion, multiple top 3s this year, but if you bow out at this stage, does it mark your card for the season? Does it leave a bad taste in your mouth? And all of a sudden, are your memories of this year strictly laser focused on what happened at this competition this weekend? It would be incredibly short-sighted, but emotion sometimes dictates decisions. And if an offer comes for some of these players, and no doubt offers will come for any of these 4, because they have the potential to take over a series at any given time. Same can be said for much of the players on Pure. Their consistency can be questioned sometimes, but they definitely have the potential.
I think they're all in that pool, aren't they? They're all in that selection pool of players that are on the come up and could be the difference maker and the next in line when, I don't know, players could retire or decide that maybe they're not good enough in terms of getting dropped as well. And you would be looking at this kind of pool as all 4 dead on the side of Rebellion. Pure looking to really solidify their place in the top 4 here. And to do it, if it was a 3-0, that would be insane, and it would definitely be a statement here against the rest of the tournament.
In Rebellion right now, they look shell-shocked. It's almost like they haven't started in this game. Many people might say they haven't started the series. It's been multiple false starts. What is the cause? Is it simply they're out of confidence? Are they feeling deflated after that loss in the winner's bracket? Where they hoping to drop down here, find their footing, but Pure, they're young, they're hungry. They want success here and now. They're not interested in giving you time to lick your wounds and fight back again. As a matter of fact, when you're down, they want to kick you.
It's a good amount of time on the board though for Rebellion now. Off the back of that all 4 dead, they were able to regroup, refocus, and regain some control. Force Pure back. Mental with his sniper rifle, just firing a couple pop shots.
Yeah, we'll see, Nameless, we'll see.
Making Pure a little bit more scared to be able to push up, and now Mental will find some of those players that have been able to just seep through up towards the sour side and It's our side, doesn't matter which side. Doesn't taste good.
Suppress then moves over towards green. B and C in their control. This is much better. Much better. Starting to look a little bit more like themselves all of a sudden. The next round of slays are going to be vitally important. Last shot's on Big Door. Suppress will use that quantum. Last shot slides out, gets the kill. Cycle falls elsewhere. The last two members of Rebellion stationed over towards tower. This is going to be a triple cap once more. What a break from Pure.
Pure on the charge yet again. Soul Snipe goes down. He's a killjoy. He was one of the players who actually has been finding kills. Rebellion need to stop this bleeding immediately, and it's going to be C as their target. Druck is going to do a little loop-de-loop. Take a different angle to try and disrupt. And oh, it's planned perfectly here. Down in the rat tunnel, Druck is making plays.
Wow.
Almost makes it a double.
Almost gets him.
Good damage though. Great damage. The last shot eluded. The last shot, actually, as a matter of fact. As Talik now up through cuts and out the top middle. And down he goes, constantly staying on the move. Not letting people know exactly where he is. He gets this kill, no doubt he'll duck away. A double kill for Talik. A and B remain in Rebellion's control, but it looks as though it won't be for too much longer as they descend upon A now, do Pure. A and C then locked in. And again, the first pick goes the way of Rebellion. It's important though, because Druck's got camouflage, but unfortunately for him, his teammates have all died around him.
Oh, you probably could have got that. Wow.
He's going to be forced to reposition.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
As well. Didn't even get a trade.
That was not good plays right there.
Sting.
Yeah, that one's a tough one to watch. I remember Wes once saying, "What are you doing?" Famously for one of Druck's plays on Bazaar. Feels like an age ago that we were playing competitive Bazaar.
Capture the flag on Bazaar. That was a time ago.
They were the days. I don't know if they were the good old days, but they were certainly days.
They were days. There was days there and weeks actually. We did have capture the flag on Bazaar once upon a time.
A behemoth.
There was a behemoth. It didn't make it into the HCS. Maybe because of the vehicles.
I think we should have just chucked it in.
Why not?
Sometimes I do think to myself, why not be reckless?
It's important questions to ask, actually.
Yeah. Last shot, maybe thinking the same thing here. Gets a double, has the sniper rifle.
Why contain your reckless?
Sometimes you just have to let it loose.
Last shot could be about to do just that with sniper rifle. Trained over towards cuts, but almost as though Rebellion knew exactly where he was positioned, they all decided to run away.
There is an alternate universe where all three of them ran at the same time.
Hit one bullet.
Hit by the same bullet.
Yep.
And maybe they just sensed that possibility. This game is very close though. Even though there's been a few times of clip clap. Neither team has really been able to dominate thus far. But it is now Pure who are scoring. Shopify Rebellion have to work their way out of A. It's going to be probably a big door push from Cycle just to try and distract while the others full send it elsewhere. But maybe Pure are wise to it here.
That is lit.
Cycle's on sandbags. As a matter of fact, he is being a little bit of a disruption. Camouflage is up as well. Cherish is taking space for his team. Fortunately for him, he was caught with a grenade in his hand, so that gave the opportunity for Mental to slide out and take advantage of it as well. So A and B now in control of Pure, but C's about to flip. 177 points and climbing for Pure. In footballing terms, you might start to call this squeaky bum time for Rebellion because their tournament life is on the line.
I'm sure that's a footballing
term. Who am I going to win today?
Happens to be used
Optic and winners and FaZe for losers. I'm gonna think SSG for winners. For sure. SSG for winners. And losers, I'm gonna say. I mean, probably FaZe, but Pure would be cool to see. Like, I'll probably root for Pure. Just to, you know, root for the underdog. But yeah, those are my two.
They take a lead now by 50 points. And they
I agree with you on the FaZe,
from being
but I actually think SSG is going to beat Optic, bro. So we'll see tomorrow. Bro, SSG is so good, bro.
Repulsor just didn't get the job done. Not
We
to worry,
will
that
see.
affects 1 and 4 men.
Optic
There
looked
is a
good, but they
helpline
didn't
for
look
that.
dominating
We'll get you
dominating
sorted.
today, you know?
Premature. Again, Druk, no drugs given. A and B, controlled now. 207 points, climbing now. Looking towards C, cycles top tower.
Only time will tell. That's facts,
Scoreboard.
homie.
Mental's gotten the pick. That one's huge. Druk tried to
Big fucks.
just pick the pocket and take out Mental, but unfortunately for him, he was able to just maneuver his hitbox, crouch down, stay alive. But for how long will Rebellion be staying alive here? They're scoring points here, but a lot of pressure being applied. 2 go down, but it's 3 for Pure. Cherished moving into a 1v1 with Cycle. Cycle's just going to delay this, and that's going to force Cherished to take a different angle. Last shot has gotten a pick onto Mental elsewhere. They now need to pick the right decision. Play call is going to be coming from A. Cherished collapses on Soul Snipe, who was down to no shields bottom middle. A and B now for Pure. 220 and climbing. Rebellion are on
What the
death's door.
fuck was that?
Pure so close to securing top 4 Championship Sunday, knocking out Shopify
Scared the
Rebellion, who have
fuck out.
been a
That
sure
was the quickest ad I've ever seen in my life.
placements.
Every ad needs to be like that, bro.
They were the team who looked
Just
most
download
likely
it in
to
my
try and
brain like
disrupt
that,
those big
bro.
boys, but now Pure say, hey, there's a new challenger in town. 3 dead on the side of Shopify. C being taken yet again. They are going to be scoring. They are going to be so close now to Championship Sunday.
So close they can almost smell it. It might be bittersweet to take it from your friends, but no doubt they have every intention of continuing this run. Suppressed his bottom middle. He's taking shots. He's going to survive for now as Tonic repositions. Beautiful movement with the camouflage. Now looking up towards Cycle. Suppressed is on pillars. He should have that information. 3 dead. Suppressed is the last man alive. He's going to push towards C, but they're going to lose A and indeed B.
These could be the final moments of Shopify Rebellion's tournament then. One last attempt to try and break a setup as Pure look to try and find themselves into Championship Sunday. 10 more points required. One last desperate push, but 2 just went down.
Trying to find the way, trying to find the answer, but right now only finding the
Wow,
nukes.
GG.
And they're going to fall, they're going to collapse, and Pure clean sweep Rebellion and dump them out of the competition.
The biggest upset of the tournament so far. Shopify Rebellion out in top 6, Pure into the top 4, where they will be playing against either Sentinels or FaZe, depending on how that series finishes. What a performance from Pure as they break back in to where they've already seen once before in Atlanta. Top 4 for them. Sadly, the end of the road for Shopify Rebellion's tournament and their season here in top 6.
was going crazy, bro.
What will happen? Well, I guess we'll have to find out tomorrow in Championship Sunday. That's going to be all though for the Bravo stream here today. We'll be back with more action tomorrow. Do not miss it, because Championship Sunday is going to be excellent. We'll see you then.
Unreal, bro. Unreal. All right, I'm going to end the YouTube stream now. Thank you guys for watching day 2 of the Halo World Championship 2024. We'll continue tomorrow with Championship Sunday, day 3 of the Halo World Championship 2024. I'll see you guys in the next YouTube video.